We are getting to the business end of things here in the city of brotherly love, but for our top 8 competitors at World Championship Philadelphia, the game is just beginning. Welcome back to the booth here, of course. We are ecstatic to bring to you our final day of competition here in Philadelphia. Mitch Leslie joined by Brian Gottlieb, and we have got one of the most stacked top 8s we have ever seen. For the first time in the most grueling format across Classic Constructed and Living Legend, these 8 players are going to go at it hammer and tongs for the big bucks.
About to play a whole hell of a lot of flesh and blood, Mitch, and I am here for it. I cannot wait. I am so hyped to crown our next world champion.
It takes a lot to get here in the first place. There's a lot more flesh and blood to be played, but what is on the line? I can guarantee you that is what our competitors have their sights set squarely on. $100,000 for first place, a total of $300,000, of course, the usual gold foil legendary PTI, but the vaunted, the coveted, the precious Champions Prize card with an all-new look. That's right. You've never seen Champions Prize cards looking like this before, folks. These guys are playing for something truly special in the flesh and blood world. These are the World Champion Prize cards available at World Championship Philadelphia. Double-sided, gold foil finishing, and of course a border that you are not going to see anywhere else.
Stunning new prize cards, Mitch, and man, what will it mean to these competitors to take home not one, but 2 of these cards? Potentially, Matthew Dilks could go ahead and claim something like the Chane Gravy combination. There's so much prestige to holding one of these world champion cards. There are none up until this point. This is a new addition to the prize pool, and boy, do I have to believe these are desirable across the world.
Absolutely. We saw the hype when our first sort of world champion prize cards were released. This is absolutely a bit of a refresh, a bit of an update for you now in 2025. And of course, these players have their sights set on these. But there's a heck of a lot of preparation that goes into an event like this for a very good reason. Here at the World Championship in Philadelphia, it's not just one format. It's Classic Constructed and Living Legend played across both halves of the tournament. Now, we saw them in separate rounds over the first couple of days, starting with Classic Constructed, then to LL. Day 2 started with LL and CC. But now in our top cut, it'll be a best of 3 format across CC and Living Legend, where the highest seed chooses the format or whether they'll go first or second.
And Mitch, the discussion has been raging all night. What will our top 8 competitors choose to do? The strategies are developing. There's so much to take into account. The play-draw decision matters a ton, Mitch. It's not as simple as just saying, okay, I like this format better. There's so many nuances, and I think the person who ultimately becomes world champion today will have fully understood not only their deck, not only their play, but also the nuances of this format.
And of course, our top cut is open deck list, so our competitors know exactly what they're running into. And like Brian touched on, that gives them the opportunity to game the system a little bit, try and put themselves on their best foot first, and at least snatch up that game 1, try and take the series away in the end. That is what we're playing with today. That means that, for those unfamiliar, our top 8 matches are going to be blockbusters, potentially 3 games played within that one particular match. And of course, in between, a heck of a lot of decisions that need to be made amongst it. We also came in, I think, to this tournament, Brian, with a lot of preconceived notions about what our metagames should sort of look like. I think, you know, across 2 different formats, you have to hedge in 2 different ways. In Classic Constructed, we definitely knew that, you know, Verdance and Cindra and Gravy Bones would be very popular. In Living Legend, a little bit less clearly defined, but we saw a lot of that Dash.io deck sort of turn up, look very, very powerful. There's definitely some extremely potent stuff that you can put together in Living Legend, the kind that almost feels like you're breaking the rules of the game.
Yeah, and look, that's what these vintage formats are all about. When you get to put all the cards together, things go off the rails, and it's all about how you navigate that new circumstance. And I will say, Mitch, as much as Living Legend can be explosive, volatile, we've seen that measured pace too, those slower games. It's kind of Starvo playing the good guy of this format and looking to check everyone a bit, slow things down. A little bit of Marlynn in that role as well. Both those heroes are represented in this top 8, and it really becomes kind of a test of wills. Which of these strategies are going to assert themselves on the metagame? Is it going to be about the disruption, or is it just going to be unchecked aggression, blow your opponent out of the water, move on to the CC games.
Yeah, there are a couple of those decks that have been demanding interaction from some of the racier decks, some of the ones that want to play that solitaire brand of Flesh and Blood, and those have been able to rise to the top as well. We've got a bracket, of course, to look at. We want to get an idea of what games that we will be presiding over here in the top 8 and what we should be expecting from our competitors. We have 4 Canadian competitors in this top 8, 3 members of Team PCG Invasion. Now, that 3rd versus 6 matchup, we've not had the first game selected yet. Obviously, top seed gets to choose format or play order. So Florin-Cristian, Loghin, and Michael Jaszczur still deliberating on that. But elsewhere, it looks like Living Legend has been the choice for our first games amongst these matches, including is Matthew Dilks versus Jimmy Demers. That's going to be CC, at least. They have that Gravy Bones locked in.
Yeah, and I have to focus in on this Majin versus Ian Zhang matchup because this is where we're going to kick things off, Mitch. We're going to bring you all 3 games from this matchup. Should it go 3 games? Maybe we'll only see 2 games. But Majin, the higher seed, choosing to go ahead and take things to the LL Arena despite being the Wizard Master, says he likes his chances better playing Chane against Marlynn. I cannot wait to see how that plays out.
Yeah, again, the other side of that matchup is obviously Verdance versus Prism, which can be a little problematic for Verdance. It's one of her sort of few matches right now that can be very difficult to succeed in, but there are a ton of edges that the Verdance can take to find success against Prism, even if it feels like she's playing a different game to the Verdance a lot of the time. Well, at Max Klein and Jakob Allan, it'll be Viserai versus Starvo. This is a true throwback matchup, right? 2 of the heroes in their era of CC that were constantly vying for supremacy.
Yeah, and I think we expected things to go this way down in this bracket. I think Viserai slightly favored in this matchup. I understand why Max Klein would take this approach, but I want to call out something that's happening in the top bracket, Mitch. Matthew Dilks actually just deferred. He gave Jimmy the choice of formats. Now, of course, this is a mirror match across both formats. Dilks saying, play draw more important to me. I don't care which of these mirror matches you want to play the most. I'm going to go ahead and take advantage of choice instead.
Makes sense, right? With these Gravy Bones decks, there is a bit of a setup element to the playstyle. You want to generate gold. You want to get some of those watery grave allies in graveyard first. You can affect the board state in a pretty meaningful manner with Gravy Bones, even if you're that player that comes in on turn 0. Matthew Dilks favors that much more. Feels like, whichever way you slice it, he's, feeling good about, the matchups and feeling good in the mirror. And that makes sense. We might see that later on down the line if we do have mirror matchups in our other games, where one of the players might just decide to, hey, I'm sort of expecting, I know what I'm going to be running into here, so let me get off to the races nice and early. So we'll keep you updated about that 3rd versus 6th place matchup as time goes on. But one thing I'm sort of seeing here, and one thing I've noticed, especially as we looked over like the top 16, top 20, a lot of those win in matchups yesterday, Brian, is that Chane bound by Shadow still being reached for by a lot of these players, even in the wake, obviously, of Rosetta Thorn, out of the rotation, and Deadwood Dirge also being restricted down to 1 copy. It's clear to see that there's still a very prevalent form of this Chane deck that's finding success.
I'm so glad you mentioned this, Mitch, because I actually think Chane is the story of this tournament, and it's being a little bit slept on. Chane is the best deck in LL right now. I feel that wholeheartedly. That's being supported over in the calling, where Chane is on an absolute tear in terms of win rate. And I feel like it's so fitting in this moment where LL finally gets called up to the big stage. Because to me, despite Starvo getting all the headlines, all the attention, obviously there was that first LL calling, oops, all Starvos in a top 8. I understand the perception, but I think the state the game is now. Chane is the most infamous hero in the history of Flesh and Blood. As a developer, I can balance Starvo. I'm convinced we can find the tools to adjust and get that deck into the right place in the metagame. Chane is a challenge. This is a deck that does not care what you take away from it. We've taken away Carrion Husk. We've restricted card after card, and yet Warmonger's Diplomacy also becoming a 3-of. That's the Chane killer. Chane can't possibly beat that card. Pankaj Bhajwani says the deck is dead. Nobody's going to play Chane at Worlds. And still, Chane is absolutely unstoppable. I think this is the most important deck in the history of Flesh and Blood. It is the most infamous deck in the history of Flesh and Blood. And Chane kind of serves as this first, I guess, litmus test for the game as you move through its evolution. Chane was the first deck in the game to really be broken. It had to be brought down. And it started this differentiation between good players and great players. The first great players that the game of Flesh and Blood ever saw were the ones who truly took Chane to that next level, where their wins on that deck were almost deterministic. I recall my former Worlds co-caster, Brendan Patrick, going and winning something like 3 to 4 qualifications on the back of Chane. Felt like he could not lose. He had gotten such mastery over that deck because Chane just does things no other deck in the history of Flesh and Blood can do. And I suspect when this is all over, we're going to see a Chane World Champion card added to the mix of this hero's long and storied history.
It's also because you didn't put Brendan on camera for any of those games as well.
Yes, that was
got to help somewhat. But I mean, we have seen this Boomer Chane list, as we've called it, look incredibly powerful, and it's still doing many of the same things that it always has. Jimmy Demers, of course, showed us, basically the full suite of tools available to Chane. Ursa, the Soul Reaper, was resolved. We saw, a lot of those classic cards like Soul Reaper brought in, Heart from Beyond, Seeds of Agony, all of them really played towards, him being able to find that key victory over Pheno Black in that Chane versus Dromai matchup.
But that's exactly it, Mitch. Chane can do everything. It disrupts. It puts out aggro pressure. It's got an ally that it uses to go ahead and control the arena. It's just a deck that is so hard to keep in line, and I kind of feel like Worlds competitors failed to do it again. You can't stop Chane, and to me, that is what I am watching throughout this tournament. Will Chane rise to become the ultimate villain of Flesh and Blood if he takes down this
the fact that
tournament?
we're in a position where Brother Star of the Show is a good guy should tell you everything you need to know about just how powerful this Chane list is. Is Chane truly inevitable? We're here to find that out. We saw our top 8 graphic there as well. There's more than just one copy of Chane in that top 8 in Living Legend. We just had a couple of them blacked out. So we'll be tracking his performance over the course today, of course, for the rest of our competitors. And hopefully you at home are joining us. In the chat today, we are going to be giving out a bunch of product. That's right. We've got some Super Slam boxes being given out in the chat. So look out for prompts and ways to get involved in that competition. Make your voices heard, and hopefully you are sticking along with us for what is truly going to be a wild ride. I'm not just talking about the KO players out there. This is as good as it gets, folks. World Championship Philadelphia. It's great to be here in the city of brotherly love. We're about to see the very best of the best. Leave it all out there for your viewing pleasure for $100,000 of that first place, and of course, those fantastic World Champion prize cards. Don't go too far. This has been the pre-show. We're going to be right back with our first quarter final right after this. The time is upon us, folks. We are moments away from jumping into our first quarterfinal match. It is a best of 3 across Classic Constructed and Living Legend. It's the highest bar to clear as a flesh and blood player and the most grueling challenge that many of our competitors will have faced in their card gaming careers. I'm Mitch Leslie here. Pleasure to share the booth with you, Mr. Scott Mines. How are we feeling?
I mean, we started on the tight shot because I'm vibrating, and that's not a great way to open the broadcast. I'm so excited for this. We've got a murderer's row of players in this top 8. We've got an incredible variety of decks, and I am so excited to get stuck into these games.
Yeah, we're not going to mince too many words with you at the top of the show here. We're going to jump into our bracket and to get everybody situated. We are still waiting on Florin-Cristian, Loghin, and Jaszczur to choose their first deck of their best of 3. But we have Matthew Dilks and Jimmy Demers going head-to-head with a Gravy Bones mirror in Classic Constructed. Maximilian Klein will take on Jakob Allan in Living Legend with Vizariah versus Bravo star of the show. But we are looking at this 4th versus 5th place matchup between Majin and Zhang. They are starting, of course, in Living Legend. It's going to be Chane versus Marlynn.
No big surprises for me here. One of the benefits for Margin of finishing as that 4th seed means ultimately the choice lives and dies with him. Both of these matchups are a little bit notorious for being quite polarizing in the format. Requires a bit of an upset to get lucky in either spot. Verdance, bit of a dog against Prism, so unsurprisingly, Margin very interested in playing 2 games of Living Legend here, leveraging how good Chane is in the face of Marlynn.
Got to be giving turn choice, though, or turn order choice over to Zhang in that first matchup. He's, of course, hoping to be the Flying Dutchman piloting this Marlynn to success and getting into that Prism game, ideally with a win under his belt. He, of course, will choose to go first on the Ranger in that matchup. Now, we, of course, had a chance to chat with a lot of these players yesterday. We were very interested in a lot of their deck choices and sort of how they came to them, especially in Living Legend, which still feels like a format with much to solve. The Marlynn choice, very powerful, consistent pressure, but has some vulnerabilities, especially in this Chane matchup. But we caught up with Zhang prior to get his thoughts coming into this top 8. The novelty, of course, of running into best of 3s might have worn off on him as he realizes the tall task ahead of him in Majin. But we took him aside to get some thoughts.
I'm here with Zhang, one of our top 8 competitors at the World Championships in Philadelphia. Now, Ian, you have been plagued with a whole string of 9th places at many tournaments, a couple of Tier 4 events, few callings, some battle hardens. How does it feel to make top 8 at World Championships?
It feels amazing. I mean, I have had a top 8 before in Pro Tour Leo all the way back. And ever since, I've been having like 9th place at Pro Tour Baltimore, 9th place at Pro Tour Los Angeles. And it's always like on the bubble. It's like I'm X3 and get 9th place. And you don't know you don't want to know how devastating that feels. Also, like the looming doom of like having that 9th place again. And I heard that I would be 9th place if I lost this one as well. And it's like, finally broke the curse. This feels great.
You did it. You're here, and you absolutely deserve it. Now,
Thank you.
I want to take a moment to talk about the heroes that you chose for this event. So you started Prism in CC and Marlynn in LL. What was the unique angle you think you found with those heroes?
Well, I think Prism is generally reasonably favored into the current meta. So like the worst matchups, I think Cindra is around 50-50, depending on what their setup is. If they have like 3 poppers or 5 poppers, it gets a little bit worse. Gravy and Verdance feel like very favored matchups. Opponents need to be very, very skilled to be able to beat me on that.
And you beat a Gravy for your winning into top 8 as well.
Yeah, that was kind of a beating.
We did catch that one on stream, yeah.
But yeah, I tried to match up out on the other side, and it felt like nearly impossible to win that. So luckily, it was also impossible for him.
Yeah.
And regarding Marlynn, I've been trying every deck out in LL. It's like I have not been able to lock in on one deck. I've just ended up picking the comfort pick. I've tested so many things. I've done like Belittle Tipple Marlynn, Belittle Tipple Gravy. I've tried Enigma, I've tried Droma, I've tried Prism. There was nothing that I really fight with. I like Marlynn a lot, She draws so many cards. I love card draw. So I just ended up. Oh, I also of course the DO list that just explodes everyone. But I just ended up like I wanted to lock in DO, then decided no, people will run Amulet of Echoes and I will be sad. So then I was the person that brought Amulet of Echoes to make other DOs sad. On Marlynn.
You're playing Amulet of Echoes in Marlynn. That's
Yes.
very interesting tech. Speaking of making other people sad, I want to talk a little bit about your testing with Prism. I hear you're responsible for a lot of the team, Stroopwafels, pivoting off of Verdance because you were just beating them up on Prism.
It's okay. I actually haven't played that much within our team. Barrett has actually been beating them up. But yeah, I do think it might have been a small factor.
So speaking of the team, is there anyone you'd like to thank now that you're at top 8 at Worlds Philadelphia?
First of all, Barrett, of course, he's the other Prism player in our team. We have discussed a lot about like what should we bring. We have discussed what 80s we should do. So obviously, thanks a lot to Barrett, and also happy birthday. In our team, Jimmy's always a very good friend of mine, very helpful to talk with. And I liked, this time around we tested with Easton as well. And I really liked testing with Easton. It was like a very, very good experience. So thanks to all of those. Also, always thanks to Yuki for just organizing everything in our team. There's a lot of really nice players, really skilled players in our team. And I'm very happy to be in there.
And I'm sure you've made a whole bunch of new fans as well this weekend with your top 8 at Worlds Philadelphia. Thank you so much, Ian, for joining us, and congratulations again on a wonderful top 8.
Yes, thank you very much.
Great to hear from Ian Zhang there. Took some time with Pankaj Bhaswani, of course. And, honestly, expressing a lot of thanks for what was able to be done amongst this Team Stroopwafel team to get them all ready. It's interesting, he sort of teased that he really wanted to test these belittles and tipples, really wanted to make use of these small, low-to-the-ground effects that could really have some huge payoff, huge upside as he settled ultimately on that Marlynn list.
I think those kind of interviews are one of my favorite parts of events like this. I personally find card games, as much as I love them deep down in my core, they can be quite lonely sometimes. Once you're sitting out there in the tournament field, it's all on your own shoulders. You've got to bear your own results. Teams kind of help mitigate that problem, I think. And clearly people have worked together quite strenuously heading into this event, and it kind of provides this sense of camaraderie. We've seen PCG Invasion with 3 people in the top 8, Table 1 with 3 people in the top 8, and that is a direct result of that camaraderie coming to the forefront and people lifting each other up and finding success as a result. Belittles and tipples, I mean, I understand. I love belittles as much as anybody else and was very much hoping to see a few more of them in the feature match area this weekend. But all in all, I just have gained an extra appreciation for Ian Zhang, I think.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We're not going to waste too much time, folks. We, of course, have our first quarterfinal on deck for you. We'll be jumping into that one in a matter of moments. Of course, it's a matter of looking back for many of these players at the journey they've taken to get to this top 8, of course, is not just in the scope of this tournament, even outside of that, the run-ups, the qualifications, the testing, the hours and hours put into their craft. And so we are glad to be here to be able to celebrate that as well. But time to head down to the feature match area to jump into our first quarterfinal. It's going to be Majin Bay from America on Chane, bound by Shadow, up against Ian Zhang from the Netherlands on Marlynn Treasure Hunter.
Very excited to see how this one plays out. It is going to be Mr. Plot Armor against Mr. Ninth, has successfully broken that curse, but can he make his way through? Our US national champion Majin, 7-2 in Classic Constructed. Verdance, Thorn of the Rose, treating the Master of the Wizard very, very well. Living Legend, though, was where they found the edge. Chane, bound by Shadow, 5-1 here. PCG Invasion being represented here. LGS, Final Cut TCG, and of course, a menagerie of top finishes for our US national champion.
Now, Majin Bay representing Central California here, of course, very well known and loved amongst the scene. And really had a lot of humility about coming into his matches yesterday. There's always some adversity that, Majin had to fight through at these events. You'll know that if you're familiar with his story time on his streams and content, but he's here, he's locked in, he's ready to play regardless of the method that he's used to actually get to the feature match area. He made it, and that's all that matters. Let's have a look at the deck list here. for his Chane Bound by Shadow look. Of course, benefiting from some of these one-offs like Cull, Deadwood Dirge, obviously restricted down to a singular copy, still can form a part of the game plan, even if not able to be drawn with the same level of consistency.
So a few standouts here to pay attention to in this deck. Margin, unlike Jimmy, who we saw on Feature Match yesterday, very much a Rune Gate variation of Chane. No longer have access to quite as many copies of Deadwood Dirge, have to find other ways to make Rune Chants. That's going to be Funeral Moon, it's going to be the likes of Read the Runes. We see cards like Putrid Stirring still available in this list to give some game into more grindy attrition matchups. The one card I want to focus on the most here, 3 copies of Chains of Mephetis in the blue base here. It is the perfect card for this Marlyn matchup. If you try and draw cards, you're not loading your arrows, they're going into the banished zone, and they can't be played from over there.
Yeah, that is going to make it tough here for Ian Zhang on this Marlyn list, but let's head across and have a look at what we're working with from the Dutchman. With Margin-based deck aside, Ian Zhang, of course, coming in as your 5th seed, 8-1 in Classic Constructed on Prism. Always been a Prism player. Anybody who's wanted to pick up and learn the deck knows who Mr. Ian TCG is. Marlyn, it's a 4-2 record in Living Legend. Not as squeaky clean as Ian would have liked, but he mentioned he tested a bunch of looks and he feels comfortable on this list. Hailing from TTK, of course, his LGS, and with that top 8 at PT Lille is something he mentioned was quite some time ago now. But a previous Dutch national champion, and of course, the 9th place curse in Baltimore and Los Angeles finally broken to find him here.
Big ups for Team Stroopwafel as well. I understand a very successful weekend across the board for that team. Again, that camaraderie paying off. Let's see if it can take Ian Zhang one step further into our semi-finals.
Get our eyes on the Marlyn list here in Living Legends. Of course, plenty of copies of those very powerful pirate cards. We've got Conqueror of the High Seas, a 3 of here. Plus that King Kraken, King Shark Harpoon, crucially looking to rip attack actions out of the opponent's hands. And a lot of cards that just let this deck do its thing. Art of War, 3 of. Cash In, 3 of. Golden Tipple, of course, 3 of in the yellow variety here, and blue, making sure that Marlyn is generating gold and drawing cards.
Nothing too shocking here in terms of cards for the LL Marlyn deck. A few things worth watching in this matchup though. Conqueror of the High Seas, not an automatic inclusion in these decks. It's proven to be pretty stock as we understand the deck now. Going to be a big part of dealing with Chains of Mephetis. You've got to find a way to have a powerful turn when that card is online. In that blue base, we've got a couple of copies of Ripple Away. They're not quite as potent against the Boomer Chain list, but here, against Runegate Chain, suddenly you can shut off a Rune Chant generating action and really starve the entire turn. So a few very, very powerful tech choices here for Ian Zhang.
We've heard from the players individually. We've seen the deck list. Now it's time to let the table talk, folks. Let's head to the feature match area in earnest to see this first game of our first quarterfinal play out. Margin Bay on Chane, Ian Zhang on Marlyn. It all starts now.
Very happy to report Ian Zhang not playing with the rainbow foil Marlyn I saw yesterday during the interview. Known to be a foil card enjoyer, has remedied that disgrace, making our way down into the feature match area with a Marvel copy. Going to be going first here. Is their choice, thanks to Margin choosing the format. Pretty big deal for Marlyn. Might be able to squeak some overpowered damage through before the game really gets started. Best of luck to our players. We are seeing best of 3 in Flesh and Blood for the first time, and I'm vibrating more than I was earlier.
Ian Zhang chose to go first, of course. There's a gold token on the board thanks to Crown of Dominion, the headpiece of choice. I'm already spying a cash-in the hand, and that's going to be deployed straight away. Marlyn on turn 0 can certainly be a bit of a problem. Getting overpowered attacks here, tough to block out, and with the King Kraken Harpoon getting into Arsenal and the Lace with Inertia, we are already off to the races.
This is the best possible time for Lace with Inertia. Turn 0 means this is going to directly affect Margin's first turn cycle. Hook going to be activated here as well to rebuy that gold. Chunky, hefty overpower, relevant on hit, and future value via that Inertia. It's the perfect turn 0 for Ian Zhang.
13 overpower, King Kraken Harpoon, looking for non-attack action cards in the hand of Margin Bay, and I spy a little bit of that action there. Big damage coming in, of course. 10 that Margin Bay cannot prevent. Ian Zhang has a choice of card here. Margin Bay naturally will be able to draw back up and still have a full grip, but this is an opportunity to have some control over what he's left with. It's going to be that copy of Read the Runes exiting the hand.
Difficult choice there for Ian. Does have two rune chant generators in the hand for Majin Bay. He's going to find himself able to get the engine running either way. But Malefic Incantation providing incidental value over the course of multiple turns. Read the Runes, theoretically more of a burst in the immediate future. Ian chose to go with the latter here, let the incantation tick away, and make sure that this first barrage from Majin isn't too vicious.
Yeah, this inertia token, a bit of a problem for the American now. Will not have the ability to arsenal a card and carry that over to his next turn. Zhang has been able to create a very favorable board state on turn 0, something that not too many heroes, even in Living Legend, are capable of doing. So it's time for the Rune Blade now to fire back. More of these Rune Gate cards in Majin Bay's list than maybe what we saw from Jimmy Demers, for example.
Very much a different deck. Deck is built to utilize those powerful Rune Gate attacks, usually synonymous with Vinstet. And so we'll see different sequencing as these turns go on. However, this one, just as iconic as ever, Art of War, going to banish away. I believe that Phantom Wraith from hand will be playable from the Banish Zone once enough Rune Chants are generated, and hopefully provide some extra cards to work with for Majin here. In an ideal scenario, he finds his one-off copy of Deadwood Dirge and turns that inertia into upside.
That would be incredible. He could actually destroy that aura token, make it into Rune Chants to fuel his turn. A one-off copy. It's pretty hard to count on that with consistency. Number of Rune Gate cards still in the hand. Eloquent Eulogy, Widespread Ruin,
Mordred
and a
Tide.
Mordred Tide.
German copy does score significantly more in Scrabble.
Yeah, can I buy a Vow? It's going to come down here following up the Art of War. Widespread Ruin into the pitch zone.
Worth noting here, we did see Go Again on this copy of Art of War from Majin. Is a more typical choice than the plus that you would expect from Boomer Chane. Going to find its ability to go wide off of shackles and extra attacks on numerous occasions without knowing what was going to be found from that Art of War. Had to make a heads-up decision, choose to diversify the options and maybe go a little wider if things broke their way.
So Phantom Wraith here. Already being presented. 2 Rune Chants up front, which Ian accepts. And this is a very straightforward Rune Gate card, folks. It is just a 2 for 6. But that is meaningful. That is relevant damage. It looks like a Duskblade pitch is going to be the last move here. So no action really after the fact.
So if I'm not mistaken here, this Duskblade is ticking up, and Majin chose not to activate Chane. I believe that Soul Shackle is a representation of where they will be. I don't believe one was used there. We had Go Again from the Art of War in the swing otherwise. Now, that's a really important part of this game plan for Rune Gate Chane. Unlike Boomer Chane, you're not interested in snowballing that advantage. If you banish too many cards, it's actually problematic. You can't get all of those Rune Gates out in quick succession. So controlling those shackles with Deadwood Dirge, other removal effects, and sometimes choosing not to activate Chane, a really big part of managing that resource.
Yeah, many of those Rune Gate cards are attack actions, and you don't always have the action points to deploy them. You're not sitting in a bunch of like Seeds of Agony and Howl from Beyond like the Boomer Chane list is, which are obviously easier to deploy. They've all got Go Again on them. Here's a golden tipple, though. A very reasonable hand for Ian Zhang to have kept. That's why he had 0 interest in blocking. Saltwater Swell comes off the top. You see a 3 of a kind revealed.
Okay, bit of plus, bit of negative there. No resources found from the Saltwater Swell, but knowing about 3 of a kind in the coming turn cycle, beneficial for both Ian and Majin.
Maybe in this turn cycle, in fact.
Bingo.
Picked up off the top, the cost of a gold. Seek and Destroy, 3 of a kind played in succession. So cards will be drawn. And obviously a Marlynn trigger will allow an arrow to be put into Arsenal off this. Ian Zhang's seen a lot of cards this turn, and it's just as well because that Hammerhead Harpoon Cannon is very expensive to activate. 4 resources required. But we found the King Kraken Harpoon. Constantly having these non-attack actions plucked away from Majin Bay is certainly going to make his game plan trickier to execute.
King Kraken, very painful against this version of Chane, is relying on those non-attack actions to generate rune chants, relying on the shackles and other banish effects to provide you with various attack actions. We're going to see that Hammerhead cracked once again. Unfortunately for Ian, did find too many red cards there, has to pay for Hammerhead the hard way, doesn't get to keep the arsenal, but rewarded with a 13 overpower attack. So far, Ian has done exactly what Marlyn is looking to do on every turn of the game.
I want to point out Seek and Destroy is in effect. So once again, Majin Bay is going to have a inertia-esque condition to have to play under, still won't be able to arsenal a card at the end of his next turn. That is going to be sent away. So he'll have to play off only 4 cards, whilst Zhang has drawn, what, 3 cards this turn? More, in fact. There was a gold token popped as well. He's working with a heck of a lot.
See what Margin's working with on the other side of things here. You're going to see Shadow Aversa and multiple Rune Gate options. We see Revel in Rune Blood, which might turn on that Widespread Annihilation with a little bit of luck, but will require that Envelop in Darkness to be played first. So really difficult to sequence this hand here. No Shackle coming for Margin means he does have perfect information to work with. Also, shout out to that Verdance bracelet, looking mighty fine front and center.
Of course, we can expect to see Verdance from Margin Bay in our next game of this quarterfinal. It's tough. I mean, Margin Bay is going to show their hand. Ian might not choose to go after the Revel here. He knows that Margin can't pocket it. And Revel does have a couple of conditions that will be trickier to meet with a smaller hand. But no, that very powerful rune chant generating non-attack action is going to be plucked out of Margin's hand. Margin's not been able to really take an off turn here, not been able to set up because he can't establish an arsenal. He has to play with only the cards that he sees. And sometimes in Chane, those don't amount to too much.
Worth noting here, Margin has looked at the hands and decided they are not worth that mass of armor that is available to Chane bound by Shadow. Still a variety of cards available. Balance of Justice going to come in clutch at some point during this game with an extra card draw. We're going to see our first Chane activation here, and just Duskblade being sent to follow to start. So 4 with Go Again, courtesy of that Soul Shackle. Quadruple checking, yes, actually. My weapon will get Go Again. Would be a rather embarrassing misstep in the top 8 of a World Championship.
3 we go again, of course. Only 1 counter on the 2 base power Duskblade so far. Of course, this will get bigger and bigger if and only if Margin is able to play an attack action card and non-attack before swinging that weapon. This turn, it's not really a play path available to him. You'd be forgiven for thinking Ian was just checking his hand then with all the cards he's seen, but no, it's just a peek at the graveyard because we've already seen two King Kraken Harpoons thrown out. To great effect, might I add.
I think this is very impressive sequencing here from Margin. Easy to get distracted by the Revel being ripped away. Going to find a way to play Widespread Annihilation from hand with this abundance of resources. And that is important. This is going to force the issue. The Duskblade has already dealt damage, and so Widespread Annihilation is going to rip a card away from Ian. And now this is the most important part of this game plan. Margin behind on life, cannot allow Marlynn to continue having 5, 6, 7 cards to spin through every single turn. Earns a King Shark Harpoon for the trouble from the Banish. And we'll see a Hammerhead activation into a Codex of Frailty to pick up that King Kraken Harpoon again.
Yeah, Ian was obviously checking his graveyard. They're expecting to be making a Codex play. So ultimately, a King Shark Harpoon maybe was honestly extraneous to his game plan. It was almost anticipating that he would be needing to find a Harpoon from somewhere else. So Ponder token, Frailty token, of course, affecting Margin Bay. Not really a huge issue considering Margin's not been allowed to have an arsenal anyway. We'll shrink the power of that Duskblade down a little bit after it already lost its counter. More importantly, it's a Ponder token for Ian Zhang, King Kraken Harpoon and arsenal, and an activation of Hammerhead, which means, once again, overpower is on the table.
It'll be very interested to see which of these Rune Gate attacks Margin selects to place in the arsenal. I think it will be very, very telling of the texture of their hand. Typically, Rune Gate attacks not at the best in the arsenal, unsurprisingly. If we see one of the heftier ones picked, we might find ourselves looking to swing it later on. I'm going to see a card discarded here, and it looks like we're going to reach for that Chains. Margin deciding, in fact, I think it's a little bit too late for me to try and stop this from happening.
Change of Mephetis, the card we mentioned at the top of the game. One way of making it impossible virtually for Marlynn to play the game. Very, very challenging that she's not able to actually draw cards and trigger her hero ability to load. But we're not going to have to cross that bridge, apparently, as 10 overpower is being sent yet again. Turn after turn of disruptive on hits that are, frankly, nigh impossible to block. Margin Blade does have a pretty impressive fridge, as we call it. 2 block on the Grasp of the Arc-Knight, 2 on the Balance of Justice, 2 on the Bloodsheath Skeletor. And should it be required, Spellbound Creepers does get in front for block duty for 1.
Margin just tanking the hit here. Take a second card away from me after that Codex of Frailty. I only get to use my equipment to cover up overpower once, maybe twice, depending on the scenarios we find ourselves in. And this one, this isn't the one.
No, that's right. Margin already parted with that Chains, knowing that King Kraken Harpoon, was already face up. So nothing gets plucked out of his hand this time around, but it's the damage that matters. Majin Bay doesn't even opt to use that equipment block yet, but next turn, he likely is going to have to. Ponder token allowed in Zhang to refill that arsenal. And he'll be ready to come back with a big hit. Can Majin Bay find a way to pressure Ian Zhang by getting 20 points of damage on the board this turn? He kept that card in arsenal. It will be weakened somewhat because of the frailty token.
Difficult spot to be in here. Malefic Incantation, not exactly what you were hoping to find off your Soul Shackle. Would much rather have that one in hand. Will be another Shackle reach for here. This is not all that surprising. Margin now of no concerns about Shackle management throughout the rest of this game, with only 4 life remaining to work with.
It's either that or shackle himself to the sinking ship. The harpoon stuck in the side. 5 go again is the correct damage total here for Vent and Rathe, with the reduction in power. Zhang saw a furrow of the brow there. Knows that Majin Bay, of course, has the action point refreshed, the Soul Shackle generation, so knows there's more where this came from, and Vent and Rathe is essentially vanilla damage. Eloquent Eulogy, not quite so much. Majin Bay looking to create an Eloquence token for himself if your hero's lost life this turn. Has to close the chain for that, but Ian's already taken the damage, so this effect is online. And the Eloquence token can be pretty important to some of these more degenerate Runeblade turns.
Certainly some tricks to be had with Eloquence alongside cards like Funeral Moon when it comes to Rune Chant and Action Point Generation. I believe that last card in hand for Margin is an Art of War, so I believe this might be the time to make a stand. We'll have to see how potent Ian's turn is, but I would not be shocked if this is Fridge O'Clock. Gonna bust all that armor to keep this hand, try and go big, and force the tempo away from our Marlyn player. For now, he's tanking on Yellowfin Harpoon on blocks. Would suggest a less than optimal hand. Typically, Marlyn not interested in blocking outside of either 3-of-a-kind turns to power up a Harpoon anyway, or finding themselves with a somewhat awkward selection of cards.
Does Ian feel like there's redundancy in the hand, maybe? There's a lot of blues here.
Double Harpoon ripple away. We're going to see the Marlyn activation to make the Goldfin Harpoon.
Right, there's going to be something, of course, that can be banished to certain effects or discarded here to Golden Tipple. To gold, refreshed. 2 in the pitch and a card going to be drawn off the... Oh, buddy. Okay. Cash in off the top of the deck for Ian Zhang. He's going to see as many cards as he needs to. And it's just as well, because he's looking for an impactful Harpoon attack here at some point.
Cash in. Almost the perfect find here. If we're able to discover a card like Conqueror of the High Seas or even Art of War 3-of-a-kind, these power cards coming up trumps for Ian Zhang, whose turn has gone from slightly awkward to incredibly powerful.
Now, Art of War here less exciting when Ian does not have a Goldfin Harpoon in hand. He's already discarded that to a Tipple, but will be happy to part with this blue-yellow-fin Harpoon in order to draw 2. Looks like he's named +1 damage there. Have we found it? We've found that big attack we're looking for. Ian, a bit coy about it right now.
I think that's the 3rd King Kraken Harpoon.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Found off the Art of War here.
We know that equipment block is going to have to come into play here anyway. Ian's seen too many cards. Majin Bay knows what he's up against.
Ian, I believe, deliberating here on the Marlyn load trigger after drawing cards from Art of War. Does, of course, still have 3-of-a-kind available to go a little wider. That card typically saved to fund a turn on its own, though, powerful enough to kind of bring you back from a staunch defense.
Yeah, it might end up finding its way into the pocket at the end of this turn for Ian.
Gonna go digging a little further.
Are we looking for buffs here just to guarantee that even armor won't save Majin Bay?
That would be the suggestion. Catch of the day, the one fan. You see the physical recoil
from
Majin Bay when it's the King Kraken Harpoon. It's the 4th one of the game. And again, non-attack actions, the pain point for RuneGate Chane. Another 13 overpower.
He can only block 10.
Strip away cards. He can only block 10.
He's got equipment, right? 2 from Balance of Justice, Grasp of the Arknight Skeleton. That's 7 equipment block, +1 from hand. Does he have a way around this?
It's the defensive Art of War. We know about the Art of War on the Arsenal. You can give an extra point of defense value to the block. Margin not out of this, but burning some of the most powerful cards just to stay alive, because this catch of the day was found by that second gold draw. Ian Zhang wasn't obligated to make that line, but understood, I need to get this game done. You're going to take a big turn, so I need to find some buffs. And this King Kraken Harpoon, it's going to trigger twice because of catch of the day. If Margin can't remove non-attack actions, we might be losing multiple cards.
But Margin can't empty his hand on blocks here because of overpower. He can only block with one action card. And I don't know how many ways around that you can expect the Runeblade to have. We saw also come to Temptation pitched away. That's not actually a reaction. It just acts as one. Providing its conditions have been met, it's an action. Majin Bey, he has had to dig very, very deep. Now, his odds of staying alive here have been improved, but what, he's going to go to 1? In theory?
In
Gives up
theory.
the creepers for it?
I'm not attacking anyway. I can't say I'm surprised. The problem we have, of course, excuse me, if Margin's hand is stripped away, a Deathly Whale was banished to facilitate all of this.
The blood debt.
Which would deal just a pinch of blood debt. Balance of Justice is going to be cracked because we need to find something to survive. Margin understands here the situation they're in with all of their equipment block isn't good enough.
It's not enough.
They're going to lose the game to Deathly Whale, so I am going to break Balance of Justice, look at a card and see if I can find some kind of... Please. Please?
Spare me the lashings, he says. It's not to be. Ian Zhang, with Marlynn Treasure Hunter, opts to go first in this matchup and spends the entire game forcing Majin Bey into the trash compactor. One limb, operational or not, at a time.
That is the upset. We're going to need another one if the US national champion wants to stay in this best-of-3 game. We're going to be moving to Classic Constructed. It's going to be Verdance Prism and an uphill battle for a man with one leg.
That is brutal. Yeah, and he's rolling a stone up that hill as well in that matchup. Exactly. It's Sisyphus in a wheelchair. Brutal stuff here for Majin Bey. Never really got to see him go on the offensive. But when you have a deck like Marlynn who can give that evasion on turn 0, have a trigger that is impactful, because as exciting as we found, you know, these go fish effects, taking cards out of the hand, it's back-to-back turns of inertia or inertia-like effects against the Runeblade that prevents Majin Bey from developing an arsenal to play off of whatsoever.
That's what you need. That's what Marley needs to do in that matchup to find success. It's constant overpower. It never missed at any point. The cash-ins turned up, and it was 4 King Kraken Harpoons that constantly threatened to rip the engine pieces away from Chane. The attacks, we want to find them off the shackles anyway. I don't care if you take them out of my hand. Runeshot Generation, whole different story.
Yeah, brutal stuff here for the American national champion. Of course, this is a best-of-3 in this quarterfinal game. There will be a chance to bounce back. Now, of course, we should be having a look at the bracket here, I think, because we have updates for you. That is right. Majin Bey and Ian Zhang, we've already seen that first game go. Elsewhere, Maximilian, Klein, and Jakob Allan have been going at it. It was Bravo, star of the show, that managed to win in that first matchup of the best-of-3. So it's a Verdance mirror that is going to be necessitated.
2 upsets in the first round of Living Legend. Viserai, typically a hero that is favored into Bravo. It's not quite as polarizing as Chane and Marlynn typically is, but not the matchup Starvo wants to see. Jakob Allan finds a way, and now they will find themselves in a Verdance mirror. This matchup, very dynamic these days. It depends on whether these players have healing potions, whether they don't, if they're relying on Everbloom, channel the Millennium Tree loops to find their way through the end game. Going to be very interested to see how this one plays out. Thankfully, Max, with some control, having lost that first game, does benefit him pretty significantly in that mirror match.
Yeah, you don't bring Verdance to a World Championship without having some tech for the mirror, so we'll be very curious indeed to see how that game plays out. But of course, that leaves us with Verdance versus Prism in this second game of our first quarterfinal. Before we get there, of course, a lot of excitement, I think, coming out of that keynote speech, of course, as Compendium of Rathe is slated to hit stores in February 13th, 2026. But before that, you'll have a chance to see these cards in action at the world premiere in London, February 6th to 8th.
I'm so excited for this set. We haven't had a supplemental set since Dusk Till Dawn. Feels very thematic to see so much light and shadow blending in to that set now that we're back at the Compendium of Rathe. Many stories to be discovered here. I love this teaser from the team LSS. The idea that we're going to see stories that haven't yet been told in Rathe that may affect information we already have. And we're also going to find ourselves seeing hints of stories coming up that we don't know about just yet. Most importantly, the set design for both Classic Constructed and Silver Age. Going to see some serious support for both and some serious reprints.
Absolutely. Balance of Justice and Shelter of the Storm here, of course, highly coveted cards from sets gone by. Going to see a new art for both of them there. I choose to believe that's Dorinthia Ironsong. That's what I think. I choose to believe that she's been put front and center for a very good reason.
I choose to believe that Shelter from the Storm is going to turn up in my pack, but I feel like we might both be making some
We're
assumptions
both barking up
there.
the wrong tree. Fair enough. Of course, this does feature some iconic cards from Flesh and Blood's history with an all-new Antiquity frame treatment. Get your hands on that one. I know we've also seen other Antiquity frame looks teased around the internet. If you know where to find them, you'll be able to check them out. But more importantly, definitely more importantly, we have Fabled cards returning to this set. This Eye of Ophidia with the Antiquity treatment looks stunning. And fingers crossed, on my side at least, that there's more where that came from.
Yeah, it looks like we have 3 gems coming in that set. I'm looking forward to figuring out what the other ones are. I have Ophidia, definitely a fan favorite and a very heavily played card, so happy to see it finding a reprint. I believe it's getting a non-foil version here as well, which I know some members of the audience out there have been clamoring for, so very excited to get my hands on that one.
Absolutely. Very keen to shuffle those up and get them out on the table. We love ourselves a little bit of bling here, of course, in the Flesh and Blood world. And I'm curious to see what other untold stories from Rathe are going to be teased out amongst that set. We love how the lore runs alongside, of course, these releases. So that's going to be an exciting period in the history of the game. Let's return, though, to the small issue of this first quarterfinal. We've just seen our first game, and if you're just joining us, it was a Marlynn versus Chane matchup, one of which Marlynn considered sometimes to have difficulties in, but Ian Zhang got to go first and never stopped, just hitting these massive attacks with large amounts of disruption stapled to them, made it virtually impossible for Majin Bay to play the game. Let's jump into our second game, though, of this quarterfinal, because it, of course, is a different format and very different decks. Majin Bay will be taking on Ian Zhang yet again, but it's going to be Verdance, Thorn of the Rose, and Prism, Awakener of Soul, the soul copy of the Light Illusionist in our top 8.
Difficult matchup back the other way, unfortunately, for our current underdog. Majin gonna have to find an upset of his own if he wants to stay in this best-of-3 match. Verdance struggling into Illusionists in a way you would expect from numerous wizards. We'll take a look at the list real quick. Gonna see some of the more popular choices heading into the World Championship in this list. We saw an uptick in attack actions like Fiendel's Fighting Spirit and Autumn's Touch. This was mostly a nod to Cindra, much easier to race if you're able to throw more physical damage, but 7 power attacks, they've certainly got some upsides against Prism too.
Burn Bear also is a wizard non-attack that will allow you to break those Phantasm-based Herald attacks. So those are going to be premium for Majin Bay in this matchup, because there's not really a way around it as the Prism player. You can't, pop your Figment to try and get a Figment of Triumph. Like, there's no attack value to be altering to try and get it under threshold. No, your Phantasm attack simply gets popped. So those will come up at key moments, and ideally on the first Herald of the turn to try and slow Ian Zhang down. Let's have a look at the Prism Awakener of Soul list here. This one for me, we heard Ian said he's tuned this one pretty heavily. Obviously, it's very yellow heavy. I think what draws my eye a little bit, you've got a copy of Dissolve Reality in the deck here. That's a card that can attack the arsenal. Not all Prism decks are on, Soul Shield and that all you got. This is a way to try and give yourself game in both the low to the ground matchups and some of those taller ones. In this game, Ian, his biggest bottleneck is going to be to get that first card in his Soul. Soul Shield can do that for you on defense. It's pretty hard to play around. It's about the card in Soul. You can get the Figment later on with your headpiece, but you need that. You need that to start to have a big combo.
Couldn't agree more. Soraya, very much the name of the game. Big combo turn, combining that powerful angel, sometimes with a card like Arclight Sentinel. Genesis provides multiple threats that need to be removed immediately, and Verdance not typically a deck capable of removing multiple threats at the same time.
Yeah, Prism in this matchup is not an aggro deck like you would expect to see with those Empyrean Rapture builds. She is a combo deck. She needs the right pieces and she needs them to line up, and more importantly, she needs the space to deploy a full hand. And she can do that by trying to play multiple auras, threatening auras that really demand Majin Bey's attention and his action points. Once that room to breathe is there, Prism could start to go off. Let's jump in, folks. We've seen the deck list now. We are ready to start off our second game of this quarterfinal. Zhang versus Majin Bey, Verdance versus Prism. It's about to go down.
If there is ever a wizard who could do it, it is the leader of the council, Majin Bey, primed and ready to tackle Zhang's Prism. As we make our way into this first game, Ian, reviewing that first hand, looks like a selection of blue Spectral Auras alongside a Figment there for a little bit of fun.
Yeah, look, I mean, Passing Mirage is pretty important in this matchup. It takes that Phantasm effect away. He's also trying to pierce reality in the same hand. So, yeah, multiple blue auras. I don't know if Majin Bey's got much interest in allowing Ian to filter. Yeah, he's just passed his turn with an Arsenal. So, Zhang, how does his action point get used? Genesis, pierce reality deployed. Okay, the first step has been taken for Prism. 2 threatening auras deployed, one more than the other, perhaps, as Genesis is the key card in Prism's list to fuel that soul, allowing you, of course, to put a Light Illusionist card into your soul, get a Spectral Shield, but Burn Bear is just going to get sent off.
This is back-breaking for Majin Bey. Had the self-control not to send an attack action on that first turn of the game. Didn't have the option to send one once these auras were established. Wants to remove that Genesis immediately.
Oh, no.
Finds a 3-red hand with 2 Felling of the Crown alongside Burn Bear. Has to send Arcane upstairs and ignore this incredibly problematic aura.
This is already a problem. Genesis is going to be able to put a card in Soul. Now, you cannot get a Figment off Genesis putting a card in Soul because it's not in your action phase technically, but a Spectral Shield already going to be created.
That is the great library of Solana in hand for Ian. One of the biggest impactful cards in this matchup for now. Going to rely on the Herald swing. Will be met pretty quickly with a 7-power Autumn Touch here to try and shut this down.
The only thing that could be worse here is Ian playing a Merciful in response, Merciful Retribution, and putting that Herald in his soul, but that's not what he's working with. I would say that a great library of Solana follow-up is up there in terms of bad for him. Can Ian get 2 yellows into his pitch zone? No, that's also a question that needs to be answered. He's going to regain his action point by paying that floating resource. And yeah, 2 yellows in the pitch. Great library of Solana deployed. And Majin Bey knows he is in deep trouble. Now, Zhang getting his big combo turn off is so much easier to do. He can turn Vestige of Soul on at the start of his turn with Genesis unless it's cleared here. But the extra card he sees for Great Library of Solana means that it is very hard to slow Prism down from here.
Appreciate this tact from Majin. This is not a good scenario, but you cannot just ignore Genesis and attempt to race, go phase, especially not with a 2-power Plow Under. Going to use that attack to remove the most problematic aura that is currently on the board, stop these additional Spectral Shields from being generated, and try and brute force through that library. Unfortunately, Plow Under, one of the limited yellows available to this Verdance list, does not have the ability to break that library anytime soon.
Pierce reality here, Merciful Retribution in the hand as well. Another really terrifying aura. Ian is going to play that out. Actually plays that out not in response to the attack on Genesis, which would have allowed it to go in Soul, but he's got, you know, some Soul action going already. Merciful and Pierce reality get played out, and Majin Bey, all he can do is try and clear one of these Spectral auras per turn. Merciful Retribution will deal 1 damage to Majin Bey and go into Ian's Soul. That is its effect. We have 2 Pierce realities in play. Now, these Heralds will still come out with Phantasm. So they are +4, the first one of the turn, but can still be popped. Ian hasn't found a Passing Mirage to remove that particular restriction, but I think I saw an Herald of Erudition in the Herald of Erudition, but there's no point throwing that when you still have Phantasm to contend with. So instead, it's just a big old Herald of Protection begging to be popped.
And it will be Burn Bear in the hand here for Margin. Small upsides, I suppose. Those Storm Striders were used to cover up that Arcane from Merciful Retribution. Put some defense reactions on the bottom of the deck that were not doing an awful lot. Burn Bear on popping duty here. Earth attacks at least going to the graveyards. There is some decomposed fuel available for our wizard. Now staring down a Herald of Protection for 5. Likely going to continue trying to deny cards in Soul and stop those Figments from turning up into play.
There's an issue here. There are only so many poppers in these Verdance decks. Normally they can pop the first Herald of the turn, but the second one is an issue. Enlightened Strike can come in for 7, but it is base 5 power, so it won't trigger Phantasm. It's also not a simple block because Majin Bay, of course, has a Shelter of the Storm in hand, but this 5 breakpoint is uncomfortable. It's going to necessitate the Bastion of the Millennium Tree to be put out in front. No, not a Wrath. Surely not. Oh, dear. At least there's a Sync Blow to cover that up from Majin Bay. Nicely done. A great turn to find 2 defense reactions. That was pretty reasonable stuff, but it hasn't particularly slowed Ian down in the grand scheme of things. He only drew 4 cards, though, but he's found one of his combo pieces. Arclight Sentinel has hit the Illusionist's hand.
Margin, again, understands the assignment, needs to remove these Pierce realities and clear some space.
If that is a Genesis in Arsenal, it is go time. Things are about to get disgusting. It's a pretty complicated play pattern. No, Arclight's not going to be pitched away, so not ready for that form of game yet. Herald of Triumph comes out at 9 power and means that Margin needs a 7 popper, which he has. Autumn's Touch is going to be able to trigger Phantasm and blow this attack up.
For as poorly as this game has started for Margin, the last few turns have had some reasonable sequencing. We're finally going to see that Halo cashed in here.
Figment of Triumph time.
That's the one. Figment of Triumph going to be grabbed from the deck, assuming it isn't drawn from the Halo, which is always a risk. Going to shrink this Autumn's Touch down 1 further. Now, you might think 6. That's okay. That's still a pop-up. Bad news. Herald of Triumph also a reduction in power, and therefore this Autumn's Touch no longer going to shatter the illusion of Herald of Triumph.
Importantly, this turns Vestige of Soul on for the turn and gives Ian access, to a Figment now, as a Herald has gone into his Soul during his action phase. So if he takes a Rendition, it means that he's going to play his Arsenal card, and if it's a light blue in his hand, he can send a 4-cost Aura out. That would be a pretty potent follow-up. His Auras have slowly been chipped away at by Majin Bay. We'll see what he's looking for. It looks like he's considering that Figment of Erudition at the top there. War also comes out at times like this. Sometimes that Courage token can be impactful to create breakpoints that otherwise wouldn't be there, but it doesn't do anything about Ian's cards having Phantasm.
Figment of Erudition, typically that big power card, allows Soraya to come in swinging here, but Ian does have other options in mind. Do you need to save that resource for an impactful scenario?
Worth pointing out as well that Figment of Triumph's effect is active across the whole turn. So Ian Zhang can, send another Herald out potentially after this, and Majin Bay would need a 7 power to pop it as well. A Spectral Shield generated here as a Figment of Protection, is tutored out of the deck.
I like this a lot.
It's not a key Figment in this matchup, I feel.
No, so I find it can be depending on the scenarios we find ourselves in. So card advantage from Herald of Erudition and Soraya in this case, obviously fantastic, but not a priority when Great Library of Solana is already in play. You can have many tools to work with over the course of numerous turns. Ian, I think, has identified the way that I lose this game somehow is my opponent chaining off numerous 6 arcane effects, suddenly pushing my life total too low, putting me into a spot where I can't play around Storm Striders. By leaning into Figment of Protection, we flip this Angel over sometime later down the line. We generate some extra Spectral Shields. We're going to be nice and safe. More importantly, we're going to protect our other Archangels, including Victoria here, who's going to continue to shut off poppers as the game continues to play. Yeah,
it looks like Victoria's trigger was not... there was not a Banish from Soul for Victoria's trigger here, so I don't think Majin Bay's attack action cards are getting -1. It's not impactful here against Majin Bay. So Scour comes out. This is a key card in the matchup. Scour is going to allow Majin Bay to clear this Pierce Reality. Also the Spectral Shields. Destroy X target Aura tokens and/or auras with cost 0. And then you deal damage to your opponent based on the number of auras cleared that way. This is the answer to the blue auras in this matchup, and also gets the Spectral Shields for free whilst sending some damage behind it.
This is a big find here for Majin. Clears away several parts of the problem and presents enough arcane damage that cannot be prevented. Therefore, Victoria going under, not going to be able to keep that all around
Really
to
nice.
kind of amplify that effect we saw last turn from the Figment. Poppers firmly back online for Majin, finding a way to stay in this.
Yeah, that is really well done. An elegant way to clear the board here. Now, Ian Zhang, of course, doesn't have the empowerment of that Pierce Reality to make this War Tune Herald even scarier. But War Tune's a one-cost Herald, so it's a little bit easier for Footsteps to be paid into and still have a functional turn after it is inevitably popped. It's a 6 on the Cadaverous Tilling, but that'll get him there. This is not a Herald of Triumph play.
Cadaverous Tilling, innocuously powerful card. For these Verdance decks, helps that Decompose plan in this matchup. Very much a defensive tool when Herald of Triumph and Halo aren't threatening you.
There's a decision here to make, yeah. Ian has a blue aura in his hand. I think it's a Passing Mirage, so he's trying to figure out how his action point is supposed to be best used here. So Herald of Triumph, War Tune Herald, and a Passing Mirage in hand. Okay, we're pitching potentially for a high-cost aura. No. We are banishing to flip our... Okay, our Aegis now will come into play. This will allow Ian to create 2 Spectral Shields on attack if he banishes a card from his soul. But this is costly. This costs Ian 2 cards in total from his soul. One to flip Aegis, another to activate that effect. It still has go again. This is not an attack that you can pop. It doesn't have Phantasm, so Ian can keep going. But probably it's just a Passing Mirage Slam, unless there's like a Herald in Arsenal he wants to throw here.
This is where Ian Zhang is pretty heavily rewarded for being patient with the Figment of Erudition. Chose to loom a different way, can now get more proactive on offense without losing that big power turn later on. That Arsenal is going to be very impactful here, but Soraya going to be the biggest part of the toolkit as this game progresses.
Ian's trying to put Margin in a weird spot here. It's basically saying, unless you have a go against source, which you're unlikely to have, I either get to remove Phantasm from my first Herald, or I get to keep Aegis in play. You can only get rid of one of these. And I think Ian might not be in a soul position to keep generating Spectral Shields, but look, that's 4 life worth of Angel on the field here. Can also obviously attack into it, and now without a Halo of Illumination, Ian can't do that nasty trick where he tutors out a Figment of Ravages and blows up his own Angel to end Margin's turn.
Yeah, pretty disgusting when that happens. Does remove your action point if the attack doesn't resolve, much like Spectra. Unfortunately, no secondary follow-up here for Margin, so the Passing Mirage is going to stick around, but no extra Spectral Shields being pooped out by our Angel of Protection does mean the life total will remain somewhat attackable.
Herald of Erudition, pretty good when it doesn't have Phantasm. That's really one of his only drawbacks. Now, Ian is likely signaling an Angelic Wrath here to Margin Bay by opening his turn with this play, because there is sufficient equipment to allow Margin to overcome the dominate aspect of this card. It's like a Rootbound Carapace is going to be thrown in front.
First Decompose of the game for Margin. It is worth getting yourself online as Verdance in this matchup if you can. Incidental arcane damage, somewhat problematic for Spectral Shields and very problematic for those Angels.
No
as
reactions.
The game goes on.
So Ian didn't have a Wrath to play here.
Thank for Margin.
Gets a Ponder token, of course, as Mental Block has now prevented damage. 26. Plays 26. Ian Zhang's gained life by flipping Heralds, of course. That's Ward 4 in many cases, but not all. War Tune Herald is going to earn a 2-card block as no more poppers remain. It's a Light Up the Leaves being sent away. Margin Bay has to play on the back foot here. There's still cleaning up to do, and there's still the little issue of Great Library of Solana drawing Ian Zhang a heck of a lot of cards on those turns where he's got 2 yellows in pitch.
Scar for a Scar, clearing away this Passing Mirage as well. Love to see this continued ball control approach from Margin. I am mindful of the amount of aggressive effects that have to have had to be used to do this. But for now, board very much in check.
The thing is, Ian, without that Halo of Illumination in play, can't just go and get that Figment of Erudition whenever he wants to flip Soraya. He needs to get a Herald into Soul somehow. With Passing Mirage having cleared, that gets trickier. This is one way of doing it, though. Playing out a Merciful Retribution in response to a popper means that Zhang is going to be able to put the War Tune Herald in his soul and deal a point of arcane damage to Majin Bay when it gets popped.
So this doesn't.
Players here just conferring, when do I take the point of arcane damage? Does my Viendel's Fighting Spirit trigger to gain me a life if I'm one behind on arcane? I do not believe it does, but of course this kind of interaction very much worth checking with a judge.
And then this will get
pretty sure.
destroyed.
Because you're the active player, you should be able to, but let's double check.
Okay.
Should be.
So the players might end up calling a judge here. It looks like War Tune Herald has been put in Graveyard instead. Okay, so we'll wait. I think there was a conversation about the timing of the Merciful Retribution play and whether or not that Herald should be able to go. And so, as I understand it, as a sort of a rookie Prism player, you're able to make that play reactively in order to still get a Herald and Soul, still get a Figment in play. That's obviously a bit of a bottleneck for Ian now, as some of those Angels were flipped and then ultimately cleared, and he's still looking for ways to put his strategy together. So we've had that clarified by the judges. We're going to head back down to the feature match area, and I'm seeing a red War Tune Herald in Soul.
Yeah, very much my understanding of that situation as well. Merciful Retribution does a fantastic job at sidestepping a popper in those spots where you need to get something into your soul. I'm just confirming exactly how the life total disparity works there. Arcane taken, life not regained from Findel's Fighting Spirit. That trigger does happen on defense, and so does not work the way that Margin would have hoped.
Yeah, obviously Phantasm sort of doesn't really allow resolution effects on that chain link to occur. So Figment of War is brought out here by Zhang. Gets him a courage token, so allows him to, again, like find a potentially powerful breakpoint to guarantee a Herald hit. It's also a big part of the late game strategy for the Prism player. It flips into Bologna, who can put counters on all Angels in play at the cost of a soul, which is important if you can protect them. But, I mean, Majin Bay knows, yeah, this Merciful Retribution is definitely a problem. He still takes a ping of arcane damage upon clearing, but it's got to go.
Very telling of the approach here for Margin. Finally gets to light up the leaves back at the bottom of the deck for this endgame scenario we're quickly approaching. Did find Blue Fruit of the Forest from that mental block last turn. Not a premium Arsenal target, but a pretty spectacular way to continue attacking these auras.
There is a Angelic Wrath in the hand here. Now this Herald of Erudition gets Courage token, so 6 Dominate is relevant. But it still has Phantasm. So Majin Bay really, really wants to have a popper this turn. And, well, I've got bad news for you.
Oh, we do see Cadaverous tilling there.
Tilling, there's a 6.
There's a 6,
yep.
But 6s are far from safe in the majority of these scenarios.
Safe now, because it's open deck list and there's no Celestial Reprimand in the list for Zhang. And he doesn't have his Halo of Illumination in play. Majin still, though, wants to play around this. Stonewall Gauntlet will reduce the power of this attack, of course, and get in front with Sink below. So Majin Bay, it's open deck list, so he would know that there's no reprimand here, but he does not want to give up the tilling. Wants potentially to be able to decompose here properly.
Either decompose or be able to answer the second Herald. Does get punished for that choice by this Angelic Wrath, unfortunately.
That really hurts. Oh, Scott, that is a blowout. Zhang really trying to line up his Heralds of Erudition with these Angelic Rats that will be able to give your Heralds +3. It feels like a fragile card. It doesn't block, and also when Phantasm gets involved, that card is blanked. It is absolutely dead. But in this case, it's allowed Ian to do a bunch of things. First of all, put Herald of Erudition in his soul, allowing him to go and search a Figment out of his deck. He'll then draw 2 cards.
And while it may appear like that line was risky from Margin, I think this is the kind of matchup where you need to take risks to find success. Understands that this Herald is unlikely to be the end of the turn. Stonewall Gauntlet primed to find value in that position. I don't mind taking the risk at all.
The Figment of Judgment here is a little bit cheeky. It is actually relevant in this matchup as it turns a card in Banish face down. So you can somewhat, tinker with your opponent's decompose count. Rarely, though, are you ever getting to the point where you keep them off decompose. But it might slow them down for a turn. It can be relevant. Outside of that is a Figment that can flip to an Angel, which is what Ian is mostly looking for here. Angelic Attendant, one of the newest cards to enter this Prism list. This one is really impressive for me. You play it, you awaken a Figment you control, and then you put that card into your soul. So you're +1 on soul. Normally you have to banish a card from soul to flip an angel. Angelic does it for you and adds itself to your soul. This enables you to get 2 angels flipped on a single turn.
Not something the Prism deck could do before the introduction of Angelic Attendant. And you see the power of doing that right now. At the moment, there is a whole 10 points of ward in play for Ian Zhang. Offers a pretty staunch offense and defense simultaneously as Bologna.
We are actually activating Bologna here.
Big fan of this. I think Ian understands the assignment now. This has been a game of control from Margin, has been very regimented.
This is such a heads-up play if he's expecting there to be poppers in the hand for Majin Bay, because he gets to come in with his Archangel of Judgment for 5 that is unpoppable, as opposed to bookending this turn with a Herald that likely would be met with some kind of popper. If that's what he's playing around, that is unbelievably heads-up. And amongst all of this, he's still not going for the big shock and awe blowout wombo combo Prism play. He's just playing efficiently, trying to keep waving auras in front of Majin Bay, some catnip while he develops something else in the background. It is going to be a Herald of Protection anyway, but still getting counters on those agents matters. Now with Majin Bay at 19, this damage is important. And of course, Phantasmal Footsteps pitched into here. Action point regained because we had 2 pops on this turn.
Yep, worth noting a yellow will do the job there because of Vestige of Soul, so we will facilitate Phantasmal Footsteps and a swing from an angel off of just a yellow.
What's really important here is, that... Okay, he's able to bookend this with a Herald. Yeah, there's so much going on in this turn for Ian Zhang. Majin Bay, like, his grip of cards was actually pretty reasonable to answer what the Prism does. He makes a very reasonable decision not to pop the Erudition, though, and this is what can happen.
Again, I like that risk. I think Margin understands that to win this matchup, you've got to get a bit lucky. You've got to use those tools in weird corner cases. I like holding onto the popper for the second Herald. I like trying to decompose proactively and continue clearing away these angels. Unfortunately, was punished for it by that Angelic Wrath. But the plan continues. Siren's a safe harbor. Going to remove one of those angels here. We're going to see pretty hefty amounts of pressure this turn. Full 5-card hand to work with for Ian thanks to that great library. And a 5-attack angel already in play.
Erudition might be the opener. No, instead into pitch because, again, no way to remove Phantasm, and there's also no way to force it over.
You're booing us.
Equipment still available, of course, for Margin. Does make the Erudition more of a late-game tool.
Fortune Herald as a very cost-effective attack here. It's one of the only heralds, to my understanding, that is a 1 cost. So off a yellow, you can both deploy it and pay for Phantasmal Footsteps. Really does matter when many of your heralds cost 2 and you want to be pitching yellows regularly. It can get quite expensive.
Passing the Merlium tree, finding a embodiment here for future defense. Shut off from the storm, going to cover up the rest of this herald pretty profitably.
What is the next move here for Ian? More heralds in hand, an attendant, but no figment to flip. So tough to convert that card into its minimum 4 value, for implied value at least.
Worth noting here, Margin yet to be online, has only managed to decompose on defense with Rootbound Carapace throughout the course of the game. And therefore, that vulnerability not active yet is definitely an important part of picking off those Spectral Shields and ultimately Angels later on. For now...
Themis also threatening to further interfere with his plans to try and decompose.
Mostly where we were going there, yeah. Big factor of this with Themis. You can just continue turning Earth cards face down, and clearly Ian valuing that by emptying out the soul, using that finite resource to keep Margin further and further away from incidental arcane damage.
And this is something... This is the kind of play you couldn't really opt towards before Angelic Attendant. The fact that Ian is able to be soul positive and flip an angel at the same time, without that he wouldn't have had the soul left over to be able to do this. It really lets you push your soul that much further as a Prism player, especially in matchups where your soul's being denied by a lot of Phantasm poppers.
Embodiment of Earth trigger, I believe Ian looking at a hand that contains Arclight Sentinel and Passing Mirage.
Yeah, so no interest in responding to that with... the Arclight Sentinel. Obviously, that is your window to do so, though, to try and blank your opponent's turn.
No reason to blink, of course. Ian just has full control in this scenario. No cards in hand for Margin. No punish for going into your own turn.
It's very relevant for Icelander players back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
Especially against Briar. If they were trying to disrupt her before she sort of tore you to shreds, you'd respond to that embodiment trigger and play your ice card from Arsenal.
was definitely a unique scenario to remind my Briar opponent of their embodiment trigger because it was a benefit to me as an Icelander player. So for sure, both players there just confirming with the judge exactly where they are, making sure everything's above board.
Here's Herald of Triumph.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Okay, Felling is not a base 6 or more, nor is it a Lightning Strike. And in comes Themis again.
Card face up.
There are no face-up cards in Vanishes. Majin Bay is not decomposing. This still represents a very large amount of damage. And this is starting to become a little bit too much for Majin Bay to deal with. When you find these hands that are empty of poppers, this one isn't, but Majin Bay just wants to play the game. He wants to send some attacks. Our US World Championship has played minimum flesh and blood over these last couple of games.
Yeah. And I think this is a very heads-up choice here from Majin once more. Understands that, hey, I do actually have to win this game eventually. I have to clear these Angels somewhat proactively if I want to get them off the board. Or Themis is just going to continue to remove my life total when I want to save my cards to block your Heralds. And that's not an ultimate game plan there either, because inevitably you will be fatigued if you keep dedicating 2 cards over and over again to every Herald that comes. And so eventually you have to make a stand. Unfortunately, it's a less than optimal one with only 3 life to work with, but we cannot allow the Angel to continue to take the life total away. More importantly, we do get to decompose by attacking the allies, so there are some Earth cards back in the Banished Zone.
It is rough for Majin Bay here. There is an attendant that's going to be pitched. Not even used to flip this Figment Error Edition.
No.
The pop attempt there. Ian actually visibly recoils at that. I can't tell if he's playing into the kayfabe or if it actually has had a meaningful impact on his turn.
Safe to say that Fighting Spirit had some Fighting Spirit with the speed it hit the table.
Yeah, we need more of a comeback kid right now.
Oh, certainly wouldn't hurt.
Ian immediately pays into the Phantasmal Footsteps to recover his action point. Okay, I didn't want to look at your hand anyway.
I didn't want my opponent to reach for Figment of Erudition, but we're both going to be unhappy about where we find ourselves. Soraya finally awakened for Ian Zhang here. Will come on in swinging, trigger that ability one more time.
The eyebrows are at risk of disappearing to Majin Bay's headline at that point. He knows, yeah, you're going to draw 2 cards, and I can't do a damn thing about it.
Well, there was worlds you could do something about it here. Stormstriders in response to the Soraya could theoretically have cleared the Angel away before that was cast. Hence the pause there as Soraya moved gently towards those Stormstriders. Majin's eyebrows definitely suggested that that was not going to be happening this time around.
This is not a hand that kills, that does much to that. Okay, so here it is. Stormstriders has to be used in response. We're going to be sending the Arcane Twining at Ian Zhang here and the Waning Moon, but Majin Bay just hamming it up a little bit. I think he might have shot himself with his own Waning Moon to put himself out of his misery. It's Ian Zhang on Prism, Awakener of Soul. Emerges from our first quarterfinals with a 2-0 record. This is the proposition for bringing Prism to a tournament like this. Against Gravy Bones and against Verdance, you have game. You absolutely feel favored in many of those spots. And against Cindra, there's still a game to be played. But for me, what was really the standout in this match is our first game of our quarterfinal. Marlynn running away with the win, barely giving Majin Bay a chance to play that Chane game, for me, is what defines this series.
Yep. I think in both cases there, Ian found exactly what they were looking for throughout the first couple turns of those games. Double Aura on turn 0 into Great Library of Solana on turn 1 is pretty much Christmas land for Prism. It's easy to walk away with 5 cards every turn from there and kind of bury Verdance in options. And that first game, 4 King Kraken Harpoons, multiple card draw effects, just stripping away the non-attack actions time after time. Ian Zhang very happy to have found that sequence of draws in a match worth so much in equity.
Yeah, and you can see Ian Zhang, the strategy he played towards in game number 2 was not trying to put together a very specific combo, right? Something that Prism can do, but it was a time-honored tradition of trying to play more Spectra Auras that your opponent could eventually counter, but having an unanswered Great Library of Solana on the board is a big deal. The yellows just aren't really there to
looking
to
at
do
that
much
board
about
state
it.
sometimes I wasn't entirely sure which format was Living Legend, because definitely felt very emblematic of the Prism of old at a few points there.
She's got some very defined weaknesses, Prism, Awakener of Soul, but not too many of them were exposed in that matchup. Let's have a look, of course, at our updated bracket now after our first match of quarterfinals. Everybody has basically jumped into their game 2s right now. We've got Matt Dilks and Jimmy Demers after Jimmy was able to actually take game 1 there on Gravy Bones. That's after Matt Dilks conceded choice of format to try and be first player. So that, to me, is a little surprising. Got Florin-Cristian, Loghin, and Michael Jaszczur here in their second game after KO ultimately fell to Cindra. Florin-Cristian not able to play the game clearly at the pace that we saw him on camera yesterday. So it's Chane versus Dash.io in Living Legend. And Maximilian, Klein, and Jakob Allan very much in the trenches in that Verdance mirror.
Some interesting games here that I'm looking forward to checking out. Chane-IO, a matchup I think a lot of people are still figuring out if they have no familiarity with these new versions of Chane, the full combo variation of Dash.io. I believe Dash is slightly favored in that matchup. Michael Jaszczur felt the same in the interview yesterday. Does have the ability to just do the thing eventually if Chane ever missteps on a level of interaction. That top match, however, both players all aboard the gravy train, and I'm very happy to see them having a good time in game number 2.
Chane mirror is crazy.
I'm looking forward to seeing that one too. This one is going to be very dynamic, a lot of moving pieces, of course. Worth noting that Jimmy is on that Boomer Chane deck, so this is not a mirror match in the traditional ways. Players going to be fighting over different cards, valuing different resources, should make for a very interesting game.
Yeah, this bracket already proving to be quite compelling based on how our first couple of rounds have gone, but we do know now, at least, that Zhang has advanced into the semi-finals, making his way past the US national champion, keeping the dream for Team Stroop Waffle, alive. Tough here for the American contingent, but hey, Canadians, not a bad backup option for you out there, right? Surely you can get behind them. It's been some crazy stuff so far already. We've, of course, got more from our top 8 bracket coming your way. On the other side of these messages, it's American National Champion Majin falling to the onslaught of Marlynn and Prism from Zhang, breaking the bubble curse and bursting that of Majin to advance to the semis.
Our first quarterfinal down here at the World Championships. Majin Bay falls to Mr. Ninth place no longer. Ian Zhang advances on, and we have even more quarterfinal action coming. That play out the way you expected? Or I know you're a big Majin Bay fan. The biggest Majin Bay fan, perhaps. Are you doing okay right now, Pankaj?
I'm doing all right,
Okay.
and I think that's in very much because Ian is also a very good friend of mine.
Yeah.
The two of them are on the same team as well, but yes, that is the end for our World Tour Weekly host, but still fantastic performance for him, breaking it into a Tier 4 top 8.
Well
Just something
deserved.
Very new for him.
Everyone knew that was coming. It was just a matter of time for Majin Bay. And the same of Ian, who has sat so long on the threshold. I just kept saying, this is the guy to watch. When you put up those routine top finishes, ninth place, over and over, it's not because you're not incredible at the game. You're just waiting for things to break your way once. And now that they've started going Ian's way, I think the rest of the top 8 is in a little bit of trouble.
And break his way, it definitely did in both those games. The Marlynn versus Chane game in particular, I do want to point to that a little bit. Ian is unfavored in that matchup. Did manage to get out ahead in front of the Chane. Majin did not find those Chains of Mephetis early enough. It was a 3 or 4 turn game, and Ian just kept hammering with harpoons again and again into Prism Verdance, where he's favored, gets a library on turn 2, and that kind of just seals the deal right there.
Yeah, and manages to flip the script on that choosing advantage that Majin had as the higher seed. And if we go and check out our bracket right now, we see that's not the only instance of that. As we go down to this Maximilian Klein versus Jakob Allan match, Jakob also has managed to flip the script and is now up a game, winning with Starvo over Viserai.
All 4 of the quarterfinals, actually. First game won by the lower seed, which is something we've seen at Worlds quite a bit before, but it's interesting that all 4 of them have followed the same narrative.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense, Pankaj, because I said the most important thing was having that choice, and our players just went out and made me look like a complete fool immediately. Doesn't take much, though. Easy task. And for Jakob Allan, now you have to feel really good, Pankaj. You're shifting into a Verdance mirror. Surely the play draw, very important in that mirror, but you have to feel like you've kind of gotten away with one if you've stolen that first game.
Especially in a matchup, once again, where you are unfavored. Starvo versus Viserai is Viserai favored. One of the reasons Viserai is at the top of the metagame in the LL format is because of that Starvo matchup. Jakob flipped the script on that front as well. Into a Verdance mirror, not going to have a choice of play draw, but that's still a much more comfortable matchup than the one that he just overcame.
I've said it all weekend long. Heroes don't tell the story of how a matchup is going to go. It's about deck construction. It's about innovation. Surely it's about gameplay. You have to actually go ahead and go down to the arena and get the W. And thus far, choice has not mattered. And we're going to be bringing you action from that 2nd to 7th bracket. We're going to be showing that Verdance mirror, and we're going to see if Jakob Allan can keep the underdog story going. It sounds like our players are ready down in the feature match area. Why don't we head on down as we get ready to take a look at our competitors. Of course, Max Klein, one of the most storied competitors in Flesh and Blood Tier 4 history, now on his 3rd foray into this vaunted territory. There you see that list of top finishes. 2nd at PTLA, famously fell to Arthur Trehe's God-given sigil off the top of the deck. Less famously, a Pro Tour Baltimore top 8 as well. That was Max Klein's first big appearance on the big stage, and also has a 2nd at German Nats to his title as well.
You spoke about how Ian Zhang coming 9th repeatedly again and again is still a massive testament to that player's skill. The same absolutely applies to Max Klein. 3 Tier 4 events, top 8. I mean, talk about consistency. And also in his home region, German Nationals, getting the 2nd. You know this man is itching for the 1st place. He wants to lift up the trophy. He's come so close so many times. 2 2nd place finishes at high level tournaments. Cannot feel, I mean, they feel amazing, but Max Klein wants more.
Yeah, and for Max Klein, I think his legacy is becoming one of adaptability. I can't really peg Max Klein as any type of player except great. he just steps up when it comes to these tier 4s. Why don't we take a look at what he's going to be using as his weapon here in the Verdance Mirror. Pankaj, what stands out to you about this list?
All right, bear with me, folks. I'm going to nerd out a little bit over here because this is the Verdance list, and there is so much to talk about. The first thing I want to point out is what's missing, and that's Pulsing Aether Life. Verdances have moved away from that card the past few weeks because of the way this meta has shaped, particularly against Cindra. That card is very underwhelming because of Claw of Vincerikai on the other side, opting instead for these 7 power attacks. Autumn's Touch, Final's Fighting Spirit, way more powerful cards to send at a Cindra opponent who doesn't want to block and also has incidental value against Prism. We saw how critical they were in Majin's game against Ian. It let him stabilize a little bit, wasn't enough to get him there, but you see the power of that card in these Verdance lists.
Yeah, and over on the other side, Max is taking on a somewhat untested competitor in the form of Jakob Allan. There you see Jakob Allan representing Team Alberta. Just coming off the first big finish is Jakob Allan with a top 8 at Canadian Nats. But not too bad to go ahead and try and attempt to add world champion to your resume. That's a great place to start. We've seen it happen before. Alexandros Agiriou came out of nowhere to take down a world championship. Is it Jakob Allan's time?
I mean, here's where stories and names are made. As you pointed out, Tier 4 events. I mean, Shoma Yamamura even. A lot of these players that, to your point, untested, not many people know about them, but they come to the stage, they perform in front of all these other known-name players, multiple Tier 4 finishers on the other side, and Jakob Allan absolutely shows that he knows he has what it takes to take this whole thing down.
Let's take a look at Jakob Allan's deck list here. Again, Pankaj, what stands out to you, and who's got the advantage here in the end?
So, the first thing that stands out to me is that Jakob Allan hasn't moved away from Pulsing Aether Life. He has not gone for the 7 power attacks in the form of those red Autumn's Touches or red Fighting Spirits. He still has a Pulsing Aether Lives. The other thing I want to point out for both these lists is that they both have all 4 copies of Healing Potion. Well, 3 Healing Potions, 1 Ponamo Amulet, and 3 Rampant Growth Lives. They have not gone down on the combo side of things for Verdance, which some other Verdances have, but these players still want all of those pieces available to them, and they also have multiple copies of Child of the Millennium Tree. In terms of advantage, Brian, I'm going to give the advantage to Maximilian and Klein here a little bit, because these physical attacks in the early game are very, very important in the Verdance Mirror, particularly because both players will be presenting Alluvian Constellus. If you just send incidental arcane damage at your Verdance opponent on Alluvian, they just get to charge that chest piece up.
Sounds like players are ready down in the feature match area. Max Klein lost the first battle between these two titans. That means he will have the choice whether to go first or second in this matchup. Looks like he has chosen to go first, Pankaj.
The other big thing, which we didn't actually get to in the deck list, is the weapons choice, Brian. Jakob Allan has Sergeant Aethertide, and Maximilian Klein does not. Max Klein is going to be presenting Waning Moon for this matchup, and that is a massive, massive advantage for Jakob Allan, particularly when you are as all-in the combo as both these players are. Have the amp go on your Sergeant Aethertide, and then you have a spell follow-up afterwards. You get to double dip on the amp effectively. It makes his endgame way stronger than Maximilian Klein. Also, throughout the game, just getting opportunities where you Sergeant Aethertide to bait your opponent into pitching for AB and then sending a physical attack at them is a very strong play pattern that Jakob has access to.
Identical equipment suites on both sides. Maximilian Klein, as we mentioned, starting things off with a healing potion here, gets to follow up with the Waning Moon activation, setting up an arsenal as well, should he want to. And it looks like Max is going to take the opportunity to go ahead and fire that Waning Moon at himself, charge up the Alluvian Constellus, and get that resource rolling.
Is going to arsenal that plow under. Waning Moon yourself, classic play pattern that Icelander players are super familiar with. Used to do this all the time. In Wizard Mirrors, there's quite a bit of shooting yourself, so to speak.
And Jakob Allan looking to get things rolling as well, gaining a couple life off of double life draw, as well as an Arcane Twinning discard to fully refresh.
Which also means he now has 2 Earth cards in his graveyard, so he can decompose immediately if he draws a card that allows him to do so, say something like a Cadaverous Tilling.
Solid turn 0 for both players here, but the turn is now back to Jakob Allan. Has picked up some potions of his own, also looking at burn spells available, Burn Bear in particular. Already finds the first copy of Rampant Growth Life here.
And pitching it this early means that he will be the first to get back around to his combo. An interesting evolution of the Verdance matchup these days is that you don't necessarily need to reach second cycle to do your combo. First cycle, just a few potions, maybe 1 or 2 rampant growths, can absolutely still seal the game for you because it puts your opponent into the strider's range. A combo isn't about killing your opponent, it's about just holding a gun to their head and saying you cannot move because you're on strider's range. Every attack I send you have to fully block and you can't tap out on your turn either.
Surgent Aethertide activation is covered up by the mental block. Burn Bear follow-up here from Jakob Allan. Still a floating bit of prevention there from the block, and we're going to have some AB from Max Klein as well, but a little bit of damage leaking through to Max Klein. Meanwhile, turn passes back to him. Just going to go ahead and say yum yum, pick up that life, goes to 41. Posturing a little bit in these early turns are these players.
Slow, methodical. That's how these Wizard Mirrors are, especially in the early game. For now, both players setting up their board state pieces, setting up their combo, setting up the pitch deck a little bit. Eventually, we're going to see fireworks fly. It feels very Wizard-like. Both players just preparing this massive spell, invoking it for a massive finish at the end. But for now, just getting a little bit of life here. And they're poking each other with a Surgent Aethertide.
Life total's going the wrong way here, Pankaj. Jakob Allan up to 45 on the back of those 3 instances of life gain. More Earth cards headed to the bin, so the Decompose train is rolling. Surgent Aethertide activation here, pointed the way of Max Klein. We'll think about his AB options.
And once again, this is the advantage of Surgent Aethertide. Are you supposed to respect this? Are you supposed to prevent this damage? Is there going to be a spell after this? Or is there going to be a physical attack? Because if there's a physical attack and you've already committed 1 card on defense, well, that can be quite crippling.
Yeah, Klein is going to go ahead and AB the Surgent Aethertide. Here comes a play out of Arsenal. It's just a healing potion filed up by a mental block discard and pass the turn over. So keeping the deck churning, making sure not to IP, moving back quickly to that Rampant Growth. Burn Bear here from Klein.
I want to point out the pitch over here for Maximilian and Klein. Now, getting to the first hand of second cycle typically does happen in this matchup where the combo happens, and that Light Up the Leaves, everyone, does have a different line of text on it as well. You can discard that alongside the Earth card that's right next to prevent 6 arcane damage from a source. And you can do that on top of A being that source as well. That can prevent quite a lot of damage from the Surgent Aethertide to stymie the combo from Jakob Allan, should we get to that point.
Allan's going to have to respect that, certainly. Want to track your opponent's pitch deck carefully in this matchup. Understand where you are in the cycle, where you are in the gameplay flow. Thus far, we're not in the doing damage phase of the gameplay flow. Pankaj, 41 to 43 is the life totals, but here is the first big salvo from Jakob Allan. As we mentioned, able to go ahead and discard those Earth cards early, and now fires off the Felling of the Crown.
Which will only come in for 4 right now because this is the first Decompose. Another sticking point in this matchup is that I think it is unlikely that these players have sided in Rootbound Carapace in this matchup, which is typically one of the best first Decomposers, so that when your Felling comes in for 8. Risky card to include in this matchup, though, because of the amount of Arcane that's being flown around on either side. If you're stuck with a Rootbound Carapace and your opponent sends a Burn Bear at you, you don't really like that feeling. So oftentimes you'll see a Felling just come in for 4. If either side has found their Tilling or their Plow Under, or in this case, Plow Under for 2 first, before the Felling for 8.
Yeah, and Klein was able to block with an Earth card on that turn cycle, get it into the bin, and get this first Decompose going. Also going to be able to Arsenal a Felling of the Crown here is Max Klein, so should he find a couple more Earth cards to go in addition to an action, he will be able to go ahead and juice up that Felling to the nth degree, get that big powered mode. Of course, a Plow Under is going to hit the bin here as well, so just needs to find one more Earth card to get a clean Decompose.
Both players still above 40 here. These early turn cycles, very, very difficult for Verdance to leak damage on the other side, especially because of the AB4.
Klein did find another Earth card to defend with here. It's a Felling, somewhat unfortunately.
Yeah, so I think he's still missing enough cards in the graveyard to decompose either Felling.
Of course, that mental block not fulfilling that clause, just a block card.
Does have an E-Strike in his hand. Could go ahead and bottom the felling for second cycle. Looks like the E-Strike's going to be blocked with. Might just send the felling, it looks like. I believe he's lacking an Earth card to decompose either one of those fellings.
Second potion set up here for Jakob Allan. Also arsenals his own felling of the crown. I believe he's set up and ready to go, though, and picked up a handful of Earth cards here as well. What does Klein want to do on this particular cycle? Interesting little squeeze he's facing right now.
He does have a Scar for a Scar, which does have Go again, because he is lower life than the opponent. However, these fellings, he can't turn them on, and they will only be coming in for 4. Can't decompose either. Almost have to wonder, maybe he was expecting Jakob Allan to send a little bit more his way and wanted to block a little bit more, because at this point with this hand, I think he'd be much happier if he had left his E-Strike in his hand to come in for 7, instead of what's looking like just a 4 damage follow-up off of a felling that doesn't even decompose. I think Maximilian Klein got a little bit juiced by that E-Strike Go again from Jakob Allan. I think was saving his blue for like a follow-up arcane damage spell. That's why he blocked with the E-Strike instead. But then Jakob Allan just went Healing Potion, and now it's 2-card 4.
Yeah, just an empty felling here from Max Klein. And I feel like this is the first big win of this match going the way of Jakob Allan.
I mean, Verdance has some middling turns sometime, and this is what it looks like. One of the most powerful decks in CC, and sometimes that kind of just doesn't do much until she's online.
We know she makes up for it in spades when she does do her thing. Part of getting to that point is the setup. Double Healing Potion is set up on the side of Jakob Allan. Just takes the turn back here.
And we're just chipping on either side for these early turn cycles as both players set up their board state. Haven't seen the Channel the Millennium Tree yet. That's another one of those cards that will force quite a bit of damage through, and that can change the size of the combo you need to overcome your Verdance opponent. Often, these wizard combos need to be very aware of life thresholds. If your opponent's at 40, then sure, maybe you need the 4 potions and 2 rampant growths. But if you've been leaking damage from fellings, leaking damage from Channel the Millennium Trees, 3 potions could be enough. If they're in their 20s, 3 potions, a single rampant, and they're in their 10s, and now they just can't move because you send a physical, they have to block it out. They can't tap out either.
Speaking of leaking damage, Ponkage, Maximilian Klein was put to the test again with the Surgent Aethertide. Chose to take the damage. Jakob Allan, though, had the perfect follow-up in the form of Light Up the Leaves, now buffed up to 7 big arcane damage, and we saw a wry smile creep in from Max Klein. It's that squeeze you spoke about, Ponkage. Do you go ahead and invest into preventing that ping when it could just be an attack follow-up? Max Klein made the opposite read this time and gets zapped a little bit on the back of this Light Up the Leaves.
And that is, once again, that reason why Surgeon Aethertide is such a massive advantage. We spoke about the deck lists, Brian, how Maximilian Klein's list with the higher density of attacks gives him a bit of an advantage in this matchup. I think the Surgeon Aethertide far outweighs that advantage. I mean, we saw that happen that turn cycle as well. We're going to see that continue to happen this game, and that's not even to mention what that means for Jakob Allan's combo.
Klein is able, though, to respond. Did effectively prevent the damage on the back of that Light Up the Leaves, as well as some AB, and now fires off a Felling of the Crown. Juiced mode here, coming in for a big 8.
Now, I'm not sure if we missed something here, Brian, but I think that might be the second time Maximilian Klein has missed his Alluvian Constellus trigger. I'm pretty sure he's AB1'd a couple of times. That previous turn cycle, he definitely pitched that E-Strike to AB an extra 1 on the Light Up the Leaves. Didn't take up his Constellus, though. Perhaps a little bit of a crack in the demeanor for Max Klein as he, in his feature match area, facing down his losing out of World's Top 8.
We often see Max Klein look unflappable in the feature match area. Held his composure all through that Rathe game. Was just such an epic game. I feel bad taking away from the moment of this World Championship, but every time Max Klein and Arthur Rathe enter our feature match area again for the rest of their lives, surely that match will be mentioned. The most epic match in the history of Flesh and Blood. Up till now, Pankaj, the way this top 8 is shaping up, maybe we will eclipse it. Cadaverous Tilling coming in here from Jakob Allan. More decomposing, more damage, importantly. Jakob Allan has slightly fallen behind on the life total, but we know, Pankaj, this is kind of irrelevant until it isn't, and then big bolts of damage start flying around the arena.
I believe he also still has his Felling parked in his arsenal. And this is the last Felling coming out from Maximilian Klein. He sent 1 for 4 Decompose. The second one, though, he just sent for 4 Vanilla, empty Felling. And then now this is the last one. So Jakob Allan knows he doesn't need to worry about this card anymore for the rest of this game. Also, ended up IPing his Rampant Growth live. And this is what we were talking about. You don't need to go for a massive, massive combo. I think Jakob Allan just wants to try and do a double Rampant turn. He's holding that until he finds a second Rampant and just go off with 2, maybe the third potion refines it as well.
Yeah, passes on it again. Picked up, looks like a Channel the Millennium Tree here. Did Jakob Allan. Gonna have to see what Max offers as his offensive turn.
And Channel the Millennium Tree is the other aspect of why Surgeon Aethertide is so strong in the mirror. Once you get a tree down and you send an Aethertide for 4, your opponent has to respect it. And it also means you can always get value from the Millennium Tree. On the following turn, you're not worried, oh, will I draw a non-attack or a spell so I can get value from the amp? You always have the Surgeon Aethertide, even if your whole hand is attacks. You can still get the amp 3 effect and just Aethertide into an attack afterwards, but your opponent will have to AB on the Aethertide just in case you have an arcane damage spell.
So Felling of the Crowns might be done for Max Klein, but still has Plow Unders to work with and gets a juicy arsenal target here. This go around, we started things off on the turn with the Fruits of the Forest, but Verdance is online now, so it came with a ping as well. And this just claims a couple of defensive cards from Jakob Allan here.
And that's the Felling that Jakob Allan had in his arsenal that went to the bottom of the deck.
Feels like Jakob is starting to shift a bit here, though, in the game plan. Surgeon Aethertide coming down. Maybe this means we're ready to go ahead and park that Rampant Growth life and try and set up that mini combo you've been talking about, Pankaj.
And we've seen 2 Plow Unders from Maximilian Klein already. That was the first one that came in for 2, and this was the second one. Not sure if he pitched one either, but perhaps Jakob Allan sees that as an opening. As the second Plow Under gone, 3 Fellings already, can park this Rampant Growth in Arsenal perhaps quite safely and just leave it there the rest of the game until he's ready to pop off.
Disruption used very early on the part of Maximilian Klein, and when you know there's a big combo coming down the pipe at some point in the game, that can be a scary proposition.
What's funny, though, for Jakob Allan's side is that this kind of bricks his own Plow Unders as well. If you just parked your Rampant Growth life in your arsenal, you can't Plow Under your opponent either, because then your own Rampant Growth life just goes to the bottom as well. So a little bit of interesting parallelism going on there.
Yeah, we did see Jakob defend with a Plow Under on an earlier turn, I believe.
And he definitely pitched one for his Millennium Tree as well, the earlier one.
So maybe just thinking it's so long until those cards come back around, he can go afford to set up Arsenal at this stage in the game.
Yeah. We're actually probably not even coming around to them. I expect the combo to happen either in first cycle or the first hand of second cycle.
Burn bear. Something like this. I drew that hand, crowned away a burn bear, and drew another burn bear yesterday.
Even top 8 competitors can still lament their bad luck earlier on in the tournament, Pankaj.
Many a Verdance player knows the feeling of drawing all reds with a burn bear and providencing into yet another red. I mean, we saw it happen to Majin in his top 8 just now. His opening hand against a Prism was one of the worst Verdance hands I've ever seen.
Klein does have Tilling again, and there you see, triple red. Good read from Jakob Allan. Just understands exactly what Max is working with. And we also do not have a Decompose just coming in for 6. 4 card 6, not good math, Pankaj.
Those are Verdance numbers right there, Brian, before she gets a combo online. This is sometimes what this deck does. This Earth Wizard that is being a little bit of a bane of the CC format sometimes, though, just stumbles so incredibly hard.
Allan, though, takes the opportunity to go ahead and decompose off that Rootbound Carapace. Pankaj, you mentioned not sure if those were going to be in the deck, but they were, and they got that really important last Earth card into the bin for Jakob Allan. Now online with Verdance, E-Strike for 7.
I'm curious whether a Rootbound Carapace was brought in because deck lists are open. And Jakob Allan knows that Max Klein is sporting these 7-power attacks, and so he'll have more opportunities to Rootbound Carapace. As I say that, though, Max Klein has brought his own Rootbound Carapaces anyway.
Yeah, players just saying that Decompose is too valuable. It doesn't really matter what the texture of these decks are. You need to have access to it. Here is That Verdance specialization going to ping 3 times, 3 instances of arcane damage headed the way of Jakob Allan. And I just want to say, Pankaj, I cannot believe this has become the default for representing Verdance pings. What have you people done with this beautiful, beloved hero? You have made it into something horrible and terrible. I will never forgive you, Flesh and Blood community. I also love you.
Yeah, you put the bannings in Silver Age in our hands, so, you know, it's kind of on you for showing us this much trust.
That is true. Waning Moon follow-up here. So the arcane damage now coming fast and furious for Max Klein. Jakob Allan down to 25. Certainly this life race in the favor of Maximilian Klein. How much are you sweating that if you're in Jakob Allan's seat? And I'm assuming this Heartbeat of Candlehold takes away some of that pressure.
Healing back up is Jakob Allan. If I was in Jakob, I wouldn't be sweating much. You have the potion advantage right now. He's about to resolve his 3rd potion as well. Rampant Growth Life in Arsenal already. We know where one of his copies is. It's the first card he pitched. But once he finds that second one, he's nearly set up to actually triple or maybe even quadruple potion, double rampant combo. And that's what this matchup comes down to. These, as much as it might be funny to hear a 10-point life lead at turn 7 of the game, means nothing in the Wizard Mirror.
And here is our 3rd potion, if you will, a Panamu Amulet coming down. Jakob Allan doing a good job with the setup now, has almost everything rolling.
If he can find his 4th potion before he finds his 3rd Rampant Growth Life, we're going to start seeing fireworks very, very early.
Here's a Burn Bear fired off by Max Klein. Jakob Allan taking a look at the defensive options here.
Double Sync Pillow chosen to bring quite a few defense reactions. And this can sometimes happen. The opponent sends Arcane at you when you're holding these defense reactions. This is why the Rootbound Carapace can be liabilities as well.
Take the opportunity for some AB here. Reset the hand. I believe kept a Heartbeat. No, excuse me, Fruits, yum yum. Brings a Verdance trigger alongside of it. Jakob Allan, classy individual, just goes ahead, uses young Verdance to go ahead and represent the ping.
I love that both our heroes, both our players also sporting Marvel heroes, Marvel Verdances. So shows how committed they are.
Yeah, a lot of Verdance fans have developed over the past few months. Verdance, you know, not dominant in her early forays into Classic Construct. It took her a little bit of time to get rolling, a little bit of time to find the embrace of the Wizard community. I remember you yourself, Pankaj, initially disappointed by Verdance at her release.
Yeah, I mean, I think she needed Everbloom Life, Burn Bear, and Panamu Amulet, and Light Up Leaves. And then here we are. So yes, on release, I was missing quite a few pieces. I remember trying to put the Earth cards together, being like, huh, am I actually supposed to run these Earth 2 blocks in this deck?
Sometimes that slow burn is the way to go when a new hero is entering the metagame, and since Verdance has made her presence felt, has been an impressive force. Jockeyed for that best deck in the format title. On and off with Cindra, with Gravy Bones.
And that is the 3rd plow under. You know Jakob Allan is keeping his eye on that. That means his Rampant Growth Life that he's parked in his arsenal is safe. It was a bit of a risk he took to just park that there when the 3rd plow under was unaccounted for on Max Klein's side. You might just get your combo tripped up that way. But now he knows where it is. Now he knows he can safely just wait for the 4th potion, wait for the 3rd rampant, and just pop off. Bit of an IP from Maximilian Klein over there, holding back the Burn Bear, and
another triple red hand here for Jakob Allan. Does park it into a Burn Bear, though, so does offer 6 arcane damage on this turn. 2 damage leaks the way of Max Klein, falling down to 36 now.
Holding on to a Burn Bear from the previous turn. And here's his 3rd potion.
3rd potion for Max Klein. So the setup is working on both sides, but it feels like Jakob is going to get to those rampant growths just a bit sooner. And as we say that, I believe has found both that rampant growth life. Oh, excuse me, that's an Everbloom, but does find the 4th potion in hand.
So does manage. He's been ahead on the potion race in a sense this entire game. It's a bit lower on life because of it though. Now trying to navigate how to sequence this turn.
Talk to me about the relevance of where these life totals are at for these two players. Pankaj? Does it matter at all, or is it just when you find this combo, you are good to go, you're going to be firing it immediately?
So what these life totals mean, because Maximilian Klein is at 36, if I'm in Jakob Allan's seat, I'd really like to have 4 potions before I do my double rampant. But if you manage to do that, the life totals flip completely, and more importantly, it puts Maximilian Klein in the position where it's very difficult for him to execute his combo, because you're forced to blink first. And if you blink first in the Wizard Mirror, you die. You get Striders and you die. And he can't really move. He might be forced even to just start popping the potions to heal up, even if he's not ready with the double rampant growth.
Dangerous position to be in for sure. Right now, facing down a Verdance ping. Fourth potion in hand for Jakob Allan.
Come back to the Alluvian a little bit as well. Maximilian Klein did send a Burn Bear in the previous turn. Alluvian is at 4, which is the max number of counters. He could have ticked that down and sent the Waning Moon for free. Chose not to, however, and perhaps being punished for it right now a little bit, because if he had AB'd that ping, for example, he could just charge the Alluvian right back up. Maximilian Klein, at least on the Alluvian side of things, seems to have lost a little bit of value, I think, over the course of this game.
And look at this, Pankaj. Both players, 4 potions online, found at the exact same time. Waning Moon activation here from Max Klein at himself. Yep.
Just wants to filter, is holding on to that Burn Bear, wants to find the Rampant. Gonna guess, based on the way both these players are playing, they both have their Rampant Growth Life parked in their arsenal, just waiting for the second copy.
But we know Jakob Allan should have the edge, at least if it comes to getting back around to the pitch deck. Have we seen third copy displayed by either player anywhere?
We have definitely not seen Jakob Allan, so he's waiting for that one. I don't think we're getting to second cycle in this one. Once either player finds a second Rampant Growth, they're popping off.
Yeah, and Jakob going to be able to use the entire hand this go-around if he wants to, but chooses not to. Instead, Fruits of the Forest here had to light up the leaves in hand that he could have fired off. Instead, taking this ping, taking this life gain.
And here's where the tension starts to rise. Remember the first few turn cycles where both players were sort of just setting up, chipping 1 or 2 points here and there, healing up 2 to 3 life here and there. Now both players are feeling the tension as these wizards have charged up their combo and they are just waiting to find the final piece.
Ring of Roses was picked up on that draw by Jakob Allan, but on Max Klein's side, it is Burn Bear again, more arcane damage being offered. Allan going to take the opportunity to get that second mode of Light Up the Leaves, prevents 6, and has drawn here, Pankaj, a Plow Under.
I can't help but laugh. I think he's just going to send it for 6 and not decompose because he doesn't want to break his own combo. Which is, well, very telegraphed, but also I think at this point Maximilian Klein pretty much knows what's going on.
Here's the Plow.
Checking for response first.
Yeah. And is going to decompose.
Going to decompose. Wow.
But doesn't that kind of make sense, Pankaj? If you have to read that Max Klein has the Rampant Growth in Arsenal, you know that you were the first to pitch a Rampant Growth. If you're trying to race to 2 copies of Rampant Growth, you have the edge now in this scenario. Otherwise, it's kind of a crapshoot.
Mm-hmm. That makes a lot of sense. And that's why he's there. He made that choice that Max Klein just lost his combo, like one of his combo pieces. So we are going to second cycle here.
Now, I will say, you better be damn sure that's exactly what you're doing to Max Klein. I think all the reads are there and makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm. That Arsenal was stuck there for quite a while. It was just sitting nice and pretty. Also, when you see your opponent pitch their Plow Under as well, sort of rings some alarm bells.
The Scour block here, 3 damage going to leak the way of Maximilian Klein. And I want to check Jakob's draw one more time.
That's the third Rampant Growth Life, which means that one he can park in Arsenal and just wait for the first one that he pitched.
Yeah, and he knows it's coming soon. Here come 3 pings from Verdance. Those are all going to be prevented by AB. Plays the Ring of Roses, does Max Klein, and has a Waning Moon activation to follow things up.
And he's online now, so this Ring of Roses is quite threatening. This Waning Moon coming in for 2. If you don't prevent all of it, Ring of Roses will gain Maximilian Klein alive and therefore ping another one to Jakob Allan. So AB 2ing this is basically giving you 4 value.
Yeah, Jakob happy to go ahead and take that bargain. We'll check up on Max Klein's draw. Double mental block tree. Everbloom Life.
Let's have the Earth card at least to power up the Millennium Tree.
I'll twining you. Give me that.
And Jakob just trying to get through cards desperately, trying to get deeper into the deck. It feels weird we're checking these draws off cycle, but it really matters when you find these early copies. And I think I saw it, Ponkage.
That's a Pulsing Aether alive.
Oh, okay.
So
not quite
soon.
there yet.
Turn 11, but Ponder tokens, Crown of Providence draws, and the fact that Jakob Allan went second
Must be close.
does sort of change the number of turn cycles it goes before they hit their pitch stack, but we are very, very close.
So 27. Then I gain 1 life.
Yep, 35, and I'll take 1 more. 26.
AB5 from Waning Moon. With just AB4, there's no way for Jakob Allan to cover it up unless he had his own mental block.
Damage is going to successfully leak here.
So this gets like 1 combo.
Looks like E-Strike is available on this turn to Jakob Allan. As you mentioned, Max Klein able to go ahead and keep that Channel the Millennium Tree around for a cycle. Feels like he's in a good position for chip damage, but chip damage no longer the order of the day, Ponkage. It's all about getting to that combo, and Jakob Allan is going to be able to clear the whole hand with that Fruits of the Forest he's got left. This is Maximilian Klein's hand.
Does have a Rampant Growth live. Didn't quite catch what the random Ponder was off the top.
Double Everbloom Life as well.
So does have a way to get to use the amp from the tree. Has found those non-attacks. You can put the amp on the Waning Moon after you play a non-attack, or you can put the amp on a Verdance ping. Say by playing the life side of the Everbloom life.
Here is the life gain from Jakob. Going to go up 2 to 28. Offer a ping as well. And most importantly, get even deeper into the deck. Once again, as Jakob Allan draws, we'll try and get a peek as he moves ever closer to that Verdance combo. Not there yet, Ponkage.
Finding a felling is very good here as your opponent is setting up their own combo.
Meanwhile, Maximilian Klein throwing massive fireballs the way of Jakob Allan. Comes in with the Light Up the Leaves for 9 here.
Taking 5 down to 21. He's approaching the life totals where Maximilian Klein might be happy with just a single Rampant Growth. Especially that he's keeping this tree around as well.
And I'll take the 2 off the moon down to 24.
Scary spot for Jakob Allan.
Yeah, so we went to 23 and then you take 2 from the moon.
Down to 21, yeah.
4 potions and 1 Rampant Growth life means that's an amp 9 total. Alongside the tree, that's an amp of 12. That could very easily put Jakob Allan in the position where it's very difficult for him to make a play without opening himself up to Striders.
This Felling of the Crown, though, going to offer some chip damage as well. Disrupt Max Klein a bit.
Take a look at what Max Klein is working with. A couple of physical attacks there, the E-Strike and the Fruits.
I'll be honest, Ponkage, I've kind of lost track of the Burn, Bear, Light Up the Leaves count for both of these players. That's an important thing to check on as well. Do you actually have the largest possible burn spell to go ahead and execute any combo you may want to do? I think it's most important on the part of Maximilian Klein. We talk about those theoretical thresholds he could hit off of a single Rampant Growth. If you don't have your max output on your arcane damage spell, that goes down a lot.
What he does have going for him, though, despite that, is that his reach on the Strider's turn is higher because of the Waning Moon. Because of the Waning Moon, say, even if you have an Emeritus Scolding, for example, off of the Metacarpus, you can still leak, what's that, 4 + 1 + 3, 8 damage on the opponent's side, whereas Jakob Allan If he has only his Emeritus Scolding, that's just 5 for his reach on the opponent's turn. Looks like Max Klein, at least so far, perhaps he still very much has his action point. This Fruits of the Forest being discarded as an instant.
And Jakob Allan has found the Rampant Growth life now, Pankaj.
But this is healing Max Klein too as well. So if he does choose to deploy his Rampant Growth here, that would be a massive amount of amp.
AB4, float 2. Okay.
So I'm at 25.
Yes.
But is it enough to actually change what Jakob is capable of on the next turn? Does it take away a potion? No, it's just an E-Strike for 7.
So chooses not to go for it, Max Klein. But Jakob Allan has found his pieces. Such a strong play when you can force your opponent to AB and then follow up with physical, especially when they have floating. When they resource floating, it just feels so inefficient on the other side.
And Heartbeat is going to defend here. Jakob Allan taking a bit more damage and has the Rampant Growth life in hand. But it looks like he's just looking to pass, Pankaj, looking to draw up
a spell. And he should know what he's drawing over here. He's found a few spells here. They're all the one damage spells, but that's enough because you have Alluvion to pay for your Aether Tide. And then you can just follow up with the 1 damage spell that gets the amp from the Aether Tide, which got amped from your Rampant Growth. Maximilian Klein needs to try and disrupt this. If all he's sending is damage on this turn, we might be seeing close to the end of the game here.
It's just Waning Moon thus far, powered up by the Channel, the Millennium Tree.
Has an action point remaining, but no resources floating. Jakob Allan can AB this comfortably.
And looks like he's reaching for 2 cards, is Jakob Allan. Maybe those nerves starting to sink in a little bit as well. I'm seeing a little bit of a shake in Jakob's hand. Look, Jakob has been calm, cool, collected. As we mentioned, this is really his first foray on the big stage. Hasn't felt like it, though. Feels like he belongs in that feature match area. But I'm seeing a little bit of discomfort creep in to Jakob Allan's mannerisms.
It is so scary when you're about to combo off on the big stage. You have to make sure that you're ready, because if you blink first and you miss and your combo doesn't get there, you just feel so bad on the big stage as well with all these eyes on you. You have to think, did Max Klein pitch Live the Leaves somewhere near here? Can he stuff my combo by preventing 6 with that card and then A-Being fall on top of it?
Yeah, it looks like AB3 was the decision. That leads to Ring of Roses doing its thing, and Jakob is down to a precarious 14 life. But we know, holding the goods right now.
And here we are. Max Klein with that grimace, that nod. He knows what's about to happen. Sees the first potion be popped from Jakob Allan's side as that Arsenal's been there for a few turn cycles now.
We'll deal with the Verdance trigger.
Jakob Allan using a die there to represent how much health he has healed this turn. Very akin to how a Kano represents how much arcane damage they've dealt to you for the Blazing Aether. That's going to come at the end. Heralding a massive amount of damage after they're done with the early parts of the combo.
And you saw a moment from Max Klein, ever so briefly, the head went to hands.
And that's because he's just 1 turn off of comboing himself. He's found his second copy of Rampant Growth.
Jakob Allan sees the window. Does he have the damage to wrap this up and move on to the semifinals?
So he did find Light Up the Leaves, though, Maximilian Klein. This was Light Up the Leaves he pitched all that time ago next to the Everbloom. We called this out when that happened, that if that comes around when Jakob Allan's comboing off, it could let him survive, although this combo might be a little bit too big for that. And also it probably forces Max Klein to pitch his Rampant Growth and sort of delay his own combo for a little bit. So it might be just on the order of delaying his death rather than fully avoiding it. but it is still a little bit of hope for Max Klein because of that light up the leaves.
Yeah, surviving just this turn, not enough, Pankaj. You have to survive the next turn as well. First actor's advantage here from Jakob Allan, and now all 4 potions have been burned.
22 I have.
I think the combo is going to be too big, Brian. So each rampant growth is going to amp 10 to amp 20. Aether Tide comes in for 21. And you can prevent 10 of it if you're Maximilian Klein by discarding Live Leaves and AB foring, but then that's still amp of 11 on the 1 damage spell, which will come in for 12.
Yeah, and you talked about that Surgent Aethertide advantage, Pankaj, and to me, that was the deciding factor as we march to what looks to be the conclusion of this match, and perhaps the conclusion of Maximilian Klein's top 8 run. Verdance ping comes through once again. Rampant Growth Life one more time. The life total continues to soar for Jakob Allan. The potential amp continues to soar for Jakob Allan. Max is doing some math. The Grimace cracks through.
Alluvian gonna be ticked down here.
Yeah, resolve, amp 20.
Amp 20 now at the ready. Winning,
Twining.
pushes up to 21. Here's Constellus, Surgent Aethertide coming in.
22, and this by itself is already lethal. Jakob Allan needs to use 2 dice to represent how big this arcane damage weapon is coming in for.
Max Klein figuring, how can I squeeze some more life out of this hand? How can I get my maximum? AB presents as much as possible here with the light up the leaves, goes ahead, does his arcane barrier, but there is in fact the burn spell in hand, and that means Jakob Allan gets the handshake and has moved on to our semifinals, taking down 3-time top 8 competitor Maximilian Klein.
You have to feel for Max Klein, Brian. That is the 3rd time he's made it to the top 8 of a Tier 4 event, only to be knocked out of contention, but huge props to Jakob Allan. I mean, we said it from the beginning, he had the list. Because of the Aethertide, he had the advantage in the mirror, and that's exactly why. Getting to double dip on this combo that you've been preparing for the entire game, even though Max Klein had the Light the Leaves prevention, even though he prevented 10 on Surgent Aethertide, that was not enough.
Once again for Max Klein, it's just 1 turn short. Just that tiniest little bit, needed a little bit more time, but from the beginning, Jakob Allan took the pace in that game and really leveraged the Surgent Aethertide time and time again. You know, these decisions you make pre-tournament, they often manifest in very small ways. Every now and then, though, you can just see, I made the choice here that got me through my quarterfinals. All these other sideboard cards I could have had in all these matchups, I believe there's going to come a moment where I need access to Surgent Aethertide to go ahead and power through a Verdance Mirror. And you know what, Jakob Allan, exactly right.
It's a little bit of a sideboard difference there. I think we have to call it what it is. Jakob Allan just was better prepared for the mirror because of that Surgent Aethertide, and it absolutely showed over there. Huge congrats to him for moving on to the semi-finals of the World Championships.
Yeah, and why don't we go ahead and check in on our bracket here. There we see we do have our 2nd semi-finalist. Jakob Allan joins Ian Zhang to go ahead and advance on, and I am so impressed by what I've seen from Jakob Allan so far. We talked a little bit when I interviewed him about, you know, getting to test yourself against these titans of the game, and he just relishes the opportunity. He enjoys the chance to play against the Max Kleins, the Michael Hamiltons, the superstars that he may have to face, and it's not going to get any easier for Jakob Allan as the day goes on. Both of his potential opponents do, in fact, have former top 8s in Tier 4 events under their belts.
And Jakob Allan himself, when we went over his profile, has a top 8 at Canadian Nationals, facing down these Titans, has got through one of them, and I think he's made quite a bit of fans in the process as well. We'll have to see whether he can continue this train of taking down the Titans, either Michael Jaszczur or Florin-Cristian Loghin, who are both long-standing names in the Flesh and Blood World Tour.
Yeah, other results, we also have Jimmy, Nero, Demers taking down the first match of that mirror, and we've seen Michael Jaszczur get the W on Cindra. That's where we stand right now. 2 matches decided, 2 still sitting in Game 2's Pankaj yet to come, and you know we're going to bring you that action. Our next match, Florin-Cristian Loghin on Chane taking on Michael Jaszczur's Dio.
We have seen one wizard combo, but what about a mechanologist combo, Brian? We're going to have a Dash.io in LL for our following feature match. I think we can be ready for some steamy fireworks this time.
It's been so great, Pankaj, getting the chance to check in on this Living Legend format, see where it's at now a couple years into its lifespan. But there's a new format that's going to be announcing just around the corner. Our next Pro Tour. We're playing Silver Age, Pankaj, brand new. It's going to be bolstered by these Chapter 1 and 2 pre-con decks. I've heard Pankaj has ordered 200 copies of the Icelander Silver Age decks. Just wants to sleep on a bed of Icelander Silver Age decks. And who can blame him? I know so many folks looking forward to giving that hero a run in this format.
I will not be leaving home without at least one of these decks. And also, you admitted to me that that was your favorite out of all of the Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, and all the way up till Chapter 10 of the Silver Age starter decks as well. So, of course, I'm going to get myself multiple copies of the Icelander.
Honestly, I just didn't want to be badgered by you for the rest of the day. But if you need that, to go ahead and take that to heart, Pankaj, that is all good. What is Silver Age? It's our newest format, common, rares, and basics only. And those pre-con decks are going to be your $20 ticket to the Flesh and Blood $2 million World Tour. There you see good explanation of exactly what you can play with right on the face of the cards. Common, rares, basics. Very simple, very clean, and you're going to get your first look as Silver Age early access comes to battle hardens around the world. Stops in Valencia, Seattle, Hong Kong, but it's also carrying forward to Akihabara and Columbus as well. Opportunities to play battle hardens in both those places. There you see those pre-con decks one more time, breaking down exactly what's on offer in Chapters 1 and 2. And one of the things I love so much about Silver Age is you get to just re-engage in good faith with a hero, and the combination of commons plus rares means all these heroes, their identities really shine through. It feels like playing with Arachne Web of Deceit. It feels like playing with Fi again. So much fun to revisit heroes that maybe have fallen away from the metagame, or just going ahead and checking on some of the LL heroes like Icelander, Enigma, but also unique heroes, a feature of the format as well. There you see that Bravo Flattering Showman Silver Age deck, and I think that deck might be a force to be reckoned with in the Silver Age format. This is how the next few months are going to go. We talked about the early access events, then things kick off at World Premiere London as well. Of course, Silver Age, the format for not only the calling there, but the World Premiere itself, as we play with those pre-con decks. And then March and beyond, things really ramp up Silver Age at the LGS, but also all the way up to Pro Tour Yokohama, Pankaj.
What I love about the Silver Age format, Brian, is that it remains as accessible as limited. You called it out just now. This is the $20 ticket to the $2 million World Tour. I think one of the draws of these world premiere events is the fact that players want to engage with the game, but perhaps don't have a classic constructed deck or living legend deck even, can still show up and still enjoy the game on the release weekend. I love that we can offer that same experience even when it comes to Silver Age because of how accessible it is. Just commons, rares, and basics.
I'm glad we can offer the experience of managing the format to someone besides me. Feel free, folks. You'll be in charge of governing hero legality when it comes to Silver Age. Not at the release of Compendium, but at the release of the next set, we will do voting. That voting will be limited to folks who have participated in a Silver Age event, by the way. We want to make sure it's the fans of the format getting to go ahead and shape things, but they'll be able to go ahead and vote on which hero they would like to see removed from the format. Up to 3 heroes removed by the voting block. Dev will also remove a hero from the mix as well, and they will sit out the next season. Important to note, if you sat out the previous season, you're not going to be voted out in the next season. So these heroes always get the opportunity to go ahead and return to the metagame.
It's a scary proposition, Brian. We're going to have to see how that plays out. I'm both excited and nervous for leaving the decision in the players' hands, as I'm sure you are. Maybe you're more nervous than excited, actually.
I don't know how I feel about it, but I know I'm excited to see how it goes. But I'm even more excited to see how our World Championship goes. And I'm not going to make you wait any longer. It sounds like our players are ready down in the feature match area. There you see our two competitors, Florin-Cristian Loghin, taking on Michael Jaszczur to see who might advance to our semifinals. Of course, we could just be headed to a Game 3, Pankaj. We haven't seen one yet. But we'll start things off by taking a look at Florin-Cristian Loghin. And as I mentioned, somebody who has written his name in the history of Flesh and Blood, runner-up at Pro Tour #1. How different is the world if Florin takes down that event on Starvo as opposed to Pablo Pintor's Chane? And maybe Florin said, you know, I remember this purple dude just absolutely ruining my time at that first Pro Tour. It's time for me to go ahead and make my mark with what I believe is the most powerful hero in the history of Flesh and Blood.
There's lots of purple heroes that have made a lot of people very angry in this game, Brian, for sure. Let's go ahead and take a look at Florin-Cristian Loghin's Chane deck list here that he's chosen to bring to the World Championships in the Living Legend format. Here we see very much like the Chane Deadwood Dirge ban, it seems like all these Chane players just move from Deadwood Dirge into yellow Read the Runes that you see on the right side of the screen. Almost like a Dirge at home, if you will, which you can just activate Chane's hero ability and then give the Read the Runes go again. And it's almost as if you played a Deadwood Dirge.
Yeah, potentially a slightly worse version, but that's not where Chane's power comes from. It comes from that hero ability, both card advantage and go again on a stick for Chane. Any particular tech cards that stand out for you for the DO matchup in particular, Pankaj?
Yes, two cards in particular, Brian. Erase Face and Pummel. Make no mistake, Chane's output in this matchup is lower than a Dash IO's. We have seen the combo Dash IO once before on stream this weekend. It does some very scary things when it's left untouched. When you just let it do its thing, it will kill you for 80 to 100 damage. Chane, Florin needs to interact with the opponent. Pummels, erase faces, widespread destructions, widespread annihilations even to disrupt the Dash IO. Don't let them have that 4 or 5 card hand that they so sorely need to start comboing off.
Well, it's going to be Michael Jaszczur's job to go ahead and avoid that disruption and just do some of the most degenerate stuff we've ever seen in the history of Flesh and Blood. When Dio combos off, it looks like it's playing another card game. It simply is not the type of stuff you see very often in Flesh and Blood, and that's what makes it so damn exciting. For Michael Jaszczur, this resume is quickly building, Pankaj, off of another PT at London just this year, but also top 4s in calling Minneapolis and calling Dallas.
A little bit similar to Max Klein, where he is itching for that first place, has a whole bunch of top finishes amongst very strong players, has come up short a few times. Let's see if he can actually make it through to the semifinals. And let's take a look at Michael Jaszczur's Dash IO deck list over here. Pretty stock as far as the combo Dash IO list goes. Not too much tech, at least for the Chane matchup, but I do want to point out 10 foot tall and bulletproof. Unsure whether he'll bring it in for this matchup, but that is a new piece of tech for both Starvo and Marlynn, who's similar to what Florin's trying to do. They want to interact with the Dash IO. Don't let her go untouched for the combo. 10 foot tall and bulletproof against a massive dominate or massive overpower can just save your combo turn.
Yeah, it just gets you that 1 card answer, and then you're able to go about your business. You don't really care about your intellect if your opponent is dead, Pankaj, and that will be Jaszczur's goal. Find the window to go ahead and put Florin-Cristian Loghin into the ground and advance to our semifinals. Our players are ready down in the feature match area. Let's head on down.
So, of course, Florin did lose his Game 1, and Game 2 format is already decided. That means that Florin got to choose first or second, and in this matchup, you want to go first. More so than just setting up your own shackles, you want to deny the Dash IO opponent going first, because once Michael starts getting those items set up, those optical monocles, the cerebellum processes, maybe even a stasis cell or two to stop you from activating balance on your turn, that's when you start to feel some of that pressure. We saw this happen in the Verdance matchup where the opponent's setting up their potions and you feel that pressure, that tension, like you're staring down the barrel of a cannon. That's absolutely what Michael Jaszczur can do. And so Florin isn't letting him go first, was denying Michael Jaszczur that setup.
Florin is able to call on that balance of justice for this matchup. Should have a window to get some extra defense value out of that. Kicking things off here with a bit of setup of his own. Gets the Malefic down on turn 0. Activates Chane. And kicks things off with Read the Runes. Rune Gate attacks are ready to go, loaded up for Florin.
Read the Runes with Go again as well, thanks to the Chane hero ability. So does have an action point remaining. Unlikely, might not choose to use it. Oh, maybe he's going to use it for Chains of Mephitis. Can be very, very strong in this matchup. It's a little bit strange because this Dash.io combo deck doesn't necessarily need cards in hand to pitch. Dash.io has a lot of these zero-cost boost attacks, which you can just play from Banish anyway. Chains of Mephitis doesn't deny the draw. It just says whatever you would have drawn goes to your Banish instead, and you can play it from there as if it were in your hand. So it basically stops you from pitching the cards that you draw. This Dash.io deck oftentimes doesn't mind that too much, save from some very specific hands, say that involve a couple of High Octanes and Tome of Fendals, all of which do cost 1.
Yeah. Chane's only going to stick around for a single turn cycle here. Did not come from the Banish Zone, so won't have that Doom counter. I think this is just soft disruption in this matchup, Pankaj, but it can be a little awkward. And you see Jaszczur having to read this a couple times. It's worth noting his teammate, Matthew Dilks, does not have Chains in his particular chain list.
And that's perhaps why Jaszczur needs to keep reading this card, making sure he's not missing something about it. Recognizes that you can go ahead and play the cards from Banish, starting off with the Processor off the top. Now, this can be a little bit risky. Cerebellum Processor is one of the bottlenecks of this Dash.io combo, and unlike Optical Monocle, unlike Stasis Cell, it ticks down. And you don't have a way to get it back once it gets off the field. So if Florin can start a chain of disruption against Michael Jaszczur and he loses these processors, these very important combo pieces, he might suddenly find his combo fizzle before he even starts it.
Yeah, and speaking of disruption, Florin picking up the big ad that his team found for this chain list. It's Pummel. Disruption also plays extremely well through Warmonger's Diplomacy.
And he also has a widespread destruction in his arsenal. So interaction galore for Florin-Cristian Loghin. And as we speak about disruption on his side, I want to go ahead and point out this combo Dash.io list, unlike the Dash.io of CC, does not have a massive fridge. That armor blocks 2. The power plant is too essential for the combo to be blocked with a second time. So Michael Jaszczur has 2 block on his armor, not even a Crown of Providence to sink away the arsenal in the face of something like a widespread destruction. So Michael Jaszczur is vulnerable to these cards like Pummel, Widespread Annihilation, Widespread Destruction.
Here you see Data Link, one of the key components of this LL-IO deck. Funny how much better this card is here because you're trying to get to your combo as fast as possible. That opt very valuable for these Dash.ios. I believe a full rainbow set for Jaszczur here, 9 copies of Data Link.
I want to bring up something that we didn't emphasize, but when that processor was played off the top, Jaszczur chose not to crank it.
Makes perfect sense, Pankaj. You want to really line that up for a big turn, not a little bit of value here and there. Again, a lot of differences between this Dash.io list and CC list.
Exactly. This isn't a, I'm going to draw on one card in Arsenal. You are saving the Steam counters for the big combo turn. And you know that once you deploy a processor, it is on a clock. It's not going to stay there forever. You have to make sure that it's there for you when you do the combo.
So no impact from that first Chains of Mephitis thus far. First Chain Banish comes through for Florin.
And he kept his whole hand. And similar to the Verdance combo, you can leak a few points of damage at the beginning of the game. That does not matter. What matters is that when the Dash.io combos off, what matters is whether you can stop them from comboing off. And if they do combo off, it's a smaller combo because you've interacted with them.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Florin going to look to chain disruption now. Has those widespreads, has a Pummel ready, has Rune Chance at the ready. There's also an Art of War in the hand for Florin.
Widespread Annihilation, though, does cost 4, so if that is the Banish to the Art of War, we'll need a way to make an additional Rune Chant before you can deploy that from Banish. Could also just go for Destruction from Arsenal, pitch the Art of War for Pummel, but opponent doesn't have an Arsenal of their own, so that doesn't feel amazing. And remember, deck lists are open here, so Jaszczur knows all these different points of interaction that Florin-Cristian Loghin has access to him. That's perhaps why Jaszczur chose not to Arsenal, maybe was expecting some sort of interaction, some sort of disruption coming his way. So far, ostensibly on the surface, this is not disruptive. But Jaszczur knows Florin took all that damage and wouldn't have done that without some way to interact.
Yeah, no blocks here from Jaszczur.
And this is a bit of a fork. One really cool thing about Pummel in Chane is that Florin's representing he has an action point, so there could be something following up this widespread destruction as an attack, or it could be an attack reaction like this Pummel.
It is going to be the Pummel immediately from Florin. Looks to take a card away from Jaszczur. Also getting that life total down very, very quickly here. Jaszczur, of course, starts at a lower life total as Dash.io. And the Pummel claims a T-Bone from the hand. Follow up just the Reaping Blade here from Florin.
Does not want to arsenal the Eloquent Eulogy. While Eloquent Eulogy, very, very strong pickup for these RuneGate chain lists, especially post-Dirge ban, getting you to give your Read the Runes Go Again off an Eloquence token, for example. Very, very strong, but Florin knows that's not what this matchup's about. He doesn't need just a little bit of value, a little bit of go again on a non-attack. He needs to find interaction. He wants to park cards like Pummel in that arsenal, cards like Widespread Destruction, cards that, or Erase Face even, that we know is in his list. Cards that make Michael Jaszczur care, not just a little bit of extra damage here and there.
So Jaszczur going to be playing a 3-card hand here. Fast and Furious 0 to 60 and a Sprocket Rocket. We don't know what's on the top of the deck, though, like Jaszczur does. Does have access to that one Cerebellum processor. Also can go ahead and filter a bunch with the Optical Monocle.
Remembers to take down the processor. So he has one more turn after this for that processor at least, but 2 more left in the deck. Wants to start digging. And that's what these boost cards let you do. They sort of do double duty, where they help you just move closer to your other combo pieces, which involve other processors, system resets, high octanes. These are the cards you need to execute the combo.
Teklo Core is just cleansed off the top of the deck via the Sprocket Rocket boost. Time for Florin to take a block from that Scaletta. Follow up 0 to 60. Only a yellow here. Another boost comes through, though. Clears a blue 0 to 60 off the top of the deck. Trying to get a little deeper, trying to see if there's an item on top.
Seeing the Skeletor blocked with a little bit scary on Michael Jaszczur's side. It's a card, sort of no hesitation from Florin's side. Perhaps heralding that he wants to use it on his turn for massive discount on a non-attack and an attack.
Balance of Justice also going to take its block now.
Quite heads up, Florin knows that Michael Jaszczur is running Stasis Cell. Get your block value from your balance. You might not be able to activate it once the Stasis Cell hits the board.
And here is a call from Florin-Cristian Loghin.
Banish it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just getting a boost card, so Jaszczur not too sad about that.
Yeah.
Would have been one more filter, I guess, with the boost. But not a combo piece, not something like a high octane or system reset, which is what I think Florin was trying to snipe.
Does have a meaningful banish, though, from his own hand
Yeah, I'll drop
in the form of a widespread. And that's going to be it for Jaszczur, so no fireworks quite yet.
Drew off of
excuse
the
me.
processor.
Yeah, looks like
Still at his
processor draw.
action point. And looks like he's found an item on top, Brian. Thinking of pitching the blue 0 to 60. Play the item off the top, but hesitating a little bit.
Another monocle comes down.
And his processor just one steam counter on it. Which means next turn, Jaszczur can use it again, but the turn after that, it will blow up at the start of his turn.
2 more banishes. Another Chains of Mephitis hits the banish zone here. We'll see if Florin can find a more effective window for this one.
And this one will be coming from a banish zone, so it will come in with that Doom counter. So it'll stay around for a turn longer than the first one that we saw this game. However, again, the effectiveness of it in this matchup, a little bit dubious. But right now, I think that is the only form of interaction that Florin-Cristian Loghin has access to. These shackles did not hit him something like an Annihilation or a Destruction. The Chains of Mephitis is the only thing that can potentially slow Jaszczur down. But that's if he's even ready for the combo. And with just one processor on the field, no arsenal, there's no guarantee that the combo is even ready. It's what some people have been calling a 3-piece combo. You want at least 2 processors and a high octane to start, and then you just start digging for card draw effects. Stuff like Art of War, stuff like Tome of Fandel, more high octanes even.
Yeah, Jaszczur has access to double monocle as well. Let's not forget how quickly he'll be able to churn through his deck when the time comes that he needs to do so. Grasp activation here from Florin. Going to go ahead and create that Soul Shackle as well. That's going to give this Read the Runes go again, get that rune chant count up. And now it's time for the widespread from Arsenal here.
From the Banish
From the
Zone.
Banish Zone, I'm sorry.
And this one does not have Go Again. The Chane action point, the Chane Go Again was used on that yellow Read the Runes. We spoke about that when we were going through the deck lists. The replacement for Deadwood Dirge ever since the recent banning of that card. And we went for 9, and we've been focusing a lot on points of interaction. Well, at a certain life total, every point of damage is interaction, because the best disruption, folks, is death.
Yeah, fair enough, Pankaj. It's not that hard for Florin to go ahead and find 10 points of damage with a very average hand. That demands cards from Jaszczur. The window is quite tight here.
An average 4-card hand with 3 Soul Shackles as well to pump them up. I think Florin-Cristian Loghin was thumbing the Spellbound Creepers there as well. Could Creepers in these chains of Mephetis that's sitting in the Banish Zone and potentially make things slightly awkward for Michael Jaszczur, as if they weren't awkward enough already. Checking out the English translation of Spellbound Creepers, Florin-Cristian Loghin has chosen to sport Japanese fancy iron rod sneakers, as some people call it.
Yeah, Florin, a man, many languages. I believe I see a German Scaletta as well.
Just going all around the world with his cards. Play the game, see the world, buy cards from these other countries?
You want to try the pronunciation of German Scaletta?
I would not,
Okay.
actually. I've embarrassed myself enough on stream, I think, to not attempt that. But feel free, Brian.
No, I'm also
if you'd
going to
like
pass
to.
on that
Yeah?
one. I'll just focus on this widespread ruin, as is Jaszczur right now. This, of course, not a very disruptive effect, but Jaszczur knows what's on top. There are times where this just is very meaningful. Only Jaszczur would have access to that information, and it looks like he's reaching for a pitch here, which tells me maybe there is an item on top that he wants to go ahead and deploy.
Is that another processor, which is why he needs to protect it?
Would make a lot of sense.
It's AB. No,
Oh,
just
okay.
AB3s.
Okay.
It's feeling the squeeze on his life total.
Yeah, going to look to do some defending. Every time Jaszczur defends, he's getting closer to key pieces, but we know that processor is going to tick down on this turn.
Which means you would need to find the other 2 pieces. And time is running out, because as the game goes longer, these Soul Shackles, Brian, start to fuel these chain turns. So far, we've only seen 2 attack turns coming out from this chain. Eventually, though, once he starts finding key pieces off the top,
They haven't yielded much card advantage yet, but they will, Pankaj. They will absolutely do that job at some point. Last turn for the Cerebellum processor here. Just a data link coming through from Jaszczur. Does have Fast and Furious, though. That's a big card to find on top. That means that processor refreshes for another turn.
and that's why he was protecting the top card. That's why he defended 9 total on that turn.
Makes a ton of sense.
Extends the processor 1 more turn, so doesn't need to find it off the top. He just extends the current one already. That is a big break for Michael Jaszczur. Can draw. Still hasn't activated Dash IO, so if the card underneath the card he just drew is another item, could go ahead and pitch to deploy it. Seems to be thinking, taking a moment to decide. The Fast and Furious was such a good boost for Michael Jaszczur. Goes ahead and passes, so perhaps no item at the top there for him. And Florin kept his entire hand. It was just a yellow data link, so just put some armor in front of it and gets 2 cards off the top, Ryan.
Good stuff for Florin. To escalate the stakes even further on Florin's part, a win in this World Championship would actually catapult him into 3rd place in that European Player of the Year race, eclipsing Arthur Trehea, I believe. So Florin with some extra incentive to find a big result here.
You mean if he takes down the entire tournament?
Correct.
He's at 32 points to overtake Arthur Trehe. Currently, 1 down, though, in this series against Michael Jaszczur.
They're going to need to pull off 2 wins in a row. And really debating this turn how to go ahead and stop Jaszczur's momentum. Found a nice defensive cycle last go-around with the help of that Fast and Furious, protecting a Cerebellum processor.
So far in this game, though, Florin looking slightly ahead. However, this combo dash IO deck sometimes can just come out of nowhere and pull out a win. I've seen it deal 80 damage through a Zen state.
Yeah.
On the Zen side.
You're not comfortable at any point playing against this deck, Ponkage. You can just lose the game. Always.
Very Kano-esque like that.
Fair.
Fair comparison. Never feel comfortable against Kano. And even though Jaszczur just has 1 process on the field, if you squeeze him too hard and he feels the pressure to just go off, sometimes the top of the deck just rewards the combo players. I think I've heard this deck being referred to as Kano, but Mechanologist. And that's certainly what it feels like sitting across it.
Apt comparison. Certainly as we were developing this hero, Kano was on our minds. Lower life total for Dash IO. You know, despite not being a dominant force in the CC metagame, there's not a day that goes by that I regret that decision. Seems correct.
Not dominant, but has been present, is the thing. I think
my friend Connor Bryant went 9-0 in the CC rounds on Dash IO.
And let's not forget, I mean, Tom Dowling, the calling recently after Dash IO was released, went undefeated all the way to the finals, falling only to Ben Dodd.
CYK Lionel also with a big finish recently on Dash IO, taking down Calling Auckland. So a hero that has had influence over the CC metagame. Who could forget that Sam Sutherland turn on camera, destroying Matt Rogers out of nowhere. Florin reaching for the Scaletta here, just needs to go ahead and get a discount. It seems Chane going to make the 4th Soul Shackle. And it is going to be another widespread from hand. Desperate for disruption is Florin, enough to go ahead and take the resource from that Scaletta here.
It's not often that you see Bloodshot Scaletta popped for 1 resource. Effectively like a one-time use Tunic. A Blossom of Spring even. That incredible, majestic piece of equipment that was banned in CC. Being used like a Tunic counter over here. That's how desperate Florin is for some points of interaction against his Dash IO.
Check in on Jaszczur's hand. Double Art of War hand.
And a high octane? Is that?
I think so, Ponkage.
So, a little bit of an awkward setup, and 1 card at minimum going to be stripped as well, thanks to his widespread annihilation. Also, once again, Florin-Cristian Loghin representing the pummel. He is holding a pummel. However, I don't believe he has the resources to deploy that pummel. However, Michael Jaszczur still needs to think about it.
Is going to take the 1 damage here from the Rune Chant. Widespread annihilation follows up, so the disruption's happening no matter what.
Oh, it's a blue envelop in darkness, not a red. He does have the resources for that pummel. And 1 Rune Chant's already been taken by Michael Jaszczur, so it's guaranteed that he will lose at least 1 card once the chain closes, thanks to Widespread Annihilation's effect. Pummel can make that 2.
Surely Florin takes it here, right?
Deciding what to do with his remaining action point. Has an alternative line where you grasp for an extra Rune Chant, send a Phantom Wraith in your Banish Zone to send vanilla damage, but we've harped on this for quite a bit. The more interaction you have.
I will say, though, you want interaction across every turn, basically. You never want to let Jaszczur operate unchecked. And you know this Widespread Annihilation already going to do its thing. And it looks like Florin is going to go ahead and just let the damage resolve here.
So when the chain closes, Michael Jaszczur will be forced to banish a card from his hand. Damage has been dealt. Pummel perhaps going to make its way to Florin-Cristian Loghin's arsenal. Chain has been closed. Envelop in Darkness is going to be free thanks to Bloodseed Skelter, but the chain was closed, so Michael Jaszczur needs to make the banish decision first. Envelop in Darkness is going to be the second rune chant Florin-Cristian Loghin needs to deploy the Phantom Wraith that's in his banish zone. We'll also get the +1 thanks to the blue Envelop in Darkness. So doing double duty here is his Envelop, adding a point of damage to the attack while also effectively discounting it, or rather even letting it be allowed to play it from the banish zone. Rune Gate, of course, you're not allowed to play it from the banish zone unless you have the requisite number of rune chants. So coming in for 2+7 here is Florin-Cristian Loghin.
This was on 4, right?
Yeah.
Got a 10.
Representing a whole bunch of damage, and Michael Jaszczur feels the squeeze.
This was 7.
I think he's forced to pop off here, Brian.
Yeah, as we mentioned, now just everything is disruption for Florin. There's also the risk of that additional pummel floating around for the rest of the game that you have to respect. And here we see it is going to be a Creeper's activation. And let's see what this Chains of Mephitis can go ahead and offer us. And maybe that's exactly what Florin was playing towards, saying I can put you at an uncomfortable life total and rely on this soft disruption to go ahead and get me through this turn.
Soft disruption plus the hard disruption of the Annihilation already forcing the banish from Michael Jaszczur, which was that Art of War. Art of War, while an incredibly powerful, scary card, when you draw multiples of them in the same hand, not ideal.
2 monocles, 1 processor, 3 cards, and an arsenal.
Here we have it, the opt train starting for Michael Jaszczur. Has 10 looks off the monocles, not counting any boosts that he might find. However, won't be able to draw any cards thanks to Chains of Mephitis. They would just go to the banish. They'll be allowed to be played from banish. But as far as pitching goes, the cards that he has in his hand right now are the only resources. Of course, not counting the power plant, which is once you activate it, every time you boost, you gain a resource.
Yeah, you assume a card would have to be dedicated to pitching for that. I think that's okay for Jaszczur. I don't really feel like he doesn't have enough to go off on this turn. It seems plausible to me.
He needs to, with just 1 processor, it's a little tricky. You have to dig quite a bit because remember, you also want to play system resets, and when you play your system resets, you have to make sure you have multiple processors. But system reset costs X, so you need to have the resources on for the system reset as well. It means you must have found a bunch of boost cards beforehand as well. It's a bit of a finicky combo. When it comes together, it sings and does a lot, but quite flavorful for mechanologist, if you will. You do need all these little pieces that come together and create a sum that's bigger than the individual parts.
But Jaszczur has put out a very important piece of this combo. It's High Octane. Going to refresh itself, pick up a card here.
Which will go into the banish zone because of Chains of Mephitis. Should have 1 floating, I believe, because the pitch was a yellow.
Yeah, and we're going to earn some extra information here. On the back of that Chains, these cards are going to be banished face up.
Tome of Fendel.
More cards, Funkage.
Good pickup. Does need an additional action point, of course, because Tome of Fendel does not have Go Again, which will be available thanks to High Octane.
And it feels like next step here is getting that power plant online and starting to use those boosts to not only generate action points, but also generate resources. I don't know, Punkage. I'm starting to believe that High Octane was an important piece. Let's not forget, too, Jaszczur will get 8 more ops. It just feels like he can find what he needs. And there we see the crack of the Stubby Hammers. We're looking to up the damage output now.
8 more opts, bunch more cards, quote-unquote drawn, but not really drawn because of Chains of Mephitis, thanks to the Tome of Fendel. Needs quite a bit of resources, though. I think at this point he needs to find some 0-cost boost cards. get some extra resources in the pitch zone thanks to power plant so that he can play processes off the top, fuel system resets as well.
Yeah, and he's got several zero cost boost cards already. First up, Sprocket Rocket. 2 action points, resource floating.
Coming in for 4 thanks to Stubby Hammerers. Does have a base of 3, so will get buffed by the piece of equipment that was also banned in CC. For very good reason, I might add, and we might see it here on this turn depending on whether Michael Jaszczur can find the pieces that he needs.
Florin willing to take some damage this early on in the combat chain. Falls to 24. Jaszczur continues to get more information, moves deeper and deeper into that deck. Cerebellum Processor now online with the extra action point. Another action point going to be generated here as 0 to 60 is cleared off the top of the deck. Another resource as well, up to 3 action points. 2 resources at the ready for Jaszczur.
So not only is the processor online, so it's a Toma Fendal in the banish zone. And one funny thing to point out is that Chains of Mephetis turns off your own Balance of Justice. So Florin-Cristian Loghin won't be able to activate Balance of Justice because Jaszczur hasn't actually drawn any cards, thanks to Chains of Mephetis. Additional opt conferred thanks to the on-hit of this data link.
More opting. As we mentioned, Jaszczur can go so deep into the deck as he looks for exactly what he needs. More cards will be drawn off that processor, off that Tome of Fyendel. Florin only at 20 right now.
Again, the comparison to Kano just keeps coming back to me, Brian. When the Kano starts comboing off, it's going to be their turn for a little bit, and you have to sit and see whether you actually die. Although this one, it's a little bit more intricate, I would say.
Some defensive decisions available as well. Chane is going to be closed here. Cerebellum Processor now activated, so Jaszczur will have to banish that card as well. And it's a second copy of High Octane. Now we have those action points ready to flow. Resources at the ready. Going to go ahead and deploy here.
We have the action points, but we need outlets for those action points. Need more Toma Fendels or more processes to actually make use of those action points. Of course, there's a Symbiosis shot, which is a very good action point sink as well. It's how you leak a whole bunch of damage on the combo turn.
And it's time for Tome to go ahead and add a couple more cards to the Banish Zone. I thought it was Chane going to be playing out of the Banish Zone. Actually, Dio, this going around. Another Tome off the top, as well as another zero-cost boost card package. Jaszczur feels like he's rolling right now.
Needs to start deploying some of these zero-cost boosts to get the resources needed to deploy even further draw spells. Curious note, though, Art of War in this state, not very good. Jaszczur will never be able to get an attack in his hand to banish with the Art of War, but he's already lost 2 Art of Wars. One was banished to the Widespread Annihilation, one is in that pitch zone right now. So he needs to just dodge that card. Maybe he might even choose to boost it away.
Yeah, it has 7 activations of Monocle. There's really no risk here. It feels like Jaszczur is in complete control over what he will see on this turn cycle. More damage offered here from the Sprocket Rocket. Blue T-Bone cleared off the top. More resources, more action points. Still another Tome of Fyendel at the ready here. Damage taken by Florin. Falls down to just 16.
I think Florin believes that he can survive the combo and send something back Michael Jaszczur's way. Because at this point, Michael Jaszczur is fishing. Or if not, Florin-Cristian Loghin can still block any point later down the turn. He's holding a whole bunch of 2 blocks. I think 3 2-blocks, I believe. So if he ever feels pressure, he can still convert them to blocks when the Symbiosis shot, pistol shots start coming in.
Chain is closed again, and Jaszczur finds cash in plus Cerebellum Processor package, and he has a gold at the ready to pick up 2 new cards, and Cerebellum Processor is exactly what the doctor ordered here. I'm going to go ahead and opt, clear the top card of the deck.
That's the fragility that we spoke about at the beginning. The armor suite from this Dash IO being very, very little, near negligible. And that's because Michael Jaszczur wanted access to cash in. The gold was given to him off the Crown of Dominion at the beginning of the game. Cash in, paying the additional cost of just the alternative cost, excuse me, for the gold
Additional
draws.
Tome and
Tome of
System Reset.
Fyendel. It's finding exactly the combo pieces that he needs. Lacking resources right now for the system reset. He needs zero-cost boost cards off the Tome of Fandel, off the Cerebellum Processor as well, to pay for the system reset.
He can go ahead and alter the top card of the deck, though, Pankaj. I feel like it's almost an inevitability as he picks up 2 more cards, fast and furious, 0 to 60, 2 zero-cost boost cards ready to go.
And 2 is all you need, Brian. 2 resources, you system reset both the processes. If you have excess resources, you can also reset an Optical Monocle to just keep opting further and further, and also recharge the Symbiosis shot.
There is a cranked processor. Fast and Furious going to come in, make more action points, more resources. Also clears the top of the deck.
And I think with the establishment of the second processor and the system reset face up in the Banish Zone, I think Florin-Cristian Loghin might be feeling the squeeze here at this point. Might need to start committing cards to block. All these attacks are buffed up by the Stubby Hammerers. Looks like the answer is no. Florin going to go ahead and leak 5. Goes down to 10.
Yeah, just looking for more information. Is Florin 0 to 60 the next play here? Clears away a Monocle from the top of the deck. Dash.io activation also still available, I believe. So we're up to 7 action points now.
And the 2 resources floating.
Exactly enough to go ahead and reset those Cerebellum processors.
I want to come back to the start of this turn, Brian. It was 1 processor and 2 monocles, 1 card taken away from Michael Jaszczur thanks to Widespread Annihilation, and the Chains of Mephedis on the field, and yet this Dash.io deck able to combo off with such velocity.
3 more damage taken by Florin. Jaszczur taking the opportunity to go ahead and set up the top card of the deck. Perfect information available. System reset at the ready. Action point used to draw off processor. It heads to the Banish Zone. It's a red 0 to 60. More resources, more alteration of the top of the deck.
Does he want to boost it right now to perhaps find the 3rd processor off the top? Which will allow the system reset to perhaps reset 3 processors instead of just 2?
It is just going to take the 2 processors here. Both have now been reset. Both will be cranked.
And it nets 1 action point as well. System reset does not have go again, but the processors, when they come back, crank, give an action point each. So Michael Jaszczur goes from 6 action points to 7.
And picks up a Spark of Genius, Pankaj.
Who needs to find the 3rd processor off the top when you can just find Spark of Genius instead and go tutor for that for that Cerebellum processor?
Feels like Michael Jaszczur has put together exactly what he needed on a combo turn and is going ahead and using processor again for another 0-cost boost attack. Now we go ahead and put out the Spark of Genius.
A little bit of lost value here because the Symbiosis shot is already at 6 counters, but opponent's at 7. You have at least 6 more shots. Not going to be relevant, I don't think.
It's feeling fairly academic here, but you are right. Pankaj could have gone ahead and fired off the Symbiosis shot to get a refresh.
And the deck looking mighty thin for Michael Jaszczur right now. Unlikely to matter, though.
System reset off the top one more time. 2 resources still going to be made by these boost cards. That means 2 more processors will be available here. And Florin is starting to count the block value left in hand, counting that Symbiosis shot. And I believe the writing is starting to get on the wall here for Florin.
Michael Jaszczur still has 1 processor untapped. Could use that to find a 3rd 0-cost boost card to go to 3 resources, which means the system reset could reset all 3 processors and just continue this chain of Mechanologist attacks.
And Florin's got to now take the 3 blocks where he can find them before he's forced into pistol duty. 1 damage leaks from this 0 to 60. Jaszczur is going to fire again with the T-Bone.
Coming in for 3, thanks to Stubby Hammerers.
Cleared off a 0-cost boost attack there. If that tells you where his mindset is at.
That's a blue one. Does not want it. Still has 5 ops remaining on the Optical Monocle.
Yeah,
he can
do
dig for a
better.
red one.
Florin reaching for some more defending cards here. Just going to defend for 3.
Chane close, opting further. Is it processor? It's processor time. Finds that red boost card, and that's when you know Michael Jaszczur was feeling confident. Opted a card to the bottom, not for a combo piece, but for a red 0-cost boost card. Blue, not good enough for Michael Jaszczur.
Yeah, and it's going to come in for 4. Florin's going to have to defend yet again here. Gives up the grasp, gives an additional card from hand.
And
Michael says 1 card in hand, shows the symbiosis shot, gets the fist bump, and Michael Jaszczur advances on to the semifinals.
This is the 3rd quarterfinals of the 4 that we've watched that only went to a Game 2. Our winners, our current semifinalists, did not need a Game 3. Just closed it out in 2 quick games with 3 semifinalists.
Top seed, defeated every single time. Made the wrong choice, apparently. These underdogs ready to battle, and for Michael Jaszczur, improving on a previous top 8 performance, advances on to our semifinals. And man, does that Dio deck look terrifying, Pankaj, when it does its thing. And I'm going to be honest with you. You check the win rates from Dio this weekend, not that good. They're actually not that good. You'd think this deck wins every game given what it put out in the feature match area that round. Sub 40% win rate, I think, here in the World Championships. Not doing much better over in the calling. But again, I keep coming back to this point. Win rates, matchups, they don't tell the story of a specific deck. And is Jaszczur playing this deck at a higher level? That 39% win rate means nothing when you just have the tech, you have the knowledge, and you're ready to move on to our semifinals. And why don't we go ahead and check in on our bracket? Now that we know 3 of our semifinalists, that means I want to check in on our unknown result. And it seems like we have moved to a single final deciding Game 3 at the top of the bracket, and they're playing back-to-back in the same format. Dilks went ahead, deferred the choice, gave Jimmy the option. Then they shifted over to Living Legend, and the 3rd and final game at Jimmy's choice, going to head back and be a chain mirror one more time to see who's going to be our final semifinalist.
So interesting that Jimmy had the choice for Game 1 and chose CC, and then had the choice again for Game 3 and chose LL instead. Perhaps that gravy mirror in Game 1 shifted his perspective a little bit. Maybe wasn't too confident in the gravy mirror, despite winning that Game 1 as well.
But it's such a unique decision, Pankaj. Maybe he saw something in that chain matchup despite losing. Maybe he just knows the deck list where he feels like this is the way to go. I'm so interested to see how that match is going to play out. And of course, we're going to bring it to you.
Well, unless he deferred that choice.
Okay.
He could have deferred that choice
Very interesting.
back to Matthew Dilks, and Dilks maybe chose LL, and then Jimmy got the choice for first or second.
We're going to get the full scoop on exactly what happened in that matchup, but we are just on the cusp of deciding who our semifinalists will be. Thus far, this particular tournament format, maybe as much as the actual formats themselves, is really bringing the hype, bringing the excitement. And I'm so excited before we leave our quarterfinals, we actually get to decide in a Game 3 who's going to be advancing.
And it's a final quarterfinal so far, the one we haven't seen yet. We haven't seen these players yet on stream. We're going to bring it to you for the Game 3.
Yeah, my pick, Matthew Dilks. Pankaj's pick,
Jimmy.
He's got the 8th seed magic on his side, but all the magic in the feature match area that round went to Michael Jaszczur. Had only a few pieces of his combo, but believed in the heart of the cards, believed in his deck, believed in his prep, and advanced on to our semifinals.
Quarterfinals here at the World Championship Philadelphia is where we whittle our field of 8 top 8 players down to 4. And all of our series so far across Classic Constructed and Living Legend have ended in 2 games, with one important exception. We'll, of course, be getting onto that in just a moment, but for now, I want to welcome you back to the booth. I'm Mitch Leslie, joined by Scott Mines. We just saw Michael Jaszczur show us the filthiest, the most egregious, the most pusillanimous performance there on Dash.io to blow Florin-Cristian Loghin out of the tournament.
Clearly, we enjoy very different things. As far as Michael Jaszczur, no. Michael Masterclass. That's what I experienced in that feature match area there. The Dash deck, obviously very much the epitome of what is possible in Living Legend. You can do things that are big and out of this world. I was impressed by the resilience, the level of interaction that did come out of Chane, and yet Michael still found a way to put the pieces together, had an impressive combo turn through that Chains of Mephetis. Loved to see it. For me, we've seen the extremes of Living Legend all weekend, and that is certainly one of the extremes.
Absolutely. Chane, bound by Shadow, still alive, though, in this top 8, at least for the time being. Quickly as well, if you're in the chat, thank you so much for joining us. Keep giving us your thoughts and carry along, of course, with us in cheering on our favorite competitors. There's also, of course, giveaways running in the chat at the moment for some fantastic Super Slam products. So make sure you look out for the prompts there and take your opportunity to get involved. Yeah, not us, sorry, mate.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, that's rubbish.
I mean, you can pop the stream up there as well.
That's true. I might be absent for a few minutes.
Hear my horrid jokes a second time. That's a great way to do it.
You know what? Not worth the box.
Okay, there it is, folks. That's how it is sometimes. Let's have a look at our bracket, of course, for our top 8 teams. Once more. Now, an interesting scenario here has emerged in this quarterfinal between Matthew Dilks and Jimmy Demers. Matthew Dilks wins the Living Legend game, and he's either deferred choice, or rather, Jimmy's either deferred choice over to Matthew, or Jimmy has chosen to go in on Chane yet again. Regardless, we are going to see yet another mirror with Chane bound by Shadow, but whichever way you slice it, only one copy of that deck is advancing.
Impressive stuff given the showing we saw from Chane making its way into the top 8. My heart leans towards Jimmy deferring here. It feels like if you win game 1 in the Classic Constructed format, you feel like you're ahead in that mirror match. You then lose the mirror in parenthesis, in Living Legend. It's really hard to look at yourself and go, actually, you can have the choice of first or second, and I want to play the format I just lost in again. If that's the case, I'm going to be very impressed, and I'm eager to see how this plays out. Of course, these 2 Chane decks, very different from one another. One is this old school of thought, the other, the brand new school of thought with all these rune gate attacks. And I know I've definitely felt like old is better sometimes, and I might be hoping that's correct again.
Yeah, perhaps that's self-serving from the 2 of us here at the desk. I don't know. We'll jump into this game, though. We are in game number 3 of this quarterfinal, this last quarterfinal between Matthew Dilks on Chane, bound by Shadow, in a mirror against Jimmy Nero Demers, also on Chane, bound by Shadow. Now, Jimmy, if he advances out of this game, will jump up to number 3 in the Player of the Year race in the Americas. There is a significant chunk of prize money stapled to that. And if he can take first or second in this tournament, he'll jump up to 2nd place, further increasing his winnings in the Player of the Year race.
Talk about additional pressure. On the other side of the equation, Matthew Dilks is the first player we'll look at for now. 8-1 record in Classic Constructed with Gravy Bones. Only the 1 loss found on Chane as well was our first player locked up for a spot in the top 8. Of course, has a calling victory under the belt. Another top 8 in Charlotte as well, and part of the triumphant force that has been PCG Invasion in this top 8.
Yeah, already with an individual, of course, in Michael Jaszczur advancing to that next round. He was on Kasai in LA at that calling, was able to win it out. Let's have a look at the list here for Matthew Dilks. Matthew is a man of very, very few words. Not a lot to say, but he lets his gameplay do all the talking, and in that sense, he has the gift of the gab. Here's his Chane by Shadow deck, and this is, I guess, one half of the equation in terms of what Chane is bringing at the moment. We do see copies of these Rune Gate cards.
Yeah, very much the new school of thought with this one. Chane, a deck that became renowned, I'll say, once these Rune Gate cards became available. People were concerned this archetype was no longer viable once Deadwood Dirge was restricted and Rosetta Thorn taken away. Got some good news, still very functional. We got to lean on some different tools now. You'll see things like Funeral Moon, extra copies of Read the Runes. There's even some copies of Requiem for the Damned for extra eloquence tricks in this version of the deck here, but very much leaning into that Banish Zone trick, making the rune chants, sending the attacks from over there, getting the most of cheating your resource curve.
Yeah, getting to virtually play those non-attacks as instants and gain action points is certainly something Chane is looking to do here. And of course, Spellbound Creepers is something that can allow you to carry that game plan out. Let's look across the table though at Jimmy Nero Demers. I had a chat to him previously and he felt that it was best to look towards this Boomer Chain version, as we've sort of dubbed it. Felt that maybe leaning too heavily into the Runegate plan still was not the best option for him. A 4-2 record in Living Legend. Many high-profile top fours for him, though, in Chicago and London. A huge result, of course, still representing Team Table 1. And, of course, in Chicago, that was on Chane.
Absolutely.
This guy is a high-profile competitor in Living Legend callings.
Some context here for Jimmy as well. The Table 1 team, they found Chane. They were insistent it was the best deck in Living Legend, but they found both versions. We've seen it from Florin-Cristian Loghin in the top 8. They were very aware Runegate Chane was real. Jimmy had that information, knew the matchup inside and out, and chose to lean on this traditional version of Chane instead.
We have a number of generic attack actions in Jimmy's list, all designed to disrupt his opponent whenever possible. Humble in the list. Erase Face also available. Command and Conquer can be picked up. 3 copies of a Plunder Run of the red variety. This guy is trying to go back to the well, the tools of yore, and combine it with some of these newer options. Cards such as Snuff Out is in the mix, so you can definitely lean towards some of those newer Runeblade cards printed. But in essence, this is the true soul of the old Chane that found that Living Legend landmark very early on in this game's life cycle.
Very excited to see how this matchup plays out. Will it be the old? Will it be the new? There is only one way to find out. Matt Dilks, Jimmy Demers, 1 game between them and a semi-final berth.
Down to the table now, already a rune chunk created by Mr. Demers. Trod along also, being parted with. Soul Shackle generated. Go again on that next attack, but not required. Jimmy simply wants to get those shackles going. His version of the deck wants to stack as many of those up as possible to give himself as much access to cards as possible.
Talk about a small deviation in equipment here. Duskblade versus Reaping Blade, mostly a non-issue in this matchup. Aether Ironweave for Jimmy in the chest slot, as opposed to what I believe is Bloodsheath Skeleta on the other side. So the Runegate deck, sometimes it's going to draw those Runegate attacks. It's going to need to use the Skeleta to fund it from the hand and make sure that hand doesn't clunk up too much. On Jimmy's side, it's all about efficiency. If they can go wider, throw another 2-cost interactive attack for free, courtesy of that Aether Ironweave, it's a way to break the symmetry of these turn cycles.
Gorganian Tome at its best against decks that you know are not running a copy of it themselves. The second Gorganian Tome played in a game can be a blowout for the individual who blinked first. Dilks, though, heads up, knows exactly what Jimmy's bringing into this game, so has a feeling of safety bringing it in. It's a Soul Shackle here for the Canadian, or they're both Canadian, God help me, for Matthew Dilks. A lot of them in our top 8, and promising to be many in our top 4 as well. Condemned to Slaughter hits the pitch.
Dilks here taking a time to sequence this turn. Seems slightly less than optimal. Douse in Runeblood, one of the more powerful tools available to the higher rune chant density versions of Chane. Additional sources of go again, sometimes lines up to make you significantly large numbers of rune chants. Here, forced to use Chane's Soul Shackle to grant this go again, but does line up reasonably well with that Gorganian Tome to generate at least 1 rune chant. We're going to see the reward for that right here. Revel in Runeblood has seen an attack, has seen a non-attack, pile of rune chants fresh out the gate.
Dilks, though, needs to send off these rune charts, otherwise they're going to go away at the end of his turn, and Duskblade is the ideal vessel to deliver that version of murder. Here it is, 5 rune charts up front, with the Duskblade behind it.
Worth noting, as we saw in the hand there for Matthew Dilks, might be a Runegate variation of the deck still rocking Soul Reaping, which is not always a common choice in those scenarios.
Now that, obviously, that dice represents the number of counters on Duskblade, not its overall damage. It's still coming in for 3, as Mr. Dilks has played an attack and a non-attack. He's being offered a dice to more accurately represent the counter state of that weapon. Over to Mr. Demers. Chain activation. I'm going to roll this back, though, real quick. Okay. First, we need to resolve the shackle. Humble. banished, so that's inaccessible to Jimmy.
Ab's card to be banished by a shackle there, make a small sequencing error and get immediately humbled.
This Rune Chant, though, on the Reaping Blade's going to be fired off.
This is very much the bread and butter of Jimmy's deck. We discussed this a few times yesterday during the broadcast. Looking to sequence this Soul Shackle alongside a one-cost attack. Sometimes that is Reaping Blade, sometimes it's a piece of interaction like Snuff Out, an alternative threat like Hit the High Notes, Ghostly Visit. Hoping to then use 2 more resources on one of those big interactive pieces of damage, be that Humble, Erase Face, or Command and Conquer. This time, Howl from Beyond, parked in the arsenal, will allow this Erase Face in hand to come in for a hefty chunk of 9.
Yeah, Erase Face, of course, a generic attack action with a line of text that often is pretty relevant. If Dilks takes this hit, all cards and tokens he owns loses all class and talent types to the end of the next turn. Feels like there's some relevance there.
Absolutely. Chane's ability does only work on Rune Blade cards. If you are suddenly not a Rune Blade, suddenly your deck doesn't work. And that's exactly why we'll see Matthew Dilks committing so much equipment to soaking up that Erase Face early here.
It's a play pattern that is reminiscent of, what Ira looks to do, especially in Classic Constructed. Send that small attack and then some form of disruption behind it. Just find good value, even on small hands. Soul Reaping's going to choose to banish 2 cards here in order to have its cost paid for. And that's about the most relevant line of text on that card. It's 6 go again for all intents and purposes. And it was a Bounding Demigon that hit the banish.
So you see some of the flexibility in the list from Matthew Dilks, very much leaning into those Rune Gate attacks for the biggest and most powerful turns of all. But leaning into Bounding Demigon, Requiem of the Damned, the Revel in Rune Blood attacks. You'll see, for example, just the widespread destructions, the Phantom Wraiths available there. So more flexibility, can have these smaller hands that function without finding a Rune Gate. Less reliance on those Rune Chants overall.
Jimmy's been shipping the bill with much of this damage coming in from Matthew Dilks. Clearly sitting on what he feels is a powerful hand. As he Seeds of Agony with these Bounding Demigon will be pinging Mr. Demers for 1 damage.
8th Ryan we've been reached for here. No big surprise. This card does like to get its block value before it is expended. Possibly suggestive that Jimmy's looking to use that rather soon.
Really powerful piece of equipment. Yeah, there's a condition. You need an attack and a non-attack to have been played, but 2 resources is nice. This, though, this is scary stuff. Revel in Rune Blood comes on out. This is scary. 4 Rune Chants creator behind his Duskblade can follow it on up. Jimmy needs to batten the hatches real quick because his life total is plummeting.
While these Revels haven't been at maximum efficiency, no Rune Gate attack to really force out of the Banish Zone alongside them, it's hard to argue with numbers. Revel in Rune Blood just dumping damage into play. Duskblade getting bigger and bigger here due to the sequence of attack and non-attack. Quickly, Jimmy has found themselves down at 20, but they do find themselves with an Art of War in hand, so may very well be able to return fire.
Unhallowed Rites, blue Seeds of Agony there. Alongside the Art of War. Shadow of Ursa was the banish off the shackles here.
Notably, no meaningful interactive piece currently here for Jimmy. Going to be looking for one of those powerful 2-cost attacks. The key to swinging this matchup back in your favor is to force both Chane players to play a fair game. If you can take away those ridiculous Rune Chant capabilities, these Rune Gate attacks, that is how you force the issue. An Erase Face, we saw how impactful it was moments ago. Alongside that, Howl from Beyond, Jimmy has found another copy thanks to Art of War.
And it's going to have to be respected by Matthew Dilks here. Now, this Machinations of Dominion only works on Rune Blade attack action cards.
No blessing there, unfortunately. The Unhallowed Rites, though, a pretty viable option if Jimmy looking to replicate that play pattern we've discussed numerous times. Just 1-cost attack off the shackle into a meaningful piece of interaction. Does have more than enough resources for that. Of course, Shadow of Ursa, also an option here if Jimmy would like to go a little bit wider, save that Unhallowed Rites for another time. Can banish away the resource card to attack with Shadow of Ursa and fire in the Erase Face either way.
Yep. Shadow of Ursa needs a banish of a Blood Deck card from hand to get go again. Reaping Blade for now is where our bread is buttered.
I like this a lot. Shadow Averser, of course, capable of having go again thanks to the Soul Shackle, but gonna hold on to that. Increases the defensive capabilities for future turns if there are tools remaining in the Banish Zone for Jimmy to make use of if they are forced to play defense.
Yeah, it gives him a couple more options. That was a balance of justice activation there from Matthew Dilks. Given that cards were drawn off of Art of War, he's able to draw one up of his own. So a bit more to work with on blocks. Potentially turn it back on Jimmy Demers when he himself goes on the offense. There's a cull and an eloquent eulogy here that we see.
2 more cards hidden behind, 1 more in the hand, unaware for Matthew Dilks. But Cull, a card you'll want to be aware of on both sides of this equation. Very powerful to strip away a card, deny resources, or an end of chain attack. However, both of these chain players very happy to have specific cards in the Banish Zone. Have to be very careful when you choose to deploy that copy of Cull.
Yes. It's not always as asymmetrical as it's intended to be for Rune Blades. So yeah, I'm very interested to see how Matthew Dilks wants to actually utilize that. Maybe just didn't feel like that was a card that he could sort of bring out. Okay, so here's the Machinations of Dominion. This is to preempt the Unhallowed Rite. So this is a Rune Blade attack. It's going to give it go again. As an aura certainly was created. That's the Soul Shackle. And it has Overpower.
Interesting choice here from Jimmy, choosing to push numbers in a spot where Matt looks happy to block after deploying a card on that Reaping Blade. Understands the hand may be not perfect, happy to play defense. You don't want to send an Erase Vase into a hand that's happy to play defense. Find a better spot, try again next time.
Happy, not the word I'd be, ascribing to Matthew Dilks. Ready to block, definitely. He had to lean back in his chair for a moment there and just take stock of things. He's got a really healthy life lead over Jimmy Demers right now. But these things can change very quickly, especially as the traditional chain list starts to stack up those Soul Shackles. Start to find bigger turns off these Banishes.
I will take 5. I have effects, declares Matthew Dilks. We see that copy of Cull ripping away the Erase Face. It will not be saved for a future time here. And that Eloquent Eulogy parked into the Banish Zone for Matt Dilks. Very easy to get that one back out regardless of the shackles. Can just use Grasp of the Arknight to front that cost.
Yeah, I think Matt sort of sees that Shadowverser and Banish and probably correctly assumes that that's going to be the play for Jimmy Demers here. So he's able to find a way to deny an Arsenal. That's very heads up to actually find a really good use case for Cull in this matchup. One where it is still asymmetric in its impact. He gets the Eloquent Eulogy in Banish. That's now being joined by the Phantom Wraith. Jimmy could not Arsenal. That is going to limit his output when it comes back to his side.
Chane.
Here's the Eloquent Eulogy. We talked about it. Matthew Dilks does have a list that is sort of tuned to take advantage of Eloquence tokens or being able to play those non-attacks at instant speed. The action point generation is good when a simple Soul Shackle go again is not enough.
Very efficient turn cycle here for Matthew Dilks. Will manage to fire the Dust Blade attack for 4 after this. Worth noting, those counters will be falling off this turn. Was not able to play both a non-attack action and an attack action, maximizing the damage provided by this weapon while it's available.
Yeah, the days of that 1 resource for 4 power weapon are about to be over.
I get an Eloquence and I lose my Dust Blade counters.
Dilks
and take 1 Blood Debt.
Very much aligned with us here. Dustblade counters lost, but Eloquence token in play.
Jimmy forced to play a little defense. Hand doesn't do all too much by itself. Does find a little bit of help here in the form of Unhallowed Rites. This one going to need a non-attack action to be played from the Banish Zone. Thankfully, Plunder Run more than happy to fulfill that cost.
From the hand, though, right? Or did this Plunder Run actually come out of Arsenal?
No, this came from the hand. It's just we need a non-attack to have been played for Unhallowed Rites to be played from the Banish Zone.
Still confers that on here, but you don't get that extra upside.
Not a perfect Plunder Run by any stretch, but we can't afford to just take a Blood Debt here, really, and have a very subpar turn. So we make the most of what we've got. Plunder Run, happy to fill in the gaps.
Yeah, we got to go. Like you mentioned, a less functional hand for Jimmy Demers than he otherwise would have liked, just quickly representing a Soul Shackle addition. And so Reaping Blade's a follow-up. This is relatively face-up.
Would have been a perfect turn to have that Erase Face parked in the arsenal. Goes to show you the impact of that singleton copy of Cull from Matthew Dilks.
And Matthew looks definitely incentivized to block this out. Doesn't allow for a draw trigger for his opponent. Jimmy still off of Arsenal. Just has to ship it back. Ooh. It's an interesting hand. I mean, the tail of the Soul Shackle will be one that will change the complexion of Jimmy's turn. But over to Dilks here.
Both players finding invert existence in some form during this turn in the hand for Jimmy as well. A card you have to watch in this matchup. Not only does it not block, but suddenly you're taking damage and additional blood debt can be put into your banish zone courtesy of the opposing copies. Got to be very mindful of the life total you allow yourself to fall to.
Breathe the runes to go again there. That's pretty nice. Create 3 rune chant tokens and carry on with your turn.
It's basically a Deadwood Dirge.
Yeah, it allows for the Phantom Wraith as well to be deployed here. So you only need 2 rune chants in play to get this out of banish. Sending 6 power.
Okay, before I go any farther.
Jimmy's life total. Got to be concerned about it. Looks like he is only able to account for the physical component of damage here. Yeah, Plunder Run, invert.
Jimmy finding a few hands here that need Soul Shackle support to come together. We are going to see that Duskblade swing with 2 resources available now. This was thought through for Matt Dilks because 2 resources could have been a grasp of the Arc Knight activation to put an extra point of damage, hold on to that invert existence for a future turn. Alternatively, we can rep those 2 floating, represent the invert, and fire it off at the end of the turn here to either force the issue with some additional blood debt or just cause some damage. So in this case, Matt, not interested in giving additional resources to Jimmy, understands 2 cards, would love to see some extra blood debt in the banish zone. It's going to take care of a race face Plunder Run, deal with your 2 damage.
Yeah, Matthew Dilks also declares his targets for invert before having looked through Jimmy's graveyard. That is just how apprised of the situation Matthew Dilks is. Knew exactly what he wanted to go for. Has a good idea of the contents of Jimmy's graveyard. So, Soul Shackle here. What do we have? Humble, Bounding Demigon, Howl from Beyond, Riftbind. Okay, we've got some action to work with.
Help found, no doubt about that. Suddenly, Jimmy working with a 5-card hand in a way. Howl from Beyond, of course, not applicable to Riftbind. These other attacks more than happy to be paired with either non-attack action from the hand to come together. We are going to see the Howl deployed here from Jimmy.
Because that is going to buff the next attack action card Jimmy plays.
Very happy to just spend a blue here. Spend 2 for a buff, spend 1 or 0 in this case for an attack action. Leaves 1 floating for that Reaping Blade afterwards.
No blocks called here for Matthew Dilks. He's got a life buffer to work with. And that's more than you can say for his opponent.
Love this. Spellbound Creepers for the Plunder Run. I would like to draw a card after your no blocks have been declared.
So good.
See what I can find.
Instant speed Plunder Run. So it virtually going to replace itself and ideally give Jimmy something a bit more substantial to work with. Also represents another non-attack play.
Somewhat alarmed by the speed. Matthew Dilks was willing to declare 0 blocks.
Remember, Riftbind only cares about non-attack actions, not whether they've Rune Blade or otherwise. So Plunder Run is going to be able to enhance its offensive capability.
Worth noting here that Plunder Run played as an instant thanks to Spellbound Creepers does mean an additional action point was generated, meaning we can theoretically both Riftbind, Reaping Blade, all this turn, courtesy of some bonus resources being made from that Aether Iron Weave.
I mean, you've got to take your hat off to this turn from Jimmy Demers. His hand was a invert and a Plunder Run, and he's been able to turn it here into quite a lot more. Action point flush. Jimmy, of course, with this on hit, Shadow Puppetry, allowing for a banish. Is it usable? Or is it just Reaping Blade to cap this turn off?
Would love to find another attack here to make the most of that action point. Howl from Beyond the find. A dangerous banish from that Shadow Puppetry. Jimmy happy to take a damage to secure additional damage. Not an intuitive choice when you're behind on life total.
Yeah, Shadow Puppetry, though, in the scope of this turn cycle, is simply banish a card from your top of your deck and take a damage. That Blood Debt obviously is going to ping him. But still, we're getting out a critical mass of shackles for both players. Yeah, Spellbound Creepers, unfortunately, is going to have to go away. No arcane damage left to fuel it. It's going to have to be good enough.
Couple of goodies for Matthew Dilks. We'll see Ghostly Visit and Funeral Moon made available in the banish zone. One of those playable should damage be dealt. The other, a nice healthy 4 points for one resource. 4 cards in hand. Looks like multiple copies of Malefic Incantation here to get the turn started. Might have been hoping for one of those Rune Gate attacks to come off the top here to make the most of those Rune Chants.
I think there's a widespread card in the hand for Matthew Dilks.
I think it's a widespread destruction on the side.
It's Arsenal.
So this could get very dangerous. If we're able to trigger both these Malefics, score some damage, and play Funeral Moon as an instant, suddenly Bloodseed Skeleta will fund the bill for widespread destruction.
And Jimmy's just not at a life total where he can deal with a turn that is that wide. I mentioned Duskblade is still down there as well. That's going to be empowered if it ends up swinging towards a later part of the turn.
Looks like Matt here debating whether or not that third card better spent as resources. Seems it will be that Blue Seeds of Agony.
Grasp of the Arknight to make a rune charm. He's one resource floating in the Soul Shackle now. To give that go again to the Ghostly Visit, thinking about it.
I'm not going to chain yet.
No Soul Shackle just yet. Instead, it's the Malefic Incantation that comes down. Yeah, this is very powerful. Rune Chant's going to be generated on the resolution of this attack.
Now, Matt Dilks can take this line and take this risk with the Grasp of the Arknight making the Rune Chant first because there is no arcane barrier on the side of Jimmy Nero Demers. So we know Funeral Moon will be up, alive, and active. However, overcrowded, blocking for 4 thanks to Soul Shackles and Rune Chants.
Yeah, not too bad at all. That card finding niches in so many decks right now, getting +2 on block because of 2 differently named tokens being in play.
I actually don't need to break the chain. This is an instant. This is also an instant.
That's right. Instants don't need to break the chain.
Bloodseed Skeleta is cashed in, funds the whole bill for widespread destruction. 3 damage here, guaranteed.
Jimmy's just liable to die to arcane damage at some point here. 3 rune charts just have to be taken.
This is the danger of 2 copies of Malefic Incantation. We know that arcane damage is inevitable within the next turn or 2.
Jimmy has to find out how to topple Matthew Dilks at a pretty healthy, all things considered, life total.
Yeah, these are...
There's also the worry of 5 Soul Shackles here for Jimmy. If they manage to find cards they cannot play out, including that Howl from Beyond they were willing to take damage for last turn, they might just sink their own ship.
Yeah, that Blood Debt would be enough to topple his version of Chane bound by Shadow. And that hand? Fortunately, we're high on Shackles, so we're going to see plenty of cards anyway. A lot of blues, so that will fuel any action.
Yeah, not the worst case here, honestly, for Jimmy. Happy to see an abundance of blue cards because you don't want the attacks to be in your hand at this stage of the game. You would prefer to be able to play defense where possible, have as many resources as possible to play all the things you are hoping to banish.
Widespread destruction, essentially blanked with no arsenal. But Jimmy Demers, in fact, he's rarely been able to deploy or develop an arsenal this game at all. 1 life. He knows this is it. His last chance to make his mark, not only on this match, but on the World Championship now. And here come the Banishers. Bounding Demigon, and of course, Unhallowed Rites. That Soul Reaping is not a Blood Debt card. He does not have access to it.
Better than nothing here for Jimmy. We'll be able to deploy all of these cards at the least, will not perish thanks to their own deal with Ursa. Out from beyond here, pretty intuitive. Can't leave that one lying around.
But is this enough?
Yep.
Shackle made. Go again given. Unhallowed Rites comes in, empowered by that Howl from Beyond as well. So it's a non-trivial amount of damage being leveraged at Matthew Dilks, but much of this is face up. There's obviously a Bounding Demigon follow-up, or a Reaping Blade if it were to be the case, but we're not leaving a Blood Debt card in Banish. It's got to come out.
I think Matthew Dilks understands the assignment, truth be told. 1 life, all that stands between him and a semi-final berth, and we are looking directly at Grasp of the Arknight. There is a blue card in hand for Matthew Dilks. That is all that's required to make that rune chant and send it over the line. They just need to survive 6 more points of damage from Jimmy. And with only 1 card in hand to work with, this is looking fairly inevitable.
Yeah, all over but the crying maybe now as Grass the Up Knight on Jimmy's side of the field will create the rune chant. Bounding Demigod going to chase it into the red zone. An Eloquent Eulogy gets sideways on blocks. That's all she wrote for Jimmy. Now to clean up. And Matthew Dilks is the Damocles sword that hangs over his opponent. 2 Malefics in play. The simple matter of activating Grasp of the Arknight to give him that lethal point of damage. But first, the formalities. Soul Shackle Banish. Funeral Moon. Eloquent Eulogy spotted.
Even Widespread Annihilation in the mix there as an additional handful of tools for Matthew Dilks. Gets to decide how best to play around any shenanigans, of course, at this point. Open deck lists, players aware of all the tricks in the arsenal of each other. But in a situation like this, with ditch much prize money on the line, take your time, run through the options, and then reach for your Grasp of the Arknight.
And that's the rune chant generated.
Shadowverse
to follow it up. And there is the fist bump extended. Team PCG Invasions, Matthew Dilks advances to the semi-finals. And not just that, he shows that this Rune Gate Chane is still alive and well. Taking out the classical version of the list. We end up going to 2 Living Legend games to cap off this series. And this is after Matthew Dilks gets off to the horror start, not able to find victory on Gravy Bones. Gets it done with Chane.
Talk about a demonic dance. That game was back and forth, rhythmic in numerous ways. We saw the importance of those 2-cost pieces of interaction. Erase Face lining up to take away almost the entire fridge from Matthew Dilks the first time. The second copy earned cards, did what it was supposed to do. But the other humbles, the other tools, found themselves banished away by those soul shackles. Jimmy just could not find enough interactive pieces, gave free reign to Matthew Dilks to do the thing, and Bloodsheath Scalia did some serious work alongside that widespread destruction.
Yeah, very different to how you see it applied in the Viserai deck, right? Where it's a ton of rune chants being, filtered into resources in order to create these big Sonata turns. Here, it was just a matter of 1 resource, 1 rune chant required to be able to deploy that attack in its entirety, and it was brutal. It wasn't even for the on-hit. It was just damage. Huge output there by Matthew Dilks. In Jimmy Demers' deck, there's a couple of those turns where like Shackle 4 and 5 where, guys holding a couple blues, Mopey hand, bam, got some serious action to work with. Even the use of creepers to get that plunder run in play, get a card. Some real shenanigans here that Runeblades have available to them, but for Jimmy Demers, the journey ends here. He'll have to be satisfied with 3rd place in America's for Player of the Year, whilst Matthew Dilks rides off into our semi-finals. And speaking of which, let's have a look at the bracket now and get an eye on our matchups in our semis. It's going to be Matthew Dilks versus Ian Zhang in that first semi-final. Gravy Bones and Prism fighting in Classic Constructed, but first and foremost, it's going to be Chane and Marlynn going out in Living Legend. And as we cast our eyes downward, it's a CC matchup to start the series between Michael Jaska and Jakob Allan. Cindra versus Verdance. That is going to be interesting. A battle of Blaze and Briar to see who enters the second game of that series with a lead.
No big shocks here for me. We talked about how preferable the Marlynn matchup is for Chane players in this format. We saw Majin select to do this matchup as their first choice at the start of the day. Matt Dilks, our first seed, going to get the choice again. Says, Ian Zhang, I know you did it once, but can you do it again? On the other side of things, Michael Jaska did talk to me just a moment during our interview yesterday. Said they felt their quarterfinals was their hardest matchup of the set. If they got through it, they thought they were a heavy favorite to win this event. That is in part because Cindra into Verdance, very close matchup, known to be rather coin flippy at points, but most of the Cindra players feel like they are ever so slightly ahead. Not surprised to see Michael picking this lane to start things off.
And as far as I can tell here, there are no duplicate heroes left in our top 4.
That's impressive
Not
stuff.
in CC, not in Living Legends. We're going to see a lot of variety in our last 4 matches, and I could not ask for a better way to cap off a ridiculous World Championships here in Philadelphia. Incredible stuff shown by all sides. The fact that we're seeing, a Prism make her way into the top 4, Marlynn as well. Those whispers that we heard about Living Legend coming into this weekend were certainly on the mark. But can Ian Zhang do what he did to Margin Bay against a player like Matthew Dilks? Can he keep that Chane quiet, keep pummeling in those overpowered harpoons? Or will things be a little bit rockier out there amidst the ocean waves? So only one way to find out. Stick around now, folks. Of course, in the chat, we are giving away some fantastic product. So keep your eyes peeled for official sources in there. Take the opportunity to be involved in those competitions and get yourself some sweet swag. I'm feeling pretty elated after that previous game, Scott. I don't know how you're feeling, but I'm very impressed to see this Rune Gate Chane still have so much legs.
I was a huge believer of this deck heading into the weekend, so I get to feel very validated. It may or may not have helped that I was sitting in several testing teams who felt the same way, full of huge brains, who are notoriously good at flesh and blood, but I am happy to see this hard work paying off for teams that worked on it. I can only speak for Table 1 in this case. I can't speak for Mac Dilks as much as I would love to, but I saw players who believed in Chane sitting down and refining this deck at all hours of the day. I would start my work day at 9 o'clock. They would be in the Discord server working together. I would finish my work day at 5 p.m. and they would still be there. And I want to see that kind of attitude rewarded. And we are in real time with thousands of dollars.
Yep.
Thousands of dollars, PTIs, gold foils, prize cards. The boons are practically never ending.
Yeah. And so it goes, folks. 8 becomes 4 now with our semifinals right around the corner. Very quickly want to announce the winner of our first giveaway in the chat. You can find those details there. Vulcanite, our first winner. Of course, there's some fantastic Super Slam product in the chat. So keep an eye out for prompts there. Make sure you get yourself some goodies. And here we go, folks. 8 becomes 4. 4 players left to vie for the greatest honor, the biggest title, and the biggest purse in the Flesh and Blood world. Your semi-finals across CC and LL are coming up.
Eight legends entered the crucible of competition during those quarterfinal rounds, but after some thrilling gameplay, only 4 remain. That's right, folks! It's time for the semi-finals, live from the World Championship in Philadelphia. My name is Sam O'Byrne. This fine individual's name is Pankaj Bajwani. Pankaj, what's up, dog?
I'm at the edge of my seat, Sam. We have had 4 amazing quarterfinals matches, but I do want to point something out. Only one of them went to a Game 3.
I know.
And you know what I want for our semifinals? I want 2 semifinals that go all the way to a Game 3.
Well, then let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket and see just what is possible, what the fates may hold, because we only have 4 competitors remaining in this tournament. However, there could be potentially so much more flesh and blood to play and grace your screens at home. So, Pankaj, walk me through it.
So looking at this bracket, the first thing I want to point out, the 8th seed buff has finally been broken.
Wow.
Nero Demers went down in the quarterfinals, and you know, I'm going to step away a little bit from like the logical mashup analysis and just talk about vibes here for a little bit.
Yes, please.
8th seed broken, Majin Bay, man of plot armor, came into this tournament injured. Also lost in the quarterfinals. I think this tournament's about anti-plot armor.
Oh.
And you know who has the worst plot armor of all? Mr. 9th seed repeat himself, Zhang. I think he's taking it down.
Oh, I like the logic. I like the logic indeed. Well, we'll be checking out that semifinals match in a little bit. I want to direct your eyes down to the bottom of your screen where you'll see our first game we're about to cover. It's Michael Jaszczur, Jaszczur himself, taking on Jakob Allan, and they are choosing to start off in CC. It's going to be an interesting matchup. 2 of the decks that have defined this recent metagame. What do you want to talk about it?
I believe Michael Jaszczur chose a format. He's higher seed. He could have chosen a format or deferred. I believe he chose to start with CC. And this matchup, as you pointed out, Sam, these heroes have defined the metagame in the weeks leading up to the World Championships. Both players are surely fully practiced in the matchup. This is likely the matchup they've practiced the most. I'm very interested to see what both these players have brought to the table.
The other thing I want to just bring some attention to is after those quarterfinals, the Player of the Year race is all dusted off and settled. Florin-Cristian Loghin needed a win to get onto the board, a win of the whole tournament to get onto the board in his region. But Nero Demers only needed a win in the quarters to oust Michael Hamilton in 3rd place on the Player of the Year leaderboard. So it just goes to show you, even at the finish line, sometimes consistency is king. However, folks, as we turn our attention back to the semifinals, I'm hearing that our players are ready. I know I'm ready. I think my friend over here is ready. So let's get down into it. It's time for the semifinals from the World Championship in Philadelphia. A nice handshake from our competitors. Jakob Allan on the left side of your screen versus Michael Jaszczur. Let's take a look at Jakob's run to this incredible point.
Jakob Allan, as we spoke about earlier, relatively unknown player compared to the other players in this top 8 that have graced us with their presence over here. But Jakob Allan, this is what World Championships are about. It's not only where established names continue to make a name for themselves, it's also where new players make a name for themselves.
Jakob Allan, something I want to highlight with our fine fellow here. All of these other members in our top 8, they all had so many people behind them, full teams. We saw them on the team spotlight. We saw them just conferring with other top players. Jakob was telling me he's one of the only players from his region. You can see the Alberta Fab community from Canada, one of the many Canadians in this top 8. He was one of the only players of his locals to actually be even able to make it out. So he was just sitting, you know, music on, vibing, chilling, but he didn't have all the support of a top team behind him. It didn't matter. We are witnessing a star rise before our eyes.
Well, I'm sure he's made a lot of new fans this past weekend, Sam. I know I've become a Jakob Allan fan for sure. Let's go ahead and take a look at the deck list that Jakob Allan has brought to the World Championships. And I want to start with something that's missing from this list that a lot of these other Verdance players have opted to brought in to the World Championships, and that is the 7 power attacks. Red Autumn's Touch, Red Finals Fighting Spirit, missing for Jakob Allan's list. Instead, opting for the Pulsing Aether Life, which has been absent from a few of these other Verdance lists, and I do wonder whether that is a little bit of a disadvantage in the Cindra matchup because of Claw of Vinserakai. Pulsing Aether Life not very efficient in the face of the Spell Void Dagger on the other side, because once they use the Spell Void Dagger, you Pulsing Aether Life plus Waning Moon, you just leak 5 damage rather than like the 7 you would have leaked if it was a Fighting Spirit or an Autumn's Touch.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the Verdance decks that we've been talking about were some of the new flavor, right? Sirens of Safe Harbor, the blue Voltic Bolt. We're not seeing those here. This is, if there's a classic Verdance deck of the recent meta, this is it. It's our furthest Verdance in this tournament, showing you that perhaps it's not all the newfangled hotness that could take you furthest.
Sometimes old is gold, as they say. I am curious whether Jakob Allan will bring in the Scar for our Scars in this matchup. I have seen some Verdances prefer to bring that in to try and match Cindra's damage output. Often in this matchup, you do fall behind, and that's when you need maybe just a little bit of juice to get your opponent into the Strider's range.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the competitor in Jakob Allan's way. It is, of course, Michael Jaszczur, the Jacuzzer himself. What a run he has been on now this year. You take a look at the competitor who has made it into the top 8 of Pro Tour London. I believe top 4 over there as well. And now sitting in the top 4 of a World Championship. This is someone, I remember when this guy was on Oldhim. I thought of him as an Oldhim player, like, exclusively. But this dude, such a run. Immaculate vibes every time you talk to Michael. So happy to see him here. And we got to talk about it as one of the most impressive runs, I mean, we've ever seen in Flesh and Blood.
2 Tier 4 top 8 finishes in the same year is absolutely commendable. Michael Jaszczur, you speak about him being an ex-Oldhim player. I also remember his Icelander days as well. This man has range. He's not just redline aggro. Despite both the decks he's bringing to this tournament being on the aggressive side, he has played the grindy stuff. He has played the Wizards. He knows what he's doing. Let's go ahead and check out what list he has brought to the World Championships. Pretty stock standard Cindra list here so far. The main thing to point out for this matchup, Claw of Vinserakai, Sam. That defines this matchup. It nullifies a whole bunch of the incidental Verdance pings, if Verdance even gets online, that is to say, and just makes a lot of her turns so much less efficient. She has these 6 damage arcane spells now. The Pulsing Aether Life that Jakob Allan has, all of those reduced in power level slightly because of that so important dagger.
Take the Tempo, kind of the only card perhaps out of the ordinary. We've seen all these cards for many, many months in these Cindra decks. Have to see if Take the Tempo comes out. Got the one of Battlefront Bastion. We'll have to see if that comes into play should he meet Ian Zhang in any finals match. But first, he's got to get through the Thorn of the Rose. He's got to get through the Dark Horse, the newcomer. He's got to get through Jakob Allan, as it's Jakob versus Michael. Titans of our game, both metagame and player. Here in the semifinals, let's get down into it.
So Michael Jaszczur will be going first in this matchup, which is a little bit disadvantaged. You can't really attack a Verdance going first. You can get punished really hard if you allow the Verdance player to fill their graveyard with a whole bunch of Earth cards. You might suddenly be facing down a Decompose attack on them on the first turn of the game because you allowed them to fill that yard. So fully expecting Michael Jaszczur to just say pass over here unless he's confident that he can leak quite a bit of damage.
Let's see just how our players want to begin this one. Activate Cindra, pitch 3 away. Any response from Jakob is the question. Discard a Shelter from the Storm just to get it out of the hand.
He wants to find some sort of threat. When you don't let the Verdance filter, sometimes they just aren't able to mount enough of an offense on their turn, making their going second tempo advantage completely nullified. In this case, so Jakob Allan has managed to pick up a copy of the Burn Bear, is holding another copy in his hand as well, which can be very, very awkward. These early 6 damage spells, again, thanks to Claw of Vinserakai, not as impactful as you would like them to be. You want to find these later on when your opponent has leaked a bunch of damage and they're getting close to a Strider's range. That's when you want to send this unavoidable, unpreventable damage.
You have to imagine that the other Burn Bear is destined for the arsenal for that reason precisely. Jakob draws back up to 4. First true attacking turn of the game for Cindra.
Looks like the felling of the crown that he was holding was headed to the arsenal. Wants to block with his Burn Bear and then try and get enough Earth cards in the Decompose, in the graveyard to fuel the felling of the crown. Ideally, he wants to decompose a different way first. First, either, say, through a Rootbound Carapace or Cadaverous Tilling, so that the felling of the crown comes in for 8. Oftentimes, one of the tiebreakers in this matchup, if you will, is whether the fellings come in for 8 or for 4.
Ancestral Empowerment goes on top of the Ignite. Michael wants to see a little more cards. Not interested in using it as a bit of a combat trick to get over blocks, help out the Mask momentum here. Just wants to find a little more optionality. Looks like it's going to be,
Of course, offering the first Draconic Chainlink. Cindra going to try to get to that also coveted 3 Draconic Chainlinks to buy back both the Kunai, which we can be sure will be flicked on this turn, and also the Claw of Vincerukai to continue to pad Michael Jassczur's life total in the face of the arcane damage that this Earth Wizard presents. Chainlink 2 now for Michael Jaszczur, taken by Jakob Allan. Mask of Momentum now, very online for any future attack action cards.
Now it's the Blaze Headlong. Flick Knives still alive, still able to be used. An attack for 4. We saw that Shelter discarded on turn 0. So Jakob here going to reach over for the Stonewall Gauntlet and immediately give it before any Wrath of Retribution as we see the Kunai come forward, flick across. Chainlink still alive.
This is a big, risky block from Jakob Allan. You pointed it out, Sam. Stonewall Gauntlet is an insurance piece against the one-off Wrath of Retribution on the Cindra side. Jakob Allan is taking a bit of a gamble here, saying you will not find that card the rest of this game. This game goes too short. I'm hoping you don't find that card. I'm just committing the Stonewall Gauntlet here. A little bit of a risky move for him. Let's see if it pays off.
Block with the Burn Bear, block for 3.
This is threatening Mask, of course, but this Out of Dragon Scale is not Draconic, so cannot be given go again by the Dragon Scale of Flight Path. So Jakob Allan doesn't really care about the card draw, but covers it up anyway. Unfortunately for him, not able to decompose that Rootbound, which means his Felling that he's about to send will only come in for 4, will at least trigger the Decompose. So will force a card out of Michael Jaszczur's hand.
Compost is for 4, but I get the card. Yeah.
Coming in for 4, asking for a card from Michael's hand.
And now future Fellings and Plows will have the maximum output in terms of damage.
As long as Jakob can find another Earth card, we've seen not always the easiest for these Verdance decks. They run a lot of Wizard cards. They have their CNCs, their Shelters.
And that brings us back to the equipment block that Jakob Allan chose to deploy on that turn. Oftentimes you see Verdance's block with the Barkskin early on so that it's available as an additional Earth card to put in the yard sort of on demand in case you need to decompose, say, another Felling or another Plow under. So Jakob Allan there opting to save the math value by using the 1 damage block on the Stonewall Gauntlet rather than a 2 block on the Barkskin. But if he gets tripped up on Earth cards in the graveyard, he's going to be looking back at a decision.
31 taking 4 from Michael Jaszczur. Jakob Allan's going to draw back up. Oath of Loyalty to start things off. 4 damage coming in, go again. Draconic blocks 3. Asks a question though, will you pledge that fealty? Uphold your oath. For you must. Anything otherwise, any non-draconic cards, game rule violation, baby.
Speaking of fealty, currently no copies of that token on Michael Jaszczur's side of the board, which can mean that his Oath of Loyalty could be a little bit awkward depending on the texture of his hand. The Cindra list these days, and Michael Jaszczur's list no different, runs a lot of non-draconic cards. We saw in the previous turn already that Out of Dragon Scale, Ravenous Rabble also, and Pain in the Backside, all these non-draconic cards being favored by these Cindras these days. Oath of Loyalty can make those a little bit awkward.
Hot on their heels. Met by Command and Conquer. Lava Burst ends the chain. Jakob accepts the damage down to 25 as opposed to Michael Jaszczur's 31. Only 5 minutes elapsed, but the Draconic chain links are flowing. The daggers constantly returning to Cindra's side. 2-card play for Jakob, going to be Cadaverous Tilling. Found that Autumn's Touch, so able to decompose again. Just come on in for 8.
Exact decompose for 2, only had 2 Earth cards in the bin before this Tilling was deployed. Goes up to 4, which means that Barkskin of the Millennium Tree is now online, in the sense that when it blocks, it creates an embodiment of Earth and allows all of Jakob Allan's non-attack actions block for 1 more. 8 damage, Cadaverous Tilling. Would have preferred to see this in the other order, Cadaverous Tilling and then the Felling, but sometimes the cards are presented to you in this fashion.
Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. What's that sound?
The Tilling!
Nope.
Oh.
The alarm bell's going off in Jakob Allan's head as he sees those Dragon Scalar flight paths get blocked with That is often a herald, a sign of what's to come. We have to imagine those leg pieces are at least a part of the consideration for Michael Jaszczur on this turn as the Kunai of Retribution comes in and the Hot in Her Heels is pitched away, clearly needing the Draconic Chain Link to start things off. I wonder if we're going to see that Wrath of Retribution hit the combat chain, powered up by that Dragon Scalar Flight Path.
And Jakob Allan very happy to see this, very happy to see a pitch for the Kunai. That means the Cindra had a slight brick on this turn. And coming back to the Dragon Scalar Flight Path, sometimes against Verdance, especially once you hit these 20 life totals, you're not sure whether they'll ever send a physical attack at you ever again. So Michael Jaszczur, a bit of a heads-up play, just blocking the flight path in case no other physical attack comes his way the rest of this game. Just saving that 1 point of life. Currently does not have the Wrath of Retribution.
For go again. Blaze Headlong, no blocks. React with the Sink Below.
And insulated from something like an Ancestral Empowerment because, of course, Blaze Headlong not a ninja attack action card, so you cannot play Ancestral over this. You could play something like a Rake over the Coals, for example. But Michael Jaszczur doesn't have any copies of that card.
Flicks
so
the Kunai.
Very safe block for Jakob Allan.
Brings up the Ring of Roses. Art of the Dragon Blood now. Attacks for 4. Asks for a card or suffer the consequences of the Mask of Momentum.
Effectively functioning like a snatch. Interesting to note, Michael Jaszczur did not fealty that Art of Dragon Blood. So would not have been able to give it go again if Jakob Allan even allowed him to draw.
I wonder what the block with the Flight Path was for then, just to make sure you get some physical block value?
Yeah, because you don't know whether the Verdance is going to send physical at you again. That oftentimes would just chain a whole bunch of Arcane at you. We also know Jakob Allan's list, for example, is favoring the Pulsing Aether Lives. So Michael Jaszczur is saying, let's just cash this in so I don't lose the game without getting the value on the card. However, I think the bells you were heralding, Sam, were perhaps a turn cycle too early because I do believe Michael Jaszczur has now found that Wrath of Retribution.
We saw Jakob Allan take this E-Strike draw earlier in the tournament. The game didn't work out for him, but the quote-unquote ponder definitely did. Drew a Rootbound in that case, my memory serves.
But because of Crown of Providence, these random draws are quite insulated. So he just takes the gamble over there. The upside is quite high. And if it's bad, you just use Crown of Providence to filter it away. So Mental Block Ponders, E-Strike draw cards, take the more efficient line. Because Verdance is slightly behind in his matchup, just ever so slightly unfavored. Any sort of gambles that you can take to increase the variance on your end, to increase the chances that you get a good outcome, is something the Verdance players will definitely take.
Couple of cards placed down by Michael. I have to imagine he says, oh no, I'm using those. The 4th card joins. Perhaps the turn has been planned.
Quick message from 940 CC players. Please refresh very quickly your jam to be sure.
Michael Jaszczur almost, for a moment there, deciding whether he wants to block. That tells you the tension he's perhaps feeling, heading down to 19.
It's easy to feel tension during the World Championships. As the tension rises, the Oath of Loyalty hits the combat chain again. 4, go again. As life totals nearly even, 19 plays 20. Any reactions from Jakob? The answer is no. So down to 16 goes our Verdance player.
And
Fealty going to be activated.
This time he did have that fealty token to make sure he can continue the chain of draconic attacks. And here we have Fire, Tenant, Strike first, a card that often gets mistakenly thought of as a naturally draconic card with all the fire in its art, but it isn't. So fealty token here, used to make it draconic.
But how flavorful for this semifinals match. As we see the Oath of Loyalty ask for the fealty, we see Michael Jaszczur acquiesce and place that fealty token down. As the Fire Tenant Strike first is met by the Barkskin of the Millennium Tree. The Embodiment of Earth created alongside the block from the Cadaverous Tilling. We can see there's that Pulsing Aether. There's a 4 block. A nice blocking hand from Jakob Allan here. As Michael Jaszczur's head goes to his hand, has to consider, does he want to flick on this chain link or not?
All the remaining cards in Jakob Allan's hand. Block for 4. Shelter, Pulsing Aether, Everbloom Life, thanks to the Embodiment of Earth. Flicking here, if he plans to play the Wrath of Retribution on this turn, you ideally don't want to flick right now. You want to flick after you have attacked with a dagger and it comes in for 2.
Is he more interested in just getting as much value as possible out of the cards he knows versus maximizing his chances to find a card he does not off the top of the deck? But then the onus is on Jakob to defend. Michael Jaszczur, does he want to keep his own destiny in his own hands or begin to ask some different questions of his opponent? He's trying to figure out the answer just like we are.
And facing down an embodiment of Earth, you have to imagine if you're on Michael Jaszczur's seat, it's going to be a tough ask that you get that crown, that you get the Mask of Momentum draw this turn. Jakob Allan is set up quite defensively. What he isn't set up defensively for is a whole bunch of going wide 2 damage daggers, which is what Wrath of Retribution promises. You can have an embodiment of Earth that helps you block tall, but does not help you block 2 into 2 into 2 into 2.
Michael really giving this one to think. And you have to understand why. Only 12 minutes have elapsed so far, so plenty of time for these players. They're sub 20. It's an untimed game. Do you have to play at a reasonable pace? You have to imagine Michael's going to have to make a decision soon.
It's possibly one of the most impactful decisions of this game, and definitely of Michael Jaszczur's top 8 run at the World Championships. And here we see the awkwardness of Oath of Loyalty. Isn't able to deploy the Snatch in the pitch zone, but does manage to deploy the Wrath of Retribution, coming in for 4, buffed up by the Fire Tenant Strike First and the promise of a whole bunch of dagger swings coming Jakob Allan's way for the rest of this turn.
Yep.
Kunai Retribution now coming in for 2. Jakob Allan has 2 4 blocks in his hand, but can't deploy them efficiently, is forced to discard this shelter so he can at least get 3 points of value from it rather than just 2 if he uses it as a standard defense reaction. One risk, though, for Michael Jaszczur after Wrath of Retribution turn. If you get the max value from that card, you pass over to the opponent with no daggers, which means if you get one of the Cindra bricks that we saw him get already once this game, you no longer have the Kunai Retribution on board to bail you out. So he has a decision here. He can choose not to swing the last Kunai to leave himself open to a potential bad draw, or just take the risk and send it for 2.
Let's see what decision he makes.
First dagger, one for this, one for flick. Yeah, take 1 14. Cool.
Flicked the Kunai. After using the Dragon Scaler, we're activating Cindra because we're attacking with the Kunai once again. What a huge turn from this Wrath of Retribution. It's amazing. It's like this. It's so flavorful. The signature move. Cindra. Feels like we're, you know, watching watching anime. Wrath of Retribution. 4 dagger swings.
Excuse me. Small correction. He does end with a Claw of Vincerokai, but that doesn't have a go again dagger. So effectively is still not insulated from a bricky hand from Cindra.
Body materials at start of turn. Yeah. Decompose those.
And that was the random draw from Jakob Allan's E-Strike, a felling of the crown. Made its way to his arsenal. Jakob Allan took the gamble on that E-Strike. Had the providence, of course, to bail him out if it was a bad draw. But Michael Jaszczur cannot be happy to see that that was the random draw off the top. Verdance, so full of these do-nothing Earth Blue cards, manages to find a felling of the crown of all cards.
And that's how we're finding Jakob Allan in the semifinals. Understands his deck so innately, knows the ratios, knows the amount of cards, knows that sometimes you have to take the gamble. You have to decide it's so much higher upside for me to find something like a felling, like a D-React, than 2 potential more damage on an E-Strike. Even if I draw a card that I'm not happy arsenaling, sometimes you gotta take the risk to get the reward.
And we call this, Sam, when Michael Jaszczur made the decision to attack with that Kunai, he opens himself up to a brick. And I believe I saw 2 out of Dragon Bloods. And I think a Display Loyalty in that hand. No starters. And body language-wise from Michael Jaszczur, he's feeling the pressure here in the semifinals, the first game, the World Championships. Michael Jaszczur had in his hands.
Do you just block it out? I think it might be a brand. It's a brand,
Oh, it's a
which
brand.
changes
Okay,
everything
if it's a brand, he's safe.
so much better.
Whew.
But he doesn't know if he wants to go down to 11, but he decides he must. Down to 11 goes Michael as these players walk down life totals, but that is about as good a position as you can ask for Verdance. Get an opponent in a position where Storm Striders becomes the out.
Branded's in the claw to start things off, which will confer Draconic to the Out of Dragonblood follow-up, which will give it go again.
Now you have to wonder, do you flick the Claw of Ensarakai just to get a resource for your Cindra activation at the end of this chain? Given that you'll only have 2 links, you want that kunai back by your side if you're in Michael Jaszczur's spot. Its place is not in the graveyard. Its place is back from the ashes to return. Art of the Dragon Blood is met by Sink Below. Flick Knives responds. Claw of Ensarakai flies across the table. Yep, and the resource going to be gained by the blood-splattered vest.
And continues the Mask of Momentum train. Next attack will still threaten that also important card draw, effectively making that card a snatch.
This is actually such a fascinating position. Jakob Allan has the Burn Bear. He has the E-Strike. He has a card to pay for it. But now he faces down the potential card draw from this Art of the Dragon Blood. He has to wonder, can he send the E-Strike with the amount of equipment that Michael Jaszczur has left? Will it be enough for the Burn Bear to win him this semifinal game?
And that's the math that he's doing right now. At this life total, Michael Jaszczur will happily give up a Mask of Momentum. At this point, that card does not matter anymore. You're not getting card draws anyway, especially this Out of Dragonblood hits. Blood-Splattered Vest as well. Very, very disposable piece of equipment. So that's 3 armor on Michael Jaszczur's side that he'll happily give if you send an E-Strike for 7. Which means even if Jaszczur gives you no cards, you will still leak 4, and 7 is still very much Strider's range. You have 2 Spell Void. You can Spell Void the 6 damage spell. You can Spell Void the Waning Moon as well, but 7 is still enough.
Down to 4. Down to 2, excuse me. Goes Jakob Allan as both daggers return to Michael's side. You can see Michael Jaszczur take a deep breath as the potential for Jakob of that Burn Bear just proved to be too enticing. He has to draw the resources. E-Strike for 7. What's the block going to be?
But
Mask Momentum hits the combat chain.
Michael Jaszczur can even give cards to block. That was a very risky line from Jakob Allan that he didn't even give the Crown of Providence. Because when you're at 2 against a deck that has Flick Knives, against a deck that has 3 copies of Throw Dagger as well, of which you have seen 0 copies so far, Michael Jaszczur has enough unpreventable damage. Jakob Allan will need to find either Mental Block or Shelter from the Storm to protect himself from that eventuality. That non-block on the Crown of Providence might come back to punish him, Sam.
Block 5 currently represented. Ancestral Empowerment and the Mask of Momentum take 2. Down to 9 goes Michael.
And this just keeps him out of Strider's range. Because of Claw of Ensarakai, he's an effective 10. So Strider's Burn Bear plus Waning Moon is not enough from Jakob Allan's side.
Oath of Loyalty, Rising Resentment in the hand from Michael Jaszczur.
Ravenous Rabble as well.
Rising Resentment comes forward. 3. Go again. Met by Blue Autumn's touch.
And
Flick. Down to 1.
No prevention effects.
Gets the second resource off the Blood-Splattered Vest. So much value already. 1 resource generated, but the Ravenous Rabble attacks. A little bit of a handshake as Michael Jaszczur reveals the cut through. So 4 damage. This has to be blocked fully.
We don't know what the random card off the top was for Michael Jaszczur on the previous turn. Remember, Jakob Allan gave the Mask of Momentum draw to Michael Jaszczur to make the play that he did, but he did not put his opponent in that Strider's range.
And if you had used your crown on the last turn, 2 more life here, you can just give 1 card, take 1, still be at 2. But now the Crown of Providence is awkward. You need to give a card from hand and the crown. You're over blocking and still at 1. You called it out immediately, Ponkage. That might have been the block to keep Jakob Allan's tournament run alive. I think he might have just missed it.
Perhaps a little bit of pressure reaching our semifinalists at this oh so important juncture of their Flesh and Blood careers.
it's still just game one. We have potentially 2 more games from these players. I think you and I are both sitting here like, and this will do it. Michael Jaszczur. But no, even if Jakob Allan falls here, there's still potentially 2 more games we'll get to see. As now the Crown of Providence gets put in front of this, it looks like he might sink away that felling, and this is just not how this turn needs to go for Jakob for him to win this one.
He needs to send a threat. If he doesn't send a threat on his own turn, we're just back in this exact same situation for Jakob Allan, except he will no longer have the Crown of Providence.
Grandma Cinderclaw comes down, attack for 3. Art of the Dragon Scale, that costs 1, and the handshake is extended, and we're moving on to game 2.
Fantastic finish from Michael Jaszczur over there. Perhaps a small misstep from Jakob Allan for not using the Crown of Providence on the earlier turn, although based on how that went, I don't think that would have mattered for our Verdance player. We are going on to a game 2, moving on to the Living Legend format, where we know Michael Jaszczur has brought a terrifying combo -IO deck, and Jakob Allan has brought Bravo, star of the show, once a bane of the classic constructed format.
I cannot wait for that one. But first, I do believe we just got to speak about what we just saw for another moment. Cindra versus Verdance, titans of the metagame, absolute staples of what we've seen, but with changes, with evolutions over the last multiple weeks, multiple months. But what we just got to see there, a lot of the same. A lot of the same of what we've come to expect from these decks. The difference, the stakes, what's on the line, and the way it all went down.
I also do want to point out, speaking of equipment blocks from Jakob Allan's side, that Stonewall Gauntlet block. All
on
that
the Majin,
time.
on that Wrath of Retribution. Dude.
That's what it's there for. We spoke about it. It was a risk he took.
Yeah.
He was saying, hey, this game goes 4 or 5 turns. I just hope that legendary copy of that card is just in the bottom 2/3 of your deck. Unfortunately for him, it was in the top 1/3 of Michael Jaszczur's deck. That Stonewall Gauntlet would have prevented
like 5
damage on the Wrath of Retribution turn. Unfortunately for him, though, it came a little bit early. And there was a Crown of Providence block as well, but road's not over. As you said, we have potentially 2 more games.
All right, folks. Well, we have spoken of the classic constructed format that we just entered. We're about to see the Living Legend format, but there's more on the horizon for Flesh and Blood as we look forward and can see the updated bracket here. Michael Jaszczur and Jakob Allan moving on to their next match. It'll be Dio versus Starvo. I mean, we'll talk about it in a moment, but this is going to be an interesting one for both these players. I think Jakob Allan's back was against the wall.
And I think it might continue to be in this matchup as well. However, he did lose that game 1, which means while the format choice is out of his hands, he does get to choose play or draw, which can be quite important against a -IO deck that's trying to set up a whole bunch as soon as turn 0.
I do gotta say, a fan of this whole best-of-3 thing. This is pretty cool. We were literally, I think, up until like 2 minutes before the game ended, like, oh man, will this be the end of Jakob Allan's tournament? Oh wait, no, never mind. There's so much more, and it's so cool. How do these players adapt? In the top 4 now, they've been playing so much Flesh and Blood all weekend long, but they now get to continue to adapt and learn their opponents' tendencies, play styles, even as much as their decks.
Not only is it extremely engaging for the players, we just get to watch more Flesh and Blood. And you know what? I'm a fan of watching more Flesh and Blood.
Well, as we talked about, we have a new era coming up. We have the Living Legend format, Heroes of Old, but there is so much on the horizon as we can look forward to the next era of Flesh and Blood when Compendium of Rathe hits and brings about the Silver Age format in its entirety, as it was meant to be. And your first chance to play this exciting new time, the world premiere in London.
Expansion sets are back, baby, for maybe one time only, but Compendium of Rathe will be supporting CC and Silver Age, Sam. As you pointed out, check out the world premiere in London, where we will get to see Chapter 1 and 2 of these pre-constructed Silver Age decks, also featuring these hot stamped heroes.
Yeah, I'm lit on these. I'm lit on, honestly, the whole set. I'm really looking forward to this world premiere because there is just some hotness going on. Not only the hot stamped cards, but you also get to play the first ever Silver Age calling with Compendium of Rathe legal. And fear not, my friends, you get to add up to 2 boxes of Compendium of Rathe to your veritable cart when you sign up and when you pick up your package. And there's so much more.
That sounds really, really cool, Sam, but this world premiere is in February. When can I start signing up and adding those boxes to my cart?
Oh, well, I don't know exactly about that whole part of it, but I know you can pick up your tickets right now online.
Tickets are on sale right now. Go ahead and get your signups in and check out this world premiere entry package alongside these beautiful promos.
Ridiculous. These are ridiculous. The full art I guess E-Strike. It's also E-Strike. Do we just call them both E-Strike, or is one L-Strike?
L-Strike? I like L-Strike. But
L-Strike.
then what if they bring up a strike that starts with L?
That doesn't matter. You can hit this, like, I'll hit you with L-Strike. You can hold this L as we move on and take a look at the collection pack. This is where you'll be picking up these exciting sleeves that have yet to be announced, as well as your Compendium of Rathe booster boxes. And we got, okay, listen, y'all. I know we're not showing you any of the cards yet in these tournament packs, but you sign up for a calling, you sign up for a battle hunt. I know, you sign up, you get your promos, you get your cool stuff. You're still getting those cool promos that we showed you a couple slides ago, but now you're also getting this tournament pack. And again, I've just I feel like I've engendered some trust. I hope if you're listening and watching, I hope you can trust me when I tell you when it's lit. These tournament packs, they are the real freaking deal.
Speaking of new things, in 2026 for the World Tour, this is the year that will feature showdowns as a replacement for Battle Hardens, and these showdown events will be featuring Silver Age all throughout the year. And that's right, people, you can continue to pick up your tournament packs at these showdown events as well. So go ahead and get your hands on these entries.
It's going to be a fun year, folks. Tournament Packs brings about another kind of brand new year as we look towards the way we participate in these fantastic events all over the World Tour. But it's time to bring our attention back to the epitome of competition, excellence, grit, and drive, the World Championships here live in Philadelphia, as we are moving on to Game 2, potentially of 3 between these two players. And we bring the attention back to Living Legend. I think it's time to get into the game. I want you to break it down. I want to see our players. I want to get into the match. Let's take a look first at our deck lists as we get ready to get into the match here from the World Championship in Philadelphia.
So we have Dash.io versus Bravo Star of the show. Looks like Michael Jaszczur has been put going first once again. Michael Jaszczur has been put going first. That's an interesting decision. Or maybe
might be getting a correction
the graphic
on that, yeah.
might be a little bit mistaken over here. I think Jakob Allan would have chosen to go first instead, and indeed the graphic has been updated. Thank you so much, our producer, for going ahead and doing that. Jakob Allan denying Michael Jaszczur the chance to freely set up on that turn 0 on this terrifying combo deck that we have seen Michael Jaszczur pull off before on stream. That's how he made his way to the semifinal. Jakob Allan wants none of that. Let's go ahead and check out what his deck list is about, whether he has the tech he needs to deny the combo from his Dash.io. We saw the Chane in the previous matchup for Michael Jaszczur have lots of points of interaction, but still not enough to prevent Michael Jaszczur from blowing him up. And looking at Jakob Allan's list here, Sam, I'm a little bit worried. Yeah. There is Channel Lake Frigid, but there aren't any copies of Channel the Bleak Expanse, which is yet another one of those cards that can stuff Dash.io combo turn. Jakob Allan instead is going to need to rely on those natural Starvo fuses, the cards like Oakenolds, cards like Crippling Crush, cards like Spinal Crush, to slow down Michael Jaszczur.
Well, let's take a look at exactly what might be putting Jakob Allan in trouble as we look at the LL Dio deck that has just been putting up crazy turns in our feature match area. So why was Stasis Cell purchased from all these vendors at this tournament?
Because Bravo Star of the show has access to Rampart of the Ram set, which for a while was coming in for this Dash.io matchup, because Dash.io keeps closing the chain. And if you just keep paying into your Rampart, suddenly that Rampart is blocking 6 for free after you've pitched 2 blues into it, and Dash.io keeps closing the chain to draw a card off Processor, to play a system reset. So that card was so effective. Dash.io's brought in Stasis Cells to not allow the opponent to block with Rampart, and now Rampart has left the Bravo Star of the show list because it was completely useless in the face of Stasis Cell.
They're playing 10 foot tall and bulletproof. Are they okay?
So this is very effective in the Bravo Star of the Show matchup, because they might say send a Spinal Crush at you for 11, and you can put a 10-foot tall bulletproof alongside your chess piece, carry on your combo turn, and you might be afflicted with -2 intellect, but by the time you draw back up, your opponent is probably dead.
You don't need to worry about your intellect when you've won the game, folks. We'll have to see if the plan works out for Michael Jaszczur, or if Jakob Allan is able to consistently put out enough pressure and disruption as our players prepare for their second game of potentially 3 here from the first semifinals of the World Championship in Philadelphia. Michael Jaszczur reading Shock Charmers that have been brought into this matchup, as it's time for the first Starvo activation of this semifinals. Fruits of the Forest coming in. 7, dominate, go again. And there's an ice card for the Winter's Whale. Luckily for Michael, it is turn 0. We'll have to see what cards he's willing to block with or what he has available, if he has even block cards, given the amount of items in this deck.
A little bit of a flashback here. Many a Flesh and Blood player remembers Bravo Stop the Show starting the game and just offer 4 cards off the top, finding the natural fuse. So here has Jakob Allan 7, dominate, go again. Michael Jaszczur blocking with the combo piece here to begin with. That system reset being used on defense rather than for offense.
Winter's Whale comes down, takes the other 2 cards. Michael has to draw back up to 3. Something interesting, Ponkage. We sat here and watched last year in Osaka in the World Championships 2024 a very similar version without stubby hammers, without Art of War for, you know, these new Dash.io decks, but a very similar core to what we're seeing on the right side of your screen. We saw at the World Championships last year in the hands of Sam Sutherland as he made his way into his first World Championship top 8. It didn't end in a finals victory for him. Michael Jaszczur hoping the old pieces in LL help this new version of this deck take him across the finish line.
That's right, Sam. A lot of upgrades to his Dash.io deck since Sam Sutherland piloted it at the World Championships last year, namely in the form of Cash-In and in the form of Art of War. Cash-In, Michael Jaszczur, of course, sporting the Crown of Dominion over there, which has given him the starting gold. So that Cash-In is going to draw him 2 cards at some point in the game, just at the cost of that gold piece. Spark of Genius being deployed here by Michael Jaszczur, finding the Optical Monocle. That's one of those items that doesn't tick down at the start of the turn. He just left it there. We saw how effective the opting was in his game against Chane. His Monocle is going to stay there until he's ready to start comboing off. Did not find something like a processor because that will tick down. And Michael Jaszczur is not ready to combo off yet.
Let's see.
He has found quite a few combo pieces already. Second Art of War once again. System reset. That's the second one. One blocked with and a high octane as well. And the arsenal is a Tome of Fendal, Sam. That is so many of his card draw effects as he faces down an Oaken Old for 9. Dominates. No go again because Jakob Allan missing the lightning card over here. But this is so much disruption. And it's going to bottom some of those combo pieces that Michael Jaszczur is holding on to.
And they're random cards from the hand on the bottom of the deck. In a funny way, though, for Michael, this is like a little okay. He had all these Art of Wars, no attacks. He would have, and the top of the card is just a Tome of Findall. It would have been really hard for him to find action points and find uses for these cards. So he's taken a big lick here. He's going to have to find a way to hold the right combo pieces. But Michael Jaszczur, that was not looking clean with those 4 cards they had in the hand.
At the same time, he doesn't want to see these pieces go all the way to the bottom. I think for Michael Jaszczur, he's hoping to try and resolve another Spark of Genius at some point in this game to shuffle those cards back and hopefully find them to continue to fuel his combo turn when he finally gets back to it. But I do want to point out, this is looking a little bit similar to his game against Chane as well, where he's bleeding quite a little bit of damage early on in the game as he sets up. And at some point, it doesn't matter whether Jakob Allan finds disruption or not, because raw damage, once you are in the single-digit life totals, raw damage, especially in the form of Dominate, is enough disruption on its own.
Pedal Monocle. Michael Jaszczur takes stock. Graveyard, 23, currently plays 40, but that is not the story here. Art of War pitched into the Tome of Findall, going to gain some life.
And he's holding on to a high octane. That was a card that was left for him from that Oaken Old random bottoms, and just looking at all the combo pieces that he's found so far, Michael Jaszczur, that's another copy of Tome of Fendal that is hitting the arsenal for him. That's 2 Tome of Fendals, 2 Art of Wars, 2 system resets as well. He needs to find a Spark of Genius to try and shuffle up the deck, as Jakob Allan once again has found another fuse.
Bingo, bingo, bango. Starvo activated here, and we are going to wait and see what the attack that he's going to be able to throw down. Does he have one?
Does he have one?
It was a Lightning Surge, right, that he fused with? Was it a Lightning Surge?
Yeah, Lightning Surge. So that does not get buffed by Starvo's ability. The arsenal needs to be an attack with 3 or more cost, and it's
that's
a
good one. No, that's a good one. Felling of the Crown gets to come forth. It will not be able to decompose here, so it's just going to be 6. Dominate, go again. Not ask for a card out of hand. Michael Jaszczur's just happy to take this. He heads right down to 20 without a second thought.
Are we going to see that Channel Lake Frigid deployed? I wonder. Has the ice card already in the pitch zone?
Yeah, Channel Lake Frigid comes down. I wonder if you I guess you just have no idea. Is this the turn I'm gonna potentially die? You just need to protect. I was wondering if you want to maybe arsenal it, if you're worried that your opponent, you need it on a future turn, but you just don't know.
Well, without any processes on the field, it does seem like it's too early. So we can probably expect that it wasn't quite the go turn yet. So the CLF, wonder if it's even going to do much. Michael Jaszczur probably happy that he wasn't facing down any more damage. I have to point out, Jakob Allan also pitched a Pulse of Candlehold to the bottom. He could have deployed that instead to go ahead and put that Oaken Old back on top, which would have conferred more evasive damage on the following turn, while Michael Jaszczur is still trying to find space to set up.
Finds the stasis cell here. Counter on the Symbiosis shot.
And while Jakob Allan isn't sporting the Rampart of the Ram's Head to get stasis celled, quick dodge flexes on Dash House combo turn can also block a whole bunch of damage. So this stasis cell, Michael Jaszczur is now insulated from the quick dodge flexes, getting a whole bunch of value on his combo turn. Slowly but surely, he's setting up. This Dash IO is cranking, getting her gears oiled for that massive, massive combo.
Earth, Ice, Lightning shown once again. Third turn now for this Bravo Star of the Show deck. If you have a more impactful attack, it's the Lightning Surge that's just going to be with Go again to start things off.
And the attacks in hand, I believe it's just a Tilling and the Fruits of the Forest, so just vanilla damage. Again, vanilla damage at some point doesn't become vanilla damage anymore, especially in the face of Dominate. And I don't believe I see a second Ice card in Jakob Allan's hand here, so no way to keep that Channel Lake Frigid around for a second turn. Might regret the decision for deploying it as early as he did. So as we saw, Michael Jaszczur was not ready to combo off. Still no copies of Cerebellum Processor, and at the same time, a whole bunch of his card draw effects are at the bottom of the deck.
But look at this. We're seeing the Plume of Evergrowth be activated to grab the Felling back. That's an Earth card as well for the Felling.
However, still no 4 Earth cards in Banish, so this will still just be 6 instead of 8 plus 2. So it's 4 plus 2, but does make Michael Jaszczur give up a card. Jakob Allan, of course, needs to give up a card of his own as well. Remember, Felling of the Crown is a symmetrical effect. So Jakob Allan bottoms a card. 6 Dominate Go again. The promise of the Winter's Wail coming after this as well.
6 Dominate Go again from this Felling of the Crown. Not the most impressive in terms of damage that it can be alongside the Starvo fusing.
High Octane found 1 processor as well for Michael Jaszczur. And we know the arsenal is still that Tome Fandel, I believe, the one that was drawn off the first Tome Fandel. So the combo pieces starting to come together for Michael Jaszczur. Doing some math, he knows the Frosty Hammer is coming. The promise of a Frostbite at the end of this chain, as well as the Winter's Grasp gets pitched for the Winter's Wail.
No, I guess you can block with the Heavy Industry Power Plant if you're worried about the Frostbite. Michael here down to 10. The wrong Starvo fuse with too much damage could just spell the end if he is not careful. And then, oh baby, then it's a game 3.
And looking at Jakob Allan's body language, you can see that he's still not super confident, Sam. He is still a little bit nervous. He knows how explosive this Dash IO deck can be out of seemingly nowhere.
Oh, look at the facial expression from Michael as he runs his head through his hands. No more impactful decision has been made for Michael Jaszczur in his Flesh and Blood career than this. How do you deal with the Winter's Wail for 4 that promises a Frostbite in your second semifinals game? The right move, you're on to the finals. The wrong, potentially another game, and it could all go wrong. It could all get messy. For Michael, you know he wants to just close the door, slam it shut, move forward. But a Frostbite at the wrong time, taking too much damage. Blocking when you maybe shouldn't have. This is the most important decision of Michael Jaszczur's Flesh and Blood career. Let's see if he can get the right at 1.
He's evaluating the risks, the probabilities. If he takes too much damage and isn't ready to combo off, goes down to 6. One untimely Starvo fuse can just spell the end of his game here. Block 5. The call from Michael Jaszczur dodges the Frostbite, is holding on to a Processor and a High Octane. Wants to try and maybe survive one more turn. Is hoping Jakob Allan doesn't find a fuse once again. Processor comes down. Is there a crank for this? Or is he just going to hold on to the High Octane? No crank is a call. That's his action point used. High Octane in hand. Toma Fendel in Arsenal, he is now set up. We saw him basically with a similar setup pop off and make his way into the semifinals. Is Jakob Allan going to give him the space?
He's asking his opponent, can you fuse again? Can you make me care? Autumn's Touch for 7 is the ask. Autumn's Touch for 7 hits the chain. Michael Jaszczur knows there's no pummel. He knows this is it.
But there's Shock Charmers. 2 blues in hand could represent an extra 3 damage
and he thinks
from
of
the
it,
Shock Charmers.
He sees it immediately. He reaches across the table.
Jakob Allan, of course, does not have 2 blues in this hand, but is representing it. Michael Jaszczur needs to respect it.
Wow.
Forces at least 1 card from him. You cannot give up the power plant, so he needs to give up a real card, but he's found the 3rd copy of Toma Fendel. Michael Jaszczur back against the wall. This is it.
And these are the moments you start to ask yourself, why is the Dio deck so explosive? How does it really work? As we're seeing the Tunic get utilized just to pump this thing up by 1. Thanks to the Shock Charmers.
So 5 damage gets leaked. Michael Jaszczur goes to 5. Importantly, not 0.
3 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal. Processor loses a steam counter.
As he winds up and strap in, people, we're about to see a long dash IO turn, a long combo as his mechanologist is ready and starts off with a High Octane.
High Octane. Michael Jaszczur is cooking with gas. The power begins to flow through him. The question is, will he have the right output? Or will it just begin to fall apart? The Stalag, as Stasis Cell leaves, immediately you see both equipment pieces, quote-unquote, tapped.
Stasis Cell has 2 effects. One when it enters or leaves, and it has an action as well, which puts it on the bottom, which means it does leave, and Quick Dodge Flexes cannot be activated, and Stalagmite cannot be blocked with. 2 pieces of equipment gone effectively from Jakob Allan's side, and that's what makes his Dash IO deck so difficult to deal with. You would think something like Rampart of the Ram's Head can help you, but it cannot because of Stasis Cell. These mechanologists have access to a whole bunch of items that can just insulate them from various counter game plans the opponents might try to enact.
Sprocket Rocket hits the field. It's not really here to attack, though. It's getting buffed up by the Stubby Hammer, sure, but it's getting action points. It's getting resources thanks to the power plant. Thanks to the High Octane. And the Symbiosis shot begins to slowly load up with those counters.
And it looks like Michael Jaszczur just has 1 card in hand, 1 in arsenal. However, both those cards are Toma Fendel. And he has a processor on the field as well. So up to 5 cards being drawn just of what we're seeing right here already on board, not even counting what else he might find off the top. High Octane, Art of War, System Reset to reset the processor to draw even more cards. There is so much more card draw left in this Dash IO deck.
He is comfortable digging. Part of the power of this deck, you can look at the top, you know what at least the first card you're working with is. He gets to kind of work with near perfect information for a moment. We're going to see the Achilles Accelerator immediately activated.
That means he does not want to boost away that top card, wants to draw it. Seems to be a spark of genius picked up off the top there. That can bring in another Cerebellum processor and shuffle up the deck where we know a whole bunch of these card draw effects like the Art of Wars, the system resets are at the bottom. Shuffle them up. Now you can have access to them once again from your own Toma Fendels and the processor that you might tutor out with the Spark of Genius.
0 to 64, boost. 2 more action points now for Dash IO. thanks to that high octane remaining for this whole turn.
We see it already, the shift in body language on both sides. Michael Jaszczur now feeling a little bit more freer, feeling the energy flow through him and his items on the board. And Jakob Allan a little bit more on a defensive posture. We also haven't even pointed out the optical monocle that is just sitting with a full 5 counters on Michael Jaszczur's side of the board. That's the promise of opting 5 more times to find exactly what he needs to extend this combo turn.
3 cards in hand. Multiple action points. Lots of ways to use them. Another 0 to 60. Gonna boost. Data link. Man, it seems like that card is here to hit the banish zone. Up to 3 floating resources. 4 go again. 8 life plays 33, but that could change during this turn. Semifinals of the World Championship. Kind of all hinges on this. Does Jakob Allan stay alive, force a game 3? Or does Michael Jaszczur stay alive just long enough for Toma Findahl, Spark of Genius, and High Octane to work together in perfect concert as this mechanologist just conducts these tools like an orchestra?
Cerebrum Processor comes in off the Spark of Genius, is cranked as well, so Michael Jaszczur maintains the action point, is going to draw a card off the Spark of Genius as well, because of course he has boosted multiple times this turn, is digging for further boost cards, for further card draw effects. The processor that was just found can yet draw another card off the top. We are nowhere close to being done on this turn. Cash in the pickup off that Spark of Genius. Has that gold token as well. That's more card draw, more and more card draw. This turn cycle has been coming up all Michael Jaszczur.
Yo. We haven't even talked about the goal that has been present over on the bottom right of your screen this whole time as the cash-in uses it on up, draws 2 more cards.
And that second card was a system reset, Sam. These 2 processes on the field after the second one is used are going to be reset, and the turn just keeps going. These gears just keep turning. This mechanologist is nowhere close to being run out of gas.
Let's see.
Yellow 0 to 60, effectively the red because of the stubby hammer is giving it a +1. And slowly but surely, Jakob Allan's life total drips down as he faces down what might be his last game at this World Championships.
4 floating resources. Power plant doing so much work. Toma Findahl. 4 action points as well. Now down to 3. How about 2 more cards? Why not? Why not? Just have a couple more.
3 action points, 4 Symbiosis Shot counters, 3 floating. It's a comical amount of resources right now on Michael Jaszczur's side, both in the form of resources, action points, Symbiosis Shots. As an Arvo hits the field too as well. Why not?
Yep. Once again, we're banishing a data link. Boy, that card is only here to be banished. 2 cards off the top, and now all the attacks get pumped even further as there are 2 high octanes.
Remember that shuffle? The Spark of Genius shuffled? That shuffled everything back up to the top? Oh, well, around the deck. It happened to be to the top over here. The Art of War and these double high octanes here.
This is so interesting. We've got a draw off the Cerebellum. We have 2 draws off the high octane, and Michael Jaszczur knows what's on the top card of his deck at all times. He high octanes again. He draws a card. Does he find the resources? He draws a Spark of Genius off the top.
He's getting all the card draw that he needs. And remember, if at any point he doesn't like the top card of the deck, Optical Monocle can just fix that for him. He has 4 more counters on that card. He can just find the boost that he needs or whatever else he needs.
A little bit of a lean back. Thinks it out. Bit of a grimace.
Jakob Allan, his hand ready on the life total counter. He's ready to just take whatever else. Needs to survive this combo turn. The way it's going so far, not sure if he's going to.
Look at the amount of cards represented for Michael Jaszczur. Activates the Cerebellum. Down to 2 action points. Back up to 4 cards in hand. Fast and Furious. Boost. Blue T-Bone gets out of there. Up to a resource. 3 action points gained. Up to 5 action points
coming
All
in.
3 high octanes have been played on this turn.
And this Fast and Furious comes in for 6 because, of course, he has cranked, so gets +1, gets +1 from Stubby Hammers, and gets +1 from Art of War as well. 0 cost 6 that gained him 3 action points and a resource because why not?
Art of War in Dash.io. Who'da thunk? Brings back Spark of Genius. Michael needs to go make sure deck, graveyard, and Banish Zone are all in order. All where he hopes and wants it to be. Jakob Allan started this turn pretty high, all the way down to 22 so far. And there's so much more still to come. So much more promised by Michael and this Dio deck.
All the way down to 22 from, I believe, 37. As this third Cerebellum processor hits the field, and Michael Jaszczur is set up, ready with the system reset in his hand as well. Needs to get up to 3 floating resources, which will be easy to do. He's going to draw a card off the Spark of Genius, going to draw a card off the processor, going to be able to boost his way to 3 resources and system reset all these processes back to being ready, back to offer him even more card draw.
Go ahead and gain a resource, boosting off the T-Bone up to 6 action points, and surely more with 3 high octanes. Oh yeah, 8 action points, 5 from the T-Bone thanks to the Stubbies, thanks to the Art of War.
8 action points, and Symbiosis Shot offers a very profitable action point sink. Attacks for free, allows Michael Jaszczur to use the action points for 2 damage each. And then just gain even more as he continues to boost up to 11 action points now.
Take 4 is the call from Jakob. Surely he can use some of these cards on defense. Is he just waiting to see what comes next?
He wants to be forced to use them on defense. His only way out is if Michael Jaszczur's combo somehow breaks at some point. Maybe he's hoping he hasn't found the system reset. And so Jakob Allan can still at least do something. 10 action points. Remember, system reset will once again charge up the Symbiosis Shot as well as the items come back into play. So Michael Jaszczur wants to go ahead and expend those counters before he deploys the system reset.
Yeah, Monocle just opts all these cards into whatever he wants. Brian Gottlieb saying, oh, the Dash.io deck is just not very good. Oh, you know, people aren't just winning it. It's like 40%. Maybe the players using it aren't as good as Michael Jaszczur. As in the hands of this guy, we're seeing the absolute peak of what is possible in the game of Flesh and Blood. Living legend. Jakob Allan already down to 3 as he takes all the counters from the Symbiosis Shot to the face. The system reset comes down. Everything flies out, flies back in. Dash is fully repowered, locked, loaded, and is this going to be the end of the game? Are we going to meet our first finalist?
And has more than enough action points to keep drawing cards off these processes that re-entered the field thanks to system reset. Netted him a couple of action points too, because why not, as these get cranked, come back and give Michael Jaszczur more action points to fuel more card draw. Fast and Furious for 6 once again.
You can see the electromagnetic somersault pitched. And you see the Heaven's Claws come forward, and the handshake is extended. Michael Jaszczur leans back and can do nothing but give a little satisfied smile as he pilots the Dash.io deck to perfection. And we, folks, have our first finalist at the World Championship 2025. What a match!
We wanted 3 games. We wanted our semifinal to go 3 games long. Michael Jaszczur, however, had other plans, wins the CC matchup and the LL matchup in convincing fashion.
2 2-0s in a row from Michael Jaszczur, the Jacuzzer himself, taking their coined Stash.io deck to the promised land. Let's go ahead and take a look at our updated bracket as we've met our first finalist, folks. It's Michael Jaszczur moving on to the finals.
He's still waiting to know who his finalist opponent is going to be. Is it going to be Zhang on Marlynn in LL and Prism in CC, or Matthew Dilks, who is Chane in LL and Gravy Bones in CC? We have to wait and see, but what a fantastic semifinals we just got to witness, Sam. 2 quick, explosive games, Cindra, Verdance, Dash.io, Starvo, all leading to Michael Jaszczur being a first finalist at the World Championships in Philadelphia, back in the US, where it all started.
Man, just a fantastic match. I do want to just give the hugest shout out in the world to Jakob Allan. Came here without many of his buddies, without many of his people he was able to bounce ideas off of, work together. He did this run near solo, man. Just was absolutely crushing. Makes it to the top 4 of the World Championship Philadelphia. He had his friends all cheering him on from afar, but he was taking on Titans. They all had like a veritable legion of people behind them. Every other person on this list worked with the biggest teams in flesh and blood to get to the World Championship semifinals. Jakob Allan shows everyone at home that it's not necessary. You too can still come to one of these tournaments, even something like the World Championship. Even if you don't have the support of one of these big super mega teams, you too can have your moment, your run, and what a run it was.
Jakob Allan might not have had his support physically over here, but I'm sure he was there in all of their our hearts, as he is in mine now as well. What a fantastic run through the World Championships.
He actually showed me, I was chatting with him yesterday, I was congratulating him on his run, and he was just showing me his Discord just the notifications. He was trying to wade through to try to show me a specific message, and he literally couldn't find it. That's how many people were cheering him on. So once again, big shout-outs to him and huge shout-outs to our first finalist, Michael Jaszczur. What a treat that was. And folks, we actually have a kind of a little surprise treat for you. We've got something I just want to sneak it in here before we move on to our second semifinals and our second giveaway. I want to talk about the Black Friday pack that's coming out in just a couple weeks, right after, Thanksgiving here in the States, time of celebration all around the world. Black Friday available at your LGS from November 28th. It's a pretty exciting one because you get some special exclusive cards you can only find in this pack.
Awesome. This is a surprise to me as well, Sam. Really, really cool Black Friday offer. Definitely go check out your local game store, the eligible gem stores, to see whether you can pick yourself a few copies, a few packs of these where you can see these wonderful cold foils from Super Slam.
Dude, EA cold foil on a bunch of cards that you're not going to find anywhere else. If you're playing Pleiades, I know your eyes just went, huh? I know if you're playing that new Aura Guardian deck
Lyeth?
with the Suspense Ordinance.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Don't forget Lyeth as well.
I was talking about the Bravo deck from first day one, edge of their seats. We saw that come out. And if you're a fan of our Smash Palace experience and you want that EA cold foil Marvel Groundbreaker Cricks, you're going to have to go to your LGS.
And if you're an RKO fan as well, Cold Foil Boo's definitely a card that deck really likes to play. Well, this Black Friday pack looks really, really cool.
Yeah, an exciting one. Want to give you guys just a little treat. Reveal that on 4. You can make your way over to your LGS from November 28th and find those cards as well as many great games, just like we are going to get to see here in the World Championship semifinals. Ponkage, as you look ahead to the other side of the bracket, any thoughts as you imagine what might go on? You've got pretty huge names, Ian Zhang and Dilks over there on the other side of the arena. What are your thoughts as we look ahead?
Well, once again, I want to game 3. I'll go to game 3 once again. And I'm going to repeat the prediction from earlier. We seem to be in an anti-plot armor sort of arc over here as we enter the 4th year. Well, they're going to enter the 5th year of the World Tour over here. So I'm going to go ahead and predict that Ian Zhang takes this down. Mr. 9th seed Curse himself, here to break that, here to show that he does not need the plot armor. He can take down a World Championship.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. We know who'll be waiting for them. It's the Jacuzzer himself, taking that Stash IO deck all the way to the Promised Lands. He flicked the knives, he used the pistol, he extended the hand. As he took down the semifinals, he moves on for a share at potential 100 grand right after this.
members of Team PCG Invasion walked into the top 8 of World Championship Philadelphia. One has made it through to our grand final already. The question remains, will it be 2? Will it be a team affair in our grand final, or will the mastermind Ian Zhang, the Marlynn and Prism double threat, break through and make it all the way to that grand final match? That's, of course, what we're here to find out, folks. Welcome back to the booth here at World Championship Philadelphia. Mitch Leslie, Scott Mines to preside over our second semi-final, a best of 3 featuring Classic Constructed and Living Legend. And it's getting tense out there. It has been heating up. We just saw Bravo, star of the show, die from 37 in one single turn. Michael Jakob booking his ticket to the final in the most explosive way possible.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I had the pleasure of hanging out in the chat during that game. Mixture of opinions.
Polarizing.
Yeah, polarizing is a good word, but after that, I mean, I'm not going to worry about if they want to boo me. I've seen what makes you cheer. So evidently, you enjoy a variety of things. I enjoyed that game quite a lot. I think it was a great showcase of exactly what Dash is capable of. The power of Stasis Cell, locking out Stalagmite and quick dodge flexes. Ain't got to worry about those when time comes to boot. But I think ultimately that game was a good one to go and watch back if you want to see how to attack this deck. Bravo star of the show, the kind of deck that can constantly provide pressure, provide relevant on-hits. We did get to a point where almost a combo wasn't going to happen for Michael because he was running out of breathing room. It is very much a case of fighting against the clock. If you can go a little bit faster, that's how you're going to want to beat this deck back down.
Certainly something for everybody here in our top 8 of World Championship Philly. Something for everyone also in our organized play schedule coming right on up. That's right, skirmish season is in fact just around the corner, and it represents your last opportunity to dive headfirst into some blitz action. November 29th through December 14th. Season 13 of Skirmish will be kicking off, and there's plenty to play for, folks. That's right. All of these goodies, our spot prizes of random play mats, of course, our winner prizes looking fantastic. The Bravo Flattering Showman in full art.
Very, very excited to get tangling with Skirmish. Last chance to play a competitive send-off for Blitz. I can confirm that Pleiades playmat looks gorgeous. Was lucky enough to receive one of those alongside my card reveal from Super Slam this time. But if you are a Prism enjoyer, fantastic. Cold Foil Herald of Second. If you are a established Wizard enjoyer like myself, Everbloom Life, Consigned to Cosmos Shock, both very appealing cold foils to find alongside some gem packs for participation.
That Herald of Second Spicy expansion card available to Prism players. Let you put a card in your soul without actually having to hit, which is pretty nice in some of those heavy blocking matchups. Now, real quickly, for those of you in the chat, we of course are giving away some fantastic Super Slam product, and all you need to be eligible for this is to be present, to make your voice heard in the chat. We want to hear from you guys, how you feel the game's going, what you're particularly enjoying amongst these matches. So get in the chat, get involved, and get yourself some fantastic prizes.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Chat was very vocal while I was hanging out. I'll step graciously out of the chat box, make sure I'm not winning any of that product away from them by accident. But please continue to let us know how you're feeling. After all, Flesh and Blood is nothing without the community watching along.
All right, let's have a look at our bracket now as it stands, heading into our second semi-final. Michael Jaskob has already booked his ticket to that grand final game. But he'll be waiting to see if it's a teammate that he has to run into or Team Strootwaffle's Ian Zhang. We're going to be starting off with Living Legend in this game, Matthew Dilks as the top seed. Of course, it'll be Chane, Bound by Shadow, going up against Marlynn, Treasure Hunter in this matchup. This is a matchup we've already seen from Ian Zhang in this top 8. Majin Bay got the brakes beaten off him there by Marlynn going full steam ahead, a full broadside every single turn of the game. But that is not how all these Marlynn versus Chane matchups pan out. There's plenty of situations in which Chane gets to be the aggressor, he gets to set the pace, and he gets to really put pressure down on that Ranger.
In fact, I would argue Chane pretty heavily favored in this matchup. That is why Matthew Dilks has chosen to play Living Legend, didn't defer that choice. Happy to let Ian Zhang go first. Now, we saw what Ian needs to do the last time this matchup was played. Go first, overpowered Harpoon, find those King Krakens to rip away the non-attack actions, stop that rune chant generation from happening. However, Chane typically very disruptive while providing significant damage to Marlynn's life total. That strips away cards, cards, and without cards, it's much harder to overload those harpoons and put your opponent firmly in the ground.
Yeah, Dilks would love to put Ian Zhang on some of these smaller turns where he can't grant overpower to those harpoons, or at least there's an opportunity to get bust. But Marlynn knows how to draw cards. She knows how to fill that hand and give herself the pitch fodder to deploy these impressive attacks with relevant on hits. Let's get started, shall we? Gonna head down to the feature match area and get our second semi-final on the way. Representing Canada, it's Matthew Dilks on Chane, bound by Shadow, and it's Netherlands' Ian Zhang on Marlynn, Treasure Hunter. Let's put Dilks under the microscope here. Of course, 8-1 record with Gravy Bones in Classic Constructed and 5-1 on Chane in LL.
Pretty stellar records all the way through Team PCG Invasion with a phenomenal showing this weekend. Matthew Dilks was our first player locked up for a shot at the World Championship, is the first seed in Swiss as a result, and is yet to be felled by anyone else. Calling LA first there, calling Charlotte top 8, not the first rodeo for a player of this caliber.
Let's get this Chane deck list back on the screen for you guys. This is the variant of the list that carries some more of those RuneGate cards. Of course, there's a bunch of picks here, but my eyes are definitely looking towards cards like Cull, which were interesting in a Chane mirror, but have a bit of a different flavor in this kind of matchup. The one of Gorganian Tome we saw find Matt Dilks a little bit of value there as well.
There's a big one missing from the resource base of Matthew Dilks. No copies of Chains of Mephetis. We saw it as the tech piece, the anti-Marlynn card from some of these other Chane players. Packed Amulet of Echoes for Dash.io. That might come up later on, but no Chains of Mephetis to find in this game.
Martin Bay was able to draw it up, but it came a little bit too late in the day for him to slow Ian Zhang down. Let's head across the table and have a look at Matt Dilks' opponent. This is Ian Zhang coming in as 5th seed with a astonishing 8-1 record with Prism in Classic Constructed. Marlynn, well, it was slightly rockier seas, 4-2 in Living Legend, but more than enough to put Ian Zhang in contention for the World Championship title. Pro Tour Little Top 8, Dutch National Championship, and of course Pro Tours Baltimore and Los Angeles found himself on the wrong side of the bubble. But that curse, to thing of the past. Definitely a monkey shaking off Ian's back as now he's fighting for the big bucks in this semi.
Former Mr. Ninth looking to subtract 8 places from that iconic number, showing us you can find success your own way. A renowned illusionist player has found no end of success on the class. Prism treating him very well as a result. Marlynn, a deck that had numerous questions heading into the weekend, some big believers, an open secret of sorts. Ian Zhang, one of those players, being rewarded for their understanding of what this hero can do.
Let's take a look at that deck list here for Marlynn. Treasure Hunter, and crucially we look over at the yellow base, a lot of draw potential in this deck. 3 copies of cash in. Those gold tokens come up pretty easily for Marlynn. Art of War also there to allow for these draws. And we're looking across the Harpoon base. King Kraken Harpoon, especially relevant here as it threatens to take away those non-attack actions. King Sharp Harpoon can, of course, attack the hand and take attack actions out. Both of them have a level of relevance in this matchup.
Snazzy Blue worth watching in the resource base too. 2 copies of Ripple Away. Very effective against these RuneGate variants of Chane. If you can line them up with an action that's looking to generate those rune chants, deny even one, suddenly a powerful RuneGate attack isn't coming at you, it's trapped in the Banish.
Absolutely. Anything you can do to muddle the mixture for those Chane players can stand you in good stead as the Treasure Hunter. It's time for our second semi-final here at World Championship Philadelphia. Matthew Dilks of PCG Invasion, Ian Zhang of Team Strootwaffle. It's time to throw down.
Let's see if Ian can find a hand akin to that vanquished Majin Bay in our first Living Legend game of the day. 4 cards to look at. Saltwater Swell, front and center, as these hands are drawn up. Can't help but notice, I believe there's multiple Malefic Incantations in hand for Matthew Dilks. A pretty premium way to start the game. Ian being a little more careful with their cards. Various shades of treasure pack gold foils makes everything blur together just a little bit.
Yeah, blinged out. You're certainly going to see that in our Classic Constructed rounds as well. King of the top loaders is Ian Zhang. We have a Quiver of Rustling Leaves activation here on turn 0.
Okay, so typically this card is the get out of jail free card. I didn't have a harpoon. I have to find some means to play a turn. Unluckily this time, No such luck for Ian Zhang. Does not find a harpoon to fire. Means we're unlikely to see hefty, overpowered damage on this turn. However, Conqueror of the High Seas on top of the deck is very valuable information for both players. Would not be surprised to see Matthew Dilks avoiding an Arsenal with that information available.
But already the texture of this game very different to Ian's matchup against Margin Bay when he was able to send overpower damage straight off the bat. No opportunity to assault the life total of Matthew Dilks, and the turn gets passed back to the Chane unscathed.
Huge win for Matthew here, especially given the density of cards in their hand. We see Malefic Incantation to start. That Rune Chant Generator, one of the more powerful ones available to this deck. Repeatable across multiple turns, means multiple Rune Gate attacks, often able to be played as a result.
Grasp of the Arknight is the follow-up to create that first Rune Chant here for Matthew Dilks. Soul Shackle created. That's Chane's ability active.
And Revel in Runeblood in hand alongside this Bounding Demigod. So a very traditional style of Chane turn to kick us off here. Just 3 go again from hand alongside that Rune Chant. Another one will be made behind, courtesy of Malefic Incantation. And we will either see the Duskblade sent in or 4 more Rune Chants made before that, before the sword comes swinging across.
Yeah, it's going to be a question here if Matthew Dilks wants to hit top gear as early as possible and just send the maximum number of possible damage for this hand. Duskblade also is going to get a counter on it as it attacks.
And that's exactly what I expect here from Matthew Dilks. We saw that Conqueror of the High Seas in the hand for Ian Zhang, parking Revel in Runeblood in Arsenal. Certainly dangerous, makes you commit to defensive plays if you want to keep it safe. As a result, we'll just fire a cannon of our own. Duskblade going to come across the line with a big old bunch of arcane.
Yeah, Matthew Dilks almost gingerly pushing that Rune Chant token forward as if it might cause offense. But 5 Rune Chants is definitely nothing to scoff at. And that'll be joined, of course, by this 3 damage Duskblade. A very, very reasonable starting turn for Matthew Dilks here. First up, it's the Rune Chants. That's the issue that Ian Zhang needs to contend with here. Obviously, we have Null Rune Boots of a very special variety there in the leg slot. Gold foil, of course.
If you're not familiar with Ian Zhang, known for their bling, does not do their deck by halves. I was quite offended by the Rainbow Foil Marlynn I saw aligned with this deck yesterday. I'm glad to see it remedied before we had our feature matches on camera.
Maybe Hemel helped him out. You know what I mean? Bro got busy. Make sure that Ian Zhang is dressed to the nines as he steps into the spotlight.
Difficult spot here for Ian. This hand looks a little bit clunky. We haven't found premium harpoons early here, but it does seem like we have a high density of resources. So our options here, take a turn off, soak up the Rune Chants, try again next time. We do know that Conqueror is going to get a bit stuck if that's the line that we take. And because there is already an Arsenal. No safe place to put that. Not surprised to see Ian taking the more aggressive line.
And Matthew Dilks sees it on top with that Quiver of Rustling Leaves activation, so he's not incentivized to have tucked that Revelant Runeblood away. He knows he needs to part with it. And so this Conquer the High Seas just represents damage for Ian Zhang, but it also promises more on this turn. 2 blues in pitch means this has +1 and go again.
In an ideal world, that unknown card in the arsenal is something like 3 of a kind, would threaten to draw multiple cards, perhaps find a harpoon to lock load and cannon at Matthew Dilks. On the other side, pretty expected hand here. A couple of cards you prefer to be in the Banished Zone, Bounding Demigod, Phantom Wraith, Funeral Moon, but could find itself played as an instant if any of this damage connects here from the Conqueror.
Obviously getting go again. A trivial challenge for Chane, as that is an effect of creating a Soul Shackle. Looks like this hand is rather deployable. So he says, okay, 8 damage. Seems good to me. I already beat you pretty hard on that previous turn. You went down to 31. I'm happy to walk life totals now down for the time being. Ian Zhang has not been able to send any disruption. Not on turn 0, not on turn 1 either.
No luck with that Arsenal card. Makes me think we are looking at something akin to a front buff for an arrow, perhaps a more interactive card than these pieces to go alongside it. It's going to have to keep half an eye on that Arsenal card as we make our way into follow-up turns. Matthew Dilks here, banishing Read the Runes, not exactly helpful. Do you see that ripple away in the hand for Ian Zhang? Not at its best when we're not expecting Rune Gate attacks to come clubbing over the line, but a card to be aware of as it may disappear from the limelight.
Where are the harpoons at? Seek and Destroy, Art of War in the hand, so a chance to draw at least. And yes, Ian can leverage that gold token for a Goldfin harpoon as banish fodder. It's been pretty rough draws for the Marlynn player.
Not finding these big heavy-hitting king harpoons in red that are so important in this matchup. We are just going to see a Phantom Wraith from the hand, though. Less than ideal for Matt Dilks, but 6 damage, still good enough in some cases.
Yeah, he's going to get it out, over-pitching to it, getting that Bounding Demagon back into the deck. Still means 6 go again. Still resources up here for the Duskblade, though it would lose its counters if we don't see a non-attack action, excuse me.
Difficult hand for Ian Zhang to navigate here with no obvious route with the hand that's been drawn. We'll be relying on that Art of War to fix things. However, if you take a defensive stance, suddenly Art of War cannot fix things anymore. Leaves you kind of praying the top of the deck is kind to you should you keep the hand together.
At least for Ian, he's going to be on a Tunic counter next turn, so that Art of War's paid for and smooths things out somewhat. But yeah, it's kind of, he's very subject to what he draws off the top.
Thankfully, that gold token in play does offer some remedy to that, as does the Quiver of Rustling Leaves. If something isn't immediately found, there is a chance to look a couple more times for one of those much-needed harpoons.
So Funeral Moon is played out here. This means Duskblade does have its conditions met and will go up to 4 total damage with 1 Rune Charm behind it. Again, Phantom Wraith followed up by Rune Charm plus Duskblade. This is reasonable.
Very fair Flesh and Blood from Chane so far. Just good numbers being presented from hand each time. But it's that inevitability the Soul Shackles provide that is the power here. We're playing good turns, pushing Ian Zhang down to 20 before we've started doing our nonsense things.
Okay, it's time for that, perhaps. Ian Zhang reaches into the pocket. Seek and Destroy, Portside Exchange, and you're right, it was a front pump here. So Lace with Inertia has to be cleared from the Arsenal because Ian wants to load off a draw. Gold token used for a harpoon. Portside Exchange now. And create that gold.
Very cool to see Portside Exchange being used here instead of Art of War. Takes a look at a bonus card, cashes out that yellow. But Art of War,
surely
still very good, even if you're not banishing a harpoon to it. So taking additional looks, using the cards we have to go as deep as possible to find one of these Haymaker harpoons.
Yep.
What is opted? Lace with Inertia. 3 of a kind.
Okay, 3 of a kind is significantly more looks. I love banishing Ripple away for my Art of Wars. 3 of a kind here, going to give Ian Zhang another shot to find
He's digging.
the
I think he
king.
found a golden tipple. Okay, so here's that Seek and Destroy he's been holding on to. We are 2 pumps here. He needs to find an arrow.
Well,
surely in these 3. Surely.
We're harpoon hunting.
King Shark Harpoon there. I think I spotted it. Yeah,
Oh.
he has himself an attack. And he's going to be able to load it, of course, off that Marlynn trigger. So 2 pumps, Art of War damage increase, plus a King Shark Harpoon, and a Hammerhead activation. This is a monstrous term. It's big damage and the ability to take away an attack action from hand. Of course, we're going to throw the gold-baited hook in there as well because you are not going to be able to block this in its entirety. Very, very unlikely.
This is what Ian Zhang was playing towards, that 3 of a kind, almost perfect, found the missing harpoon, provided enough resources to lock and load the Hammerhead, and now we are staring at 17 overpower on hit. Your arsenal's gone again, your hand's in danger, and gold tokens being made out the wazoo.
It's perfect time for a Balance of Justice as Ian Zhang has drawn plenty of cards this turn. King Sharp Harpoon, though, is going to be hitting 12 damage. Let's see the hand. Oh, okay. That, Read the Runes, is not an attack action.
You do still have to select a card, though, with Go Fish. So as much as it's not discarded here, Ian just being a stickler for the rules, making sure targets are selected.
I like that. Balance of Justice, of course. Activated, card drawn up. Seek and Destroy effect in play, as is the Inertia. They are quite similar.
You are not putting a card in Arsenal this turn, Matthew Dilks, just like that. Life totals are equalized between these players, and we see Soul Reaping in the hand. Blue Seeds of Agony coming off free of charge from those Soul Shackles.
What else? Seeds of Agony, Read the Runes.
Malefic Incantation at the back of the hand there as well in beautiful cold foil variety.
20 plays 20 in his first game of our second semi-final.
Interesting hand to sequence here for Matthew Dilks. Soul Reaping, of course, only generating resources if you banish Blood Debt cards. There is seeds available, but the only target for those seeds to do their good work would be the Soul Reaping required to play it out in the first place.
So the Malefic Incantation starts the turn as Matthew Dilks has serve. Ian Zhang, of course, would hope to have drawn into yet another Harpoon. There's still a problem to solve here. Once again, Matthew Dilks highly incentivized to make use of every card, convert the entire hand on this turn.
I'm a little curious about this blue Seeds of Agony that's in the banish zone here. I wonder if Matthew Dilks is eager to keep these counters on Duskblade around. Might be a world where that is saved to provide another non-attack action later down the line to make sure that happens. Alternatively, we can run it out here alongside that Soul Reaping to meet the conditions of our weapon, keep it growing healthily.
Deliberate movements here from our Canadian. It's going to be Soul Reaping the play, Seeds of Agony the banish target. It's still very much accessible to Matthew Dilks, but not for the purposes of Soul Reaping. Very taciturn individual on the left. Does not mince words.
Of course, one resource being generated here, just enough to fuel that Duskblade swing in and of itself. That Malefic Incantation has been played this turn. As a result, RuneChat made behind, but also Duskblade's conditions have already been met. Ian Zhang in the blender about this scenario. Haven't had the pleasure of seeing their hand so far, keeping it close to the chest and close to the table. Clearly not an easy decision tree. So a mixture of Harpoons there to me. Just about variety of blues.
Give it to me again, Ian.
Nope.
I'm trying to see the hand,
No,
buddy.
Ian, no. We're all about secrets here. Shadows on one side, unknown knowledge on the other.
Yeah, I have to time it perfectly to try and jump to his hand, and he's been very quick with it. Right, well, we'll just do it the honest way. Red Fin Harpoon gets in front. 3 damage suffered.
So 1 card remaining for Dilks here, a card they are going to want to utilize to make sure these Seek and Destroy and Inertia tokens do not garner value. We do see more Harpoons. I believe that's Catch of the Day.
Yeah, that's okay.
And I can't turn my head quite sideways enough.
It's 2 Harpoons, but they're Bluefin and they're Bluefin Harpoons?
Looks like they are both blue fin Harpoons to me, alongside that Catch of the Day. So numerous resources, 2 Harpoons to work with.
But no
potential
way to draw,
on hit there.
I want to draw cards, really. Well, I guess Catch of the Day, I suppose.
So read the runes.
Read the runes is the follow-up. That ticks the rune chant count up to 4. Blood Debt, of course, will be incurred. 2 life lost by Matthew Dilks at the end of his turn.
Difficult choice there for Matthew Dilks. Does give up a chunk of damage from Duskblade to play that Read the Runes, not lose it. We will see Catch of the Day, Hammerhead activation, Codex of Frailty. We saw this one drew up on the final turn cycle, parked safely in the arsenal. The best way to find the Harpoon you want. Block with it, fire it, buy it back from the pit.
So the only time Matthew Dilks gets to have an arsenal here is when Ian Zhang decides as such. Either it's inertia effects keeping that zone free, or Ian making sure something is jammed in there for the taking. However, in Marlynn, you don't normally follow this play up with a form of arsenal disruption. It's not quite as nasty as Assassins can make it with a Leave No Witnesses or a Command and Conquer. King Shark Harpoon is disruptive. It looks at the hand and wants an attack action. And with that Hammerhead activation, you'll get to choose.
Every now and again, you will see Codex of Frailty with Conqueror of the High Seas to cause a little bit of chaos, but typically lining up for 6 resources, Hammerhead activation, fire away a 2-cost Harpoon, very much the bread and butter.
Catch of the Day here means we get 2 Go Fish triggers.
12 points of overpower, threatening to strip 2 cards away from the hand of Matthew Dilks.
Widespread and some armor. Grasp of the Arc Knight, Bloodsheath Skeletor.
Lux 7.
Now, this is the difference between this game and the game we saw Ian play against Majin Bay. We're seeing King Shark Harpoon used repeatedly, not King Kraken Harpoon. And it really is those non-attack actions that are the glue that makes this chain deck come together. You need to generate rune chance and have the shackles find those attacks for you. We see Deadwood Dirge, Malefic Incantation in hand, neither of those being ripped away because we're staring down the barrel of the wrong harpoon.
Dilks has a Frailty in play as well. This Deadwood Dirge is Value Town. Okay, Shackles, Widespread Destruction off the top. He's got so many rune charts to work with. Not an issue trying to get his first Rune Gate attack out of Arsenal. How's the sequencing going to go here?
So Widespread Destruction, definitely the attack I would be leaning towards first. 4 rune chants currently existing, make it very easy to fund that one up front. Eloquent Eulogy, very much an afterthought. This Malefic Incantation is going to make a rune chant however you choose to navigate the turn. So that one will be easy enough to pay for. Besides, we know there are plenty more rune chant generators in the hand for Matthew Dilks.
And this on-hit matters a whole lot. Widespread Destruction is looking at the Arsenal, looking to take that away from Ian Zhang. And there isn't an easy way to prevent that.
Definitely not. Would be interesting to see if Matthew Dilks is interested in using Spellbound Creepers here, using that Malefic Incantation to fuel Deadwood Dirge, eat that fealty token, provide a bonus action point. Chane, of course, giving go again to this attack, first of all, would mean we could find a way to sequence both Eloquent Eulogy and a Duskblade swing in the immediate future.
Yeah, the ceiling on this turn is incredibly high. And Matthew Dilks happy to use that Frailty token for his own nefarious ends. One of Deadwood Dirge finds a very good turn to rear its head. Ian Zhang is plotting a course through his next turn. One that likely doesn't involve his Arsenal card. That is complicated. He needs to get loaded. But also needs to be concerned about just the sheer amount of damage. This is the lion's share of his life total that is being threatened with this attack. 4 rune chance, 6 damage from the Widespread Destruction.
I don't blame Ian for taking some serious time on this decision. Widespread Destruction, bit of a pain point for this Marlynn deck. Arsenal cards very much at a premium. Usually you want to keep those Art of Wars, those cash-ins, those 3-of-a-kinds there to facilitate the variance that comes with playing Marlynn, give you ways to find harpoons when the hands don't naturally come together. When that zone is being constantly pressured by a card like Widespread Destruction, it's very difficult to stare this down, especially alongside 4 rune chants, and just have to acknowledge that card is probably gone.
It's been a rocky road for Ian Zhang in this game, but on this turn, he must leave no stone unturned.
And again, for me, this is something I wish I saw more at all levels of Flesh and Blood. Ian found the turn where this game is likely to be decided. This feels like a very impactful situation to have to navigate. Has bought themselves... We're in untimed rounds. There is no actual timer. But has bought themselves enough time by playing punchy earlier on, making quick decisions to sit there, think, contemplate these decisions, and make sure that this one decision that is the biggest one of our game gives them the highest chance to win in a situation that looks pretty bleak.
I'm struck by the contrast, I think, between this Marlynn game and the one against Majin Bay. That level of variance here. We talk about Marlynn, being consistent, having the consistent output, but there's always an element of variance when it comes to these Ranger decks, and always a vulnerability in the Arsenal department.
Looks like a real tough spot here for Ian Zhang. I believe that is King Queen. I believe it's a King Shark. So the best attack in the matchup does finally show its face in a hand that is forced to respect arcane damage. And I like this a lot from Ian. Doesn't have information about that Arsenal card. Very possible it is Succumb to Temptation. Does not want to allow that to be played as an instant if arcane damage was dealt. If you're going to be taking some amount of damage, you would prefer it to be physical to circumvent that trick.
So Ian's taking damage here. You're not going to fold the entire hand to try and cover up Widespread Destruction, and is just planning on trying to cobble a turn together with the 2 cards in his hand.
Break the combat chain.
Now, chain being closed, it's important to remember Widespread Destruction is going to banish
Oh,
both.
you're kidding!
Both players' arsenals if they've taken damage. No damage from that Dilks, thankfully. Damage pretty significant for Ian Zhang. Cash in, cashed out.
And now we know exactly why Ian Zhang had to spend so much time trying to figure out the way forward. We're going to clear the banish here for Matthew Dilks. Not interested in taking too much more of that blood debt damage. And these line up pretty well with Eloquent Eulogy, for example. The next attack action card with cost 0 gains an arcane damage ping.
So that Eulogy does still cost 1 in that top corner there, thanks to the cost. So as long as I'm not mistaken, I don't believe it will trigger those Seeds of Agony.
Yeah, despite cost reduction, it's still printed that way.
But if we were to find something like a Bounding Demigon in the arsenal here, for example, easy enough to get value from those seeds.
Here comes that Eloquent Eulogy. First of all, 4 rune charts. And Deadwood Dirge doing some serious lifting. Zhang can't block anymore. He's got 1 point of block on the gold baited hook. Of course, the Tunic can also get in front. But he needs to stay alive. How do you stay alive and still have a functional turn? Is that even on the table at this point?
So Tunic and those 2 remaining floating resources taken to take just 1 arcane here. So Succumb the Temptation technically on the table. Wouldn't be shocked to see Ian committing multiple cards to play around it just a bit, but here we go. Exactly what we expected. That gold-baited hook finally being earned just to make sure this final harpoon isn't being ripped away. It is that Bounding Demigon from the arsenal.
Oh, and
Makes
it triggers
sense
the
as to
seeds.
why those seeds were played out ahead of time.
And he got rid of the Frailty token, so this is full value on the Bounding Demigon.
Bonus arcane, full value, no fealty. Sequences coming together perfectly for Matthew Dilks. That King Kraken Harpoon, the last card in Ian Zhang's hand, which is why this is such a difficult decision. That is the type of card that can get you back into this game. But if you want to keep it, you've got to put yourself at a ridiculously low life total.
And at this point for Ian, preventing the damage becomes less and less efficient, more uncomfortable. Split damage from Chane, even though you have a source of Arcane Barrier, having to pitch away against these rune charts and then find a way to effectively block the physical damage and still have a turn to play without cash in, it's just not possible. That's the exact kind of card that would give Ian the resilience to play through a limited hand. That got stripped away from him. So that 3 gold, not going to be made use of. It's just arsenal and pass.
That harpoon tucked away for later, says Matthew Dilks. Please miss. And so far, those soul shackles have. So no bonus cards for Matthew Dilks this turn, but does have a full 4 to work with. You see a scratch of the head. And the realization that this hand has to do 5 damage. Got to be enough all by itself.
Dowson Runeblind. Shadow Aversa.
Some good options here. That Dustblade, of course, has successfully maintained its counters throughout this entire barrage.
Yeah. The one upside is for Ian is that Matthew couldn't attack with it in the previous turn. Would have presented lethal.
Condemn, eat this Eloquence token to go again. I'll go down to Shackle.
Okay.
So Condemn to Slaughter just being run out here as a +1 is going to eat a Shackle. Very much a relevant factor of this deck. Shackle management, a part of what RuneGate Chane is trying to do, does not want to snowball into the abyss and suddenly cause itself too many problems.
Yeah. Dilks just trying to put the brakes on a bit here. He knows he's close. Doesn't want to burn out.
5, go again, and create 1 rune chant and 1 rune chant here.
Yeah, here's that split damage we were talking about. With the rune chants being created behind this.
This is brilliant from Matthew Dilks. We see a non-attack action being played here to fuel Dowsing Runeblood, means a second rune chant will be generated. There is 1 resource floating to Ian Zhang. This looks like a Duskblade swing. If Matthew Dilks wants it to be more, he can break Bloodchief Skeleta and send that widespread annihilation that is in his hand. 2 rune chants, reducing it down. We see exactly that.
Destruction?
1 resource remaining. Your arsenal is threatened again, and I know you wanted to keep it because you were willing to take the damage to keep 1 card around.
Perfect use of Bloodchief Skeletor on a dime. Matthew Dilks is able to spin a trick that is going to leave Ian Zhang completely mystified. Again assaulting the arsenal. Again asking for 2 cards. This does everything Matthew Dilks could ask for, because Ian still has to answer the question of whether or not he goes to 1 to these rune chants. It's an emphatic no. They're covered, and the last 2 in hand get in front.
Condemned to Slaughter looking so innocuous on that turn cycle. Sunken Treasure going to turn one of those widespread attacks face down, make a bonus gold there for Ian Zhang. It will be Conqueror of the High Seas alongside it on defense duty. Masterfully sequenced there. Information withheld from Ian Zhang for as long as possible. Those Spellbound Creepers might be gone, but so is that King Kraken Harpoon.
Still at 3 life. Ian Zhang's done well to weather the storm, but he, again, just has to pass and draw back up, allowing Matthew Dilks again to serve.
This time the shackles a little bit kinder for Matthew Dilks. We find Widespread Annihilation and Eloquent Eulogy. Not got a chance to take a look at this hand just yet. Annihilation a little rough sometimes without Skeleta. It's hard to make 4 rune chants. But in this case, Cull being banished away to give Shadow of Ursa go again. A now looming threat to remove defenses from Ian Zhang.
And Widespread Annihilation, while it could attack their hand, and we mentioned how hard it would be for Matthew Dilks to actually deploy that, he has another way to interact with Ian's hand in Cull and strip away a potential defending card, as you pointed out.
Break the chain, activate Grasp.
Grasp of the Arknight does fund a rune chant for Eloquent Eulogy, at least.
So another Widespread Annihilation in the hand. Again, a little unwieldy in this spot, but perfectly reasonable as pitch fodder. 4 and 1 Arcane is the call as Eloquent Eulogy makes its appearance.
Best case scenario for Ian here, we're only going to see a Duskblade swing after this. Worst case, it could be so much more. We know that last card in hand is another copy of Shadow of Ursa. Not ideal for Matthew Dilks, but it is going to provide damage or a card that's more than happy to be culled away.
Yeah, we're live for Cull now. 1 life remains for Ian Zhang. 1 resource at the ready. Eloquence token naturally created. Here's the Cull. That's right. We're going to keep going. The Eloquence token, oh my goodness, this is absolutely filthy stuff. Matthew Dilks, after the Cull, can act and send the Duskblade in. Ian Zhang, that is rough stuff. Duskblade claims him there. Not the way he was hoping to get off to a start in this second semi-final. But with Eloquence, surprising for someone with so little to say, Matthew Dilks able to shut the door on him.
Every time I thought I knew what Matthew Dilks wanted to do, I had to second guess myself in that game. The sequencing was perfect. Condemned to Slaughter looking so innocuous, finding a way to widespread destruction. Smoke screening information about on-hits from Ian as long as possible. I have a lot of respect for how Ian Zhang navigated that game. Dug for the Harpoons that didn't turn up early, was rewarded with that copy of 3 of a kind, was patient with the King Kraken Harpoon, patient with the cash-in that they also lost to interaction. I think that's how they needed to play the game, given that things did not break well for them early. Sadly, did not quite get there.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you've described represents Ian fighting out of a really compromising position that his deck kind of served up to him. He has that really impressive 17 overpowered turn with a relevant harpoon, but it's the King Kraken harpoons that come a little bit later in the day and not at quite the right time to be sent for their effective on-hit. There is like a catch of the day that allows for, 2 cards to be torn out of the hand, but Chane has that resilience. With enough of those soul shackles, there's still action from the banish. There's still work to be done. Duskblade getting up to 3 counters there to end the game. And Cull with Eloquence in play, allowing Matthew Dilks to keep those hits coming. Brutal stuff for Ian Zhang. Doesn't get off to the start that he needs. And unfortunately, he cannot right that ship as it capsizes.
Okay, no big surprises there. Ian did give me hope, admittedly, when taking down Chane earlier on, that maybe there was some unknown source I wasn't aware of. No Chains of Mephetis either from Matthew Dilks. Definitely has an impact on how that matchup goes. Losing game 1 is a bit of a problem, though, because that means that if game 2 does go the way of Ian Zhang, it will be up to Matt Dilks again as to whether they want to play Living Legend some more. And after that game, that masterful display of an understanding of Chane, I've got a feeling that might be something they're interested in.
Again, so much comes down to how it gets drawn up, though, for the Marlynn, that's for sure. We have an updated bracket to show you now, of course, to reorient ourselves midway through this semi-final series. Matthew Dilks, of course, has triumphed in his first game on Chane in Living Legend. Of course, looking across the bracket, his teammate, countryman, Michael Jaszczur has already made his way into our grand final. We are not far away from finding our world champion, but Ian Zhang still has a chance to dig into the bag of tricks and produce Prism, Awakener of Song.
it's a big chance too. Ian Zhang said in their interview earlier on, this was part of the reason to bring Prism. Gravy Bones, a matchup you are very happy to see, one that he knows how to navigate nearly perfectly. And again, we have seen Ian find the tools to win the matchup in Living Legend. This is a matchup they want to win. It's lovely to see that they're ahead, and it means they get the chance to repeat that feat one more time if they manage to do so.
It definitely feels like Gravy's a bit of a dog in that matchup, right? Prism will actually go for the Imperial Rapture game plan and guarantee those Herald on hits against any of those Watery Grave allies that Gravy Bones is able to develop. Now, that's obviously not pressuring your opponent's life total or hand, but getting guaranteed triggers, cards going to Soul, and figments that you can flip for free into Angels is a big difference. Because all Prism needs to do, virtually, is get 2 Angels flipped and she's basically at 40 life, right? That sort of ameliorates that life deficit that you have when you first start the game. But clever players will find ways to deny that full ward value on those 4 ward Angels and make it a little bit more awkward for the Prism to navigate through. And also really try and expose the fact that she starts at a low life total. If you find some velocity, you can send some Conquerors across and get damage on the board. Prism can be forced into a corner before she can really get going.
Absolutely. Much like matchups like Cindra that Gravy otherwise doesn't want to see, there are ways for this deck to squeak its way back in. Part of that is Conqueror of the High Seas on numerous occasions, but this is definitely the type of matchup where if the Heralds are going at your allies, well, that's not all that surprising. If they're going at your face, something is horribly wrong, because that means we're already so far ahead, we no longer care about the board. So I'm excited to see how Ian navigates this, given how comfortable they feel in the matchup, and see exactly how this one plays out.
Let's jump down to the feature match here and get ourselves ready for our second game in this best of 3. It is Matthew Dilks on Gravy Bones Shipwrecked Looter versus Ian Zhang on Prism Awakener of Soul. Let's have a look at the Matthew Dilks deck list here. First thing I'm looking for is the density of 6 or more power poppers in the list. Not normally a ton for Gravy Bones. In the past, we saw some lists trying to play with sea legs to get some Gold Kiss run, maybe have some extra 6s here. Conquer of the High Seas obviously is a standout there. It's a little difficult for Prism to navigate around it, but not impossible.
No, typically, occasionally you'll see those sea legs, you'll see things like Blanche if Gravy's trying to lean into this matchup just a little bit more, but no such tools available here for Matthew Dilks. We're looking at what has become a pretty standard version of Gravy Bones here. Higher density of reds than you might expect after those golden tipples were removed, but it's gold generation, it's prismatic ley line, it is find a way to push damage in this matchup.
Couple cards that are sort of, you know, a little innocuous but can be important. Fearless Confrontation here is obviously able to remove Dominate from, you know, the Herald of Erudition, for example, and also just tick down that amount of damage. It also can make it hard for Prism to confidently clear allies if that Herald they're attacking for all of a sudden isn't doing enough damage to take that ally out. Also, back alley break line. The extra action point generation for Gravy Bones can help him get around Arcline Sentinel, and he can call to the grave that kind of card, get that action point on demand, and get around that powerful defensive tool from the Illusionist.
If you see a back alley break line coming out to get around an ALS, you know things are very much going Matt Dilks' way.
Yes.
A card to watch as this game progresses.
Let's have a look, of course, at Ian Zhang's deck list here. Had a chance to peruse it earlier on. Some number of defense reactions in the list, but rarely are they in this list at the same time. Likely not a vestige of Soul game. Empyrean Rapture will be the chess piece of choice in many Gravy matchups.
This one very much a case of raw, efficient damage. It's going to be those Herald of Protection, Herald of Triumph, your War Tune Heralds that we've known to come and love or hate, depending on who you are.
Love,
since
definitely
Monarch, okay, I'll take the hate category. Since that time in Monarch, going to be pushing the damage here, going to be forcing things to the forefront, finding those figments, flipping those angels, and creating a commanding board presence that Gravy should be slightly envious of, I imagine.
In the Herald game plan, the red Heralds come in. In the Aura game plan, they all come out most of the time. There's a cheeky Command and Conquer in this list for Ian. That feels like a tech card for me. Obviously, it's neither Light nor Illusionist, so its use case probably is a lot more limited. But here you have it, Ian Zhang's Prism Awakener of Soul deck list. It's time to head down to the feature match areas. Matthew Dilks now is 1 game away from making it to their grand final of our 2025 World Championship.
May have seen a turn 2 Great Library of Solana from Ian earlier on. I assure you, you won't be seeing that one in this matchup. Discarding allies to break your landmark. Not exactly where you want to be.
Light of Soul already in the hand for Ian Zhang. If he's lucky, it could mean a Herald into Soul straight away on pitch of that card.
We see a compass activation here from Matthew Dilks, who is going first this time around.
Can he get some pressure down, or is that a call to the grave? Yes. Matthew Dilks simply wants to set up, find an ally of his choosing to get into the graveyard.
Perfect start here for Matthew. Will establish at least one ally on the first turn of the game. Going to thumb on through the deck to find their preferred selection. Thumbing Rigor Mortis here, a choice I like quite a lot. Gravy Bones has to lean aggressive in this matchup to get Prism dead before the game extends any further. Rigor Mortis, the most efficient aggressive ally, reaching maybe for that one in the early turns of this game.
Yep. It's a good pick. Obviously, it never feels good to send an attack that vastly exceeds that 1 health on that ally in order to clear it. Zhang will just have to keep his chin up in that instance, though, because it will mean soul generation. It will mean a Figment tutor opportunity.
Looks like Swabby that we are reaching for instead here to go into the bin.
Okay.
Another great option here, lines up very well into those heralds, but pushes a breakpoint in exchange.
Yeah, that 7 damage can be pretty effective at threatening any ward presence on the board. It's awkward to block out.
So, shuffling up. Swabby sent to the depths will no doubt make an appearance very shortly. Lone Shark to start here for Matthew Dilks. This is a fantastic turn 0. Gold generation, now a bit of a pain point for Gravy in the absence of Golden Tipple. Do need these to get the engine online. Now, you will have to pay back the Piper if you're not quite lucky enough to continue generating gold. But Prism, not super eager to block in this matchup. So if we can line up Swabby, Sawbones, similarly aggressively slanted allies, activate that gold-baited hook, send it in, and you can definitely keep that gold ticking over. But in terms of a start to a game, Sawbones, gold generation, Swabby parked in the depths for later on, about as good as it gets here.
Yeah, I've seen all the boxes ticked here for Gravy Bones. Obviously, a Gravy Bones activation, spending one of those golds that were gained on loan. I'm sure it's going to pay dividends. He's Light of Soul. Straight away, Herald of Triumph looks over towards Sawbones, and it's a red War Tune Herald flipped on the top. So no joy here for Zhang. That is not destined for his soul. Herald of Triumph, of course, will head there itself and allow for a Figment tutor from the deck of Zhang. We've seen a lot of deck searching so far, and Erudition going to be the first pick immediately taken up.
Not surprised by this. Ian understands this game typically rather punchy. Gravy does need to take an aggressive stance before things spiral out of control, so why not take a similarly aggressive stance with the most powerful line in your deck?
This also, signifies Zhang's planning to use his whole hand here, so likely another yellow pitcher or any pitch card and another Herald. Or, I guess he could get a blue aura down, but he'd be IPing. There we go. War Tune Herald clatters across, making quite the ruckus at 7 power.
Exactly what Ian was looking for on the first turn of the game here as well. Matthew Dilks. I like this a lot. I think you'll find very few blocks from our Gravy player as the game progresses. Again, Heralds go to Soul and trigger for finding Figments pretty much on demand in this matchup as these allies come into play. You need your cards to pressure Prism. If you're using them on defense, the situation just gets worse.
And I guess there's, in this position, some Prism players might look to flip the Figment they pick up and get 4 virtual life. But with some of these low-to-the-ground attack actions, from the Gravy Bones deck, you don't always get full value off of that. So this is the kind of decision point that, master Prism players like Zhang are going to have to sort of hover over. You can't attack with that Angel, right? You've your second Angel attack did not have Go again. So Figment of Judgment is the pick.
Of course, no banished cards being turned face down here. Does make me feel like this is just the most expendable Figment in this case. Zhang reaching for Calming Gesture with that spare resource here to make a Spectral Shield.
Okay, we're flipping.
Activate Prism, bring an Angel online, and set up a defense ahead of time.
Yeah, so for Zhang here, spending that floating resource on the Calming Gesture, not doing it in response to some damage coming in, says he wants to just set his life threshold as high as possible.
This is about efficiency. Ian understands that Matthew Dilks is looking for Conqueror of the High Seas, looking for Prismatic Leyline, looking for these attacks that really send damage to the hills. When the resource is left spare, make the most of it.
It also means you can't pressure Themis with a blue saltwater swell, that one damage
Golden Tipple or
that
something
feels
like
really uncomfortable to sort of block. It means that Dilks will have to do a little bit more to ask for this Angel to be brought down.
Fantastic spot there, Mitch. Yeah, absolutely. Spectral Shield doing a great job of protecting your protection. which is going to be a big part of surviving those bigger turns Gravy Bones can put together. For now, we are going to see a compass activation. Matthew Dilks likes what they see. Reaching for Gravy to turn a gold into a fresh card, perhaps.
Arclight Sentinel has just turned up in our Dutch Prism player's hand. Not always easy to find a way to get this out onto the board, though. Very expensive. Costing 6. So 2 blues in the hand sometimes gets you there, especially if you have a Figment of Erudition, you think you can flip into Soraya and refill your hand. That also means that there's a good chance it would stick around. But again, back alley Breakline should sit in the back of your mind as an answer to Arclight Sentinel. Avasti, the opener for Matthew Dilks.
Time to start getting aggressive, hopefully generating some gold here for Matthew Dilks. Swabby will be played, no doubt sent in with that break point, trying to score a bonus gold from Avasti. Do want to acknowledge that Anchor that was just sent down into the depths here. An ally that is not atypical of these decks right now, but has some play in this matchup. Prism happy to draw some cards. Not against penalizing them for that.
Yeah, Anchor able to deny that, the cost of putting a Watery Grave ally in your bin. 7 from Swabby, though. It's very solid. Matthew Dilks understands the assignment. It's to run headlong at Ian Zhang and hope to break these sometimes flimsy illusions. Ian Zhang had opportunities, right? He could have responded to the Avasti with an Arclight Sentinel. He chooses not to go for that. He's not that invested in protecting Themis. It's not an effect that he's really hoping to abuse in this game.
No, ultimately Themis is still meant to be a line of defense here. If it survives, fantastic. Maybe the turn comes together to send 7 for 7. But Ian would much rather keep these Heralds that are at a premium in this matchup and use Themis to soak up the bleeding if possible. That said, Avasti here obviously threatening to make gold. Gold denial, a very relevant strategy. If Ian would like to deploy a card and give up Themis to soak up the rest of the swab.
In Ian here, there's not really a world where he probably just takes this damage and tries to protect his Soraya with an Arclight Sentinel. That becomes unbelievably resource prohibitive. Because you don't have Vestige of Soul, you aren't getting that extra resource out of all of your light cards. So it becomes actually really hard to have a turn where you get to flip your Figment, attack with it. That's 4 cost already if you're not hitting with a Herald. It's like a 10 cost based turn with no guarantees there. So more likely we'll take the sort of more patient line here. But Arclight Sentinel on its own doesn't really do any blocking. Quite often Prism draws up these hands and has to allow their ward to try and go to work for them.
And again, I admire the deliberation here from Ian. Many decision trees we've just highlighted, let alone the many that we haven't seen based on the cards in their hand, does choose to accept the heat from Swabby. 5 points of damage prevented. 2 will come through, means a gold will be generated from Avasti.
There's more where that came from. That's the scary part. Swabby, of course, now resting. With a Chart the High Seas into the pitch zone now, and a Mage Master Boots activated. Matthew Dilks is trying to flood the board with these allies, and Anchor drag under hits the stage.
This is, again, just a testament to how well-versed Matthew Dilks is with both decks they brought this weekend. Mage Master Boots, atypical of giving go again to a card to go for a much bigger turn. That's exactly what we've seen here. It's about pushing damage. We don't have the time to waste on these allies. I will cash in my shoes. Anchor will come swinging in. I want to put you to the test, especially now that you've allowed me to make a gold. Now I get to activate Gold-Baited Hook and threaten to make another one.
And Anchor is a really relevant effect. It's super annoying for Ian here, who has a Figment of Erudition on the board and can reasonably flip it with a Herald attack. Being limited on the amount of cards that he could draw in any turn of this game would be quite frustrating. So he needs to game plan around that level of disruption and also just clear the board. I mean, this is going to ask for quite a lot of attention. But it's the power play that Gravy has available to them. We had Avasti, we had Mage Master Boots use. So this is Matthew Dilks' gambit to clamber into the driver's seat.
Ian very committed to where they are. Not a play I think they expected, but one they are happy to stomach. Once you've allowed Swabby to do the damage, the extra gold, less appealing to deny. That full hand is required to put the turn they have in mind together. We see that Arclight Sentinel being pitched. Red Herald of Triumph for the front of the hand here. The plan continues.
The second you see those reds, like Arclight Sentinel's not getting deployed. It's just not reasonable. There are 9 of Red Heralds usually in this game plan. And the odds of drawing up at least one of them is, obviously what you're playing towards. So just means this Arclight Sentinel's 2 resources worth instead.
Anchor successfully sunk. We'll go looking for another Figment as a direct result. Curious what Ian's looking for here. We saw last time the more expendable Figments being used. Anchor not being activated there by Matthew Dilks. So free to draw cards if so inclined. But we've definitely seen those more expendable Figments reached for early here to provide a shield from the expected aggression. The most important one here for Figment of Erudition already in play. No need to function on that one there.
So yeah, Anchor not activated, so Matthew Dilks either doesn't have the ally to discard to it or doesn't feel like it was necessary.
There's less freedom to do so with Anchor in this kind of situation. A lot of the hands for Gravy that need pieces to come together require card density in this matchup, and that's going to require Gravy Bones activations, eating those gold to turn cards into different cards. And sometimes you would really prefer to have an ally in hand to discard to Gravy as opposed to just giving yourself some insulation from card draw that might not come from Ian Zhang.
Okay, so Figment of War here tells me that Ian's fishing for a breakpoint on the Herald attack that might follow up a flipped Angel attack into Swabby. He's got to find ways to efficiently clear the board, but the only reason you're maybe looking for a Courage token is if you want to go face with it. If he's not ready to go for it with Soraya, if he doesn't actually have a way to make use of the cards he draws up for action point restriction reasons or otherwise, then Bologna probably gets flipped. Yeah, and that's going to be the attack. It pretty comfortably accounts for these allies. A big part of the game plan for Prism is to get these allies off the board and make sure your opponent actually has to jump through a couple of hoops in order to establish more of them.
Swabby sent swimming, and that Courage token, as you correctly alluded to, paired beautifully with Herald of Protection, pushing 8 damage and a Spectral Shield should this manage to connect. And we've talked a few times already about the importance of building anti-aggression defenses here for Ian Zhang on Prism. That shield, very relevant factor. No Golden Tipple to cheese out an Angel, no Saltwater Swell. Well worth keeping an eye on that one and potentially worth denying here.
And obviously, none of those scarce poppers for Matthew Dilks to interact with this. Ian doesn't have a floating resource to shoot her out of Figment of Triumph anyway, so it would have been nice to find here, I would say. But he's got a life lead because of that massive turn, the Mage Master boots, both Swabby and Anka getting to, get sideways. But he does need to rebuild the Empire a little bit now.
So we do see Matthew Dilks reaching to deny this Herald of Protection. Makes me think we have one of those functional small hands. Gravy is well known to navigate an ally to discard to a gold. A way to bring it out and take care of Bologna would be my expectation from this turn sequence.
Ian would very much love to come back with a healthy hand and send a Jumbo Jet, a little 7/4/7 action off this Prism.
Heard that one a few times.
Yep. Herald first, then Angel, then Herald. He's going through the expendable ones first. Ian flipping Bologna here, getting that value off the Courage token. Here's Call to the Grave.
I believe it's Chart the High Seas and Jittery Bones in the hand for Matthew Dilks. Pausing here on the Call to the Grave. Makes me wonder if we're looking at Arclight Sentinel once again. Ian does give the gesture. It's okay.
You're good.
You're good. Don't forget, chat. Giveaways currently active. Do make sure you're chatting along with us. Let us know what you're thinking about the game.
At the conclusion of this match.
You want some Super Slam, don't you?
Chum. Now, Chum at 6 life is one of the allies you can do some shenanigans with Fearless Confrontation.
Oh, yeah.
That's when it gets like a little bit, Ian looks at that card and goes, I have to kind of send a 7 here. And that means Red Herald. Otherwise, there's a chance I can get utterly blown out.
Fearless Confrontation makes me feel a type of internal pain that is difficult to describe on camera.
It's a very interesting card. It has
the Chart the High Seas.
Not good.
Finds Conqueror of the High Seas. No yellow. And more importantly, one of those premium aggressive threats and one of only 3 poppers in the deck for Matthew Dilks.
Dead Threads still allows for Chum to make his way forward, and Bologna will be cleared. Lone Shark, though, going to be pinging Matthew Dilks. No gold created or stolen this turn. And all the Canadian can do is clear the board. Now, Ian Zhang, there's a potential to run out of Figments, by the way. He can return them to the deck, at some point, of course, if he's able to flip Avalon. But that also means that Avalon exposes herself to being knocked out, and then you've got nowhere to recur them. So you do need to be careful. Sometimes you might need to protect those heralds, and yeah, sending a 7-hero chum is heads up. It's the safest way for Ian to play here. Spectral Shield created, of course, from that Herald of Protection on hit, and now we're going fishing for a Figment once more. You also don't want to get Ravagers too early, because that's a Herald, an Angel, excuse me, that you want to use to try and sort of end the game. But Protection's still in the deck, Rebirth is still in the deck as well. We're going to check the graveyard, see if there's any sort of valid targets to go for, and it will be a Figment of Rebirth decided upon.
We'll call out those sweet custom Spectral Shields from Iswadi that were dealt for Ian Zhang. One of each Angel available on these. The Spectral
drippy,
Shield
man.
in the background.
It's too drippy.
Sometimes a full suite of gold foil equipment just isn't enough.
No, absolutely not. Not for this guy. Drip or die. Hopefully for Ian in this game, it's not both.
Yeah, drip or win's not got quite the same ring to it, but we'll make it work. Do love to see Figment of Rebirth here. We were alluding to how important that card can be to rebuy powerful threats later on, but safe in play for now. No need to expose Avalon for a while. Herald of Judgment coming in here. This on hit, mostly inconsequential, just an efficient Herald.
Yeah, it finds its way into these Prism decks because obviously there are matchups in which it does matter, right? Denying access to the Banish Zone matters pretty well, especially in matchups like Vincent, which is horrific for Prism. Very, very challenging to play through. Not all decks have this one. This is definitely a sort of preference choice here. Some of them take Tenacity for that extra source of Dominate. Herald of Judgment, though, does its work. And yeah, that one of Herald of Judgment goes into the soul. So what you'll notice, there wasn't a Angel Flip here. Ian, not really in a position to do quite as much work on the damage front in this turn.
No, a pair of yellows there was not enough to swing an Angel alongside the pair of Heralds, so just going to make a do with 7 into 6. Does clear away the chum regardless, and then finds a little bit of extra protection. So I guess I would have preferred 6-7.
Yeah,
but
6-7 would have been nice. But you know what? That sequencing was correct for Ian, so that's fine.
I think so.
The Zoomers will have to wait for the next opportunity
Ayo.
to chant in unison. All right, Dilks giving it a good old shuffle. So, a lot of Figments being worked through. Triumph and Ravager still in the deck. I don't think Figment of Tenacity is really in the list. It's not a go-to. Yeah, sometimes that Dominate matters, but it's definitely the least desirable.
Okay, Prismatic Leyline from Matthew Dilks is exactly what we were looking for here. We do see Rigor Mortis in the hand alongside, I believe, Saltwater Swell.
This card is so good.
Going to look to make the most of all the modes where possible. That Jittery Bones has been parked in the arsenal for a hot second. Will break that Rigor Mortis out of prison in hand. Come-on's in for 5 points of damage, courtesy of that +3.
Limited All-Star, Jittery Bones. Not too shabby. I mean, first of all, it's a vehicle for the +3 buff to the blue, and it is a card that can do what Gravy wants to do, right?
It's extension.
Yep.
That's the big important part here. You need to go wide sometimes, especially in matchups that require you to race decks like Cindra, decks like Prism. So being able to do so here alongside Prismatic Leyline, pretty good.
75 with the blue.
Yeah, none of them are flipped.
That's pretty good, right? Gets Rigor Mortis into the bin. Again, if we want velocity, Matthew Dilks is finding it. Definitely has a tailwind.
Worth noting, Matthew Dilks does play 3 red copies of Saltwater Swell. I do believe there is 1 in the hand for them here. So this turn, about as close to a Yahtzee as you can get in Classic Constructed. We're going to see red bonus, blue bonus, yellow bonus on Rigor Mortis for the full trio from this Prismatic Leyline.
That is beautiful. What a way to make use of Prismatic Leyline, getting 6 value out of that generic action. That's it. Matthew Dilks, absolutely an EV gamer in every sense of the word, has extracted the maximum amount of value here. Gold token being popped. Into the hand was a Call to the Grave.
Offers another toolbox of options here for Matthew. Was a reasonable fan of the line we already saw. Wouldn't be surprised to see this being the case. Resource being spent. Rigor Mortis now always going to be deployed, even if the blue does miss. In this case, it does not. Saltwater Swell refunds those resources, and you can save Call to the Grave for a following turn. Not a bad place to be.
And Ian, despite not having a yellow to power an Angel attack last turn, also chose not to flip any of them to provide that sort of life buffer. That is, you know, 1 point worth considering. Jittery Bones, you know, you would have gotten value off your ward for that. It might have changed the sequencing, of course, for Matthew here, but would have kept his head above the surging tides a little further. Here's a call to the grave.
I like this choice from Matthew Dilks. Again, Rigor Mortis is always efficient in the matchup. You're always going to find a way to get this in and get it swinging for 6. Because we managed to find that blue card off the top with Saltwater Swell, we can send a more difficult-to-play ally, something like Sawbones, that is very impactful over the course of a game into the bin, and just save that Rigor Mortis for later when we might be a little tighter on resources.
I think having like a good supply of these allies on tap is really important for the Gravy Bones player because Ian clears them effortlessly. So Matthew Dilks having another ally to call upon, even if it passes back to Ian. And Ian obviously has to spend time clearing those. It's just damage that's not being sent at his opponent. He's got all the figments. He's blinged out. None of them are actually representing any damage or other effects. The soul's in a good place for the Prism player as well.
Important to remember the biggest illusion in this matchup is the life total of Ian Zhang.
Holy man, here's that yellow value. Sawbones Dockhand has entered the fray.
Going to be swinging in for 8, courtesy of Prismatic Leyline.
Is that good? That seems really good.
I would be inclined to agree.
Oh my goodness.
This is very much the foundation of Gravy Bones in the modern CC format. Prismatic Leyline is the card this deck is built around. It went from being a kind of corner case choice to improve certain matchups to, in fact, the best way to race Cindra is with a 0 for 6.
It was 5 into 4 into 8. 17 damage and an ally deployed. One also, Ian Zhang does not have any 2-power attacks. There's no easy way to clear that, so it's even more implied value. Sawbones' life total may as well be what's printed on the Herald that's coming at him.
Incredible inclusion for this deck from Armory deck Gravy.
Revered battle-hardened competitors, that is time.
We see the bind here that Ian Zhang finds himself in. Flicking through that 4-card hand. We see Herald of Protection at the front, at the least.
Maybe 2 Heralds and a Pierce reality there.
So very capable of clearing this Sawbones. Tempting to mitigate some of this damage, though. Again, the downside of playing a deck like Prism, 32 life. Pretty significant hindrance.
Oh.
Falling all the way down to 10 now. The game plan for Matthew Dilks coming together has successfully found pressure, rewarded for that Mage Master Boots activation, and now a fully charged Prismatic Leyline brings Ian Zhang down to 10.
It's just too much velocity. You know, we thought that that would be limited more with Golden Tipples mostly exiting the Gravy Bones deck, but no, this is something else. Ian also, like, you can't be flipping figments on your opponent's turn. You can't be pitching from hand to save that damage. You do it in desperate situations, but, you know, again, opts not to, you know, flip a Herald in that previous turn. We mentioned about he doesn't get that ward value. So here's Figment of Triumph. It's got to come out. And, you know, again, if Ian's worried about, like, wider turns, flipping into Victoria or activating that could be the answer. He's also, you know, kind of doing this in advance, but Figment of Triumph, and if there's a Herald of Triumph, excuse me, that 7-power popper wouldn't be effective. I mean, a popper here is devastating, right? If Matthew even wants to go that way, he might just feel like he has enough of a lead. But Ian has to play to all of his outs.
I think it might be go time here for Ian Zhang.
Yeah, we got to be flipping.
Flipping over Angels. My gut instinct was Erudition here to try and pull this back, but instead, Protection is the choice. Don't mind this either. I think we've mentioned a few times that pushing back against the aggressive damage is the safest thing to do as you build out these turns. Additional Spectral Shields going to play a pretty big role in that, assuming there's no more Prismatic Leylines in the immediate future.
Yeah, Ian Zhang needs to buffer the life total now. You know, as Matthew Dilks has definitely started to look away from the Angel clearing so much as trying to go for the jugular. So we've got a Herald, we've got an Angel flip. Obviously, A just gets sideways now. 4 damage. Still matters to Matthew Dilks, but there's no on-hit. It's an on-attack trigger.
Matthew betraying me at the last moment there.
Tough to catch these guys,
I know
isn't
how
it?
you feel, Mitch.
Yeah. Unsurprisingly, opts to take 4. And a Pierce reality follow-up. In terms of, like, trying to win a race matchup, I can see the appeal. But, you know, making use of an action point to develop that at this late stage of the game when you are so low is a scary prospect. Ian felt like it was much better to do this then to send an Angel out. +2 on his first illusionist attack.
Okay,
oh
so
God.
I was looking at trying to see the hand from Matthew Dilks and was very confused by the card quality and why no damage was being prevented. The compass was the hidden information there. Prismatic Leyline on top of the deck is met with Arclight Sentinel. Your value, my value.
Again, it does stop Matthew Dilks in his tracks here, potentially. But Ian Zhang has to shred his own hand, send 2 blues in order to get it out there. So his crackback is going to be limited at best. Loot the hold is the play, Rigor Mortis is the deploy. Matthew Dilks can still set up this board state. Even if he can't do any meaningful damage to Ian Zhang, that's going to be the Arclight Sentinel cleared up. It looks good, it's a pretty card, but it feels a little more desperate in the Dutchman's position.
That's so good here for Ian. Prismatic Leyline threatened to steal this game away. Instead, our Angel of Protection is still alive, can take care of Rigor Mortis free of charge, and provide 2 more Spectral Shields. It might look like a large life disparity here for Ian Zhang, but there is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 virtual life in play, and 3 more Figments that could be flipped over at just a moment's notice. This is neck and neck.
Drawing the double blue there is massive. Still being able to attack with Aegis is big. Throws the Arclight Sentinel, finds the right moment for it. Perfect is the enemy of good in this situation for the Prism player, and Ian Zhang has bought himself enough room, potentially, to maneuver.
Murderous Rabble from Matthew Dilks. Pretty happy to allow the shields to take care of that.
Ian wants so badly just to have a full grip to send back. Getting low on Figment count, but he's been so conservative about how he flips them. There's always going to be Angels at his disposal still. Very patient, under fire. It is easy to stress out, to sort of have feel like your hand's being forced as Prism with that lower life total. Ian's been here before. Restless Bones comes out.
No luck on the flip here from Restless Bones, so we'll just take care of the Angel of Protection, sent directly at that one to make sure that Ian Zhang did not have the flexibility to do anything about it. And it is Herald of Erudition with a full hand extra gas.
Okay, this is a moment here for Ian Zhang, and it could be an inflection point in this game. 7 Dominate go again. Phantasm, active, of course, on the Herald of Erudition still. Ian Zhang was able to get that Pierce Reality out, make use of his action point at the end of his last turn, and Herald of Erudition is going to hit. The cards are about to flow. Matthew Dilks felt like he had enough life total to take this kind of damage. Now, the blowout here potentially is like being able to attack and follow up with Arclight Sentinel, right? That's the dream. It rarely, rarely happens that way. Now, Ian is concerned here about Prism's trigger because he may choose to fail to find a Figment, but he's trying to find out, I think, if he has to shuffle his deck.
Okay. What an interesting question. So, of course, Ian, I mean, anyone in the semi-finals of a World Championship, frankly, good enough to understand the context of the deck, knows what's been pitched over those last couple of sets, cards that we don't necessarily want back in the form of blues and stuff. So if we're not searching for a Figment, would rather not put those back into the equation. And, well, worth checking these things. And again, goes to show you that everyone wants to call judges. They're all your friends. We're in the semi-finals of a World Championship. Let's just make sure that we know what we're talking about.
A very fine point of the game that Ian wants to make sure he is fully apprised and aware of. We're going to be heading back down to the feature match zone, though, as it looks like that call has resolved. So the 7 Dominate go again. Herald of Erudition did resolve, and so we will reach for a Figment. If Ian Zhang declines to search his deck, he does not have to shuffle. That was the ruling.
Good to know. No need to mix those blues back in. Again, I admire the patience of Ian Zhang here. Understands that Erudition is the panic button. When you need to find a way back into the game, that one needs to be there. Instead, Victoria going to play offense duty.
Yeah, Vicky, though, not going to be reducing the damage output of Matthew Dilks. No extra banish from Soul. Ian Zhang getting a little bit light in that regard.
Balance of Justice is active and online, courtesy of that Herald of Erudition.
Something you're sort of looking for here is an Angelic Attendant to let you flip 2 Angels in one turn and potentially have more of that ward buffer. That would be the only way you can sort of get around that once per turn. That's another thing you can do, obviously, with that extra card.
Angelic Attendant here would be backbreaking. More than enough figments available to make use of that powerful new inclusion from Super Slam. If Ian Zhang is lucky enough to be holding one. For now, Sunken Treasure just going to flip over a yellow, of which there are many, from Prism. Generate a goal for Matt Dilks to get that engine back online.
Okay, Herald of Protection. There's going to be the follow-up here. Big damage, a huge chunk of Matthew Dilks' life total being challenged out. But he himself has kept those cards close to the chest, literally, figuratively. Just the Sunken Treasure emerging from the hand is turned alongside some equipment block.
Compass activation.
Some extra info.
But I wouldn't give for that beef jerky whole cam right now. Take a peek at what's on top of the deck.
I know there's at least a Sawbones in Matthew Dilks' hand. It looks, I mean, more than just a little functional.
Exactly what you need in this spot. Ian, of course, relying on this board presence to keep healthy. And yet another figment declined here for Ian Zhang. No need to find more of those at the moment.
He just can't go for Ravagers yet. If Seckham gets, taken out of the game, it's a big win condition he just doesn't have access to. Dilks can't really prevent that arcane damage.
Gravy activation. Dilks likes what they found with that compass, would like it in hand instead.
You're kidding!
It's prismatic leyline again.
And there's a red in hand as well.
Red saltwater swell in hand.
Please tell me that's not a blue in the arsenal. Oh my goodness, he's hit it again. Jittery Bones comes out, chum in the bin. And everything coming up Millhouse for Matthew Dilks.
I'm the one with Jittery Bones. This line of play coming up time and again, stuffed in the box. At least once from Ian Zhang with that Arclight Sentinel, but no anti-attack aura this time. The floodgates are open. The damage is coming. What will Ian Zhang do?
Okay. Matthew Dilks does need to hit a blue off the saltwater swell in his hand, I believe.
To do it all,
okay,
yes.
That's
Thankfully,
all you got.
Dead Threads will fund the saltwater swell to take a spin at the very least. We did see Chum disappearing into the depths alongside this Jittery Bones.
That all you got? Just a 3-block defense reaction for all intents and purposes. Dead Threads sees Saltwater Swell deployed.
Flip the card, Matthew.
Are we in the money? Oh, it just doesn't get any better than that, folks. Murderous Ravel off the top into the pitch. This turn is fueled, fired, and it's going absolutely for the fence.
It is a Sawbones for 8 after this. If Matthew Dilks wants it, if they prefer to extend Chum, they can with that final card in hand, but will be significantly less damage, and it feels like that is what matters at this stage. Slowly but surely, the Angels and Shields begin to fall. Ian Zhang going to be relying on those final cards in hand to both end the game and survive.
Just to lean back in the chair. An honest day of work here for the shipwrecked looter, as now it's time for Sawbones with a flourish to get involved. Also empowered by that prismatic ley line. Matthew Dilks, all the colors of the rainbow, pointed at Ian Zhang.
Ian carefully thumbing the hand once more. We see War Tune Herald front. I think that might be a Soul Shield hidden behind this. Can't quite make it out. Soul Shield would be pretty impressive here as a defensive tool.
These Prism hands, though, I mean, she wants to be on 4 or 5 cards as much as possible. When you start to shrink the hand down, your impact exponentially shrinks in turn. So your Soul Shield is fine, but that's 2 cards you're parting with. It's a 2-card 6-block. It has that soul upside, but Ian Zhang has enough to work with. If he's clearing allies, getting a card in soul on his opponent's turn is not that crucial.
It wouldn't be ideal here. If it is that card in the hand for Ian, would prefer to remain aggressive. May well look to use it as a yellow pitch card to fund the rest of the hand. Gonna funnel through the cards expended so far before making what is the most important decision of Ian Zhang's World Championship.
So often kept on the outside looking in. The 9th place curse was a part of Ian Zhang's story up until this point. He's finally overcome that chapter, makes his way into the top 4, but is confronted by one of the most dangerous players in the flesh and blood world. Someone notorious for incredible results. Great gameplay. In very few words. He'll save them, though, for the judge here, just to make sure
No.
the
Judges
sequencing on
just
this turn is very
confirming here,
clear.
a card shouldn't have been drawn from that. All you got, Prismatic Leyline, did mean that Bones was just a bit heftier than it otherwise would have been. Again, safe to check here. We talk about Ian. Imagine sitting in the seat of Matthew Dilks in this scenario. You're 1-0 up. You are 10 life, maybe 2 life away from a berth in the final of the World Championship, staring down a $75,000 game against Michael Jaskic. It's close.
He's taking it. He's taking the
now
damage.
it is just 3 life remaining and a full salvo from Ian Zhang that you need to survive.
I think he has to go for the Soraya play here. It may be now or never. Can guarantee a Herald hit. An Angel flip. Herald of Protection here is going to fuel the start of the turn. Oh. We are
paying to flip Soraya. Need information, need different cards than we have. Soraya will take care of Sawbones. We'll see the card from the Soul go and find something more impressive to send directly. It's Arclight Sentinel. There is an Arclight Sentinel in hand for Ian Zhang. Are the resources there?
No.
No.
No, they are not.
It's a
5
red.
pitch. Yeah, 5 pitch amongst the cards remaining in Ian's hand. He misses on being able to get that out and defend Soraya. And so Wartune Herald has to be the backup option. Soul Shield went into the pitch, couldn't be used on defense adequately. And that happens sometimes in this matchup. No vestige of soul. There's no easy way to get an Arclight Sentinel into play. And so there's no way to defend the Archangel of Erudition. Ian Zhang simply going to accompany Soraya with a 9 damage Wartune Herald swing. Matthew Dilks can see a way forward now.
Now, this isn't the end for Ian Zhang. Matthew Dilks at 7 health has to respect this Herald. Stuck with Eye of Ophidia in hand, will be forced to commit all 3 other cards on defense. Will need to find a way to answer that Soraya, or risk things getting even worse. Is there a follow-up for Ian? No.
No follow-up. Devastating. And again, sometimes the reds get into the hand, and if you can't part with them adequately, they've got to go into the arsenal. And I wonder if the sequencing looked different on that turn. Feels like Ian knew that if you open with a Herald on Sawbones, he wouldn't be able to pressure enough. Maybe he wouldn't really have enough to work with in the hand. So it goes for max information early, but it costs a card to flip Soraya like that.
Pitching Eye of Ophidia to the gold. Going to take a look at 2 cards. Neither are what we're looking for. Blind one from the top for Matthew Dilks. Needs to find a way to take care of Soraya. Chart the high seas. Will look a little bit further. Finds the resources. Will be able to play Chum or Rigor Mortis at the very least.
And that's what Dilks wants. He keeps a high life total. He deploys an ally. He has another one back up in the graveyard. And he can go after Soraya. And cannot be allowed to persist. Ian will be left now to try and make use of Avalon. But that soul is empty right now. That's also a problem. To flip an Angel and to attack for its extra effect costs 2. Let's stick with our Gravy Bones turn first. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Crazy to think that if Ian Zhang had flipped an Angel earlier, as we suggested, he maybe should have, there would not have been enough soul available to attack with Soraya on the previous turn and facilitate that line. Every decision coming back to matter in this game as Matthew Dilks digs deeper with another draw from the gold token, looking for more alongside this ally swing. Wants to pressure Ian Zhang, finds Lone Shark.
Got the gold.
Some additional spins.
That's what I think we wanted here. Oh my. I don't know if this can be paid for based on what's being represented, but I believe a Conqueror of the High Seas just joined the hand.
So Matthew Dilks can take the risk. You can spin the gold one more time, find another blue, send the Conqueror, but that way Soraya is in the way. And you do not guarantee removing it from play. You can instead, of course, play an ally, attack Soraya. Is that going to be good enough? You leave Prism with an entire hand to work with in that world. And only 7 health.
The cost basis of this turn is what is causing Matthew Dilks some headaches. He has popped a lot of gold, a lot of cards in his pitch zone.
I can feel my heart in my eyes. What a weird sensation.
That is a string of words I didn't expect to accompany one another.
I'm concerned about my health. This game is doing some stuff.
Yeah, Matthew Dilks definitely feeling the fatigue. It's been quite a series. Dead threads available, though. That's a resource that can be called upon.
Are we spinning the wheel again?
Vasting into the bin. Here comes Chum. Friendly first mate. Looking anything but. As he goes after Soraya. And Ian Zhang has to allow this to happen. Archangel of Erudition out of the way now. And so Matthew Dilks can set this card in arsenal with an ally on the field. One that can command Ian's attention. One that can tell Ian that he must attack Chum. Although I suspect that Ian's probably feeling that way anyway. Here's the Light of Soul. And Herald of Ravages goes forth to try and clear the first mate away. And he does hit on that Light of Soul. Wartune Herald goes into the Soul.
Bonus Soul, very valuable right now.
And there's no risk of Fearless Confrontation there. Pierce Reality gives that extra power to take you out of that range. So Chum is going to be accounted for.
Big fan of the line we saw there from Matthew Dilks. Understands that Conqueror is an avenue to victory. Cannot hold on to it as a popper. May well need it to close the game. Cannot take the risk right now. Herald of Triumph as the follow-up will command some amount of respect, but I believe we see a pretty wide hand here for Matthew Dilks. Saltwater Swell in hand. That Conqueror going to take a peek with the compass before making informed decisions.
And Ian, again, does not flip his Figment of Rebirth. Declines that trigger, takes the soul instead, and sends Herald forth. But again, his board state indicates that there's not a follow-up attack here. I think he had that Arsenal card left over from the previous turn. He put that one away, but doesn't have the pitch to send it out.
Swell, Swell, Anchor, Fearless, Confrontation. The hand here, we will see the hook finally deployed.
Just as well Pierce Reality's in play.
Oh, yeah, that could have gone nasty.
Okay, Matthew's going to take some damage. Herald of Triumph, yeah. I think Ian's reaching for the Herald of Rebirth now. Anything to keep me alive. Avalon is flipped into. Ardently standing in front of the Dutchman. If you want to get to Ian Zhang, you've got to go through her.
And it will be the grand ship of Gravy Bone Shipwreck Looter that threatens the Archangel of Rebirth and Ian Zhang's arsenal.
This could be it. A turn that could be very difficult to stave off. 2 resources floating. We know Rigor Mortis costs 1 to get out there, 1 to attack with.
So worth noting, a blue card has not been played yet, so it would need to be a playable blue in the hand for Rigor Mortis to emerge. Alternatively, 1 gold token currently available. Possible we go spinning once more. Gravy Bones, of course, available to activate as well. I believe it's an anchor in the hand for Matthew Dilks.
There's that Angelic Intendant. Joined by that, all you got. A lot of blocking happening here. Conqueror of the High Seas is stuffed.
Avalon safe for now.
Okay, I'll break Combat Chain.
Okay, Matthew Dilks chooses to break the Combat Chain and get that gold is going to be utilized now for a Gravy Bones trigger. Have we?
We find Loot the Hole.
We found it! The blue that we needed here. This is unreal. Matthew Dilks off the top. It's a Loot the Hold, which allows Anchor to be deployed. Gets into play.
Dead threads available to allow Anchor to attack. Will be on hit. Discard a card. Courtesy of Loot the Hold. The hook activation. It is 2 gold on hit as well. Give me 2 cards, or at least 1, and your Avalon.
This is too much. There's no calming gesture here for Ian Zhang. It was used so early in the game to, protect him from a hit. There isn't, I mean, I guess you could, even the Empyrean Rapture is not really going to help you here to try and protect you from this.
Oh my.
A discard trigger found, stapled to Anchor here with that Loot the Hold. But more importantly, it enabled for that ally to be deployed in the first place. Matthew Dilks playing to every out and is being rewarded for his diligence.
No clean way for Ian Zhang to keep enough cards to have a turn. Allows the threat of Matthew Dilks with a full 4 cards and just 3 life standing between him and the finals of our World Championship. Tens of thousands of dollars stand on the shoulders of Anchor Drag Under. Ian Zhang, the final hurdle for that story to come to fruition.
Freshly minted or waterlogged doubloons, Matthew Dilks will take them either way. Ian is searching for answers. Doesn't need to search his soul because it's right there in front of him.
You're so funny, Mitch.
Head in hands. I mean, there's just not an easy answer.
I mean, this is it. You can't fault anyone stopping and pausing at this moment. There might not be that many permutations as to how this turn can play, but getting it wrong is the end. The game ends immediately if Ian Zhang slips.
The second you ship the turn back to the Gravy Bones player, whilst they still have Anchor in play, it feels like that's it. Matthew Dilks has an easy way to go after Ian Zhang, go after Avalon, and then 4 cards to back it all up. And of course, the gold generation on hit here is a huge deal. There's a question of whether Ian Zhang even has the capacity to block this. The answer is likely yes. But leaving yourself so wide open will be devastating. But taking damage here also doesn't feel like an option.
Trying to brainstorm if there's any lines to find with Halo of Illumination. If one of those cards in hand is blue, the other a Herald, perhaps we can keep a card.
The issue is, look, this attack is not at Avalon, crucially. Ian Zhang has left himself open for that Herald, the Figment of Ravager's tutor line to shoot himself and trigger ward to end the turn if an Angel's being attacked, but that's just not the case. Here we go. Imperium Ratchet has to get in there. Yeah, he's thinking about it. A no block can be converted, though, into 2 block across the Rapture and the Footsteps, and the Herald of Triumph gets in front. Ian Zhang couldn't have just thrown the 2 cards. He had to find a more creative way to block this damage out, and so he does. But he has to ship the turn back. And Matthew Dilks gets to run full tilt at him to try and break through and find a spot in the grand final.
One more wave, very apt, and it is Conqueror of the High Seas in the hand for Matthew Dilks. The boat, the legion, the army of the damned threatening to come across the line and steal away the dreams of Ian Zhang.
Certainly block value in the hand of Ian Zhang. Can certainly contend with this. But Matthew Dilks promises more behind this. Anchor's still in play. Conqueror of the High Seas says, I'm sending 8 damage. Avalon, yes, she'll certainly account for some of this. But Ian Zhang is in the blender. He can't really get a turn now and make use of any of his hand. They all have to be thrown out just to keep him alive.
This is the trick from here. You can see the disdain, the stress in the face of Ian Zhang. We need to find a way to keep 2 cards at some point in the future, if not now, when we're not staring down a Conqueror, because you'll need to send a Herald back to take some semblance of tempo away from Matthew Dilks. For now, the damage is unrelenting. You need to remain alive, and if I'm not mistaken, I think that's an Angelic Wrath in the hand of Ian Zhang. And no block may mean we are falling short here, and Avalon might be the victim.
Yeah, this hand blocks 9. Avalon obviously can take this attack down to 4. So Ian needs to throw a blocking card in this equation. Again, that same question bouncing around the walls of his mind. How do I get to play the game from here on out? Is this game deterministically already over?
I refuse to believe it, Mitch. If anyone can steal back the spotlight, it is the sculptor of Arclight, the Awakener of Soul, and Ian Zhang alongside her.
Here's the attendant. No figments to flip anyway. None within reach of Ian Zhang anyway. Down to 2. Goes Ian Zhang and Matthew Dilks. Oh, the extender on the turn. The saltwater swell flips a blue. Everything you could ask for. 3 go again with once more the promise of more pain to follow.
So worth noting, no blue played here. Rigor Mortis won't be emerging from the depths. However, Anchor, still rather large and sharp as they tend to be. 5 damage will be the test.
There's a non-block in the hand
But there is Phantasmal Footsteps. This game is not over. Ian Zhang buys another window. 1 life remains, and Matthew Dilks needs to convert another hand. If they can take the hand from Ian Zhang again, the pressure remains. If 2 cards can be kept, this game is still up for grabs. I need to see these 4 cards, and I need to see them right now.
Dilks here, off the top. Chum in the hand, Golden Tipple, a Sunken Treasure less useful, and a back alley break line in the hand, but there are obviously allies already deployed. What kind of turn can we make out of this?
So Golden Tipple here, pretty perfect. The blue copies, of course, will facilitate Rigor Mortis coming out of the depths. However, no way to generate an extra action point currently. Can the Golden Tipple find some goodies off the top to go wider? Matthew, no, please. Okay, Rigor Mortis. Gold token does let us spin again. Gravy can take a look. More draws can be found. For now, Phantasmal Footsteps will keep Ian Zhang alive. Matthew Dilks needs to earn 2 more cards at a minimum. Herald of Erudition, the only thing we can make out there. Compass peaks at the top card once more.
Dilks at 2. Were he at 1, Ian could do something unthinkable. Get that Figment
The
of Ravages
Ravages
out. Yep.
Hi.
Matthew Dilks knows this. That's his threshold. He stays above it. This is about as close as these kinds of games can get. Gravy Bones activation.
Like what we see on top of the deck.
What is it? It's a Jittery Bones.
Wait.
Back alley break line discarded. Wait a minute. Jittery Bones can get out
Break
there,
the
get on
Mortis.
offense. Rigor Mortis into the bin. This is still relevant. This is still important. 2 go again. Represented.
And then once more, the ally will take away the remaining 2 cards if they block. Matthew Dilks has played a blue.
Anchor.
Does not want to break the chain. Does not want to give Phantasmal Footsteps back. Give me those cards. I can live without an ally, and that is exactly what we find. Ian Zhang survives again, poses the question once more. Can you convert a hand that takes my cards away?
Freezing rain and billowing winds are threatening the Mind Palace of Ian Zhang. Here's a murderous rabble. Pretty nice way to kick off the turn. Well, 3 go again. Gets a Herald of Triumph out of the hand of Ian Zhang. Matthew Dilks, relentless, needs to continue throwing haymakers.
Portside exchange, that Eye of Ophidia, I believe, coming back around. Alongside Sunken Treasure, not at its best on offense, but perfectly happy to pay for some ally goodies.
Soul Shield in hand for Ian Zhang could be a little bit awkward.
I'm going to break the chain here.
Soul Shield, for all intents and purposes. Bit of a no block. Does require another card to facilitate it in this spot.
Yeah, it could be tricky if you have to spread block out across some of these attacks. It does represent 2-card 6, in theory.
And Matthew Dilks taking a breather to consider how best to sequence this. Has played the blue. Those army of allies are waiting under the water, ready to answer his beck and call.
Yeah, Ian Zhang has just not been able to keep a lid on that growing army of submerged soldiers. Because he is on the back foot and he's teetering on the edge of oblivion.
Playing Chum.
I have a Ophidia for Chum.
Trigger Eye.
Remember that 4 power on Chum is a break point.
A Vast Yi, the second card down there. No way for Matthew Dilks to currently draw a card, otherwise we would be looking at multiple sources of go again right now. But Portside exchange, you do not need to discard. A Vast Yi is found, and we are sending both allies.
5 and then 4. So brutal, this for Ian Zhang. How on earth are you supposed to block this with a Soul Shield awkwardly sitting in the hand? You can obviously work with Phantasmal Footsteps here. So 6 gets in front of 5. Chum here would send 4. I mean, if this card blocks 3, yes.
Oh my.
There's the floating resource after the Soul Shield. Powers the Phantasmal Footsteps, and Herald of Protection gets in front. Again, Ian Zhang returns serve. Again, he defies Matthew Dilks' will to stay alive.
I'm trying to count the cards in both players' decks here. Ian Zhang's deck looks just a little bit healthier than Matthew Dilks, but it is full of cards that do not block.
At what point does Ian stumble? A true block of one of those blue auras or a non-block that can't really be used effectively. Those are dangerous prospects.
Tipple pitched for Swell here, does demand a card. Pile of resources available for whatever takes the fancy.
It's got to be Footsteps here. This is the most efficient way to cover it, even if it costs a card. Another Swell. Combat Chain unbroken, so Phantasmal Footsteps cannot find its way in front of this one.
One more unknown card.
Just blues into the pitch. He's just drowning in resources.
For Matthew Dilks.
It's a question of whether Matthew can actually just have a wide enough turn here. Oh, what?
Swell number 3, please.
Okay. Yeah, of course we hit a blue. All Swell in the Matthew Dilks world.
Your Phantasmal Footsteps will not save you, Tiny Dancer. Please give me a card. I will send Anchor across the line.
How can you cover that?
Take what is left of your World Championship dreams with me through into the final. Ian Zhang looks on in desperation, must find a way not to fall to the Kraken.
With decaying hands, a writing is now being applied to the wall. Herald of Ravagers has to go in front of this saltwater swell, and with one single card left, Ian Zhang knows what is to come. He needs to stand up and face the music and face the reality. The Matthew Dilks in this blockbuster matchup may have done enough. Here we go.
Draw a bonus. Is it something else? We'll search for the Figment. We can pitch to flip.
1 damage.
Put you to 1 with the Ravages. The Ravages that were saved this entire game to steal victory for Ian Zhang. Finally found will be converted into a Figment.
And the card he drew, of course, is something that he hopes can block this. Again, flip that Figment. Eat up the damage. Fortune Herald is not going to be enough. And Matthew Dilks advances to the grand finals of our World Championships. A team battle between PCG Invasion players Matthew Dilks and Michael Jaszczur. The stage is set for a ridiculous conclusion to this tournament. But what a ridiculous conclusion to this series. It's Gravy Bones by the skin of his teeth. Guess over the line.
It's my favorite game of all time. I'll say it. Yeah, sure, I was in the booth. I'm biased. It's a World Championship. I got to call the action. I have never been so excited to watch 2 heroes I don't play. That was masterful in every way. Ian Zhang showing you everything Prism can do. All the tricks, all the trade, the Angels flipping, the Ravages being saved, all of the tiny attacks being nickel and dime by Spectral Shields, Soul Shield being great and awkward and terrible, and Gravy finding all the good...
And Dilks here, I mean, if he sends Chum instead of Anka there, for whatever reason, a flip of that Figment can obviously keep Ian Zhang alive. Now, again, he is fighting for his survival at that point, but what an incredible game of flesh and blood. I have never seen Prismatic Leyline do such egregious things. Red, blues, and yellows all taking advantage of those buffs, and just an incredible pace of play from both these guys, even under fire, even under these conditions. We get close to an hour overall, and it goes to the wire, but that Figment of Ravages tutored out is not enough damage to give Ian Zhang the win.
I'm stunned. There are words. I ain't got them. I have nothing but admiration for both of those players, and all I know for sure is that I need to go back and play some more Flesh and Blood because I'm not that good yet.
Let's get that bracket up. Let's get you guys reoriented with now where we are. We're at the final step of our World Championship, Philadelphia. Matthew Dilks and Michael Jaszczur, both of Canada, both of Team PCG Invasion. Teammates now turned against one another for our viewing pleasure for the lion's share of $300,000 and the title of the best flesh and blood player in the world. All that and more on the line in that coming best of 3 series.
There are very few people on the planet who can claim to have played a single set of games for $75,000. That is the difference between second and first place here. Teammates, no doubt, ecstatic to find each other in the finals. Countrymen, ecstatic to be performing on the biggest stage. All of that an afterthought, because the only thing that matters is themselves.
Now, of course, if you've been sitting with us in the chat, we have had over 1,000 entries in our giveaway in the chat during that game, of course, for some fantastic Super Slam sealed product. That is being drawn as we speak. And, of course, if you hear your name in the chat, Sam Hughes, you are the winner of this prize, of course. So make sure you keep an eye on chat. The details are going to be in there. Folks, take a deep breath, because it actually gets better than this. Would you believe it? Zhang so close, but not enough against Matthew Dilks, who juggernauts his way into a grand final matchup against his teammate Michael Jaszczur. It's the final step of the World Championship right around the corner. Every step of the way, they've stood shoulder to shoulder. But now, they've found the fork in the road. Only one member of Team PCG Invasion can take the final step and ascend to the title of World Champion. Teammates turned opponents. Friends turned foes. With $100,000 on the line, there's no holding back.
Matthew Dilks, Michael Jaszczur. Only one champion is going to emerge. Who will be our 2025 Flesh and Blood World Champion? Pankaj, today has been so hype, and honestly, we're just getting going. Best of 3 to determine our next world champion.
So hype is the only way to put it, Brian. 2 members of the same team. Team PCG Invasion, regardless of the result, is going to be eating good tonight.
I want to call back to a previous Worlds, and it was a moment where we first started to have this team conversation, and a certain team showed up, put 2 members into the top 8 of that Worlds. I'm talking, of course, about Team Blue Pitch. I think they bore the torch of the best team in the world for a good period of time. Some evil empire came along, stole a bunch of their talent. Unfair, entirely, I admit that. But in the aftermath of that, we've seen certain teams vie for the crown. There's this super team that showed up at the last Pro Tour in Singapore. Arthur Trehey, Michael Hamilton making top 8, but ultimately it was Shiroi Wu who took down that event. Even still, a lot of focus on that team coming out of that event. And now here at this Worlds, I think we've got undisputed new contenders to that throne with a PCG Invasion mirror match finals for 2 good friends to battle for all the marbles.
I cannot imagine what it must feel like to sit across your teammate in the finals of the World Championships. These players have practiced so much together. You know they know their list inside out. They know their habits inside and out. They're probably living together here as well. And to face in the finals, not only is that a precious moment that we know both these players will treasure, it is also the start of an amazing story for PCG Invasion.
I want to go ahead and take a look at how we got to this point, how we got to this grand finals, and you see exactly what we're going to be playing as we head to this finals. It's CC to kick things off. And Pankaj, I want to give you the story here. Matthew Dilks deferred. He left the choice to Jaszczur. When he did this, he was sure that Jaszczur was going to go ahead and play Living Legend. Regardless of which format he wanted to play, he thought he had to go first. But where he really wanted to go first was in the Gravy Cindra matchup. He said he didn't think Jaszczur would give him that opportunity. He said he felt Jaszczur would force LL and take away this chance. Dilks has actually gotten exactly what he wants out of this deferment, and you have to wonder, is this maybe the first domino he needed to fall his way? Because I think his matchups in this grand finals are tough, Pankaj.
A little bit of mind games going on between these 2 players, and once again, this calls back to what they know about each other. Did Matthew Dilks out-mind brain Michael Jaszczur with that deferment choice? But Michael Jaszczur, to his point, is quite favored in this Gravy matchup. I managed to speak with him earlier, and he says, regardless of first or second, he feels like he has a massive advantage, and for good reason, Brian. Mask of Momentum in this matchup, massive advantage.
I want to set the stakes one more time because, as we said, there's so much on the line. 100K to first, 25,000 to second. Pankaj, a $75,000 match of Flesh and Blood about to be played.
And more than just the prize money, Brian, let's take a look at the third column over there. 2 champions prize cards these players are also vying over. Will it be Cindra and Dash.io, or will it be Gravy and Chane?
Well, this graphic seems to portend a Matthew Dilks win. You see Chane and Gravy on display, and not just any prize card, Pankaj. These are brand new World Champion exclusive prize cards, double-sided treatment, Marvel on the backside. These are stunning in person. Such a huge pickup for whoever takes down this tournament. Oh, and by the way, they also have $100,000 in their pocket. Are you kidding me?
Are absolutely gorgeous Champions prize cards on top of all the clout that you get. I mean, both these players already very clouted, so to speak, both in the finals of the World Championships, but even more to the winner of the 4th World Championships of Flesh and Blood. We've brought it all the way back to the US where the first World Championships was, and now we are at the finals.
I had the opportunity, Pankaj, to sit down with Matthew Dilks on the verge of the biggest match of his long and storied TCG career. Why don't we go ahead and hear from him now? I'm joined here by World Championship finalist Matthew Dilks. Matt, this has to be a big moment in your TCG career. We've spent a lot of time together. I've seen you play on various circuits for feels like about a decade now. You've got a lot of wins, but you're on the cusp of what's surely the biggest win of your career.
I mean, it's not even close. It's probably, at this point, since I've topped a Tier 4 now, it's the only thing I haven't really done in this game. So yeah, it would be cool.
And you're going to attempt to do it against your teammate, Michael Jaszczur. Talk to me just generally about what your team has meant to you in this process, and then you can get into specifically Michael's contributions.
I mean, we're just mostly friends first, and it makes like grinding out games easily. We're just hanging out in Discord playing games really. And I wasn't around for the testing house this time around. That happened in Florida, but I mean, we've been testing for months at this point. And I don't know, we have some of the best players in the game on our team, and they just happen to be friends. So
it's an incredibly advantageous situation to be in. Your position in that last game against Prism did not look that advantageous at many points. Talk to me about that decisive game 2 and how you had to battle for that victory.
Yeah, I didn't really expect to win the Prism game, to be honest. I was trying to probably cheese out 2 LL games, but I kind of, I'll say, saved my conkers for the end of the game, but they just kind of didn't appear until the end of the game. And I just had a very aggressive plan for him. With Prism being at 32, you kind of have to do that. Otherwise, you're prone to getting fatigued by Prism as gravy. So you just have to take a very aggressive stance and kind of watch my life total, make sure I wasn't in range of arcane damage or anything like that. And I ended the game at exactly 1. It was 2 versus the Figment, so I know I was safe. But yeah, and I think I was almost fatigued as well. I just couldn't actually close out the game. But yeah, just barely got there.
Pretty incredible game, but there's one final game left, as we mentioned, against your teammate. What's the strategy? You have choice. You're the highest seed, number 1 seed going into this top 8. Do you know what you're going to do yet?
I think I'm going to just defer the format choice and take play draw choice. I really want to be on the play against Cindra as gravy, and it probably doesn't really matter too much, the Chane versus Dio matchup. It's just how much disruption I can present against before he can combo off on me.
And how about your matchups? You feeling okay about those matchups? They look a little bit on the rougher side.
I think I'm definitely a dog in both matchups.
Okay.
But I've been able to beat both these decks in the tournament already, so
yeah.
If luck is on my side, luck is on my side.
Well, sometimes it's just your day, Matthew Dilks, and it's very close to being the ultimate day for you. We're going to find out who our world champion is very shortly. I love hearing from Dilks. It's so hard to get emotion from him, but there's a few times in his TCG career I've seen it. I call most clearly back to the moment where he stood on stage after Pro Tour LA as part of the winner's ceremony, because he was the calling champion at that event, and his team went nuts for him, and finally he cracked a smile standing on stage. And like I said, I've known Dilks for about a decade. I think it's the first time I just saw a big beaming smile across his face. Would love to see it one more time here today, Pankaj.
Aside from just emotion, I really want to call out his frankness in that interview, if you will. He was like, yeah, I wasn't expecting to win the Prism matchup. I was just trying to cheese with LL. The fact that he just calls his teammates friends who happen to be good flesh and blood players, and as you point out, very advantageous position that puts him in. I just really enjoyed the camaraderie that he seems to have developed with his teammates, and the frankness, frankly, with which he conducted that interview.
Well, I understand. Michael Jaszczur is a pretty charming dude, and Sam O'Byrne had the chance to go ahead and sit down with him. Why don't we hear how he's feeling on the cusp of this matchup? Sorry, folks, a little technical difficulty there. I want to hear from Michael Jaszczur very badly. I have had some interesting experiences with Michael Jaszczur over the years. We hooked up at the beach party in Singapore. I don't know if he remembers that. We'll talk about that down the road. But yeah, he's always impressed me with how just jovial he seems to be. Very just comfortable in the feature match area as well. Of course, had that top 8 this year earlier in London, and it really felt like a moment of arrival for me. Like, this is a dude who all the buzz had been around him for so long, so many players calling him out as a player they respected, and now has converted it to a full-fledged run here on the World Tour.
He's always having such a fun time, even when he's getting beat up. I've seen him in matches after which he gets absolutely blown out. I'm going to call out this one match he was telling me about where he was on Icelander against a Katsu, and the Katsu killed him on turn 0 because he didn't realize he had to prepare blocks for Tiger Swipe, and he just got Tiger Katsu'd and lost turn 0, and afterwards he's just telling me about it and just laughing about it. This is a man who can still take his losses with grace and with a lot of joy, and as you pointed out, always so jovial.
Yeah, sometimes that's just the way things go when you play TCGs. If you made it as far as these two players, you've been around the block, you understand the ups and downs. You have to be willing to fade them. And both these players have faced adversity throughout the day. It sounds like now we're going to face adversity. Unfortunately, no audio for our Michael Jaszczur interview. We apologize. We will do our best to sort it out, share it with you later if we can. But also, there's a very good possibility we're just hearing from Jaszczur in the winner's interview. There's only 2 competitors left at this point. You folks in the chat, though, are going to be competing against your fellow chatters for a giveaway this round. Be sure to just be active in the chat. That's all you have to do. Go ahead and get involved, and that will enter you in for a drawing of a box of Super Slam. I'm sure you're already sitting there rooting for your favorite PCG Invasion member. Pankaj, how are you feeling as we head into this matchup? Do you think Dilks has gotten some significant edge via that deferment?
I'm going to echo what Matthew Dilks said in his interview himself. Once again, he was frank about it. He says, in his words, he said he was a dog in both matchups. I don't fully know if I agree with the word dog there, but I do think he is unfavored. However, with the deferment, with the choice of getting to go first in the Gravy versus Cindra matchup, I do believe he has given himself the best chance in that matchup.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair way of looking at it. You know, when you are about to accomplish something life-changing, I think so much comes down to nerves, managing nerves, making sure you don't get overwhelmed by the moment, making sure you don't get ahead of yourselves, especially here as we play a best-of-3 format. This is going to be a long slog. Maybe not. Maybe it'll be fast games. These are 2 very aggressive decks that Jaszczur has brought to the table, but you still have to convert across multiple formats. You need to be able to shift your strategy on the fly. You need to be able to adapt, and our players are now ready down in the feature match area. I'm done talking about it. Let's be about it as we decide our 2025 World Champion. We're going to start things off by taking a look at Matthew Dilks. He has been on a tear in both formats, came into this top 8 as our #1 seed. Previous big finishes, one calling LA, a top 8 in calling Charlotte, but you heard it from the man himself, on the cusp of the biggest win of his TCG career.
The only player in this entire top 8 who only dropped 2 games this entire Swiss rounds at the World Championships. Let's go ahead and take a look at Matthew Dilks' decks list. This is where I want to start talking about what potential tech he might have for the Cindra matchup. And it looks like no specific tech pieces, but I'm going to call out a few cards that are going to be essential in this matchup. 3 Conqueror of the High Seas, 3 Loot the Holes. These are the cards that he needs to slow down the Cindra, because make no mistake, Cindra will be running at him hot and fast.
Has to find the disruption early on, does Dilks. Meanwhile, Over on the other side, it's Michael Jaszczur, his teammate, a fellow Canadian, all Canadian finals, perhaps the best single country in Flesh and Blood right now. You know what, Pankaj? I'm taking off the perhaps. The best single country in Flesh and Blood right now. Oh, Canada on a tear here, and Michael Jaszczur is just one of the many who showed up for this top 8, 7-2 in CC, 5-1 in Living Legend.
Going by their recent performance in recent Tier 4 and Tier 3 events, Brian, I think that is a hard claim to argue with. Canada showing up in force this entire year in Flesh and Blood.
The second Tier 4 finish for Jaszczur this year in the top 8, but could be the first championship he goes ahead and puts on his trophy case. Why don't we take a look at his deck list? And Pankaj, there's one thing that really stands out to me here. There are no Warmonger's Diplomacy in this Cindra list.
No Warmonger's Diplomacy. Michael Jaszczur is confident in his Gravy matchup, but Warmonger's Diplomacy is one of those cards that can just get you out of the sticky situations and also put your opponent in a trap. We saw this happen to Justin Koo in the LL format, where he took a bunch of damage from the Ninja, gets Warmongers, and then his whole turn is bricked, effectively IPing 3. Michael Jaszczur does not have that play pattern available to him and also does not have Breaking Point in his list, Brian. And for that reason, Matthew Dilks, instead of presenting Crown of Providence, which he does have access to, has presented Balance of Justice. He knows Michael Jaszczur does not have any of that Arsenal Disruption piece, so has chosen instead to perhaps punish Michael Jaszczur for cards like Throw Dagger, like cards like Ancestral Empowerment, which alongside Mask of Momentum will have made him draw 2 cards in that turn and turn on the Balance of Justice.
Dilks kicks things off with a Compass activation, is going first. Big advantage to Dilks here. Really wanted to go first into this Cindra matchup. Got his wish.
Got to go first, but you also need to find either allies or gold generation at the beginning. Gravy Bones is most vulnerable at the start of the game, before their graveyard is set up and before they have any gold.
Had a peek at the hand there. Saltwater Swell available for Dilks. Call to the Grave on turn 0. Not bad. Going to be able to go ahead and set up an ally in the bin. Dilks will have his choice.
Could even go ahead and deploy that ally and not attack with it to not let Michael Jaszczur.
Yeah, and it's just chum immediately to the bin. So important for dictating Jaszczur's decision. So much of Flesh and Blood is about telling your opponent what they have to do when you want them to do it. Chum, a big tool in Gravy's arsenal to go ahead and force opponents into awkward positions.
So no gold generation for Matthew Dilks, but effectively an extra 6 life gained on turn 0 because of this Chum-friendly first mate.
Has the Dead Threads activation available now. Going to follow up here with the Chum, entering the arena. Goes ahead and takes the attack here.
No, he activated it. Discarded the Rigor Mortis.
Great, sets up a Rigor Mortis in the bin as well.
And now Michael Jaszczur has a choice, can filter to Cindra on the opponent's turn if he's not happy with his hand as he faces down this Chum. Knows he very likely might want to clear it on his own turn because that's quite a big advantage. Matthew Dilks has built up Chum-friendly first mate on the board, Rigor Mortis in the graveyard as well. We spoke about the setup that Matthew Dilks wants to do going first. This is why he deferred the format choice. This is why he wanted to go first in this matchup, for this setup.
One of the 3 blues in Jaszczur's deck drawn in that opening hand. Goes ahead and filters it with the Cindra. Dilks, ally in play, ally in the bin. Makes pretty good use of that ability to go first. Jaszczur's going to go ahead, do some igniting. Players already smirking, having a good time in their $75,000 match.
2 damage so far sunk into Chum, friendly first mate. Looks like Mask of Momentum is definitely going to trigger off of that ally, but Dilks still happy with that exchange because that is 2 cards sent at Chum, and Michael Jaszczur gets 1 back, so that's still just net -1 card for Matthew Dilks.
Here's the mass trigger on that Fire Tenant. Chum now hits the bin.
No Fearless Confrontation blowout there.
Burning Blade Dance available for Jaszczur here. 4 go again on the back of that Fire Tenant.
Has an on hit as well. It's a flick, a kunai. And Matthew Dilks is holding on to a defense reaction, so could cover this up if he chooses to. Has activated Compass, might even have gotten lucky. And you can play the Blood and Water to discard an ally off the top.
Just reaching for another 3 block here instead.
And at this point, with the mask already triggered, Matthew Dilks is free to just play numbers with Michael Jaszczur. And Gravy Bones can have some very scary numbers, especially off of cards like Prismatic Leyline.
Is just going to take the D-React here. Follow-up Rabble here from Jaszczur. 4 once again. Nice healthy chain being established on Jaszczur's first offensive salvo.
Hot on the heels revealed off the top as well for Michael Jaszczur. So if he's holding on to a Draconic starter, might be tempted to just Arsenal it, so he guarantee has a starter for the Hot on the heels on top. However, that does open him up to a Conqueror of the High Seas. So a little bit of a fork, decides just to deploy the Rising Resentment, does not want to be open to that Arsenal destruction on Matthew Dilks' side.
Nice start here for Jaszczur, using that Mask of Momentum trigger to get 5 cards. Cleared a Chum, has done 4 damage already. Dilks faces down 3 more. Is pulling forth the Jittery Bones to go ahead and defend here. Flick Knives takes the 1 damage. We've got the Chain Links as well. Cindra's going to buy that dagger back. And the turn passes back to Dilks.
Leaked 5 damage and cleared a Chum as well. Matthew Dilks starting to fish for some gold here.
Yeah, charting the high seas is Dilks and hits a perfect split, finds the gold and a Sawbones to go ahead and get into the bin. Plenty of resources working now for Dilks.
And you see the lean back from Michael Jaszczur as that Sawbones is revealed. And a gold generator for Matthew Dilks. The engine has now started. Sawbones, tricky ally for Cindra. That is one of the few ways Gravy Bones can prevent the effectively unpreventable Flick Knives damage. Michael Jaszczur has to deal with the Sawbones once it hits the field.
And Dilks follows up here with a Swell, going to come in for 3 go again, and gives him more resources. So far, perfect hits off the top of the deck for Matthew Dilks. If you want to take down a Cindra, this is what you have to get.
3 damage, a snap taken by Michael Jaszczur. Cindra does not want to block. She knows that is not her role in this matchup. She is the aggressor. She needs to get Gravy down to the low life totals and not let him leverage the cards like Conqueror of the High Seas and Prismatic Leyline, which require him to hold back 4 or 5 cards.
Dilks goes ahead, deploys Sawbones. Still plenty of resources left. Can he make use of them? Gold-baited hook activation. Just going to go ahead and swing here with the Sawbones.
Free gold activation, gold-baited hook activation there because of the chart, the high seas that hit. And this gold train can quickly get out of control for the Cindra. But also, can you afford to block 6 on the Sawbones? That's just giving the Gravy more and more space. Sawbones, a very tricky ally for Cindra to deal with. Typically, you want to save your 3rd attack to send into the ally to get a mask draw off of it. But that means that you can't activate Flick Knives on the first 2 chain links because the Sawbones will just go ahead and prevent it.
Yeah, and Jaszczur just forced to take there. Can't deviate from the plan. Gold generated for Dilks. And now Brand going to go after that Sawbones.
And
couple of sunken treasure for Dilks.
Bit of a forced play by Michael Jaszczur over here. Sending the first attack Sawbones' way.
Attack Sawbones for 3.
Is going to do the job. Cleans up.
Attack you for 3.
Now hot on their heels, going face after Dilks. Takes the opportunity to defend with that sunken treasure.
Don't think he has a spare yellow on his side. Michael Jaszczur certainly doesn't. Just 1 yellow in that entire deck, and that's a yellow Brand with Cinderclaw.
Yeah, has not shown up yet. Dilks taking a check. Just going to go ahead and get that Rising Resentment out of the mix. So just a block here. Flick Knives coming through for that inevitable 1 that has come to define this classic constructed format.
And keeps the Mask of Momentum train going as a 4 attack comes down for Michael Jaszczur.
Dilks just pulling forth that second sunken treasure. Want to get those blocks out of hand. Is going to get the block from the gold-baited hook here.
So interesting interaction here. Michael Jaszczur has priority before the sunken treasure trigger resolves. Will want to buy back the kunai right now, because otherwise the sunken treasure can turn it face down and put Michael Jaszczur at just 1 dagger for the rest of the game. And here we go. Jaszczur goes ahead, brings back the kunai before it can be turned face down.
Good call, Pankaj. Not going to leave yourself vulnerable to that. Closes things off here with a throw dagger. Sends it the way of Dilks.
Which keeps the Mask of Momentum train going as well. Now, Jaszczur can draw the card before he decides whether he wants a resource off of Blood Spattered Vest as well.
Flashed it briefly.
And he does go ahead and get the resource. So that's one cost that he's found off the top, which will continue to threaten that Mask of Momentum. This is the pressure that he's trying to put on Matthew Dilks.
And it's take the tempo off the top for Jaszczur. Maybe the perfect card to find on top, Pankaj.
So
3 copies of that card in the list for Jaszczur.
Effectively threatening 2 card draw. One off of Mask of Momentum and one off of Take the Tempo's effect, which will put a card in Banish and allow Michael Jaszczur to play it on the following turn.
Wow, big hit here for Jaszczur.
And Dilks is holding on to 1 no block in that hand. So either he gives up the other 3 block and blocks the balance, or he can gravy away the no block, does have access to gold.
It is going to be the balance used here. Ton of value on this block. Never was going to let this one through. Can't give Jaszczur 2 cards.
Very strong turn cycle for Michael Jaszczur over there. Got quite a bit of armor from the Matthew Dilks.
Things going well for both players right now, Pankaj.
And remember, that also started with him clearing a Sawbones as well. That was not just all damage faced, but it forced quite a bit of defense from Matthew Dilks.
Dilks looks to kick off the turn with a Gravy Bones activation, perhaps.
Is holding on to an ally. Needs some way to get rid of it.
Not quite sure what's in the arsenal for Dilks here.
Looks like Dilks perhaps feeling a little bit of that pressure, just looking at body language. His motion's also a little bit less sure than we've seen so far in the top 8.
This has been a lightning fast top 8, Pankaj. But Dilks has played some of the longer games in it thus far. 2 games over 60 minutes on this Gravy Bones deck. He has been mentally tasked thus far. Also the only competitor left in this tournament who has played the full 3 games.
Very interesting play by Matthew Dilks over there. Activates Gravy Bones, discards the blue to the Gravy Bones effect to turn on the Gravy Bones hero ability, allowing him to play watery grave cards from the graveyard, sends out a Rigor Mortis for 6.
Wants to keep the offense rolling, does Dilks. Can't just turtle up. It will not work against the Cindra. You have to trade effectively.
Also just showing mastery over this deck. A lot of players would have just tunneled or defaulted to discarding the ally to the Gravy Bones ability, but Matthew Dilks recognizing he needs to put some offense in, and the only way to do that was to discard the blue so that he's allowed to play watery grave cards. And that is a very important blue in this matchup as well, Brian. Loot the hold.
Yeah, it's one of those
few
disruptive
ways
sources
that he can pressure the Cindra's hand.
But I think he's got to pressure the life total simultaneously and does so effectively via the Rigor Mortis. Now the turn passes back to Jaszczur. Does have that one of yellow at this stage in the brand with Cinderclaw. Also an Art of the Dragon Blood. Pain in the backside. Can't quite make out the last card here.
It's a display loyalty. So Michael Jaszczur deciding how he wants to sequence this turn. Rigor Mortis also poses a little bit of an awkward question. While you can get a mask trigger off of it, it doesn't feel very good usually because it only has 1 health. So unless you can send something small at it, like an Ignite, to get your Mask Momentum trigger.
Jaszczur does have the yellow brand in this hand.
Yeah, that could be small. Yeah, that's small as well.
Also a little protection from a Fearless Confrontation.
Still full card, so he's still net neutral. And he is currently on the lower life total.
Dilks has used his compass, got the information he needs to go ahead and decide how he's going to defend on this turn. Prismatic Leyline, Murderous Rabble.
And an Avast year, I believe.
I think you're right, Pankaj. The Lone Shark put to the defense here.
Resource gained for Michael Jaszczur over here. I believe that's just going to fund the Cindra activation. at the end of this turn, because currently only has ways to make 2 Draconic Chain Links, unless he wants to use the fealty created off of Display Loyalty. Oh, excuse me, no, we'll be able to get to 3 Draconic Chain Links, so it has probably going to send the Kunai into the Rigor Mortis at the end with that 1 floating.
3.
Fast G going to cover up here. Another attack from hand. It is the Art of the Dragon Blood. Turned into a Draconic attack via that brand. That means we're going to look at 4 go again here.
No longer threatening Mask of Momentum. The first 2 chain links were blocked out. So Matthew Dilks once again in the position where he can do numbers. That 1 floating, though, on Michael Jaszczur's side offers a little bit of threat from Matthew Dilks' perspective. What is that 1 floating for? He already has the discount from the Art of Dragon Blood on Draconic attacks, at least. From Matthew Dilks' perspective, you could be expecting a 1 cost, a 1 for 5, maybe another Take the Tempo, or perhaps a Kunai at a Rigor Mortis. So it's difficult for him to plan out his turn here. Will he have this ally on board for the following turn? At this point, the question has been answered.
Yeah, this Display Loyalty just going to go ahead, get that fealty for a future turn. All information now available to Dilks. Wants to defend with another card from hand. There is that Cindra activation.
And that's a very important card, Brian. Once again, Matthew Dilks losing one of the power cards in this matchup. The Loot the Hold the first time, the Prismatic Leyline the second time. These are cards that allow him to match the Cindra's output, the Cindra's aggression, or pressure the Cindra, both headed to the graveyard, not for the full effect.
Murderous Rabble just going to reveal a tipple here.
And there's no more allies in the bin either.
There is not.
So this blue going to the yard won't allow Matthew Dilks to resolve any of the ally. It doesn't even have cards in hand to pitch. Start of the game was looking quite decent for Matthew Dilks, but now the aggression from the Draconic Ninja starting to weigh on our Pirate Necromancer.
We'll be drawing Golden Tipple the next turn cycle. Should he be able to combine that with an ally, things can accelerate very quickly for Gravy Bones. A reason that card has gone ahead and hit the quasi-restricted list.
And now this is the first turn cycle where we've gone over to Michael Jaszczur's turn and there has been no ally that needs to deal with. All these attacks will be coming the way of Matthew Dilks' face.
Yeah, and if you're a Jaszczur fan, good news in terms of how you want to see that turn play out. He's picked up a Wrath as well, Wrath of Retribution in hand. We'll see if this is the turn where he wants to go ahead and try and get value out of that. Just kicking things off with an Oath of Loyalty here.
The flight path being blocked with on a previous turn cycle, perhaps heralding this Wrath of Retribution. You want to make sure you block with that Boots piece before you send a Wrath, because you're going to want to use that Boots piece on a dagger to attack with it again while it's being discounted by the Wrath of Retribution and getting a +1.
Dilks with the slimmest of life leads right now, 24 to 23. Jaszczur free to go face this go around. Wants to get that life lead working and is set up well to do so.
Sequencing on a Wrath of Retribution turn can be incredibly tricky. You also want to make sure you are maximizing your Mask of Momentum triggers while also maximizing all the +1s on the daggers. So you don't want to be forced to flick early on before you've attacked with the kunai, but you also want to make sure your mask is still being threatened.
$75,000 game of Classic Constructed being played before our eyes, and Jaszczur making sure he crosses every T, dots every I, fully in the tank now for the second chain link.
Every time we bring up the prize pool, I shake a little bit, Brian.
How could you not, Pankaj? You're talking life-changing money. Beyond that, title of world champion, joining such luminaries as Michael Hamilton, Grzegorz Kowalski, Alexandros Azuryu, names that will live in flesh and blood history forever.
And for the first time, 2 champion prize cards to the winner. 2 beautiful new versions of the champion prize cards, no less.
Ignite is the follow-up here.
Both players, hands on their heads here. The tension is mounting as Matthew Dilks decides how he wants to deal with this Ignite. Now, this Ignite will discount that Wrath of Retribution in Michael Jasczur's hand as well. So he could just go ahead and deploy it immediately following this Ignite.
Dilks with a lot of blues in hand.
No blocks reactions.
Team sealed players, your pairings should be posted on your gym.
Heads up play from Matthew Dilks over here. I think he has the read on the Wrath of Retribution, and that is the turn you want to activate Quick Dodge Flexes the most, because that's the most efficient way for you to deal with the 2 damage daggers that are coming in repeatedly. So activating it here before the Wrath comes out, though, maybe Jaszczur pivots.
Yeah,
maybe he
there's
just arsenals the Wrath
space
now.
to go ahead and put away that Wrath, use it for a future turn. And I think you see Jaszczur having to go back and ask that question. Can he reconfigure his plan successfully here?
It's scary, though, if you arsenal the Wrath, if you get baited and arsenal the Wrath into
Vulnerable
a
to a lot.
Conqueror, then you feel really, really bad.
Yeah, and it is just going to be the Wrath put forward. So huge read from Dilks here. Finds the perfect window to go ahead and activate those quick dodge flexors.
And we see what Jaszczur has been doing. This entire game, he has been hesitant to Arsenal, does not want to open himself up to giving Matthew Dilks that value. And Matthew Dilks, recognizing that that's the way Jaszczur has been playing, just activates quick dodge flexes there once he had the read of the Wrath of Retribution. What a fantastic level of play that we are witnessing here in the grand finals, Brian.
It's such a small play, Punkage, but it's exactly the type of play a flesh and blood world champion needs to be able to make. The perfect read here from Dilks.
And this one, not threatening Mask of Momentum. Michael Jaszczur did not flick on the Ignite, saving the kunai so that he can swing it with the Wrath of Retribution buff here. However, has held 1 card back, that pain in the backside, which will threaten Mask all the way at the end of these dagger swings.
Dilks was willing to take the damage.
No blocks reactions.
From the Wrath, goes ahead and moves the quick dodge flexors now.
Fealty.
And Fealty going to be used, of course, under Oath of Loyalty here, and that means pain in the backside coming through.
So not threatening Mask, since a previous chain link was blocked out, so Michael Jaszczur just going for a whole bunch of damage here.
Yeah, Dilks still going to want to account for the numbers here off that pain in the backside. It's a swell in front.
Jaszczur hand on the flick knives. Go ahead and flick
Block 3.
the kunai, the second of which is already in the graveyard, which means Cindra's activation here will bring both of them back. And I am curious to see whether he chooses to swing both daggers. Swinging both daggers when you are off fealty can open you up to having one of those Cindra bricks.
Here's dagger number 1. You know quick dodge flexor is going to hop over and cover that one. And Jaszczur reaches it as dagger number 2. Kunai of Retribution comes in again.
No blocks.
And Dilks has no blocks. He's going to fall to 18.
Boots. 2.
Michael makes the read. He cannot afford to be defensive here. Cannot afford to play scared here in game 1 of the best of 3 of the grand finals, the World Championships. Both kunais head to the bin. No fealty on the board for Michael Jaszczur. Just 4 cards off the top.
Now we head over to Dilks' side. Chart here for Dilks. Reveal again. Perfect split again, and it's Chum coming off the top of the deck.
Matthew Dilks' chart, the high seas have been doing work for him in this game, in one of the most monumental games of his Flesh and Blood career. Both times, ally and a blue perfect split brings him up from 0 gold to 1 gold as well.
Already has the resources ready to go ahead and deploy that Chum.
I want to take a look at what Michael Jaszczur is working with. Low on Draconic attacks here.
Yeah, cut through. Ravenous Rabble.
Chum.
I mean, that hand looks a little rough, Brian. Cut through, doesn't do anything when you don't have kunais. That was the risk of using both kunais and a Wrath of Retribution. It's always so tempting to get max value from the Wrath, but then we've seen this time and time again. You give the Gravy Bones one brick, and that's all they need to take it home.
Yeah, and Dilks just firing this tipple here because he's got a big card to go ahead and park in Arsenal for the next turn cycle. It was a Conqueror of the High Seas, and now Chum carrying the potential for some extra gold and a big Arsenal card lined up. Should Jaszczur have to take one of those off turns, Dilks will be ready with the punish if he just has to move a card to Arsenal.
Only one card with natural go again, Michael Jaszczur's hand, in the form of that Ravenous Rabble, as he faces down a Chum. No clean way to deal with this as well. No easy 2 cards that present 6 damage. As Michael Jaszczur now leans back in his chair. He's in a tough position here. And when your Cindra opponent is considering blocks on your ally,
gotta feel pretty good.
That's when you feel really good if you're a Matthew Dilks fan.
And Jaszczur is, in fact, reaching for a card here. Pulling forth a Lava Burst to put in front of this Chum. Having a hard time letting it go, Ponkage.
So
He's
has the
going to
line,
defend.
has the line of Ravenous Rabble into the Chum, into the cut through to the Chum as well to just clear it. Or you could Ravenous Rabble face and Hunt the Hunter face as well. Force a Chum activation, perhaps.
And he's going face with the Rabble. Does reveal another Lava Burst.
This does open him up to a Chum activation, and Matthew Dilks has found that ally in hand. He's holding on to a Sawbones. This can be discarded to the Chum. Although from his perspective, Michael Jaszczur could easily be holding 2 head jabs, which would just clear the Chum easily and give him a mass trigger. Just more mind games happening here at the highest level here, Brian.
What does the block from Jaszczur tell Dilks? Can he make the read again to find a really important Chum activation? He's pulled a card forward here. Has to keep that life total safe. We know what Flick Knives does in the late game, Ponkage. You cannot let your life total get into precarious ranges.
It's almost like a pseudo Storm Strider. Instead of 9 damage at the end of the game, it's just 9 damage throughout the game that you cannot prevent.
And reaching for the dead threads is Matthew Dilks.
Approaching that moment of the game, making the bold call that this game isn't going to go long enough for dead threads' resource generation to be worth it.
And he blocks 4, covers the Rabble in its entirety.
And no Chum activation.
And it is just Hunt the Hunter here. 5 Mark You headed the way of Dilks.
And the mark on hit here seems innocuous. But I'm going to bring it up again. No daggers on Michael Jaszczur's side. A fealty could be what he needs to unlock those hands that have cards in them that require multiple Draconic Chainlinks. You could fealty a Ravenous Rabble, and now you're hot on the heels. Your Burning Blade Downs, all can be sent.
But for Dilks, with an ally up and an ally as formidable as Chum, this is an opportunity to go ahead and push the go button, and just has a huge hand here, as well as a Conqueror of the High Seas in Arsenal. Going to kick things off with a port side exchange is Dilks. Sets up that Sawbones in the bin. Gold refresh, picks up a new card here. It's another ally. It's a Rigor Mortis.
Not a second blue. If he wants a Conqueror to get go again, he's going to need to find a second blue. Gravy activation here after the Compass activation, so he knows what he's going to draw. Looks like it was a Loot the Hold. There's 2 options now. Could send the Conqueror into no Arsenal for just raw damage, or maybe he just decides to go for the Loot the Hold, and that is going to be the call for Matthew Dilks. He wants to pressure Michael Jaszczur's hand while he has 2 allies on the board right now, Brian. Chum and Sawbones.
And is able to offer that Sawbones attack and keep the Conqueror, Ponkage. the damage output over the next few turns for Dilks is going to be big. And I think once again, Jaszczur asking, is this a situation where I have to defend? How many times can you defend realistically as Cindra, though? You need that output. You need to advance the game in your favor. The problem is Dilks building a formidable board right now. Also has good offensive potential across the next few turns.
Sawbones and Chum is a terrifying ally combination. At the drop of a hat, Matthew Dilks can force you to attack the Chum and have the Sawbones to protect it as well.
And look at this, Jaszczur again reaching for cards. Does have the 3-block in the form of Lava Burst. Those Lava Bursts committed to the defensive side of the game thus far. Not what they were built for when Jaszczur drew up the game plan. And 2 cards defended with. Once more, and an arsenal kept for Matthew Dilks, and we know it's one of the most powerful cards in the Gravy Bones deck.
And Matthew Dilks has an option here. If he finds that ally, he can force Michael Jaszczur to send an attack at Chum, which will effectively force Michael Jaszczur to Arsenal, because there's no 6-power attack that can clear the Chum. And if he forces Michael Jaszczur to Arsenal, that sets him up for the Conqueror of the High Seas.
Cut through does clear the Sawbones, and Jaszczur arsenals. And what is Dilks working with on the offensive side?
A prismatic ley line. Brian didn't quite catch whether he has a blue attack with Go again as well. I think I saw a Murderous Rabble being flashed that he might be able to resolve the full 6 value on a prismatic ley line. He's got the red attack in Arsenal. He's got the blue attack in hand. He's got the yellow attack on board. Can he pull this off?
Gravy activation here. Puts an Oyston in the bin. Here is the prismatic ley line. And it's Murderous Rabble kicking things off. Finds a yellow on top.
So that's not a blue. He needed that second blue to give the Conqueror in his arsenal go again. So won't be getting the full 6 value from a prismatic ley line. Not even... He's at a bit of a fork here. He could just send the Conqueror for 8, pitching a yellow and a blue, which will still destroy the arsenal. Or send the Chum and get the additional 1 point of value from the prismatic ley line. I think he's going to want interaction, Brian.
Feels like the disruption too important here. It's going to be Loot the Hold, though. Has the disruption either way. Rigor Mortis coming and join the fray.
And it's coming in for 8, thanks to prismatic ley lines. So does manage to send a disruptive attack for 8 regardless. And this is the flexibility.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense.
Really good Gravy players, seeing all these different lines.
Makes a lot of sense, Pankaj. You get the disruption either way. You're taking away a card, and you're set up for the future turn with that Conqueror when you can give it Go again and it can combine with something like a Chum, like a Rigor Mortis. Still has potential Chum activation on this next turn cycle to blunt Jaszczur's offense. If Jaszczur does pivot and decide to go face, Dilks only at 11 right now, but 8 damage heads the way of Michael Jaszczur, and a card is going to have to be given up as well.
And a goal generated as well, thanks to Loot the Hold's effect. Gravy Bones going up to 2. We have seen time and time again in the weeks leading up to the World Tour, Gravy Bones can hold his own against the Cindra, against the Draconic Ninja. Is Matthew Dilks going to be able to repeat that feat here?
A Vastgy, one of the draws here for Dilks, does have 2 non-blocks right now in the form of allies. Wants to go ahead and get some information with the compass. Got it quickly, though. Didn't quite catch what he was working with. Chum activation.
Once again, that 6 life, discarding a card from his hand, an ally, to force Michael Jaszczur to give him that 6 life. But this Ravenous Rabble goes through to the face, which means 2 more head jabs, so to speak, at the Chum will confer the Mask of Momentum draw for Michael Jaszczur. Needs to start racking up those Draconic chain links, Brian. It's been quite a few turn cycles of Michael Jaszczur with no daggers. Blaze Headlong is an amazing start over here.
4 points of damage onto that Chum. Here comes the Burning Blade Dance, offering 3. Chum is cleared. Gets a trigger, picks up a new card.
One Draconic Chain Link remaining before you can activate Cindra for free. Did he pick up a Draconic attack with Go again?
I think he drew a Snatch.
And no way to give that Go again. So while it threatens a card draw, well, that card draw can mean that Michael Jaszczur can pitch to Cindra and still have an arsenal, so still can get his daggers back. So that card draw, while it might seem like it's innocuous, it does allow Michael Jaszczur to refresh the arsenal while getting the daggers back. So still a relevant on-hit.
Just enough value there. Dilks says no blocks.
He wants to attack that arsenal. Still has that Conqueror of the High Seas. And Conqueror of the High Seas with Rigor Mortis, more than just disruption from the big boat. It's also 14 points of damage with just those cards.
And Jaszczur's only at 8, and a deck loaded with 2 blocks could be presenting lethal on this next turn cycle.
Pitch to Cindra. He wants to flick right now, which would put Matthew Dilks all the way down to 2, which means one more flick and one more throw dagger would end the game, but Michael Jaszczur needs to survive to get to that point. And I'm not sure whether Matthew Dilks is going to allow for that.
And there is the flick. Dilks drops down. Here's the draw off the Snatch. And looks like Jaszczur's just going to go ahead and move that card to Arsenal. And with that Conqueror stashed away, you have to be happy if you're a Dilks fan.
And the Snatch on-hit draw was the second card draw for Michael Jaszczur. Matthew Dilks went ahead and activated a Balance of Justice. He knew what he was going to draw as well, thanks to Compass of Sunken Depths.
Time to spend some gold here for Dilks. Has a second Conqueror drawn on this turn.
Don't think he has the resources to deploy. Oh,
triple blue hand.
He does have the resources to deploy both.
Triple blue hand, Ponkage. And that means we're about to go sailing the high seas.
That is the perfect amount of resources. You go Conqueror, Conqueror, Rigor Mortis. Matthew Dilks once more.
Another gold activation here. Picks up another card. It's a swell. But here is that first big boat coming in for 8.
Michael Jaszczur has been so disciplined this entire game, avoiding an arsenal so that he does not get blown out by this Conqueror of the High Seas. Unfortunately, previous turn cycle was forced to do that.
He's just got to start defending, pushes in a whole host of equipment to try and avoid this Conqueror, but he's not going to like what comes next, Ponkage.
And this is so telling for Matthew Dilks as well. He knows Michael Jaszczur. I mean, Cindra will not be able to block 8 a second time.
And more cards are pitched. And once again, we go sailing on the high seas. 8 go again. The offer here from Dilks. Jaszczur counting up the block value. Also nods the head.
Is this just lethal? He sees 6 damage on the board from the Rigor Mortis as well. Does not have another 3 block in hand.
He's taking 4, and then he's taking at least 6, and it gets the fist bump, and game 1 is stolen by Matthew Dilks. Got exactly the result he wanted by deferring, and now has flipped the script on this entire best of 3, Ponkage.
And that is yet another upset in the first game of the best of 3. We have seen this happen so many times across the quarterfinals, across the semifinals, in this top 8 over here. Cindra, the bane of Gravy Bone's existence, loses to the Pirate Necromancer.
Bro, we gotta do this 2 more times, maybe? I don't think... I'm an old man. I'm 43 years old, Ponkage. I can't take this kind of stress in my life.
It's a tough one for sure, Brian, but you are stuck here with me. You are not abandoning me to this alone. Take your breath.
I'm gonna compose myself.
At least 1 more game, maybe 2. I'm still hoping for 2, though.
I would love to see 2 more games between these 2 competitors. We talked about Matthew Dilks wanting desperately to be able to go first in this matchup, got what he wanted, and now, as we take a look at our bracket, up 1-0 over Michael Jaszczur. That means, Ponkage, it's time to play LL. Once again, Dilks does not think he is favored in this matchup, thinks he has his work cut out for him. But at some point, you just got to start feeling like it's your day. Right now, Dilks up a game in a best of 3 where he knew he was going to be the underdog every single time out. But step 1 is done. Pankaj, what does he have to do here as we move to game 2?
So he said it himself. He is unfavored in both these matchups, and unlike game 1 this time, he does not have the play draw choice. Michael Jaszczur is going to be able to go first on Dash.io. If he's able to set up really well, Matthew Dilks, looking at his chain list, which we will get to in a few minutes, doesn't look like it has as many points of interaction as he'd want, but as you pointed out, Brian, it could just be his day. Shackles could go his way. The disruption could line up for him and stop Michael Jaszczur from comboing off.
And I want to be frank, Pankaj. The Dash.io deck throughout this weekend hasn't really impressed me. When it does its thing, it looks wild, but I've just seen it lose in a lot of scenarios. Except Michael Jaszczur's Dash.io list, which I think is fundamentally different from a lot of the other lists in this tournament. I think this guy had the secret sauce when it came to the DO deck and has something very, very special here. And once again, Dilks' work absolutely stacked up in front of him.
He certainly has gone for a little more consistency and less of a high roll compared to some of the other Dash.io lists, and in particular because of the additional zero-cost boosts that he has in his list. And I just want to come back to the narrative of this top 8 here. Brian, these best of 3s have been so incredibly nerve-wracking to watch. So far, we have seen mostly blowouts, mostly 2-0s, mostly the player who wins the first game wins the second one as well, except for the first quarterfinals where Matthew Dilks remains the only player that had to go through all 3 games. Are we going to see all 3 games for the grand finals? We're going to have to wait and see.
No, we're not. Players are just about ready down in the feature match area. There you see our 2 competitors. They walked in as friends. They will leave as friends. But that game 1 was a masterclass from Matthew Dilks. Every single micro decision, every macro decision yielded victory, and the game just steadily progressed in his favor until he was able to deploy double Conqueror of the High Seas. Let's look at what Dilks has to work with here in the LL format. It is Chane, a hero that I believe, Pankaj, the single most powerful hero in the history of Flesh and Blood. Yes, above Starvo. This is the big bad of the Living Legend format, but maybe there's a new challenger on the horizon. Maybe Chane's reign isn't meant to last forever. Maybe Chane's a thing of the past, and he's just been left behind by the way the game has evolved. We don't know yet. What do you think about this list? Can it keep Chane's reign over the game running just a little bit longer?
I am focusing on the points of interaction here, Brian, and I see a few pieces. There is the 1 of Cull, there is the 3 of Widespread Destruction, the 1 of Succumb to Temptation, 3 Widespread Annihilation, and the 1 unique tech piece that Matthew Dilks has access to, which we haven't quite seen yet, Amulet of Echoes. Dash.io in this list, especially with all these zero-cost boosts, which come in multiple colors as well, will oftentimes play 2 of the same card. And if you can snipe 2 cards from their hand, the Amulet of Echoes, with the Amulet of Echoes, you snipe, say, something like another Tome of Fandal, another High Octane, another one of their critical combo pieces, that could be just what Matt Dilks needs to stifle the combo from the other side.
We saw Chains of Mephitis in this matchup from another Chane do frankly nothing. It was irrelevant. I don't know if Amulet of Echoes is going to be as ineffective. I think if you find the right window, you can get value from it. It's hard to get the double discard, but you mentioned so many dual try copies of different cards in Jaszczur's deck. And in fact, I'd like to take a look at Michael Jaszczur's deck. The one that stands out to me is something like a Data Link. It's just a full rainbow. There's 9 copies of this card, and there's not really that many boost cards in the deck. I don't think you just have the option to say, oh, I just won't play 2 Data Links on this turn. If you're going off, you're going to need those cards. If Dilks finds those amulets early, can stack them up, I think he's got a puncher's chance.
It's also Rainbow T-Bones and Rainbow Zeros to 60 as well. You're right, Brian. He can't play around it by not playing cards with the same name. The way he will have to play around it is to make sure he's never left with 2 cards in hand to make the Amulet of Echoes oh so tempting for the other side. Make sure that after you draw 2 cards, you immediately resolve one of them. Go ahead and play another combo piece or another boost card so that whenever the opponent has priority, they can at most take 1 card from you from that Amulet of Echoes.
Sounds like players are ready to kick things off. Will this be the game that crowns Matthew Dilks the world champion, or can Michael Jaszczur come back and force a deciding Game 3?
Team PCG Invasion battling it out here in the finals of World Championships Philadelphia.
0 to 60 going to start things off here. Dilks just looking to defend across this first turn.
Some fishing going on here from Michael Jaszczur's side, trying to find an item off the top, trying to get closer to his combo pieces.
Finds a stasis cell here.
Not quite the combo piece he's looking for, but still some value generated on turn 0.
Okay.
Can stop an important phase purgatory block on the combo turn. But for now, just comes in. And that is not the setup that Michael Jaszczur is looking for on this turn 0. He needed something a little bit more than that. Can Matthew Dilks start pressuring, start interacting with Michael Jaszczur and force him to start blocking? Not set up that devastating Dash.io combo.
Here's Art of War to kick things off for Dilks. Typically, Chains want to see this a little bit later in the game, but with these kind of strange hybrid builds like Matthew Dilks is running, can just go ahead and seed some important Rune Gate cards in your Banish Zone early on.
And Eloquent Eulogy, one of the better Rune Gate cards to see this early as well, before you have some Rune Charm generators like Malefic Incantations. Can just activate Grasp of the Arknight and play out the Eulogy. With Go Again if you want to activate Chane before that as well.
Looks like that is going to be the path forward for Dilks here. It's our first Soul Shackle of many. Joining the fray, there is the Eloquent Eulogy plus a Rune Chant coming through.
And this Eloquence token should not be slept on in this chain list. Read the Runes, a very, very strong card to be given Go Again off on the Eloquence token.
Jaszczur already thinking about some defenses.
Art of War conferring the +1 on the Eulogy, making it coming for 5.
Got confirmation that the Stasis Cell, naming Bloodsheath Scaletta for Matthew Dilks.
No blocks from Michael Jaszczur, and Matthew Dilks is holding on to a widespread destruction. Michael Jaszczur has already taken some damage this turn. This is the fork that this chain list puts you in. First presents seemingly vanilla damage. Seemingly damage is just threatening a Eloquence token. But suddenly, out of nowhere, after you've already taken the damage, here's a widespread destruction. You are losing that arsenal at the end when the combat chain closes.
Yeah, and a Tome of Fyendal has to be committed to the defense here. And let's not forget, lower starting life total for Dash.io, already taking a ton of damage, and a second copy of Tome cleared out by that widespread destruction.
That is 2 draw pieces from Michael Jaszczur's side already gone off the board. And you point out the life total differential, Brian. 10 points lower as well as Michael Jaszczur. At some point, you no longer need interaction. Every point of damage you send is interaction because your opponent's life total is way too low.
Here's a big piece of Michael Jaszczur's puzzle, though. It is Optical Monocle. That will go ahead and give him more control over the top of the deck, lets him turbo to a potential combo turn. First hit for Chane off the Soul Shackle, finds a Bounding Demigon right off the bat. Sometimes it's just your day, Pankaj. Thus far, everything random about the games that Matthew Dilks has not had immediate control over has seemingly gone his favor.
Has a use of that Eloquence token as well. Funeral Moon coming in, getting Go Again off of Eloquence. Gorok Tome now just replacing itself from Arsenal. Matthew Dilks with an effective 5-card chain hand here. 4 cards in hand, 1 in banish in the form of that Bounding Demigon.
I don't want to sleep on how important that monocle is to have in play. It speeds up Jaszczur's ability to find his important pieces so much. But the start from Dilks has been explosive thus far. We'll see if he can keep it rolling.
You also don't want to use the monocle before your combo turn. It's for usage on the combo turn to make sure you don't whiff once you have started expending those resources. Equipment like power plant, that's a one-time use. Cash in, that's effectively a one-time use as well. You just have one gold token and no way to generate further ones.
Once again, Dilks has the eloquent eulogy, backed up by Chane, seemingly innocuous on hit, but the rune chant looks like it's going to do its thing, so the ability is online now.
And further on-pain effects also online. Cards like Widespread Annihilation, Widespread Destruction. Michael Jaszczur has already been blown out by one of those cards just by turn 2.
Activation of creepers here. Things speeding up quickly. Seeds of Agony, the play. Picks up an extra action point. Bounding Demigod going to be deployed here.
1 and 4.
Coming in for 1+4. 1 from Seeds of Agony. 4 from Bounding Demigod.
And Michael Jaszczur is down to just 16. And somebody call Min-Max Games. We have a Duskblade swinging for potentially the World Championship. Is going to go ahead and pick up a counter. Eloquence token in play. Michael Jaszczur at an already vulnerable life total.
Normally, you have to wait for Chane to get to maybe 3, maybe 4 soul shackles before they start to do some wide combat chain shenanigans. But with the way Matthew Dilks' day has been going, Brian, with the way these shackles have already been hitting this early in the game, I just have to wonder if those shackles hit properly for him on the following turn, he could just threaten the 16 points of Michael Jaszczur's life total.
Jaszczur going to get things rolling here with a T-bone. Follow-up Sprocket Rocket, just looking to get some damage in. Goes ahead and clears a Stasis Cell off the top.
Not what he needs right now. That is an item, yes, but not the item he needs. He needs processors. We've seen him go off, pop off with just one processor in play and an optical monocle. That is already a scary setup, but that one processor, the first one, remains elusive for Michael Jaszczur.
He's digging, he's hunting, he's boosting, he's getting deeper into the deck. T-Bone once again clears the top card. Just a meaningless data link. Now gets another peek, hoping to find exactly what he needs on the top of the deck. And look at this shove here from Dilks. All the equipment getting involved. Wants to keep that life total as high as possible while he tries to put Jaszczur under threat. Here comes a spark of genius from the arsenal. Exactly what Jaszczur needed to get set up. Going to go searching, I assume, for that first Cerebellum processor.
And we'll get a random draw off the top because of the Spark of Genius as well. Let's see whether the top of the deck is as kind to Michael Jaszczur as it has been so far for Matthew Dilks.
Hoping for a strong Arsenal card. It looks like Jaszczur having a debate here, having a think. Is there another potential item he wants to go for in this situation?
Could potentially be maybe another optical monocle. Is running a couple of copies of Techlocore as well. Signal Jammer.
Not just a cut and dry decision here for Jaszczur. Signal Jammer, real interesting.
Signal Jammer, another potential pick here.
If he's
feeling the threat to his life total, play a Signal Jammer against a Runeblade, that can stuff their turn completely.
He's going to check the Banish Zone, the bin. We see the 3 cards he's pulled to the bottom. It is ultimately going to be the Cerebellum processor. Yes.
And it's risky. We've spoken about this time and time again. Once a processor hits the field, the clock starts ticking for Michael Jaszczur. If he gets disrupted past the point where this processor expires, that combo turn starting to look real, real weak.
Is going to crank here on that processor.
Going to get a card draw off the top as well. Regardless of what he draws, can use that action point for a pistol shot, if nothing else.
Draw from Spark.
New card for Jaszczur here. Thinking on that Stasis Cell.
Perhaps wondering if he wants to turn off the creepers or maybe turn off the Skeletor again, like the way he did when he first deployed that Stasis Cell. Trying to ask for one more turn, just a little bit more breathing room.
And you see Jaszczur really looking uncomfortable right now. These are supposed to be good matchups, supposed to be potentially stomps in his favor, but nothing is easy when you want to claim the title of world champion. He is going to stasis sell the creepers here.
Creepers this time, so cannot be activated on Matthew Dilks' turn. Perhaps Michael Jaszczur a little bit afraid of the Loghin's token. Stasis cell should head to the bottom of the deck once it is activated.
Choose an equipment it can't defend this turn.
When it leaves.
Players just double checking how the card works.
And Cerebellum Processor is found off the top for Michael Jaszczur. What a shuffle. What a time for that card to go ahead and join the fray.
We spoke about the top of the deck needing to be a little bit kind for Michael Jaszczur, and kind it was. He finds the second processor, and now this is go time for Matthew Dilks. He needs to either threaten lethal or threaten cards out of Michael Jaszczur's hand or arsenal, not let him have an untouched combo turn.
It sounds like our judges are just checking in on something down in the feature match area, making sure everything proceeding smoothly. I believe Stasis Cell, maybe we're supposed to go to bottom of deck, not to the graveyard.
Yes, once it's activated, goes to bottom of the deck. It still gets the on-leave trigger because it is leaving the battlefield after all. Shouldn't have made a difference to the top of the deck there, so I imagine it'll just be a simple rewind, but shout out and thanks to our judges, of course, for dealing with that.
Excellent job from our judges all weekend. It sounds like we have things just about sorted out in the feature match area, so we'll head back on down, and things have changed very quickly in this match, Pankaj. Jaszczur sitting with double Cerebellum Processor, a huge turn coming up for Matthew Dilks, has to find some form of disruption, but a miss on the Soul Shackles, double Swarming Gloom Veil is the reveal.
2 processes on Michael Jaszczur's side, as well as 5 counters on an Optical Monocle. He is pretty much set to go as long as he can find a high octane. That is a piece that he needs. Once he can deploy that, that will generate the action points he needs to use these processes and just dig even further for the system resets, for the Tome of Fendals, for the Art of Wars, for further high octanes. And we spoke about the tech piece on Matthew Dilks' side. Amulet of Echoes, so far, missing.
Haven't seen it yet. Don't even know, frankly, if he's brought it in for this matchup. We'll have to see as this game plays out. Or maybe we won't, because it may not be another turn for Dilks, but has a Soul Reaping here. Nice start to the turn if you're trying to do a bunch of damage.
Michael Jaszczur at this point praying, hoping there's no point of interaction from Matthew Dilks. Remember, he still has 2 block left on the power plant. So at an effective 18 here, can soak up 17 points of damage. Matthew Dilks looks like he's going to have a bit of a strong turn. I see a Revel in Runeblood in his hand. Shadow of Ursa also banished to Soul Reaping's additional cost rather.
Yeah, that means there will be a resource ready to go. Duskblade with a counter on it. Like Machinations of Domination, perhaps the other card for Dilks in hand.
Can give the Shadow of Ursa go again, since he does not have another Blood Dead card in hand to banish to that attack.
Here are those Machinations. Follow-up attack here. Revel in Runeblood, going to go ahead and make a bunch of Rune Chants. And there's so many cards that could have come off the top of the deck for those Soul Shackles that would have been absolutely game-changing here. Unfortunately, 2 blanks, and so just the Shadow of Ursa as the follow-up here, bringing a bunch of Rune Chants with it.
And now everything is face up. 5 Rune Chants, 2 damage from Shadow Ursa, and it'll be a 4 damage Duskblade to follow up. So Michael Jaszczur knows it'll be exactly 11 damage. If he wants to, he can just put Power Plant in front of one of the physical attacks and survive at 1. Also, to go again with Overpower, by the way, thanks to Machinations.
Here is that Duskblade attack, going to be buffed up. 4 damage.
Okay. So Michael Jaszczur could go to 1. However,
I don't think you can say could Pankaj. He is at 1.
Okay, so he's open to instant speed arcane damage from Matthew Dilks' side. Invert Existence, a card that Matthew Dilks has not found.
Not present in the hand.
So one
also,
health for
not a
Michael
great
Jaszczur.
blocking hand from Dilks either. I believe double 2 block in the hand. And Michael Jaszczur, I mean, this is it. Punkage, can he find lethal on this turn?
The Kano combo equivalent happening now in Mechanologist form needs to find that high octane.
Settle in, Punkage. This is where we find out if we're going to have a new world champion or we're going to go to a decisive game 3. And certainly Cerebellum Processor changes the math one more time. The odds ever so slightly, or maybe not so slightly, shifting in Michael Jaszczur's favor.
Confers an additional action point as well, so can go ahead and activate one of these processes.
And he's
Good
got
extra
the
card.
system reset in hand already, Punkage. A lot of
Continuing
cards
the
going to be
ops.
headed to Jaszczur's hand.
Before he starts boosting, he wants to play a high octane.
Getting deeper into that deck. Has the monocle. Has knowledge from the Dio ability. Plenty of cards to work with here.
Has an additional action point as well, thanks to the crank off the top.
3 yellows in hand for Jaszczur.
2 yellow boost cards.
Cash in from the arsenal.
Even more card draw for Michael Jaszczur. Is happy with the top card of the deck. That was a Tome of Fandel drawn into his hand. And an Art of War! All the card draw available for Michael Jaszczur. But no high octane yet. That card remains elusive. He is opting to the bottom
Has got to
for
find
that card.
it. Going to draw so many cards, Punkage. So many cards. Surely for Jaszczur, he can go ahead and find a high octane eventually. Found the last Tome of Fandel in the deck. We saw 2 banished early. Doesn't stop Jaszczur going ahead and tearing through that deck now in search of some action points.
An Art of War is card draw that doesn't cost action points either. So it's fairly free to just use it to dig a little bit further. Is hesitant to use the last counter on the optical monocle because System Reset can, of course, reset the monocle as well and give him further ops down the line should he need it, because so far these high octanes are remaining elusive for Michael Jaszczur.
But he's got to use it. He has to burn the monocle here. Goes a card deeper, pushes it to the bottom, gets a fresh look. What is it on top? Can Jaszczur finally draw and pick up a high octane resource used for the Art of War? He's satisfied with what he sees.
Or maybe it's just desperation, Brian. We cannot tell yet.
Could be. 2 new cards picked up. Another Art of War. And a T-Bone. We're not working yet.
And the top was another boost card, I believe.
Has to keep going, does Jaszczur. Has to get deeper into the deck. Find the high octane.
But found another Art of War, so that's more card draw without using any action points.
And he fires it off one more time. 2 more cards going to be drawn here. Banishes the T-Bone. Data Link. And a Fast and Furious. We're not there yet.
Didn't quite catch what the top card is. Michael Jaszczur with a little bit of a nod.
Activates the Cerebellum Processor. And there it
That's
is!
a high octane.
He finds the high octane finally.
Needs to pitch for the high octane and the chest piece as well. But friends, the combo is online. Double Art of War, high octane. Stubby Hammer is going to come into play as well. 36 life on Matthew Dilks' side. I have a feeling it might not be enough,
I
Brian.
agree with you, Punkage. Jaszczur has found all the pieces here. There is the high octane. Refreshes the hand one more time. Plenty of boost cards. Stubby Hammerers, Heavy Industry Power Plant. All the tools needed. And for the first time in this match, I think I just saw Michael Jaszczur breathe a little bit. I think he's found the pieces. Now can he execute? Can he find 36 damage to go ahead and force another game?
Rolls up his sleeves as he activates the high industry power plant and the Stubby Hammerers. Attacks getting +3 for the rest of this combat chain and generating a resource and generating action points.
Kicks things off with the first boost attack. It is Fast and Furious. Clears a high octane off the top of the deck.
They were eluding him. Clearly they were just stuck together. 2 of them back to back.
7 damage from this Fast and Furious. And Dilks says, yeah, let's see how bad this is going to get.
2 action points, System Reset in his hand as well. A couple of boost cards to go along with it as well. Wants to generate resources off of boost cards before he plays the System Reset.
Data link, the next play, up to 3 action points now, equal to the number of cerebellum processors in play.
6 with a bit of a soft on hit that Matthew Dilks is going to respect. Doesn't want to let Michael Jaszczur dig even further. He noticed that Jaszczur was struggling to find those combo pieces. Doesn't want to let it be a little bit easier for him.
Makes perfect sense. Here's the T-bone from Jaszczur. 3 resources, 4 action points. Coming in for 6, I believe. Gets the block from the creepers here.
3 resources is what he needs for a system reset. However, wants to expend some Symbiosis shot counters first before he plays a system reset.
Ready to go ahead and activate Cerebellum Processor now. A new card is picked up for
And it was
Jaszczur.
another Art of War. Third Art of War. Does he have an attack to banish?
I believe it's system reset.
Toma Fandel and Art of War. So a whole bunch of card draw. So shouldn't be a problem to find an attack to banish to the Art of War.
Data link drawn off the top. Jaszczur has what he needs to keep the Art of War train rolling.
And a curt nod from Matthew Dilks as he sees the third Art of War be deployed. Michael Jaszczur draws 2 zero-cost boosts off the top as well.
Yeah, 0 to 60, kicks things off here, clears the monocle from the top up to 3 resources, 3 action points. Big 0 to 60 here. T-bone also fired now. 4 resources, 4 action points. The system reset at the ready. It is all just elementary at this point for Michael Jaszczur. You have to go through the motions. I don't believe there is any way out for Matthew Dilks.
And our prayers have been answered, Brian. I think we will be going to a Game 3 for the grand finals of the World Championships.
2 more cards picked up here from Jaszczur. There's another 0 to 60. Clears another monocle out of the deck. Coming in 4-7, still 4 action points. Symbiosis shot is loaded up with 5 counters.
Wants to at least get it down to 3, so the system reset refills it all the way back up to 6 without any loss of value.
Dilks down to just 6 now. Yet another boost comes through. It's 0 to 60. Got to go up now to 5 action points, 5 resources. Dilks has to defend. Yeah, and just gets the fist bump. And Michael Jaszczur has forced a deciding Game 3 for the 2025 Flesh and Blood World Championship.
We are going to a Game 3, folks. Can Matthew Dilks do it again? Can he pull off the upset once again? Remember, he will once again get the choice of play or draw, which we know he will want to choose play, but he is against the bane of his existence in the form of Cindra.
He's got to defer, though, to get that choice, Pankaj, and that means, should he defer, Jaszczur can flip the script here and bring it back to LL if he wants. He doesn't have to go back to the Cindra Gravy matchup if he doesn't want to.
But once again, that still puts the play draw in Matthew Dilks' hands, which is where he wants to be. We saw that Dash.io game. Michael Jaszczur won that at 1, and he had the advantage of going first. If that advantage is now on Matthew Dilks' side, it could be flipped.
Pankaj, if those banishes off the Soul Shackles were just a little bit different, things might just go Dilks' way. It took Jaszczur every single opt off the monocle to finally find the piece he needed to go ahead and combo off. Had to use everything to get there, every single point of life to finally force this decisive Game 3. Let us look at our bracket one more time. Remember what these 2 players had to go through to get here. Dilks down a game early in the quarterfinals, battles back, wins 2 chain mirrors in a row, moves on to the semis, where he's got to take down a Prism that looked poised to go ahead and force a Game 3, but Dilks said not today, and now Dilks for the second time in this top 8, has to play a best of 3, and one more time, Gravy Bones will have his shot. Can he withstand that nightmare matchup? The Predator, the apex Predator that was supposed to come after Gravy Bones, keep him from taking over the CC format. But we've learned over the past few weeks, it's not written in stone, Pankaj. These Gravies are talented, they're creative, they have figured this matchup out, and also Dilks will get to go first.
The story of this top 8 has been blowout after blowout. A whole bunch of 2-0s for our players have advanced to the finals. How fitting is it that the grand finals goes all the way to a game 3? And you're absolutely correct, Brian. This is not set in stone. Gravy, unfavored, sure. In Matthew Dilks' words, he is a quote-unquote dog in the matchup, but he's done it once before. Can he do it again? Michael Jaszczur does not have Warmonger's diplomacy in this matchup. Will he be able to overcome the pirate necromancer?
He was a dog in game 1, and that game felt firmly in his control the entire time. It took some fortunate reveals off the top of the deck. Nobody becomes a world champion without getting a little bit lucky. Thus far, it looks like luck has been on Dilks' side. Even at the start of that game, found the important Demigon off the first Soul Shackle, but the second Soul Shackle started to let Dilks down. Is this a turning point as far as Dilks' luck goes, or is it just a matter of time before we're crowning him the 2025 Flesh and Blood World Champion?
I want to talk a little bit about that game 1, Brian. While luck was on Dilks' side for a little bit, it's not like Michael Jaszczur's turns were incredibly awkward either. I mean, he resolved a Wrath of Retribution. That is a one-off. Resolved that highly impactful card with 3 dagger swings, and still that wasn't enough to get over the Gravy Bones.
But remember what happened on that turn, Pankaj. Dilks read it. He saw the Wrath of Retribution in the future and got those quick dodge flexors in the mix. And it was exactly the type of high-level play you would expect from somebody on the cusp of becoming the world champion. To take nothing away from the way Michael Jaszczur has played thus far, has composed his deck. As I said, this Dash.io deck is built different, Pankaj. This is the real deal. And we are ready to play one final match to determine who will be our 2025 world champion. We know it will be a Canadian. We know it will be a member of PCG Invasion. Which one of these two fearsome competitors will it be? Will it be Michael Jaszczur or Matthew Dilks? We are just about to find out.
Cindra versus Gravy Bones for the Game 3 of the Grand Finals at the World Championships in Philadelphia. And what a fitting matchup for our final match of this weekend. 2 titans of this meta game facing off against each other.
Kicking things off for Dilks, as you would expect, it's Compass Activation. Golden Tipple gets things rolling. That's an ally in the bin. That's a gold generated, and that's exactly how you want to start out your Game 3 to try and become world champion.
And that is a card draw off the top as well for Matthew Dilks. That is a fantastic start for our Gravy Bones player. Rigor Mortis, we've spoken about this, bit of an awkward ally for Michael Jaszczur to deal with as well. A whole bunch of head jabs in that deck. You don't want to send 3 power at a 1 health ally, but Michael Jaszczur might just be forced to do so.
Yeah, Dilks has an Oyston as well that he's able to go ahead and just deploy from hand, so it does a little bit of setup for the future, as well as making that first ally. Strong turn here from Dilks. We'll have to see what the clapback is from Michael Jaszczur. Oath of Loyalty. We are committed to the cause. Fealty to the Emperor. All draconic attacks for the rest of this turn.
And it looks like Michael Jaszczur has found a bunch of draconic attacks to go with his Oath of Loyalty. No one can question his fealty to the Emperor, as he has 4 draconic attacks in his hand.
He's hot on the heels of a world championship right now, Pankaj, as he rumbles into the arena, just trying to get some early damage on the board, threatening a mark here. Dilks going to be motivated to defend on this chain link, possibly. Reached for a card, pulled back, says, I need a little bit more info first. Compass of Sunken Depths, going to go ahead, unlock some buried treasure off the top of the deck. And he says the course is clear. Going to go ahead and put that lone shark in front of the hot on their heels.
I like this. From his perspective, when you see an Oath of Loyalty with no fealty on the other side, you have to imagine, you have to hope the opponent has some non-draconic cards in hand that they're trying to make draconic off of the fealty. So you respect the mark and you make them have natural draconic attacks.
Flick Knives going to go ahead and keep the threat going of a mask trigger.
And that headed its way into the Oyston. 2 damage attack into the 1 health ally, so less inefficient than if it was a head jab. Michael Jaszczur still gets to transfer 1 damage to Gravy Bones' face. Drew an extra card off the Mask of Momentum as well.
And also second gold created for Dilks on the back of that Oyston. A great turn 0 ally. This damage from the kunai is going to come through and closes things off here by displaying loyalty. And it was a very loyal turn from Jaszczur, perhaps the Emperor's greatest, most loyal soldier, perhaps a world champion soldier.
And it might not be the end of the turn here for Michael Jaszczur. We saw him in Game 1 refuse to Arsenal, refuse to open himself up to the Conqueror of the High Seas. He's going to cash in this fealty immediately for this Art of Dragon Blood to not open himself up to that Arsenal destruction.
Makes a lot of sense for Jaszczur.
I want to call out Michael Jaszczur's discipline here in both the Cindra games that we have seen him pilot. Doesn't want to lose incidental value by letting the opponent destroy the arsenal. Aggressively just uses the fealty here. Normally, it's very tempting to just save the fealty, save the Art of Dragon Blood for the arsenal, have it on the next turn, maybe get some discounts off of the Art of Dragon Blood effect, but he's not letting Matthew Dilks get an effective Conqueror of the High Seas.
This is it, Ponkage. This is Game 3 of our World Championship Finals.
And that is a full 13 points of damage leaked into Matthew Dilks on Michael Jaszczur's first turn. Also cleared an Oyston on the way on that turn cycle as well, as we head back over to Matthew Dilks. Both these players, $75,000 on the line. 2 Champions Prize cards.
Saltwater Swell does not do its thing here, Ponkage. It feels like only the second miss we've seen for Dilks in this 3-game series, but it's the second one in a row.
So he activated the compass before using the Gravy ability, so knew what he was going to draw, but did not know what he was going to reveal off the top to the Saltwater Swell.
We'll see how that lack of resources goes ahead and impacts the rest of this turn. Feels like Dilks really needs to start getting some damage on the board. You don't want to fall too far behind, as the Gravy has a bunch of allies set up, though. Going to go ahead and crack a gold here, so maybe in need of some more resources.
Well, he knows he's going to draw the Prismatic Leyline, which was revealed of the Saltwater Swell. Question is he going to be using it on this turn? Looks like he does have plans for the card on this turn. Has already sent 1 red attack, but has a blue swell to follow it up. And this one whiffs as well.
Swell misses in the turn. It's a red off the top. And this is disaster for Matthew Dilks.
I mean, you were talking about how it was Matthew Dilks' day to start. Is that luck running out? Yellow revealed off the first swell. Red revealed off the second swell.
And he just has to pass, Ponkage. Is this the moment where Michael Jaszczur can cede and go ahead and start making things uncomfortable for Dilks?
Incredible break from Michael Jaszczur over there. Prismatic Leyline, you want to at minimum get 5 points of value from it if you are the Gravy Bones player. Just 0 for 3 on that turn. Only pumping up the blue Saltwater Swell. Did not pump up an ally attack. And very importantly, no ally left behind either to soak up some damage, soak up some of the Cindra's aggression.
Yeah, and that means Jaszczur is just clear to go face, and Dilks falling down quickly, down to just 24, and he's not done yet. It's Fire Tenant as well, coming in for 3 thus far, but offering a buff further down the chain.
Both players know Matthew Dilks is holding on to Blood in the Water. That was revealed off of the second swell. So Michael Jaszczur is fully expecting a 3-block on this and a 4-block on the following one. But it's still asking a lot from the Gravy Bones opponent, who is sitting on 0 gold pieces. Matthew Dilks made that aggressive line on the previous turn to gold into the prismatic ley line, but it did not pay off for him.
And it's a red saltwater swell blocking here, but Ancestral Empowerment is going to go ahead and buff over the top, picks up a card, and it sure looks like we're going to pick up even another one.
Well, it depends. Matthew Dilks could deploy the Blood in the Water here to prevent the mask draw. Have to point out, though, if the mask draw goes through this turn, Balance of Justice will be online. Matthew Dilks has already taken a look at the top card of the deck with the Compass of Sunken Depths, so we'll know whether he can make use of the card on top.
It looks like he's reaching for that reaction, does not want to go ahead and give up the mask trigger here.
It's scary, though, because of the Fire Tenor Strike First, you know the next attack is almost guaranteed to be at least 4. So if you use a defense reaction here, what are you going to give up the hook on the following one? Maybe even the balance in case a draw sneaks through at the end? It's so difficult to make reads on Cindra's damage output in this position. She doesn't pitch. Flick Knife's not been used yet. You don't know whether it needs that resource. The final attack this combat chain could easily be something like a Lava Burst that comes in for 5. So if you commit too much on these early chain links to deny the mask and they get the mask anyway at the end, that's one of the ways you fall really far behind in this matchup.
But it is terrifying to go ahead and give Cindra another card, and it's going to be the quick dodge flexors here used to cover up. I like this midpoint. This feels better than Blood on the Water. Maybe you can go ahead and use this on a future chain link to cover up a break point.
It does open him up to a Wrath of Retribution turn, though.
Very true.
If
He'll have to fade that.
If he finds that legendary later on in this game, which he did against Jakob Allan, Matthew Dilks might be missing the quick dodge flexes, but his back's against the wall here.
Yeah, when things start going poorly, you have to gamble a little bit more, and I think that's exactly where we see Dilks right now. Uses the Balance of Justice here alongside those flexors to go ahead and block out the cut through. And the turn's still continuing here for Jaszczur, and it's the snatch and the final chain link here. Does still have quick dodge flexors, maybe only demanding a single card. We'll see if the D-React wants to get involved here.
So not Draconic. So while the Snatch is threatening the card draw, Michael Jaszczur cannot give it go again off the Dragon Scale of Flight Path, and also only 2 Draconic chain links this entire chain. So Michael Jaszczur floated that 1 resource off the Blood Spatter Vest for this reason, for this Cindra activation, back up to 2 kunais.
It is going to earn a Blood on the Water for Michael Jaszczur, and Dilks just has to play back with a smaller hand here and a 10-point life deficit. Here's a chart the high seas. Surely this time, Ponkage. Surely. No, it is a Conqueror off the top. Only the resources, and very quickly, everything has spiraled out of control for Matthew Dilks as the top of the deck has become fiendishly unkind.
A blue has hit the graveyard this turn. Matthew Dilks does have allies in the bin, so can still go ahead and deploy this Anka and attack with it for 5. Effect of the Anka somewhat relevant in this matchup. You can sort of deny a Mask of Momentum draw or an Ancestral Empowerment draw, of course, at the cost of a card from your hand as well. So in a sense, just trading card for card. But more than that, it's 5 power coming Michael Jaszczur's way on a 3 health ally.
For Michael Jaszczur, there's no simple decisions with $75,000 on the line.
A little bit of a grimace there from Michael Jaszczur's side. This is one of the rare Cindra bricks, Brian. 2 attack reactions out of Dragon Blood, Blaze Headlong, no starter in this hand.
It's a little bit ugly. Ponkage does have the kunais available, but what do you do with them? There's really no output to be found on this particular hand.
Blaze Headlong doesn't get go again from Draconic Chain Links. Gets go again from when you've played a red. And Michael Jaszczur does not have a red that he can give go again in this hand.
Is this the window that Dilks needed to start turning things in his favor?
It's a window for 2 reasons, Brian. 1, not only is Michael Jaszczur's offensive output pretty weak, Michael Jaszczur is near guaranteed to Arsenal on this turn as well. And we know that Matthew Dilks will claw at that opportunity to attack that Arsenal, come in with a Conqueror of the High Seas, of which he has 2 remaining in the deck. If he can find it, that could be his ticket back into this game, could be his ticket to the world champion.
Yeah, and Anka just defended here. Jaszczur's going to have to go ahead and clean up that ally question mark. And he's going face. He's going after Dilks, allowing him to keep the Anka. Dilks says, hold on. I need some more information. Looks at the top of the deck. How was the draw from Dilks this go around? Tip the barkeep chart. Looks pretty good. Looks resource rich.
So when you ignore an ally, you are basically asking a Gravy Bones opponent, can you leverage the additional ally? Can you give that attack go again and actually punish me for leaving your ally alive? That tip the barkeep, Brian, could be exactly what Matthew Dilks needs to punish Michael Jaszczur for leaving the Anka around. Anka plus Rigor Mortis swing on Matthew Dilks' follow-up is 11 damage off of these two allies. It could be an incredibly strong pivot for Matthew Dilks.
It feels like the game has tightened up very quickly. It's blood on the water out of Arsenal here. Going to go ahead and use the opportunity to get the Sawbones into the bin. Flick Knives does its thing, takes its point of damage. And the turn passes back to Matthew Dilks. Can he go ahead and seize the opportunity here? Kicks things off with a tip the barkeep. Here's our Gold Kiss rum.
Blue has hit the yard. Watery Grave cards can be played from the graveyard now.
And that means Rigor Mortis will join the fray here. Two attackers at the ready. Gold Kiss rum time. Rigor Mortis going to have go again on this attack.
Just like we called it, Brian. Rigor Mortis into Anka. 11 damage. 2 allies on the board now for Michael Jaszczur. Michael Jaszczur not happy to see the punish for leaving the ally around. However, is happy to see the lack of a conqueror. It was finally forced to Arsenal because of the unfortunate draw from his side, but not punished for the Arsenal.
Jaszczur's got the 5-card hand, though, and is willing to take damage to keep it. Life totals now, after 3 days of competition, after 3 games in this final, sit at 22-22, dead even between these two Canadian Titans.
Dead even, but Michael Jaszczur with the 5-card hand here. Is he going to start clearing allies or just wait to use them as bodies for the Mask of Momentum draw as this Ronin Renegade goes towards the way of the Necromancer, who has drawn a no block and currently does not have any gold to get rid of it. No blocks, is the call from Matthew Dilks. Goes down to 19. The onslaught from the Draconic Ninja is not over.
Fire Tenant coming down. Next Chain Link will also be buffed.
And if this goes through, next Chain Link will also threaten Mask of Momentum, and Michael Jaszczur has bodies on the field in the form of these pirate allies that he can just leverage for that Mask of Momentum draw.
Yeah, and I think we're saying, Dilks, just concede. I can't prevent Mask on this turn. If you want it, you can find a way to get it. Rising Resentment here, coming in.
I think he said, at you. I think Michael Jaszczur just wants cards from Matthew Dilks' hand.
Yeah, and Anka's going to do its thing and try and go ahead and deny these Mask draws as it puts an additional ally into the bin.
Effectively trading card for a card is Matthew Dilks.
I like it. Rising Resentment here.
So for those who don't know how this interaction works, Michael Jaszczur gets to draw off the mask, but now needs to choose a card to discard to the Anchor Drag Under effect. So does get some card selection. Also remember the Rising Resentment on hit is currently live. So if he finds, say, a 1 cost off the top, he can banish that and have that be discounted to Rising Resentment's effect.
I think he might have found Wrath, Ponkage.
Off the top? That would be an incredible hit for Michael Jaszczur.
I know one card is Lava Burst. Couldn't quite get a look at the second, but Jaszczur's fully in the tank right now.
It is a Wrath of Retribution, Brian.
And it's going to go ahead and banish the Wrath.
To the Rising Resentment, because currently there's only 2 Draconic Chain Links, but Rising Resentment makes it free because of its on-hit.
I'm not sure that's accurate, Punkage. Look, we're going to let this play out. We have a very talented judge staff available. Surely they are tracking. Ancestral Empowerment's going to pump up this Wrath, picks up a card here. That does mean balance is on now.
So that's the second card drawn from Michael Jaszczur. We can fully expect a Balance of Justice being activated sometime this turn.
Dilks just thinking on that one, but here is that buffed up kunai attack. Going to go ahead and come in for 2, and there you see the balance is going to do its thing, pick up an additional card for Dilks. And I think the judges are going to come in and check on exactly that interaction we discussed, Punkage. I'll just be frank with you. Not 100% sure. This is why we have our judge staff. They will sort this out. They will get this game to the correct conclusion. So thankful for them, making sure as we play for, once again, $75,000, we do so properly.
Shout out again to our magnificent judge staff. Literally cannot play the game without them. So thanks to them for making sure that the game's being played cleanly and professionally.
But let's ignore all of that for the time being, Punkage. What an incredible reveal off of that draw. The Anka went ahead and forced a discard, and I thought things were already bad with the Lava Burst, but they go to absolutely nightmarish if you get Wrath into the mix.
And remember, we spoke about the risk he took for using the quick dodge flexes. We said if Michael Jaszczur finds a Wrath of Retribution and you don't have the quick dodge flexes, you suddenly find yourself with your back even further up against the wall.
It sounds like our judges have found a fix down in the feature match area. They have rewound here. You cannot play that Wrath of Retribution with the Rising Resentment. Discount is the ruling, so they're going to go ahead, set us back where we were, and now we're proceeding fresh.
So we are rewinded back to after the Lava Burst discard. Looks like Michael Jaszczur just had to pass after that.
Yeah, I think Dilks gets some choice as a mode of fix. He can either put the card back or force a new draw. And it seems like it didn't work out in Jaszczur's favor. But now we move back to Matthew Dilks' turn here. What could have been a fearsome turn, maybe blunted by a misstep there from Jaszczur. And now Chart does its thing again, and all of a sudden Matthew Dilks is heating up. Blue into yellow, resources and gold available on this turn. 2 allies at the ready. One is tapped in the form of Anka, but Rigor Mortis ready to get in the mix, and there's an army of Sawbones ready to join the fray.
Question is, does Matthew Dilks have the action points that he needs to actually leverage this massive skeletal army that he has managed to produce in the final hour that chart the high seas once again for Matthew Dilks hitting, and he has the action points.
G. This whole pirate crew looking to get into the mix now. Here's the Sawbones attack to start things off. Dilks at 12, but Jaszczur also at a precarious. Now 16. Life totals continue to tick down. I still think Jaszczur has the edge for the moment, but what can Dilks find to go ahead and blunt the next offensive foray? More pitching, more gold used.
He's digging for either a Conqueror of the High Seas or a Loot the Hold. Some form of interaction to not let Michael Jaszczur resolve a full 5-card hand against him.
He hasn't found it yet. We're going back to the well. One more draw from this gold. Let's just stay here. And he picks up another Sawbones. Not what he was looking for.
Wants to find a way to get that in the pitch zone, get it out of his hand. Or maybe even just hold it for the Anka activation on the following turn. We saw him discard an ally for the Anka to, in a sense, trade for the Mask of Momentum draw on Michael Jaszczur's side.
With all those allies out, you assume Jaszczur will be able to farm that trigger at will, but has just been going face for a couple of turns now, forcing Dilks to have it, if you will, with regards to those go again action points that are so important for really letting the pirate crew go wild across the arena. Gold baited hook is the activation here. Rigor Mortis rumbles in.
free gold-baited hook activation here. A gold was already created thanks to the on-hit conferred by Avasti on the Sawbones attack.
And Jaszczur looking to get a little bit more defense, just getting those Dragon Scalar flight paths in the mix, but is going to fall to the lower life total once more. It's 12-11 with the World Championship of Flesh and Blood on the line. 3 allies in play for Dilks. Jaszczur seemingly unfazed, wants to get him dead as soon as possible. We'll check the defensive options for Dilks here. It is a double ally hand, does have gravy activations available to filter a little bit, but the blocking value is not good, Pankaj.
Also has Anka to ditch one of those non-blocks to trade for the Mask of Momentum card draw. So 1 to the Anka, 1 to the Gravy Bones activation. Matthew Dilks still not out of it yet, has options, has ways to get rid of those no blocks in his hand as we move over to Michael Jaszczur's turn.
But Jaszczur just still has the Wrath in hand from that last turn. Kept it around, and the damage output here is going to be monumental for Michael Jaszczur. Can Dilks find enough to survive, which is sure to be an offensive flurry?
And Matthew Dilks knows about the existence of the Ratha Retribution as well, and no longer has that quick dodge flexes.
Brand with Cinderclaw gonna assure tons of Draconic Chain Links this go-around. It is Rising Resentment, the next play here from Jaszczur.
Does confer a little bit of an on-hit, but as we learned, cannot be used to discount Wrath of Retribution because, of course, its printed cost is 3. However, it can still discount a 1 cost, which Michael Jaszczur might have found off the top.
Just a block here from the Loan Shark. 1 blocking card left in Dilks' hand. 1 block available on the Dead Threads. 1 block available on the gold-baited hook.
Flick Knives here not going to be activated.
And here is Ancestral Empowerment still stashed in Arsenal.
Anka activated in response to the card draw of the Ancestral Empowerment, so Michael Jaszczur will be forced to lose one of the cards he draws after the Ancestral Empowerment resolves. Does want to make sure he keeps enough Draconic Links to make the Wrath of Retribution free, and looks like he has found it, has another Brand with Cinderclaw in this hand.
Everything coming up Michael Jaszczur right now. Dilks is going to go ahead and deny here with the Sawbones.
Very heads-up play by Matthew Dilks over here. Normally, you want to save Sawbones for the Flick Knives, but you know, with the opponent holding a Wrath of Retribution in their hand, they don't want to just flick the kunai before they've played that card. So Matthew Dilks effectively nullifying this chain link, this Ancestral Empowerment by activating the Sawbones.
Very heads-up from Dilks. But it's going to take a lot to go ahead and survive this turn. It is going to be Flick Knives reach for. Sawbones going to go ahead and resolve. It's going to eat this kunai activation, but the 1 additional will now leak through.
Michael Jaszczur making the read that maybe Matthew Dilks' hand is a little bit awkward. Already seen 2 allies.
Once again, players who
Where is this Brand going? Is it just going at an ally to guarantee the mask draw?
check your gem profile and find your
It's a big decision.
for deck construction.
Looks like it's going face. Dilks reaching for a blocking card. Will defend here.
And now the mask has been stopped. However, the Wrath of Retribution still promises to confer a lot of damage on this turn.
Waiting on Dilks to confirm the block.
Is he just going to pass, is the question. Does have that option available.
Picks up the 2 kunais. No, it's Wrath of Retribution time. The damage is going to continue rolling. 3 at you. Dilks says, I got to see what's going on the top of my deck. He reaches for the Gravy Bones.
Needs to get rid of that Rigor Mortis in his hand. He can see face up, minimum of 7 damage, 9 if Michael Jaszczur chooses to use the boots as well.
Yeah, just going to pick up a new card here is Dilks.
Found a Murderous Rabble. That is a blocking card. can go ahead and block this Rathe Retribution.
Does so. Still kunais at the ready for Jaszczur.
And he sees the coast is clear. All the cards from Matthew Dilks' hand ripped by Michael Jaszczur as he sends these kunais that are being buffed by the Rathe Retribution. 2 damage each in the form of these draconic ninja daggers coming in with a fiery passion.
2 into 2, and Dilks is going to fall lower and lower. Down to just 4 life. His World Championship dreams on the line. Dragon Scalar Flight Path gonna do its thing here.
And the last kunai goes into the Sawbones. Michael Jaszczur wants his flick knives to not get stuffed by that pesky ally. Gonna draw up to 4. We have been here before, Brian. No kunais on Michael Jaszczur's side. He needs to not brick on this hand if he wants to keep his World Championship dream alive.
He's got pain in the backside into Blaze, Ponkage. The hand is functional. Call to the Grave gonna do its thing for Dilks out of the arsenal.
Does he have Fiddler's Green? Can
He's
he heal back
through the
up?
deck.
Looks like no Fiddler's Green in Matthew Dilks' deck.
It's just going to be a chum. No life gain available for Dilks here.
Just a chum. No way to deploy, though. No cards in Matthew Dilks' hands. But Death Thread's active now. He could go ahead and activate Death Thread, still attack for 6
Has to
with
get
the Rigor
something out of
Mortis.
this turn. Has to go ahead and fire off. But is it going to be enough? Is he going to be able to go ahead and survive at only 4 life as the turn passes back to Michael Jaszczur? Gold-baited hook activation.
Baited in gold-baited hook. Doing a lot of heavy lifting here. Is trying to bait Michael Jaszczur into blocking.
And Compass reveals Conqueror on the top of the deck. A good blocking card at least, and it is going to be Death Thread's gold-baited hook activation. Jaszczur could not take the damage fast enough. Going to fall down to a 5 life total. But
Michael
look
Jaszczur,
at what he's working with, Ponkage.
Michael Jaszczur not falling for the bait. Instead has murder in his eyes as he starts his turn off with a rising resentment.
Dilks has a no block in hand. He's got a 2 block in hand. The defensive values are not good here.
What is the Compass reveal going to be? It's a sunken treasure, so can go ahead and cash in the gold to the Gravy ability to swap out that Fable in his hand for a 3 block off the top.
Is it enough, though, Ponkage? The hand from Jaszczur looks fearsome here.
And no Watery Grave card in his hand this time for Matthew Dilks, so no Anka activation available to him to trade for the Mask of Momentum draw.
2 blocks left on the equipment. We have Dead Threats. We have gold-baited hook. Is it enough for Dilks to get another window, another chance? Or is this the end of his World Championship dream?
And we're at that life total where every attack must be blocked because of Flick Knives. If you go down to 1 against the Cindra, you just die to that card.
Blaze headlong. You see a frustrated shake of the head from Dilks. 4 damage on offer here. Does reach finally for that gold-baited hook. Covers it up clean.
Conqueror of the High Seas on blocking duty over here, not where Matthew Dilks wants it to be, and this is going to be the 3rd Draconic Chainlink for Michael Jaszczur. He will be able to buy back those kunais. No more risk of a brick for our Draconic Ninja, and Matthew Dilks still needs to respect this damage because of the Flick Knives. Now Cindra can be activated right here and right now for an extra 1 damage from that Flick Knives.
Does he have to give 2 cards here? Does he have to use the Gravy? I would think so. You can't fall that low against the Flick Knives. He's got no output on the next turn. Reaching for the Gravy activation, perhaps using the last gold in a desperate cling to survival.
Slowly considering all his options, we could very well be looking at the 2nd to last turn cycle at the World Championships.
Gravy Bones is trolling for treasure, but it feels like no matter what he dredges up, it's coming up Fish Bones, Ponkage. What is the out here for Matthew Dilks?
Game 3. of the grand finals. We have seen this matchup before. We have seen Matthew Dilks overcome the Cindra just earlier today.
There is that sunken treasure. We knew it was there.
It does have 5 block available. Is he just going to block 3 with the dead threads?
It's an interesting question, Pankaj. He gets the attack. In that case, he can fire off the Rigor Mortis if he's able to keep a card. Seems like the only path back into this game. You have to offer some threat to your opponent.
And the sunken treasure can just be responded to with the Cindra activation, get the kunais back. So no threat of flipping any kunais face down.
And it is going to be the dead threads reached for here by Dilks. Will he commit it to the Chane? Trepidatiously, he flips it over in his hands, wishing it were more, wishing it had some magical way out of this precarious situation.
Michael Jaszczur gets the kunais ready, does not want to get blown out this close to the finish line. Make sure he has his response ready as Matthew Dilks prepares his blocks.
Finally, Dilks says, this is my block. Immediately, Jaszczur reaches for the kunais, brings them back. Dilks going to go searching, try and get a gold active here.
Has a yellow in his own graveyard. That lone shark going to be turned face down, creates a gold for Matthew Dilks. We have seen how important these gold pieces have been for the Gravy Bones, being able to swap out these no blocks for real blocking cards.
And a flick comes through for Jaszczur. As you would expect, Dilks falls down to just 3 here. Claims the mark as well. So a fealty token available for the next turn for Jaszczur, making bricking seem next to impossible for Dilks. What's the offer here?
1 kunai available, 1 fealty available as well. Short of 3 or 4 attack reactions, Michael Jaszczur is not going to brick on this turn. Matthew Dilks can send 6 with the Rigor Mortis. However, I have to wonder, is Michael Jaszczur just going to give the Mask of Momentum? At this point, the opponent's at 2.
Dilks is going to go ahead and use the gold to draw here. That could provide an arsenal, perhaps. A defensive arsenal would be nice. Maybe get a path forward to go ahead and keep in this game just a little bit longer. Rigor Mortis getting ready to rumble into the arena. But you're exactly right, Pankaj. Jaszczur can keep the full grip and just offer that mask if he wants to. Let's get a look at what Jaszczur's working with. Has a brand, has the art as well, going to be able to instill draconic nature into that, has a Ravenous Rabble. It feels like there's a lot of breakpoints here, and Mask of Momentum is the reach here for Jaszczur.
Hook activation from Matthew Dilks before the Rigor Mortis. Michael Jaszczur reconsidering now if he wants to respect it. But that is about as far from a brick as I've seen a Cindra hand go.
Can he afford the risk? It certainly feels like it. Certainly feels like the breakpoints are there. The flick knives is at the ready. Maybe thinking about reaching for that blood-spattered vest as well, just for a little bit more insurance. But it seems like the coast is fairly clear for Jaszczur. But when you're playing for $75,000, Pankaj, you do not take a single thing for granted.
Double check your math. That's what Michael Jaszczur is doing. It's going to go down 2-2. In our Game 3 of the World Championships.
2-2, Game 3 of the World Championship Finals. The turn passes back to Michael Jaszczur. 4 cards at the ready, multiple breakpoints. How's the defense looking over on Dilks' side? I see at least 1-2 block. Start things off with kunai.
Pitches for the kunai, and this is lethal because of flick knives. The opponent's at 2, but he's effectively at 1 because Flick Knives is unpreventable damage that is going to be coming Matthew Dilks' way on this turn. There are more than enough Draconic Chainlinks to buy back the other kunai that's in the graveyard.
Here's the 3 block from the ley line. Here is the fealty. That's going to be the Art of the Dragon Blood. This is a breakpoint. This represents lethal. Dilks going to take a look at the top of the deck. Does it have a miracle stashed away? Is there a defense reaction on top? You see Dilks consider the options. Finally, have things started to go against them. 2 cards are committed to the block here. Flick Knives, activation. Here is the kunai. Dilks is going to fall to 1. 1 card left for Michael Jaszczur. It's a ravenous rabble. It reveals a red, and it gets the fist bump. And Michael Jaszczur is your 2025 Flesh and Blood World Champion.
What a fantastic finish to what has been an incredible World Championship weekend. We had the grand finals go all the way to a Game 3. We saw a repeat of the Game 1 where Michael Jaszczur was taken down by Matthew Dilks on that formidable Gravy Bones. But for Game 3, Michael Jaszczur rallies the Cindra, Drakai of Retribution, takes down the Pirate Necromancer, and Michael Jaszczur is your world champion.
A 2025 World Championship that has delivered in every single way. We went 3 games deep to go ahead and figure out exactly who our world champion is going to be, and it's being announced to the venue right now. It is going to be Michael Jaszczur.
2 members of PCG Invasion in the finals. 2 titans of the CC metagame in the form of Gravy Bones and Cindra, Drakai Retribution. Michael Jaszczur, the winner, the one to take it home. And what a personality. What a weekend. What a finals.
I hope you heard the crowd go wild here at home. Let's look at our bracket one more time, Pankaj. Remind ourselves of the journey we just went down. Michael Jaszczur kicked things off, taking down Florin-Cristian Loghin, a former Pro Tour runner-up, Pro Tour 1 Pro Tour 1 runner-up, and he did so having to take down KO and Chane. Then he moved on to face Jakob Allan. Once again, dominant 2 games straight, but things were not as easy when he got to those finals. He had to take on Matthew Dilks, and Dilks was able to steal Game 1 on the back of Gravy Bones and his signature ship, the Conqueror of the High Seas. But Game 2, things started to trend a little bit more in Jaszczur's favor. The explosive Dio turn, and then we go ahead and we play a Cindra game where it looked like Matthew Dilks' luck just finally ran out. A few crucial misses early on in the game paved the road for Michael Jaszczur to become our world champion, and Cindra feels like exactly the right hero to take down the 2025 World Championships. At all points, Cindra was in the conversation. Many times, people kind of naysayed this deck, said it wasn't one of the top decks. It was all hype. It was all bluster. The format just needed to adapt around it. But I think in the end, Cindra proved she is the deck of the 2025 competitive year.
And that has been the story of the past few weeks of the World Tour as well. Multiple Battle Hardens, multiple callings taken down by our Draconic Ninja. But the deck that people weren't really talking about until the last few days before the World Tour is that Living Legend -IO deck. And I think looking back at Michael Jaszczur's run over this weekend, huge props for that choice over here. Throughout this top 8, did not drop a single game on the -IO deck.
And I said it many times, Chane, the ultimate big bad of Flesh and Blood, a deck that seemingly can't be stopped. But all reigns come to an end, Pankaj, and Chane did not have what it took in the end. I don't even know how I can better sum up this weekend than just jaw-dropping, monumental, unique. We offered a glimpse at a Living Legend format. Let's just talk about it, Pankaj. It's been controversial. Not everyone was on board with this being included in World Championship, but I think when we got to the end of the bracket, it earned its place and it offered some of the most exciting moments in the history of Flesh and Blood.
At the beginning of the weekend, we were talking about how this meta game seems to be some of the best we've ever had in both formats, and I think the Swiss rounds and this top 8 absolutely confirmed that. All those games were a treat to watch, and we were seeing skill expression at the highest level. That Cindra Gravy mind games that were happening back and forth, the Cindra Verdance matchups, and then on the LL side as well, the Starvo Viscerize, the Starvo Dromize, all these matchups had so much depth and complexity to them that I'm going to be watching back and talking about these World Championships for years to come.
I think everyone is, Pankaj, but I am sick of talking for today. I think everyone out there wants to go ahead and hear from our world champion. We're getting him settled down in the interview area. It sounds like we had a lot of response to our giveaway as well, Pankaj. 1,500 entries going ahead and throwing their name in the hat. Shout out to all you for coming and enjoying these finals with us. we will go ahead and give that away. I believe the details are in the chat right now. Go ahead and check that and see if you picked up not quite $100,000 like Michael Jaszczur did, but a box of Super Slam isn't bad.
Not a Champions prize card either, but a Diner promo, not bad either.
It's been a hell of a weekend, Pankaj. I need to go ahead and rebuild my vocal cords. They're in absolute shambles. But man, what a weekend we have had. We are getting Michael Jaszczur settled in, and you're going to hear from the man himself how he overcame adversity, down a game early on, never quit, never lost focus, stayed locked into the end, and is your 2025 world champion.
Mr. World Champ.
The end of all things, my friends. We have our 4th Flesh and Blood World Champion, and it could not go to someone more deserving or more chill. I'm here with our World Champion, Michael Jaszczur. Congratulations, my friend.
Thank you, thank you.
How you feeling?
No, this is awesome. I mean, I thought it was over for me, and then you know, came back. I thought I lost the game, second game of that final. So
Yeah.
Pretty sick to get there.
I would call it sick. I would call it sick. I would call it impressive. I would call it, I guess, improbable, almost by your own admission there in the second game. And yet you persevered. You made it through. You have a world championship title to your name now. Just walk me through what was going through your head, the emotions after that first game as you took a deep breath and got ready for LL. Where was your head at? What were you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I thought he was going to choose to be playing Living Legend. So then when he chose play draw, I'm like, okay, I'll play CC because Cindra should be good into gravy.
Yeah.
And then I don't know. I think I maybe used my daggers too quickly, but it kind of got a little cursed. So lost that one, but then we're luckily able to get it back with the other two.
Yeah. Well, okay, I want to know also, playing top 8 best of 3 dual format. What was that like, man? First time ever in Flesh and Blood history. Clearly, you figured it out better than anybody else sitting here at the top of the mountain. So I want to know, like, what was it like playing at your level? We talked about it a little earlier. You've been playing for like 5 years. You one of, you know, the OGs really of this game.
Kind of, yeah.
I know, not even kind of, dog. Game's been around like, what, 6 years? You've been around 5? That
Maybe
kind
not
of?
5, maybe 4. I think.
Okay. But, you know, I remember early days. Again, I remember you, like, seeing you just registered like Oldhim. I remember those days. You were on the Oldhim for quite a bit. I was just like, oh, Michael Jaszczur, that's the Oldhim guy. No. Michael Jaszczur can do it all. But talk to me about best of 3 in the top 8, what it was like, how you approached it, and what do you think of that as a top 8 format?
I think I liked it because it never felt completely doomed after the start. Because, like, I don't know, losing, like, the first game, I'm like, oh, crap. Now I got to lock in a lot. But, yeah, I don't know. Up until the finals, I had, like, won the first game, so I was never really sweating. But I don't know. I like it that, you know, you have a little area to wiggle with, you know?
Yeah. Well, I have another question, and this is about maybe the most important one I'm going to ask you for this whole interview. Okay, so I need you to take a deep breath. I need you to lock in with me because we're got to get a little deep, a little personal. I just want to take a peek behind the curtain of, damn it, I'll say it, a great man. What is behind the name Stash.io?
Oh, Stash.io? Well, that is, you know, my boy, shout out to my boy Nick Butcher, you know? He's like, we all got to have the stashes for Worlds. So, I mean, I don't grow facial hair very well, so it took me like a few weeks. But, you know, oh, yeah, look at that. Yeah. So then nice. I mean, I'm playing Dash.io, so Stash.io is only fitting.
Wow, I mean, really beautiful words, man. I really appreciate you take the time, you know, moving behind the curtain with me and exposing a piece of your heart that, you know, you might have rather left untouched, but it's really beautiful that you're willing to share it with the Flesh and Blood community, given that you just did battle with them. So, man, all joking aside, this is an unbelievable accomplishment. You talked to me earlier, you said one of your goals this year, top of tier 4.
Yeah.
Not only have you done that twice, you're a world champion. Can you just speak about what that means to you? In a game you put in so much time, you've devoted so much of your life to be rewarded in this way and to be thought of in this venerated way for the rest of Flesh and Blood history. What's like coursing through you as you feel and think about it?
I mean, I'm definitely super excited about that, but I think like without like my teammates, so like especially like Matt Dilks, he's like probably the guy on our team who plays the most. So like without him, I don't think any of us would be as successful as like we have been. So definitely a bunch of us working together. So I think it's just, I don't know. It's awesome. I'm hyped.
Hell yeah, man. Well, you said you shout out Matt Dilks. You bring him up. Two of you facing off. What was it like for the two of you? You know, you said you were expecting him to play draw. So you guys didn't really talk about it. You just let it be a game. Yeah.
I think like all of our group just didn't really talk about it because, you know, like we're helping each other out for like the other games. But that one, I think we just kind of like
separated.
Right, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. Well, after the game, you have a nice moment with him. You guys get a chance to catch up, you and Matt.
Yeah.
Totally. Well, talk to me now about the future for you. Talk to me about where you imagine this next year. It's hard to say, you know, going much higher than the Flesh and Blood World Champion, but there's a lot to be excited about in Fab for the next year. What are some things that you've got circled on your calendar? What are some just potential next steps? Because I can see it. You're like, dude, I just want to think about right now. But as we look ahead, you know, what are some things that get you fired up as we think about the next year of Fab?
Definitely excited for Yokohama.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll try and hit all the events I can. So, I mean, I like playing the game, so should be a good time next year.
Yeah. Well, I do also want to ask you, Team PCG Invasion, burst, I don't want to say burst onto the scene, but had such a strong showing in London. You guys were undeniable from that point forward. Everybody had to pay attention. What does it mean to have come out here and put on such a strong showing? There were, what, like 3 of you guys in the top 8, right? You, Matt, Majin. What does it mean to, you just talk to me about that team, talk to me about the support you all have, how you work together, just what it means to have had such a strong showing now all year.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all like put in a lot of work for ourselves, so like it's a lot of like group effort to try and get everything going, but I think we probably could I don't know. I think we're all just like, we work super hard on everything, so together, like, our team, we've done pretty well, and which is awesome for us.
Oh, yeah, pretty well.
Pretty
well.
Pretty okay,
I mean, it's all right.
It's
at the end of the day, it's all right. You know what I'm saying? Well,
sure.
I have something for you. I don't know if you can see it over there. It's not very well hit.
I see that.
Oh, you see it? Do you want that?
Sure.
You want? Okay. Well, I got something for you here, my friend. This is the World Championship Philadelphia Trophy, the World Champion Trophy. This is yours. You get to take it. You get to hold it and take it. It's heavy, eh? Oh yeah, look at that. There you go. You can put it right there.
Nice.
Yeah, that's nice.
Ooh,
come on.
I don't know how that'll fit in my spirit personal item, but
dude, well, I got such great news for you. You can actually probably upgrade now, given that you got a nice little chunk of change.
Yeah,
you might be able to upgrade, or at least check it back.
Yeah,
or at least check it back. All right, I want to give you the opportunity to shout out anyone, any thank yous, any final messages about your friends, your family, or your new fans, as you are now, like it or not, you're major player in this game, major symbol, you're world champion.
Yeah, shout out to the team, Tark, Dilks especially, Evan, all them, all my boys over there, it's awesome.
Hell yeah, dude. Congrats to you. You want to shout out anybody else? You told me earlier you want to shout out? Remember you said you didn't shout them out last time?
Oh, yeah, I did. My parents. Yeah, the parents. Yeah.
I got you, guys. I got you. Don't worry about it. Hey, congrats again. Flesh and Blood's newest world champion and an absolutely incredible dude. Couldn't happen to a better person. We're happy for you. We're going to take a quick break before we wrap up the show in just a sec.
And just like that, another member has joined our illustrious club of world champions. What an event. I'm very happy to be back in the booth. More than that, I'm happy to be back in the booth with Pankaj Bajwani.
I'm very happy to have witnessed an amazing World Championships. And let's just recap a little that this is our coming back to the US for the World Championships. We started in San Jose for the first Worlds, into Barcelona, into Osaka, and now we're back in the US. We have done a full round around the globe, and what a world weekend for that coming back.
A complete story, to be sure. A story now completed with our bracket as well. Let's look at the journey we took to make our way to Michael Jaszczur as a world champion. First of all, 1v8. Matthew Dilks was the top seed heading in, almost went the entire way. Had to work through a best of 3, coming out on top twice with Chane bound by Shadow.
And the seeding here very relevant. For the first time in our World Championships, the winner was not the 8th seed. Instead, the 8th seed was knocked out in the first quarterfinals. And, you know, who else was knocked out? Unfortunately, our World Tour weekly host as well. In the second quarterfinals, Majin knocked out by friend and teammate Ian Zhang in a convincing 2-0.
Very impressive game on camera. Florin-Cristian Loghin, Michael Jaszczur was the battle there. One of the first victims for Michael, all the way towards that crown. And then Maximilian Klein, a pretty impressive game on camera against underdog Jakob Allan that I hear you really enjoyed.
And speaking of amazing games, Max Klein versus Jakob Allan, the Viscerai versus Starvo game was not caught on feature, but that Verdance mirror certainly was, and Jakob Allan in convincing fashion with the stronger sideboard pieces for the mirror in the form of the Surgeon Aethertide did manage to come out ahead on that to go ahead and face Michael Jaszczur in the semifinals.
Semifinals will start with my favorite match of the weekend, maybe favorite match of Flesh and Blood ever. Matthew Dilks did find a favorable matchup against Marlynn with that Chane deck, but walked directly into Prism with Gravy Bones. A notoriously difficult matchup. Didn't matter. Found the edge, found a solution, made their way through to that finals.
Matthew Dilks, no stranger to upsets, has upset many a matchup across this top 8. But before that, there was the other semifinals, Michael Jaszczur against Jakob Allan. Both those games very, very convincing for our new World Tour champion. Cindra taking down Jakob Allan's Verdance, and the Dash IO, the terrifying living legend Dash IO deck that just took Jakob Allan and this whole world's top 8 by storm.
You say terrifying, I say impressive. Very much my speed, even if it is very, very fast. And of course, that grand final, what a show to end our World Championship on. A 3-game belter. Matthew Dilks finding the upset to start the bracket. Gravy Bones not able to be felled by Cindra there. Dash came storming back, started the engine, showed us what that deck can do all over again to set up a grand finale. Duplicate of that first game, but the result, just a little bit different.
The reverse sweep from Michael Jaszczur over there, dropping the first game into winning 2 in a row. And I think that Dash IO deck, to me, has been the most commendable part of the heroes and the deck list that he has chosen to bring to the World Championships. That was the one where every time it was on screen, sure, he had his back up against the wall. He had to go off on 1 life. But once the combo started going, once the gear started turning, it did not stop, consistently overkilling all his opponents on that deck. That, I think, is what led him to be world champion.
Well, if there was ever any doubt that Dash IO deck had legs to it, I think that's all been dissolved one way or the other. Do you think it's the kind of deck you'll be picking up yourself in the near future?
If the Living Legend format continues, yes, for sure. But I think maybe shifting a little bit towards Silver Age, a format I'm definitely super excited for.
Maybe I can play Dash over there with a little bit of luck. So a couple of completed stories that we've managed to run down, but there are a few more stories that were completed this weekend at the World Championship. The inaugural Player of the Year race has come to a close, and we now know who our first set of champions are. Of course, over the weekend, we saw Brody Spurlock, Jacob Clements, duking it out. In the Americas, this was always going to be the result we expected, but an impressive showing from Michael Fung locks up second place.
Michael Fung and Michael Hamilton were tied at exactly 91 points entering this weekend, but Michael Fung with one win in the Swiss rounds of Worlds over Michael Hamilton does secure himself the second place, and huge shout out to Michael Hamilton as well. Not one of those players like the other two on the screen, not as much of a globetrotter as the other two, but still, just from sheer results, able to hold his own and get third Player of the Year in the Americas.
$5,000 for Michael Hamilton, a wafty $10,000 for Michael Fung. Brody we'll get to in just a moment. Over in Europe, Jakob Clements was the challenger, did lock up the European region quite early on, put up quite the race alongside Brody Spurlock. However, Tommaso Vicido, a heartbreaking ninth this weekend on Arachne, Marionette, and New in Living Legend. Thankfully, more than enough to secure that silver finish. Arthur Trehay, not the best weekend, I believe, from what I understand, but good enough to stay in third, lock up that third place on the podium.
Arthur Trehay with a very unique pick in the Living Legend format for this weekend, ended up bringing Gravy Bones, a hero that is legal in CC for Living Legend, and manages to secure himself the third place of the Player of the Year in Europe.
Asia Pacific was up in the air heading into this event. If any of the top 23 competitors had won the World Championship, they were eligible to win this region as well. It is Justin Koo, multiple commanding performances across the year, that does lock up that first place finish. Pudding Tam unfortunately couldn't be here with us this weekend, but still commanding that second place. Shure Wu, Pro Tour champion, of course, finding themselves in third.
Can we talk about how both Pudding Tom and Shure Wu were not able to join us this weekend for several other reasons, but still managed to reach second and third Player of the Year in the Asia Pacific region? Monumental achievement by both of these illustrated players of the game.
Impressive stuff all the way around the world. So what was that ultimate result? Your 2025 Player of the Year with 157 points from the United States. It's Brody Spurlock.
And the race was not locked up. It seemed like it was many months ago, but Jakob Clements did make it look close and gave us an incredible storyline all through this World Tour weekend.
Congratulations there to Brody, taking away a hefty chunk of change alongside all of the other tournament winnings from across the year and becoming immortalized in the history book as the first ever Player of the Year.
So Scott, looking back at this weekend, this amazing list of games that we have that I'm going to go back and continue to watch, what stood out to you the most, in your opinion? Is it a game, a particular player maybe?
A few things. I think we saw a level of flesh and blood that you won't find anywhere else across the World Championship. I think that Dash.io deck we've alluded to in Living Legend definitely showed up in force. Chane, very alive, much to the chagrin of a few casters, I'm sure. CC games, upsets all over the place, finding success with Gravy against Cindra and Prism, and the experience of being in the booth at the World Championship for me personally, which is still kind of surreal. Not sure how I got here, but I've enjoyed every moment of the ride. What about you, Pankaj? What stood out to you?
I think for me, I want to call back to something that was a little bit of a through line throughout the weekend, and that is the deck lists. The evolution of the decks in the weeks leading up to the World Tour was something that was fascinating me the entire time, and to see the way it coalesced to the end. We had 4 chains in the top 8, but so many different lists, so many different tech choices. Amulet of Echoes versus Chains of Mephetis, for example. Are you on the full RuneGate version? Are you on Pummel? Some chains were on Pummel, and that to me was a fascinating thing. That is what's going to stay with me after this Worlds weekend. The fact that all these lists were changing, were different, pulsing Aether or not on the Verdance side. 3 Verdances in the top 8. One of them did have the more old school version, but still equally impressive, equally successful. It just blew me away.
It's been an incredible weekend. If you are still joining us here for the end of show, please do let me know what your favorite moment was in the chat. I'm eager to hear what people enjoyed most across the weekend. Pankaj, I want to thank you for all your help this weekend. Show couldn't have happened without you, along with the rest of the team here
as well with
LSS. Happy to have been here, but there is also a very often forgotten members of our community who need a special thank you for making the World Championship go ahead. I am, of course, talking about our judge team. If you've not attended an event of this size before, nothing would work without these guys. We need people that are knowledgeable, people that can make these games function, keep the tournament structure together, and it's often a pretty thankless job, I find. So
Definitely very underappreciated.
100%. I'm very glad to say we've got a special reward we're going to kind of want to show off that's going to be going to our judges and awarded retroactively as well. So if you are a level 2 and you are helping out the Flesh and Blood game, you will find yourself equipped with a brand new popped collared polo. You might notice little bit there that's
there we go. Soon.
Yellow judge shirt. But of course, if you are helping even more than that and head judging an event, well, your shirt isn't normally yellow. So we can't be having that. Orange.
You could say, Scott, that these cards pop.
It has been far too long a weekend for that kind of humor. Thank you, Pankaj. Thank you, judges. Thank you, Legend Story Studios. Thank you to all of you for watching along at home. This has been the World Championship. I've been Howling Minds. You've been amazing. Take care of yourselves, and we will see you again next time.
The very best in Flesh and Blood gathered with a single goal: conquer the competition. From the many, the few. From the few, the finalists. From the finalists, a champion.
Combo is online. Double out of 4, high octane.
This is it, Pankaj. This is game 3 of our World Championship Finals. One card left for Michael Jaszczur. It's a ravenous rabble. It reveals a red, and it gets the fist bump. And Michael Jaszczur is your 2025 Flesh and Blood World Champion.
Shush.